When I woke up, I traveled to a parallel world that was both familiar and unfamiliar. This place looks very much like the Earth, but it is filled with a magical atmosphere. There are countless mysterious secret places scattered across the Earth. In the secret realm, strange creatures thrive and multiply. For thousands of years, they have occasionally set foot in the human world and gradually become a part of human life. People affectionately call them elves. Today, humans and elves have long walked hand in hand and spent every day together. In the park early in the morning, an old lady with a cane was walking leisurely with an Ibrahimovic. Above the city, poppies and long-winged gulls spread their wings and soared, with the sun shining on their wings, just like a dream. Professions such as trainer and breeder are highly sought after, and a country that can cultivate top-level or even champion-level trainers is a holy place in the hearts of countless people. Simply put, this is an era of elves for all. People of the same age are preparing for the Elf College entrance examination, hoping to enter the top training institutions. I had no knowledge of elves, let alone the entrance exams. The elves I could obtain were basically the ones left over by others. But perhaps fate thought I was too miserable and gave me a plug-in, a god-level modifier. As long as the conditions are met, I can modify the characteristics and racial values of the elves at will, and even directly rewrite the evolutionary route. Ding! The characteristics of the elf, lazy man, have been changed to strong man. Ding! The evolution path of the elf, green caterpillar, has been modified. LV20 directly evolves into Rayquaza. Ding! The host skills have been modified and the power of Evergreen, optimized version, has been obtained and the effect has been increased tenfold. In this world where humans and elves coexist, my road to becoming a champion has quietly begun. In Jiangcheng, Yin Country, in a simple rental house, the shrill ring of a cell phone broke the silence of the room. I, Yunxiao, was woken up and sat up in bed in a daze, my hair a mess like a bird's nest. Who is this? Calling at this hour? Don't you have any sense of public morality? I muttered as I answered the call. A hurried voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother Yun, are you really not going to take the college entrance examination? I was stunned, and then I suddenly became sober. The person on the other end of the phone was Wang Ming, my childhood friend. But the thing is, I have graduated for many years and my company is about to go public. So where is the chance for the college entrance examination? A strange yet familiar memory suddenly flooded into my mind. After a few minutes, I finally figured out what was going on. I had traveled through time. The college entrance examination that Wang Ming mentioned is the Elf College entrance examination that I, at the age of 18, am about to face. Hello? Hello? Brother Yin? Are you asleep? I picked up the phone and said calmly, I'm busy. I'll hang up first. Wang Ming wanted to say something, but I hung up, threw the phone aside, and started to sort out the current situation. I traveled to a parallel world and returned to the age of 18. This should have been a good thing. After all, I've been a Pokemon fan since I was a child, and I know all the strategies and tactics by heart. But this isn't a good start. According to the league's rules, young people of my age should take the Pokemon College entrance examination, enter the trainer university, and become Pokemon trainers. However, the me in this world, because I was alone and living in poverty, never thought about becoming a trainer. What's more important is, I'm taking the college entrance exam tomorrow, and I don't even have a starting elf. You know, the Elf College entrance examination has a practical part, and candidates must prepare their own elf. It's over. What can I do? Just when I had a headache, something suddenly pulled out of my pocket and floated in front of me. I blinked. Isn't this the modifier I used last night? The night before the time travel, I was bored and turned on the computer to play Pokemon Emerald. I casually opened the editor and did something outrageous. I modified a shiny green caterpillar with full individual values, perfect personality, and explosive racial values. Moreover, it can directly evolve into Rayquaza. It was just a joke, but now I see the modifier floating in front of me. I am completely stunned. No way. The next second, the modifier suddenly disappeared, and an electronic sound rang in my mind. Ding! The God-level modifier system has been bound. Novice gift packs are being distributed. Please check. Then a huge gift package icon appeared in front of me. I hesitated for a moment, then reached out and clicked. The gift bag exploded instantly, emitting golden light. Ding! Obtained SSS, level skill, all-seeing eye. A cool feeling came over me. My eyes felt very comfortable, and the skill information automatically appeared in my mind. All-Seeing Eye, SSS. See through the detailed information of any elf, enhance night vision and motion capture tenfold, and can see through all disguises. Awesome, but that's not all. The system continues to prompt. Ding. Obtained item. Flashing green caterpillar elf egg. Note. All modifications made by the host of this elf have been retained, including the evolution route. A golden light flashed, and a fairy egg appeared in my hand. The eggshell was covered with mysterious black patterns, exuding a faint sense of oppression. At the same time, a series of data emerged. Elf egg good. Estimated hatched elf. Shiny green caterpillar. Individual value. Full. Qualification, divine beast level. Hatching time, 24 hours. I stared at the elf egg in my hand, and the corners of my mouth couldn't help but curl up. Yes, this is it. Of course, there is nothing special about ordinary green caterpillars, but this green caterpillar directly evolved into Rayquaza. Just as I was sighing, the system prompted again. Ding. Obtained SSS. Level item. Delta Meteorite. The black meteorite quietly appeared in my hand, with a bumpy surface. Delta Meteorite. When carried by Rayquaza, all attributes are increased by 50% and can mega evolve. I looked down at the elf egg in my hand, then at the meteorite. I was silent for a moment, touched my nose, and said to myself, with this kind of start, I'd feel sorry for myself if I don't win the world championship. The system's voice continued to ring. The novice rewards have been distributed. Now I will introduce the system functions to the host. After you have this system, when your behavior shocks others, you can get shock points. Shock points can be used to modify reality. You can make various modifications by consuming shock points. As soon as I finished speaking, a translucent panel appeared in front of me. Primary modification. Consume 100 shock points and get random items, money, clues, or special rewards. Intermediate modification. Consumes 500 shock points. Can modify the individual value of the elf, talent qualifications, highest champion level, characteristics and skills. Advanced modification. Unlocked. Unlocking requires an additional 2,000 shock points. God level modification. Unlocked. Unlocking requires an additional 10,000 shock points. There are 4 modification levels, and only the first 2 have been unlocked so far. But even so, my eyes are already wide open. The primary modification is equivalent to a random lottery. What you get depends entirely on luck. What if you are extremely lucky and draw a Master Ball directly? The intermediate modifications are even more powerful, as they can directly change the individual values, talents, and skills of the elves. You know, the qualifications and characteristics of an elf are basically fixed since birth, which determines its future upper limit. But now, with the system, these can be changed. As for the following 2 unlocked advanced modifications, just thinking about it makes people excited. The intermediate level is already so outrageous. Will the advanced level be able to directly change the level, or even make a whole beast appear out of thin air? At the very least, can classic modifier functions such as unlimited money and unlimited Master Balls be arranged? Thinking of this, I suddenly felt that this system was really great. How to get shock points? It's not that difficult. With the Rayquaza in my hand that can only evolve into a caterpillar, I'm afraid it can shock everyone to the point of doubting their lives. The system prompts continued to sound. The task panel has been unlocked. A new light screen appeared, divided into 2 columns, daily tasks and main tasks. I glanced at the daily tasks first. Every day upward, sea level used the modification function once. Mission description. If you have a modifier, wouldn't it be stupid not to use it? Mission reward. 1 primary modification. Unfortunately, there is no chance to modify it now. So I looked at the main quest. Newcomer task. Get your first elf within 12 hours. Task description. The college entrance examination is tomorrow. Do you think you can wait for the egg to hatch in time? Task reward. Random SSS level character skill, intermediate modification times x1. Note. If the task fails, you will not be able to start the subsequent tasks. The moment I saw the reward, my eyes lit up. But soon, a chill crept into my heart. Oh no. I looked down at my phone. It was exactly 5 o'clock in the afternoon. But it takes a full 24 hours for the caterpillar's eggs to hatch, and the earliest would be tomorrow afternoon. The elf college entrance examination will end tomorrow at noon. Regardless of whether it is the college entrance examination or the mission, I must get an elf immediately. I took a look at the incubation tank provided by the system. The quality is quite good. At least I don't have to worry about hatching failure. After locking the elf egg and the Delta meteorite in the cabinet, I immediately set off for the school nursery. The elves in this world cannot be caught casually. It's a cartoon that says you can get an elf for free when you're 10 years old. In reality, the destructive power of elves is enough to destroy the city center. Ordinary people cannot capture Pokemons at will. Only professional trainers can do it. The Elf Alliance has set strict rules. Ordinary people can only buy elves through official channels, and they cannot buy elves that are too powerful. The only exception is students. Elf high school students can prepare an elf themselves to take the college entrance examination. Those with good family conditions can buy rare elves, while those with poor family conditions can only rely on the low-priced elves provided by the Alliance. But even the cheapest elf costs 5,000 yuan, and I only have 2,000 yuan in my pocket, which is not enough. It seems that we can only pick up the leftovers. Low-level elves have poor qualifications and low individual values, and are basically runners-up. But then I thought, no, that's not right. I have a system. Low aptitude? Change. Poor individual? Change. No skills? Change. After figuring it out, I strode straight to the breeding farm. At this time, the school had already been closed for the college entrance examination, and the campus was empty, without even a single person in sight. At the entrance of the breeding farm, I smiled and greeted the security guard. Uncle Zhang. Good afternoon. Zhang Xiong, the school's nursery manager, is responsible for distributing the elves. Hearing my voice, he looked up a little surprised. Xiaoyan, why are you here? I want to get an elf. I got straight to the point. Zhang Xiong was stunned. Didn't you always refuse to accept it? I smiled and scratched my head. Now I figured it out, Uncle Zhang. Take me to see it. Zhang Xiong shook his head helplessly. Okay, but I have to tell you first, people like you who didn't pay can only choose some elves that others have left. Come with me. Zhang Xiong led me into the breeding garden. Along the way, I saw many elves living leisurely in a simulated natural environment. When my eyes fell on a slime mantis resting under a tree, a string of data appeared before my eyes. Elf, Scyther qualification, King level strength rating, LV10, entry level attributes, bug/flight characteristics, bug premonition. When stamina is less than 1/3, the power of bug attribute skills increases. Mastered skills, sword dance inherited, lightning pursuit individual stats, general, physical attack, 20/special attack, 25/speed, 19/stamina, 0/physical defense, 0/special defense, 3. According to the rules, elf qualifications are divided into 7 levels. Entry, formal, professional, elite, gym owner, king, and champion. Qualifications do not determine the ultimate strength of an elf, but the higher the qualifications, the greater the probability of breaking through the bottleneck. On the contrary, it is almost impossible for an elf with entry-level qualifications to reach the king level. The qualifications of Scyther were mediocre in Yun Zhao's eyes, but they were considered excellent in this world. However, its individual values were pitifully low, with several items even close to 0. The maximum value of a single individual value was 31, and the closer it was to the maximum value, the more outstanding the elf was in that aspect. I took a look but wasn't interested. After all, there is a modifier, but an intermediate modification costs more than 500 points, which is ridiculously expensive. Zhang Xiong noticed my gaze, but misunderstood my thoughts. He sighed and said, Xiao Yun, the elves here will cost at least 30,000 yuan in handling fees. You can't take them down. Let's go. I couldn't explain it, so I could only nod and follow. The two walked through several areas and stopped at a smaller field. Okay, this is the area where you can choose a Pokemon for free. Take a look and see if there's anything you like. I looked inside, and just as he expected, there were Pidgeots, Rattatas, Spearows, all common Pokemon with low racial values and mediocre qualifications, none of them above the entry level. I started thinking, although the modifier can change individual values and qualifications, it is not certain whether the racial value can be changed. Among this batch, the one with the highest racial value after evolution is Pidgeot, who eventually evolved into Pidgeot. He was once loved by a famous character who was temporarily released and not brought back. His racial value is 479, far surpassing Rattata and Toucan. I have almost locked on a Bobo and am ready to pick one. Just at this moment, I suddenly noticed a special elf. There is a tree in the center of the area, and under the tree lies a lazy white figure. White hair, lazy eyes, lazy old man. Data emerged. Elf, Sloth qualification, Champion attributes. General strength rating. LV9, entry-level characteristics. Laziness will fall into a lazy state during combat and action. Skills. Capture individual stats. Rare. Physical attack 31 slash special attack 20 slash speed 18 slash stamina 31 slash physical defense 29 slash special defense 25. My eyes widened slightly. Champion level qualifications. Rare individual values. How could such a spirit be mixed in this area? This kind of Pokemon is extremely rare, and its appearance will definitely cause a scramble among trainers. Zhang Xiong seemed to notice my gaze and said, Xiao Yun, you are not attracted to this guy, are you? Zhang Xiong had a strange expression on his face and sighed. Hey, this lazy old man has really good aptitude, but it's a pity that he's a lazy old man. I immediately realized the final evolution of lazy man is the king of leave. Its racial value is explosive, comparable to a mythical beast. But no one cultivates it because of its characteristic, laziness. The lazy old man is lazy, and even when he evolves into the leave king, he is still lazy and can fall asleep directly regardless of training or fighting. The difficulty of training is extremely exaggerated. I had a flash of inspiration. If others can't raise it, I may be able to do it myself. Intermediate modification can directly change the characteristics. The ancients said that if there is a strong man asking for leave, he can steam the big head carp when he advances and tear it apart with his hands when he retreats. It won't fly. What a top-notch elf. I immediately decided that after capturing the tame beast, I would use the modification opportunity to correct my laziness and then improve the individual value of its talent. I pointed at the lazy old man and said, Uncle Zhang, I want it. Zhang Xiong glared and grabbed me. Are you crazy? Even the champion of the world won't touch this thing. I shook my head. I've made up my mind. Zhang Xiong was anxious. How about I pay 5,000 yuan and you choose the shuttlecock grass or walking grass that you can only raise? My heart warmed, but I still shook my head. No need, Uncle Zhang. Zhang Xiong was helpless and sighed as he handed me a pokeball. Okay, lazy old man, just take it. No one will snatch it from you. I threw the pokeball, and Sloth was caught in it without any resistance. A system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have completed the main task. Newly arrived. Get a spirit. Do you want to receive the reward immediately? Since there are people in front of me, I'm naturally not in a hurry to claim the reward. After taming Lazy Man, Zhang Xiong helped me complete the registration. From that moment on, Lazy Man officially became my elf. Pokemon captured in this way cannot be abandoned or sold, and the trainer must be responsible for them for life. If you regret it halfway, you may even be arrested and imprisoned. Zhang Xiong stared at my receding back, his brows knitted into the shape of a Chan character, and sighed. I thought this kid had finally come to his senses and was going to seriously pursue the path of a trainer. But he ended up choosing a guy like this right from the start. He shook his head, his tone full of helplessness. I hope there will be a miracle. I ran all the way back to the dormitory, slammed the door, and locked it. Then he opened the locked cabinet and took a look. Good. The egg was still there. Come out, lazy old man. I raised my hand and threw the pokeball, which drew an elegant arc. With a flash of white light, the lazy old man appeared steadily in front of him. He raised his head lazily and looked at me, as if he was sizing up his new master. I had mixed feelings. Strictly speaking, this was my first time to actually capture a Pokemon. It was completely different from the experience in the game. I took a deep breath and tentatively reached out to touch the lazy old man's head. Not only did he not resist, but he squinted his eyes comfortably, seeming to enjoy this closeness. My name is Yun Xiao. I will be your trainer from now on. Hope we can have a happy cooperation, I said with a smile. The lazy old man looked at me blankly, nodded slowly, and then his eyes drifted to the air in front of him, as if he was distracted. It's not that he doesn't like me, he's just too lazy and doesn't even bother to deal with me. I looked helpless, but soon, this was no longer a problem. I narrowed my eyes and whispered, System, collect the mission reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the SSS level character skill. Wave Power. Wave Power, SSS level, a mysterious and powerful force. The strongest wave power that humans can achieve in theory can be further improved through the system. Looking at this prompt, I couldn't help but smile. Wave Power. This is Lucario's signature ability, and it is because of this that it can be ranked among the quasi-gods. The power of Wave Guide can not only detect terrain, but also communicate with elves and even directly increase the strength of elves in battle. This is simply an enhanced superpower. If there is any shortcoming, it is probably that it cannot directly attack or protect itself. Even if it is cultivated to the extreme, no one has ever seen the direct output of wave power. But my eyes fell on the words after the prompt. This power can continue to increase and break through the limits of human beings. As my heart was pounding, a bright blue light appeared in the air and slowly merged into my body. Instantly, a strange force flowed through my body. I closed my eyes and invisible waves spread out from my body, covering the entire area, and the scene in front of me immediately emerged like a model. When I opened my eyes again, I couldn't help but sigh. Almost the entire dormitory building is within my perception range, and this is when I am not very experienced. I was so excited that I couldn't express it in words. If I practiced a few more times, wouldn't I be a human radar, able to control everything around me at any time? And this was just the basic use of the wave power. I turned my gaze towards the lazy old man standing beside me and activated my ability again. A sudden realization dawned on me. I could communicate directly with the lazy old man through my mind. Hello, lazy old man. I tried to communicate in my heart. You can actually talk to me directly? The lazy old man was surprised, but the voice in his mind was as slow as an old man crossing the road, and I was so anxious that I wanted to slam the table. It must be the laziness that's causing the problem. But it doesn't matter. This little problem can be solved immediately. I said decisively. System, use the intermediate modification. Change the characteristics of the lazy man. Ding! The modification times have been consumed. The following are the modification options. Option 1. Delete the original feature and randomly obtain one normal feature. Option 2. Delete the original feature and randomly obtain one positive feature of a non-divine beast. Option 3. Delete the original feature and obtain the Hercules feature. Modification requirements. Lazy Man reaches level 20, completes 20 battle victories, 5 of which require leapfrogging, and at least one opponent has the Hercules feature. I stared at the options in silence for a long time. I thought I could modify it directly, but I didn't expect the conditions to be so harsh. Let alone level 20. With Lazy Man Wang's current state, it's hard to fight against the same level, let alone jump to a higher level. Moreover, there are very few Pokemon that possess the Strongman trait, and Diggers and Marillion cannot be found in the nearby secret realms. There is Mega Mouth, but there is no Mega Evolution in this world. Just as I was having a headache, the system prompt suddenly flashed. First modification, the difficulty is greatly reduced. Modification requirements are updated. Option 3. Lazy Man loses laziness and gains the Strong Man trait. Modification requirements. Lazy Man reaches level 10. My eyes lit up, and I shouted without hesitation. System, I choose the third option. Ding! The host has chosen to modify the content. As the system prompt sounded, the 3 lines of information shrank instantly, leaving only the last line. Change content. Make the lazy old man gain the Strong Man attribute. Change condition. The lazy old man's level reaches 10, current progress. LV 9/10. Wuxing's mouth curled up slightly. This is a sure thing. Once the Hercules trait is acquired, the combat power of Lazy Man will be completely transformed and take off directly. The only problem now is how to upgrade the Lazy Man to level 10 and fulfill this crucial condition. Just as I was thinking of a solution, the system prompt suddenly sounded again. Ding! Daily task. Daily progress completed. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the opportunity to make a primary modification X1. Ding! The main quest has been updated. Novice Quest 2. Make a name for yourself. Difficulty C. Quest description. As a time traveler, if you can't even get a good grade, this system will be ashamed for you. Quest requirements. In the upcoming Elf College entrance examination, try to get a higher score. The better the score, the richer the reward. I took a few glances and instantly understood the situation. I had just used up an opportunity to make a modification, and while I was at it, I also got another opportunity to make a primary modification for free. This main quest is aimed at tomorrow's Elf College entrance examination, which requires me to get good grades, and the higher the score, the greater the reward. Judging from the system's wealthy style, the reward for this task is definitely worth the money. I nodded secretly, determined to do my best to sprint for the top reward level. After making up my mind, I began to think about the details of the Elf College entrance examination. The examination is divided into 2 parts. theory, and practice. Theory? It was a piece of cake for me. Getting full marks was as easy as breathing. After all, when it comes to elf knowledge, I dare say that the whole world combined cannot compare to me, a senior time traveler. But actual combat is not so easy. Actual combat tests the ability to command the elves to fight, which is directly related to the final score. In other words, if you want to get a high score, the characteristics of the lazy man must be changed. After going around in circles, the question is back to square one. How to upgrade the lazy man to level 10. Generally speaking, there are two ways to upgrade elves. The first one, exercise and level up day after day. This efficiency is impressive. It may not be possible to level up in one day. Besides, the lazy old man is a lazy guy. It is more difficult to get him to exercise than to get him to stop being lazy. Pass. The second method, gain experience through elves fighting each other. Winning or losing doesn't matter. As long as you fight, you can gain experience, which is exactly the same as the mechanism of some games. Unfortunately, I couldn't think of a suitable opponent no matter how hard I tried. Even if I found one, it's still a big question whether Lazy Man could defeat him. Frowning, I sighed to myself. In fact, there is a third way, taking secret treasures or energy blocks to violently increase the level. However, poverty blocked this path. Even the most common secret treasures cost tens of thousands, and a can of energy cubes cost thousands. I couldn't afford it. Right now, we are stuck in a vicious circle. A flash of inspiration came to my mind. I suddenly remembered that I had just gotten a chance to make a basic revision. According to the system introduction, the primary modification can randomly reward props. If you draw money, secret treasures, or energy blocks, you can directly upgrade the Lazy Man to level 10, and the problem is solved. Even if you just draw an experience card, magic candy, or something like that, it will be fine. I no longer hesitated, opened the modification panel, and decisively clicked on the primary modification option. The host has consumed the primary modification opportunity, and the reward is being drawn. On the screen, a turntable appeared with a whoosh and began to spin rapidly. I saw that the turntable was divided into 4 areas. The props area, which took up most of the area. The money and clues areas, which almost divided the remaining space in half. The last question mark area was pitiful, only about 1/20th of the turntable. Obviously, this is what the system calls a special reward. I know in my heart that the probability of winning this thing is very low, and I basically don't hold out any hope. I value props or money more, as long as it can help the lazy man level up. The turntable spun rapidly, and then gradually slowed down. The pointer passed over the props, then the money, and slowly landed on the clue area. TSK. I let out a long sigh. It turned out that my unlucky body was taking over again. But just as I was about to close the interface, the turntable suddenly trembled again. The pointer deviated subtly, quietly crossed the clue, and stopped steadily on the question mark area. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You were so lucky. You got a mysterious reward. My eyes widened. Is this even possible? I really didn't expect that I would hit the 1 in 20 chance of winning in my first draw. This is incredible luck. The system prompt sound continued to sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have received a special reward. Simulated Secret Realm. Evergreen Forest. Simulated Secret Realm? I was stunned. What the hell is this? The Secret Realm, this mysterious existence, has come into the world thousands of years ago and is extremely strange. Creatures like elves also came out of secret realms and gradually entered the human vision. In every secret realm, there are countless minerals, secret treasures, rare fruits, and rare elves. Even an ordinary person can become successful as long as he can take out one of them. Of course, the dangers in the secret realm are real. Not all Pokemon in the secret realm are good kids. Some have hot tempers or are even crazy. They're extremely hostile to humans. According to statistics from the Pokemon League, at least hundreds of thousands of trainers die in the secret realm every year. Even so, it still couldn't stop people from rushing in one after another. After all, wealth and power were there. The Alliance therefore strictly restricts the qualifications for entering the secret realm, and only professional trainers who have passed the assessment can enter. This is all I know about the secret realm. But what about the simulated secret realm mentioned by the system? Just as I was thinking about it, the system kindly sent me the instruction manual. Return to the host. The simulated secret realm, as the name suggests, is a training space generated by this system based on the virtualization of the secret realm that exists in reality. My brain went blank when I heard that. Exclusive access to secret resources? That sounds pretty good. But with my current strength, I dare not enter even the lowest level secret realm casually. No matter how weak the secret realm is, there are elves who can beat me. As he was struggling, the system's voice continued to come. All-terrain, elves, and resources in the secret realm are synchronized with the real secret realm. The host cannot take away any physical objects, but can gain combat experience points. If in danger, the system will automatically teleport the host back to reality. I understood it instantly. Although I couldn't take the real thing with me, I could gain experience safely. This business was a sure win. More importantly, since the secret realms are synchronized, I can scout the simulated secret realms in advance, note the locations of secret treasures and rare elves, and then get straight to the point in reality. This time I made a lot of money. My eyes were shining. Others risked their lives to fight in the secret realm, but I felt like I was playing a game, relaxed and happy. System. Enter the simulated secret realm, Evergreen Forest. As soon as the words fell, Lazy Man and I both disappeared in the dormitory. The host has arrived at the simulated secret realm, Evergreen Forest. The exploration map has been updated. I opened my eyes and saw green grass under my feet, lush forests all around me, and the air was filled with the fragrance of nature. It's really a 100% replica, ridiculously realistic. The light curtain emerged, and a gray-covered map appeared before his eyes. All unexplored areas of the secret realm were locked and needed to be unlocked step by step. I glanced at it and quickly shifted my focus. The most important thing right now was to find a target for Lazy Man to gain experience for. I closed my eyes, and the wave force spread out. I quickly locked onto the breath of an elf hidden in the bushes on the left. Sensing focus, the image of the elf appeared in my mind. Green body, red Y-shaped antennae, a standard green caterpillar. Perfect. You are the first target of Lazy Man. I raised the corner of my mouth slightly. The caterpillar has a low racial value, so it is easy to give experience. Come on, lazy old man. Catch it. I pointed to the bushes, expecting the lazy old man to make a handsome attack. However, the reality is completely different. The lazy old man raised his paws slowly and moved slowly towards the grass with heavy steps. As a result, he was tripped by a small stone, and the lazy old man stumbled and fell directly into the grass. I was speechless and experienced firsthand how deceptive the lazy man's lazy nature was. At this time, the caterpillar was frightened and jumped out from the grass. Elf, green caterpillar qualification, entry-level strength. LV4, weakened combat skills, spinning, impact. I looked at the dismal statistics of the caterpillar with mixed feelings. He was a weakling among weaklings. If Lazy Man couldn't even beat this, he was really hopeless. A few minutes later, the green caterpillar with swirling eyes lay flat on the ground. I let out a long sigh. The whole fight was like a brawl between two kindergarten kids. It was so awkward that I couldn't bear to watch it. However, victory ultimately belongs to the lazy old man. The lazy man won the battle and gained 40 experience points. The lazy man's level was raised to LV10. I nodded with satisfaction. I finally gained enough experience. Ding! The modification conditions are met. Do you want to modify the feature? Modify! I responded immediately. With a flash of light, the data of the lazy man quietly changed. Features: strongman physical attack increased by 2 times. How do you feel, lazy old man? I asked. The lazy old man was stunned for a moment. Then he excitedly punched and jumped. His movements were smooth and full of fighting spirit. Machi! He rubbed me excitedly, finally getting rid of the shackles of late-stage laziness. I patted the lazy old man's head and said with a smile, "Finally, it's back to normal. But tomorrow is the actual combat test, so let's level up now. Let's go." The lazy old man was eager to try. Mochi! The two continued to move deeper into the forest to meet the next challenge. Lazy old man, use grab. I raised my hand and pointed, and the Spearow that was blocking in front of us was suddenly named. Mochi! The lazy old man's slow appearance instantly switched to a rampage state. His claws flashing with cold light, he pounced on the Firebird and struck it swiftly. Chirp! As soon as the Lycae raised his eyes, he was taken away by a claw and fell to the ground motionless. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your elf, Lazy Man, won the battle. Reward experience points. 80 times 2 is equal to 160 points. Your elf, Lazy Man, has been upgraded to LV13. The system prompt floated by briskly, and I grinned and nodded with satisfaction. As I thought, the aptitude of the Lazy Man is not bad, and with the strongman characteristic, he can directly burst out with strength far beyond the same level of elves. The Spearow just now was LV10, which is not weak. In the end, he was defeated by Lazy Man in one move. The ordinary grab has an excellent effect under the blessing of the strongman's characteristics. After dozens of games, the level of the Lazy Man has soared to LV13. Although the skill bar is still the same as before, the output alone is more than 10 times that of the first adoption. Tomorrow's battle test won't be a problem. I stroked my chin and muttered to myself, feeling happy. The elves in the assessment are generally around LV10. Now, not only is the level of Lazy Man suppressed, but it also has bug-level characteristics, so fighting against the same level is like playing. Thank you for your hard work, Lazy Man. It's time to call it a day. I nodded and put the Lazy Man back into the ball. Machi, the lazy old man, waved his claws weakly. It can be seen that this guy is also very tired. Although the strongman characteristic has gotten rid of the lazy state, even the strongest can't stand fighting dozens of battles in a row. Take a break. I looked up at the map. The gray fog of the secret realm had been explored, and the distribution points of the elves were marked, such as the Spearow just now. The secret realm system is very considerate. Every time you reset the status of the elves, it is not difficult to do it again. Exploration progress, 9%. It seems that I've already walked through 1/10 of the evergreen forest. However, I'm still wandering around the periphery. Once Lazy Man gets used to it, I should go deeper into the secret realm. The level of the elves there is higher, and the upgrade efficiency is faster. Exit the simulated secret realm, I said to myself, and the scene flashed before my eyes, and I had returned to the dormitory. It was getting dark. I leaned against the head of the bed and unwrapped the bread for a quick dinner. While chewing, I suddenly remembered one thing. Elves also need to eat. I broke the bread and thought for a long time, and finally sighed. Elves can't eat human food, so I have to buy special elf food or energy cubes. But the latter is too expensive, and I can't afford it yet. I can only buy elf food for a few days. I placed an order on my mobile phone, and half an hour later, a Pidgeot circled and landed outside the dormitory window. Bye. Bye, Diao. A professional courier delivers quickly and accurately. I took off the package, and the eagle flapped its wings and flew away. After unpacking and taking out the elf food, Lazy Man was attracted by the fragrance as soon as he came out. Machi, he was eating happily, but I felt a pain in my stomach. 3 days of elf food cost 500 yuan. If I spend it this way, I will go bankrupt to raise 2 elves after the caterpillars hatch tomorrow. After a round of calculation, I only have less than 2,000 yuan left in my pocket. To make money, modifying the system is one way. But the modification times are all gone. The shock points are 0, not to mention the chance to win the lottery. Forget it. I'll think of a way after the college entrance examination. The next morning, at the Yunlan City High School examination hall, hundreds of candidates gathered downstairs of the teaching building. As soon as I stood still, someone patted my shoulder. Brother Yin, have you figured it out? Wang Ming grinned at me, spinning the pokeball in his hands. I was scared to death. I heard that you almost didn't come to take the exam, but you came anyway. I suddenly want to be a trainer. I smiled and glanced at the ball in his hand. What Pokemon did you get? Wang Ming showed off by shaking the ball. My little Snorlax, you know it. What about you? Lazy old man. The air was silent for 3 seconds, and Wang Ming's expression froze. Dude, are you serious? Lazy old man. Before I could explain, a mocking voice rang out from the side. Ah, lazy old man, you are a good match for me. Zhao Fulong, wearing a black jacket, is tall and thin. He comes from a wealthy family and is very arrogant. He released Bulbasaur, and all the students present were envious. I thought to myself, level 9, gym owner level qualifications, average individual values. Lazy old man can beat him. Zhao Fulong was angry. Hey, what do you mean? Literally. Is there a kind of battle? Come on. Seeing Zhao Fulong's 200% winning attitude, I just found it funny. It just so happened that Lazy Man hadn't beaten Bulbasaur yet. Zhao Fulong never expected that I would have this attitude. He became anxious and opened his mouth. But before he could finish his words, a deep and dignified male voice suddenly rang out, like an alarm bell, instantly stunning the entire classroom. What are you making so much noise for? Be quiet. This is an examination room. The students were silent, all looking towards the classroom door. The middle-aged man holding a book strode in, his eyes sweeping across the classroom. His dual identities as grade director and class teacher gave him a deterrent power among students that could not be underestimated. And even Zhao Fulong instantly became obedient. The man's eyes swept across the student seats and stopped at me, seeming a little surprised. Students, today is the last day of your senior year. The head teacher's voice was steady, as if he wanted to leave a deep impression on this special day. I have something to say to you all. The familiar head teacher came again to give the mobilization speech before the exam. At this time, Wang Ming quietly nudged me with his elbow and approached me with a troubled look on his face. Hey, you're not really going to fight that guy, are you? Although Zhao Fulong's character is not very good, that Bulbasaur is one of the 3 great Pokemon, more powerful than my Snorlax. Or, if you really don't like him, why don't you let me do it instead? Wang Ming lowered his voice, looking so serious as if he was about to act out the scene where his brother stood up for him. But I calmly flipped through the book. It's okay, fatty. I only do things that I am sure of. Are you sure? You're using Lazy Man to fight against the 3 great families. Wang Ming's mouth twitched, and after a long while he blurted out, Okay, Brother Yun, you're awesome. The head teacher's speech was coming to an end. The exam will start in 15 minutes. Everyone, take your admission tickets and prepare to enter. The students dispersed in a hurry, and Wang Ming waved his hand. Brother Yun, I'm in examination room C. I'm leaving first. I wish you good luck. Yeah, I nodded slightly. Zhao Fulong passed by and said fiercely, In the actual combat stage, whoever runs away is a grandson. I shrugged. Okay. Then I walked straight towards the examination room, leaving Zhao Fulong behind. Examination room A, inside the multimedia classroom. At least 100 candidates held their breath, and the atmosphere was so depressing that it seemed as if one could hear their heartbeats in the next second. At the very front, a yellow elf with a faint glow all over its body stood upright. Elf Alakazam, attribute, psychic, qualification, king level, strength rating, LV 55, mid-level king. I took a look inside in my heart. The invigilator was actually at the king level. Who would dare to cheat? The exam is about to begin. The exam time is 120 minutes. Please answer the questions carefully. The broadcast sounded and the test papers were distributed one by one. I flipped through it casually, and the corners of my mouth slightly raised. It was stable. The difficulty of the test might be hellish for others, but it was child's play for me. Characteristics, skills, racial values, training directions. Every question was as familiar as if it was engraved in my DNA. I was stunned for a moment until the last question on the back. Rainy day team building. This question is quite interesting. Half an hour later, the only sound left in the classroom was the rustling of pens. Everyone was tense, except me. I smiled and raised my hand slowly. Teacher, I'll hand in my paper early. In just 3 seconds, I put down my pen, stood up, and left. The classroom was silent, and everyone's pen was trembling, as if I had just done something earth-shattering. The invigilator frowned, walked towards my seat, and looked down. The entire test paper was filled with answers, without any omissions. All correct. The invigilator's pupils trembled, and he quickly turned to the last question. It was densely written with analysis. The core of Rainfall is the black-billed gull. The main attack is the Thorn Dragon King. The defense is the Nut and Dumbbell. It took up a whole page, and even the corners of the test paper were filled with supplementary explanations. The invigilator took a deep breath and handed the test paper to Hudi tremblingly. Hudi, did this kid cheat? Hudi shook his head and sent out a faint telekinetic wave. He does have special energy, but he did not use it. He answered the questions normally throughout the whole process. The invigilator was speechless, with only one thought in his mind. This guy, is he the son of a champion? Outside the examination room, I sat by the flower bed and stuffed elf food into the lazy man's mouth. Eat slowly, don't choke. Machi, the lazy old man, was chewing the food with great relish. Hey, waiting is a bit boring, I said to myself, and opened the system panel to take a look. Ding! Invigilator, shock +1. Only 1 point? I frowned. This invigilator is too stingy. The exam was over, and the students filed out. Wang Ming came over with a sad face and said, Brother Yun, isn't this question too difficult? I remained calm. It's difficult for everyone, and there's no way to make a big difference. Wang Ming was stunned. That's right. As they were talking, a sharp voice interrupted them. Yin Xiao, did you hand in your paper early? The head teacher, Li Guanlan, had a fierce face and a sharp gaze. I nodded. Yeah, 25 minutes to finish, 5 minutes to check. Do you think I'm stupid? Li Guanlan almost laughed out of anger and was about to start scolding. Hey look, the results are out. On the electronic screen, everyone saw the first place. Yin Xiao, 150 points, first in the city. The whole place was dead silent. Chapter 9 results announced. Only 3 moves. At this moment, the air froze and there was deathly silence. Who would have thought that, despite the high difficulty of the questions, Yin Xiao actually scored full marks without saying a word? Wrong. It seemed like he had said at the beginning that this round of questions was relatively easy for him, so he handed in the paper after half an hour. It's just that when he first said this, no one believed it. Everyone gradually came to their senses. So, what Yin Xiao said just now was actually serious. For a moment, no one could say a word. They all had the same idea in their hearts. How is this possible? The head teacher, Li Guanlan, was now standing there in a daze, not moving an inch. Just now he criticized Yin Xiao, saying that Yin Xiao was someone who didn't care about his future and treated the college entrance examination as a joke. But now Yin Xiao's results are the best in the city. No, even the best in the country. Over the years of the Elf College entrance examination, there has never been a case of full marks. Because even if you are a real academic master, it is impossible to give a full score for the last extra credit question. The best you can get is 7 or 8 points. But this time, Yin Xiao got a full score of 150. This means that he even got full marks on the last bonus question. This is history in the making. Li Guanlan racked his brains at this moment, but couldn't figure out how this student, who usually had mediocre grades, could suddenly achieve such horrific results. At this moment, the person who laughed the loudest just now, Zhao Fulong, had already frozen the smile on his face. The result on the electronic screen was undoubtedly a slap in his face. Even now, his heart is still filled with disbelief. Full marks? Yin Xiao? How is that possible? The expression on his face changed again and again, sometimes blue, sometimes purple. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he stretched out his hand and pointed at Yin Xiao beside him. You cheated. You must have cheated. How else could you have gotten full marks? This is impossible. He yelled at the top of his lungs. Yin Xiao glanced at him and was about to speak, but Wang Ming suddenly laughed and blocked Zhao Fulong's way. Mr. Zhao, you may have lost your mind after seeing Brother Yun's results, right? There is a king-level elf watching every exam room. Who can cheat under such circumstances? Do you think Yin Xiao actually possesses some champion-level superpower spirit? After Wang Ming said this, Zhao Fulong also reacted. Yes, with a king-level psychic elf supervising the exam, there is no possibility for the candidates to cheat. He was indeed too anxious and had forgotten about this common-sense issue. At this moment, after his commotion, everyone's eyes were on him, making him extremely embarrassed. Zhao Fulong gritted his teeth and looked at Yin Xiao again. He said in a somewhat unreasonable way, Mr. Yun, don't be too proud. Even if you got full marks, so what? The results of the theoretical exam are only part of the test. Don't forget, you will have to undergo a practical test with me next. Do you dare? As Zhao Fulong spoke, the dejected look on his face faded slightly, as if he had regained some confidence. Theoretical scores only account for 40% of the final score. The remaining points will depend on your performance in the actual assessment. Even if Yin Xiao got full marks in the theoretical test, as long as he could beat that lazy old man in the practical test, no matter how good his theoretical results were, it would be useless. In his opinion, Yin Xiao would definitely not dare to accept this invitation. But if I don't accept it with so many people watching, I would win in terms of reputation. If he dares to accept it, with so many people watching, it will be difficult for him to regret it. Then, as long as he defeats him severely in the fight, he will win. Zhao Fulong's mind was full of calculations. But what he didn't expect was that in the face of these words, Yin Xiao simply nodded and said calmly, Okay, didn't we make an appointment? Then he raised 3 fingers. My lazy old man, I can defeat you in just 3 moves. After saying that, Yin Xiao waved to Wang Ming, who was standing beside him. Fatty, let's go. Wang Ming seemed to come back to his senses and followed Yin Xiao away. Only Zhao Fulong was left standing there. It took him a long time to react to Yin Xiao's last words. This guy actually dared to provoke me like this. Zhao Fulong is a rich young man and is usually very arrogant. This is the first time he has been humiliated by someone. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words viciously from between his teeth. Yin Xiao, if I don't teach you how to be a good person, I won't be named Zhao. After he finished speaking, he walked away. Suddenly, only a group of students were left on the open space. What happened just now shocked them all. Yun Xiao not only got full marks in the college entrance examination, but also ranked first in the city. He made history. Moreover, he threatened that he would defeat Zhao Fulong in 3 moves during the battle. Under normal circumstances, no one would believe the latter point. But with what just happened, someone hesitated. Yun Xiao can't really do it with a lazy old man, right? No way. At the same time, on the other side, Wang Ming followed Yun Xiao breathlessly. Brother Yun, slow down. Yun Xiao then slowed down and let Wang Ming catch up. Brother Yun, to be honest, I almost suspected that you cheated. You were so good at hiding your skills. Full marks. Wow. He panted, looking excited. You suspected me of cheating. When Zhao Fulong questioned me just now, did you say that? Yun Xiao joked. Then I will definitely stand on your side. That grandson is too arrogant. I really want to punch his pretty face twice. Wang Ming said angrily, and suddenly he looked a little worried. Brother Yin, you're not really going to team up with him for a real fight, are you? His Bulbasaur was carefully selected for him by his father. And you're lazy old man. Don't worry, I'm sure I can handle it. You don't have to worry about it. Yun Xiao waved his hand, looking calm. Carefully selected? Bulbasaur? With lazy man's current level, individual values, and strongman characteristics, if he still can't beat the opponent, then he can really change his surname. Yun Xiao shook his head and changed the subject. How about you? How did you do in the exam this time? Me? It's a theory test. Oh, you know. The fat man smiled bitterly and clenched his fists and said, but in the actual combat test later, my little Snorlax is not a vegetarian. Okay, come on. I'm rooting for you. Yun Xiao patted Wang Ming on the shoulder, but his eyes remained on the prompt in front of him. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have received 100 points of shock from the current candidates and teachers, a total of 2,000 people. These shocking points naturally came from his perfect score. But Yun Xiao couldn't help but frown at this moment, and asked silently in his heart, System, why did each invigilator get 1 point before, but now there are only 100 points for 2,000 people? The system responded immediately. Reporting to the host, the higher the strength level and social status of a target, the more points can be obtained. Since the host just shocked ordinary students and teachers, the points obtained are relatively small. Yun Xiao understood immediately after hearing this. The invigilators in the examination room, just now, are all professional trainers, so each of them can provide a few points. However, Yun Xiao was not in a hurry about this. Within a day, his college entrance examination results will spread across the country. The shock points you can gain by then will definitely not be a small number. Not long after the theoretical examination, the practical examination began in the stadium. This is the second important project in the Elf College entrance examination. 2 students spontaneously formed a team and fought in front of the invigilator. The invigilator will give scores based on the strength demonstrated by the elves during the battle and the student's command ability. Generally speaking, 2 students with similar abilities form a team, so that the 2 teams can fight back and forth and get a good result. Soon, groups of students took to the battlefield in the center of the stadium and fought under the watchful eyes of hundreds of candidates and invigilators. On a high platform in front of the battlefield, for people with different expressions were sitting there, observing the battle on the field. There are admissions teachers from 4 different schools who are looking for outstanding students. On the left is a young woman with red hair. On the right is a man in a suit. Both of them were carefully observing the performance of the candidates in the competition, as if they were screening out the right people. On the other hand, the 2 people sitting in the middle, one wearing casual sportswear and the other with a slick back hair and wearing a pair of sunglasses, did not look like they were here to invigilate the exam, but rather like they were here on vacation. The 2 of them didn't seem very interested in the fight on the stage. The man with the slick back hair nudged the man in sportswear next to him with his elbow and complained in a low voice. The quality of the new students is getting worse and worse. Before, there were still a few promising ones, but now it's really not good enough. The man in sportswear also nodded, his tone full of laziness. Yeah, well, if they didn't insist on sending me here, I really wouldn't want to come here and sit for most of the day. It's so boring. After the exam today, shall we go to that hot pot restaurant for a meal? I'll treat you. Okay, I have no problem with that. Although they were in the exam room for the Elf College entrance examination, the two of them were chatting about daily life. But the two admissions teachers next to them were not dissatisfied with this. Instead, they looked at the two people with eyes full of awe and admiration. The reason is simple. These two men are the admissions directors from the two best elf universities in Dragon Country, Magic City University and Capital University. They themselves are gym leader-level trainers. Although Yunlan City is not a remote little place, it is normal that these candidates are not good enough in the eyes of these two people. After all, the Magic City and the Capital City are the cities with the most trainers and the highest comprehensive strength in the country. The candidates who are able to enter Shanghai University and Beijing University are also among the best in the country. As the two chatted, the battle between the two candidates on the battlefield had ended. A little Dara was already lying on the ground, having lost its ability to fight. On the opposite side was a mosquito coil tadpole, also breathing heavily. The strength of the two elves is not that strong, and the command of the two candidates is also very immature. Give me a C level, D level is too low, just consider it as encouragement. The man with the slick back hair raised a sign with the number D and waved it towards the two candidates. I think so. The guy in the tracksuit shrugged and picked up the same sign. When the other two invigilators saw that both of them had given their scores, they immediately did the same thing. C gear is definitely not good, but not bad either. The two candidates breathed a sigh of relief and went downstairs. Hey, we've been playing this kind of child's play for more than a dozen rounds. Can't we have something more interesting? The man with slick back hair shook his head and glanced at the list on the table. Let me see. The next one is Zhao Fulong. The Pokemon is Bulbasaur. Not bad. I'm finally looking forward to it. And his opponent is called Yin Xiao. Elves are. As the man with the slick back hair spoke, he suddenly paused and spoke only after a long while. Lazy old man? Chapter 10 Lazy old man? As a gym leader level trainer, it was impossible for him not to know about Pokemon like Sloth. The reason for his reaction was because he knew how special the elf called Lazy Man was. The look in the man's eyes changed. I don't know which unlucky kid chose such a starting elf. His second half of life is going to be difficult. The man in sportswear also turned around and looked at the man with slicked back hair after hearing the three words, lazy old man. They both saw a different meaning in each other's eyes. But no matter what, this battle must be fought. Let them come up. The man with slicked back hair waved to the staff beside him. Soon, Yun Xiao and Zhao Fulong, led by the staff, went to the battlefield. Zhao Fulong glanced at Yun Xiao opposite him and smiled. Student Yun, I never thought you would dare to fight me. You are really brave. Yun Xiao was too lazy to argue with him and said directly, Don't talk nonsense, just 3 moves. Oh, just based on your lazy old man, if I lose, I will kowtow to you. Zhao Fulong no longer pretended to be kind, and his face darkened. At first, after learning that Yin Xiao was really going to team up with him, he was a little panicked, fearing that Yin Xiao had some backup plan, which was why he dared to be so calm. As a result, he asked someone and found out that the lazy elf that Yun Xiao received was an elf in the school's breeding garden. It had no fighting power at all and was so weak that no one was willing to adopt it for 2 years. This also made him completely relieved. This time, I must regain my face. 2 examinees, the battle will be 1-on-1. If either of your spirits loses the ability to fight, it will be over. The examiner will give you corresponding scores based on your performance in the battle. Now, you can release your own elves. The referee waved his hand. Bulbasaur, show no mercy. Zhao Fulong raised the corner of his mouth, threw the pokeball in his hand, and the figure of Bulbasaur immediately appeared on the battlefield. As soon as this Pokemon appeared, the attention of the 4 invigilators was attracted, and they looked at Bulbasaur carefully. He looks good. He should have decent talent. I can't tell what he has yet, but he's already better than most people. The man with slicked back hair analyzed in a low voice. As long as you pay to buy one of the 3 major players, you will have a huge advantage over your peers at the starting line, which seems unfair. However, the Elf College entrance examination is an assessment to select outstanding talents. But similarly, family conditions are a part of the assessment. To become a trainer, one needs to spend a huge amount of money to cultivate Pokemon and buy various things. If one's family conditions are average, it is difficult to embark on this path. Students who can enter top elf universities like Magic City University and Capital University must have good family conditions. Having money is one of the foundations of becoming a trainer. On the other hand, another young man. Basically, no one would want an elf like Lazy Man even if he was given away for free. This child must have been desperate, so he chose such an elf. It's not easy for him, and he has to meet such an opponent. Why don't I give him a C-level rating to encourage this poor kid? The man with the slick back hair was thinking about it, and Yun Xiao also released his own elf. Lazy old man, please. A white light flashed, and an elf that looked extremely lazy appeared on the field. He had a harmless smile on his face and a dull expression, as if he was distracted. As soon as this elf appeared, the 4 invigilators all had strange expressions. The students who were watching the game started talking about it. Damn, what a lazy old man. I didn't believe it before, but it turns out to be true. What on earth is Yun Xiao thinking? Not only did he subdue Sloth as his starting Pokemon, he also threatened to kill Zhao Fulong's Bulbasaur in 3 moves. I thought he was just saying something, but is he serious? That's too impulsive. Even if he gets full marks in the theory test, I don't think he'll get a good result overall. The news of Yun Xiao and Zhao Fulong's duel had already spread throughout the entire grade, causing a lot of buzz. At this moment, almost everyone was not optimistic about Yun Xiao. Zhao Fulong, standing opposite Yun Xiao, burst into laughter again. I have to say, this guy does look pretty dumb, just like I said before. What he was referring to, of course, was what he had said before. This kind of trash elf really suits you. Yun Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly and said nothing. The elves on both sides are in position, and the referee waved the flag in his hand, and it fell down quickly. Now, the battle assessment begins. Bulbasaur, use the Vine Whip. Zhao Fulong looked very proud, as if he had already seen his victory. Seeds. Bulbasaur received the order, and 2 vines immediately grew out of its back, and it whipped towards Sloth fiercely. For an entry-level elf, the speed and strength of this vine whip are impeccable. It made a series of sounds of breaking through the air and soon flew in front of the lazy old man. Faced with such a situation, Yun Xiao seemed very calm. He spoke slowly and gave an order that seemed a little nonsensical to everyone else present. Catch it and throw it. Just when no one could react, the lazy-looking old man moved. He still had a lazy expression on his face, and he gently stretched out his 2 claws and firmly grasped the vine whip that Bulbasaur was whipping at him. Then, the lazy old man simply pulled and swung with force. Bump! Bulbasaur flew out directly and landed heavily on the edge of the battlefield, splashing dust all over the sky. When the smoke cleared, the Bulbasaur had collapsed to the ground, falling into a coma. 1 move to kill instantly. At this moment, the whole place was dead silent. You can even hear the sound of a pin drop. Everyone was stunned. Can Lazyman kill Bulbasaur instantly? Is this what everyone is dreaming about? At this moment, Yun Xiao's voice also sounded on the stage. Sorry, I guessed wrong. It seems like only 1 move is enough. Chapter 11 Harvest Time, the University of Kyoto and the University of Demons are snatching people. At the same time, 2 prompts popped up in front of Yun Xiao. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have received 100 points of shock from the candidates present. 2,000 people. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have received 1040 is equal to 50 points of shock from the 4 invigilators. Another 150 shock points were credited. In addition, daily tasks are naturally completed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The Joy of Victory, C level. Host has received reward. 1 opportunity for primary modification. 5,000 elf coins. The elf coin rewards are stored in the system space and can be withdrawn at any time. The outcome of this battle was naturally within Yun Xiao's expectations. The data of this Bulbasaur is indeed good. But facing this lazy old man who had specially trained for several levels in the simulated secret realm and even used cheats to obtain the characteristics of a strongman, he would definitely lose. However, such a scene, in the eyes of other people, is obviously not so natural. In other words, the scene just now was extremely bizarre to them. A lazy frog burst out with terrifying power and killed a Bulbasaur in seconds. Moreover, he even just relied on his physical strength and didn't even use any skills. Everyone felt like 1,000 horses galloping. You are not a lazy man at all, right? You are a Snorlax. Of course, among so many people, the most confused one must be Zhao Fulong himself. His Bulbasaur is the starting Pokemon that his family spent a lot of money and carefully prepared for him. After obtaining it, various resources and energy blocks are cultivated. Its combat capability can be said to be far ahead of other elves of the same level. In all the battles between Zhao, Fulong, and others, he never lost. But today, Bulbasaur was thrown out by a lazy old man in front of so many people. And then I could never get up again. Zhao Fulong now felt like he was completely stupid, his mind was blank, and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. He even forgot to take back the unconscious Bulbasaur. On the stands, the two teachers on the left and right sides still had dazed expressions on their faces, as if they had not recovered from what had just happened. But the man with slick back hair and sportswear had now widened his eyes and looked at the lazy old man, who was still standing on the battlefield with a lazy look on his face. Both of them are gym leader-level trainers with rich experience. Naturally, one can see at a glance that this lazy old man is unusual. First, this lazy old man is completely different from the lazy and ordinary person he appears to be. He can overcome his laziness during the battle. Second, this lazy old man possesses almost terrifying strength. He can actually catch Bulbasaur's vine whip with his bare hands, and then kill it instantly with a throw. What they didn't know was that after Yun Zhao's modification, the lazy old man's characteristics had become a strong man. Therefore, there is no such thing as laziness in nature, and its power is incredibly great. But precisely because they didn't know, the two of them felt like they had seen a ghost and were completely puzzled. What is going on with this lazy old man? After a while, the man with the slick back hair came to his senses and raised the sign in his hand towards Yun Xiao. S level. This is the highest level of evaluation in the actual combat assessment. Generally speaking, candidates who want to get this evaluation must demonstrate strength far beyond that of ordinary people and have a good level of command. But now, he directly gave this evaluation to Yun Xiao, because the strength shown by Lazy Man is worthy of this evaluation. The man in sportswear picked up the S brand without hesitation. The battle assessment is said to be an assessment of the trainer's comprehensive combat talent. Defeating the opponent with one move, logically speaking, there should be nothing to show except that he is very strong. But being able to cultivate the lazy old man into this state, he felt that he no longer needed to consider other aspects. The two big guys have already expressed their opinions, and the other two invigilators naturally had no objections and gave the highest S rating. At this moment, a staff member suddenly rushed to the stage and whispered something in the ears of the four invigilators. When the four heard this, their expressions suddenly changed, their eyes widened, and their gazes were fixed directly on Yun Xiao. The next moment, the voices of the man with slicked back hair and the man in sportswear rang out at the same time. "Classmate, are you interested in our Jingda/Magic University?" After they finished speaking, they were both stunned for a moment. The next moment, the man with the slicked back hair suddenly roared, "Damn it, Lao Zhao! Let me tell you, the first student with a perfect score in history theory must be from our capital university. Don't even think about it. No way." The man in sportswear was not to be outdone and shouted back, "Why? Didn't he get an S-level score in the actual combat test? How did he become a good candidate for your team? I don't care. If you argue with me today, I, Wang Daxing, will turn against you. Let it turn over. This student must be from our magic university." The two of them started arguing right on the invigilator's seat. All the candidates gasped when they saw this scene. How many people have long dreamed of entering the Magic University and the Beijing University? Countless people have repeated their studies for several years just to get into these two universities. But even so, there are still countless people who fail and give up every year. This is because the requirements for admission to these two universities are extremely high and are simply beyond the reach of ordinary people. But right now, they witnessed with their own eyes that two admissions teachers from Demon University and Beijing University had a quarrel in public, just to allow one student to enter their school. In a sense, this scene is no less shocking than the one where Sloth killed Bulbasaur in an instant. Well, maybe the scene with the lazy old man is more shocking. In short, for a while, sounds of envy, sighs, and exclamations rang out one after another in the entire examination room. The one who got full marks in theory turned out to be this Yun Xiao. Oh my god, he gets all the good things. I don't know whether to be jealous, envious, or surprised. I'm numb. Yun Xiao stood on the battlefield and felt a little headache. He didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. However, both Demon University and Beijing University have extended olive branches to me at the same time, which is a good thing. These two elf universities are the best in the country. As long as you enter them, you will be able to receive a lot of support in terms of resources and have many opportunities that ordinary people cannot reach. His headache now is which one to choose. According to my memory, although both Kyoto University and Magic University train trainers, their main focus is quite different. On the Kyoto University side, the main focus is on cultivating trainers' combat awareness and methods of breeding Pokemon, and allowing trainers to master rich Pokemon knowledge in order to deal with different situations. On the other hand, the Magic University encourages trainers to battle, and the fighting spirit is prevalent throughout the school. Students are even organized from time to time to explore secret realms. For Yun Xiao, he should be more inclined to choose Magic City University. After all, as a time traveler, I don't need anyone to teach me about elves. However, the knowledge that Yun Xiao possesses is, after all information and tactics about elves, which come from games or anime. This is a real world, and how to cultivate elves is also very important. Therefore, Yun Xiao was a little hesitant about which school to choose. At this moment, the man with the slick back hair and the man in the sportswear were arguing fiercely and were about to fight. The man in a suit next to him hesitated for a moment and looked at Yun Xiao cautiously. Mr. Yun, our Yunqing University. He stopped talking halfway through, because the man with slick back hair and the man in sportswear were both looking at him fiercely. Faced with these two big guys, he could only shut up and give up the idea of interfering. At this time, the red-haired teacher at the side seemed to be unable to bear it anymore and spoke helplessly. I say, you two, you're arguing here, but in the end it all depends on whether the candidates are willing, right? The right to choose is in their hands. As soon as these words were spoken, both of them seemed to react and immediately turned their gazes to Yun Xiao. The big back hair said, Student Yun, our Jingqing University is ranked first in the country in terms of comprehensive strength. We have all kinds of facilities, welfare systems, and teaching resources. You will definitely not regret coming here. The man in sportswear immediately said, Bah, and you're ranked first in overall strength? Ask others. How many champions have our Magic City University produced? We have everything they have, and not only that, as long as you are willing to join us, we will provide you with a 1 million yuan annual funding subsidy and a 20% discount on everything in the resource library. Yun Xiao, this seems pretty good. Seeing this, the man with the slick back hair said hurriedly, Student Yun, if you come to our Jingda, you will have the same benefits as he just mentioned, and you can also pick a quasi-god elf egg from the breeding garden for free. As soon as these words were spoken, the candidates listening felt as if their world had collapsed. The market price of a quasi-god spirit egg is at least several million. Moreover, quasi-gods are extremely rare, and sometimes you may not be able to buy them even if you have money. But now, this thing is placed in front of Yun Xiao. Can you even take out a quasi-god spirit egg? The man in sportswear was also confused when he heard this. He gritted his teeth and said, We can also give you a quasi-god spirit egg, and it is guaranteed to be of the caliber of a king, and we will cover all the training resources for the first 2 years. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked again. A quasi-god elf egg with the qualities of a king of gods. Moreover, quasi-gods are not only rare, but the amount of resources required to cultivate them is also terrifying, easily 200,000 or 300,000 per month. Ordinary people simply cannot afford to support them, but now, Emoda is even willing to help Yun Xiao raise it. This is really, I can't envy it. Chapter 12 Zhao Fulong, Darkness Before My Eyes. After these words were spoken, even the man with the slicked back hair next to him did not expect the other party to offer such conditions. He was stunned and his face looked a little ugly. Old Zhao, you are really cruel. After mumbling something, he turned and looked at Yun Xiao. Hey, in terms of the quality of elf eggs, our capital university really can't produce such good ones. What I just said is the best conditions I can offer, but for you, I can help you with half a year of quasi-god training resources. Besides that, I can ask the principal to help you get a temporary professional trainer qualification certificate for you on the day you enroll. As soon as these words were spoken, all the candidates in the audience burst into exclamations one after another. Temporary professional qualification certificate. As long as you have this certificate, you can enjoy the same treatment and benefits as a professional trainer. With this certificate, you can say that no matter where you go, you will be able to go smoothly and feel comfortable. Generally speaking, Even schools like Long University and Mo University will only issue such certificates to old students who have been enrolled for many years and have performed extremely well. The number of people who can get this thing can be counted on one hand. But now, Yin Xiao may be able to get it directly as long as he enrolls in school. They just felt extremely envious and wished that it was themselves instead of Yun Xiao standing in front of the two teachers. After the two of them put forward their conditions, they both looked at Yun Xiao, waiting for his reply. Even though this is a genius that they are unwilling to let go, the final right of choice still lies with Yun Xiao. No matter how much they said, if Yun Xiao was unwilling to go to these two schools, they could only watch helplessly. But at this moment, Yun Xiao looked thoughtful. Give me a few minutes to think about it. The two nodded without saying anything, waiting quietly for Yun Xiao to make a choice. Yun Xiao began to think in his heart. In terms of the conditions offered, the demonic university is definitely better for him. A quasi-god spirit egg with the aptitude of a king, plus a large amount of financial subsidies for cultivation. However, in the long run, the 20% discount on the resource library at Peking University, plus the possible qualification certificate, are also very useful. For a moment, it was really difficult to make a decision. Just as he was hesitating, the system's voice suddenly rang. Ding! The host has triggered the side quest. Make a choice. Sea level. Mission description. Joining the Pokemon University will help the host become a powerful trainer. The host will receive different mission rewards if he chooses different schools. Choose Capital University to get a random SSS level clue and a random SSS level character skill. Choose Magic City University to get a permanent double experience card. Host, please make a choice. Yun Xiao glanced at the information in front of him and immediately had an idea in his mind. Originally, he was still a little hesitant, but after seeing the rewards for choosing Magic City University, he no longer hesitated. Permanent double experience card. Whether from the perspective of future benefits or the current situation, this is definitely a reward he cannot miss. Even if there are two other SSS level rewards, they cannot compare to this. Thinking of this, he raised his head and said, I've thought about it. The teaching method of Magic City University is more suitable for me. Sorry. The man in sportswear suddenly lit up when he heard this. Okay. Welcome, welcome. I'm Zhao Qingsong. Don't be polite to me. Just call me Lao Zhao. The man with the slicked back hair looked a little frustrated, but still waved his hand and said, It doesn't matter. It's your freedom to choose which school. But if you change your mind, feel free to contact me. As he spoke, he handed a business card to Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao took it politely and nodded. What no one noticed was that there was another person on the battlefield, still standing there awkwardly with a pale face. At this moment, Zhao Fulong felt like he was about to faint from anger. Being beaten and slapped in the face in public had almost brought him to the point of collapse. Now, the two admission directors from Shanghai University and Beijing University were directly making conditions to Yun Xiao, hoping that he would join. They left Zhao Fulong aside and didn't even have time to evaluate their performance. He was standing here now, not knowing whether to leave or stay. Teacher, you haven't graded Zhao's battle assessment yet. At this time, Yun Xiao suddenly said. The man with the slick back hair was already in a bad mood because he didn't get this top seedling. Recalling Zhao Fulong's arrogant look when he first came on stage, he frowned and said, Although the initial Pokemon is good, it is not patient at all and underestimates the enemy. It does not bring out the strength of Bulbasaur at all. It is D rank. Zhao Fulong was speechless for a moment when he heard this. Careless and underestimate the enemy? This lazy old man killed Bulbasaur instantly. Does it make any difference whether I am careless or not? That fucking one-shot kill. All kinds of depression surged into his heart. Zhao Fulong felt his eyes go dark and he fainted. At this point, this year's Elf College entrance examination has come to an end for Yun Xiao. Similarly, for some people, their college entrance examination is over. That is, maybe his result is not very good. After receiving the evaluation results, Yun Xiao exchanged contact information with Zhao Qingsong from Magic City University and waited for Wang Ming's match for a while. Wang Ming's opponent was a girl from the same class. Their fight was not very spectacular, but it was barely acceptable. Both of them received an A-level evaluation and walked off the stage happily. As soon as Wang Ming left the battlefield, he ran straight towards Yun Xiao, excitement flashing in his eyes. Brother Yun, you are so awesome. Did you see Zhao Fulong's expression? Ah ha ha ha. He was so angry that he almost fainted. What's up with your lazy man? Could it be Ditto? And you let Kyoto and Mo come to snatch you away like that? I suddenly feel like my good brother has become a stranger. Yun Xiao reached out and patted his shoulder. What are you talking about? No matter what, our relationship still exists. Your grades are pretty good this time. Which university do you plan to go to? Wang Ming thought about it. I'm still discussing it with my family, but I think I should go to Zhejiang University. Zhejiang University is considered a good university nationwide. Although it is not as good as Peking University and Magic University, it is also a first-tier university. Okay, Zhejiang University and Magic University are not too far away. Come visit when you have time. Yun Xiao smiled. Wang Ming also smiled. That's for sure. But Brother Yun, please don't change the subject. What's the situation with your lazy old man? How did you raise him? Did he take hormones? Yun Xiao pretended to be mysterious and waved his hand. It cannot be said. It cannot be said. After saying goodbye to Wang Ming, Yun Xiao went straight back to the dormitory. He sat down under the bed and opened the system panel. A series of prompts popped up immediately. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Make a choice. Sea level. Host has received reward. Double experience card, permanent. From now on, the experience gained by the host's elves in battle will be directly doubled. Looking at this line of prompts, Yun Xiao couldn't help but smile slightly. Double the experience almost doubles the speed at which he becomes stronger. Moreover, when the double experience of the simulated secret realm itself is added, that is 4 times the experience value. This is also the reason why he chose Mo directly when he saw the reward. However, this time he completed more than just this task. He continued to look up at the panel. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the novice mission. Show your talents. Task completion evaluation. SSS level. You have successfully attracted 2 top universities in the country. Quest reward. SSS level character skill. Elf affinity. Special simulation secret realm. Lava Canyon, 3 stars. 1 skill, 1 simulated secret realm. Sure enough, just as I thought, the reward for this task will definitely not be low. Yun Xiao thought about it and took a look at the description of that skill. SSS level character skills. Elf affinity. All elves will easily develop a favorable impression of you, including mythical beasts, increasing the probability of rare elves appearing around you. This skill, unlike Wave Force, is more of a passive skill, but the effect will surely not be bad. After becoming a trainer, you will definitely deal with various Pokemons frequently in the future. With this affinity, perhaps a lot of trouble can be avoided. Moreover, it can also increase the probability of rare elves appearing. Good. Yun Xiao smacked his lips and looked at another reward. Simulated Secret Realm. Molten Canyon, 3 stars. Note, this secret realm is a special secret realm, and there are a large number of undiscovered treasures and precious props. Please treat it seriously. Suitable elf level. LV30, LV40. Elves that meet this level will gain double experience points when fighting in the simulated secret realm. He was a little surprised after reading the instructions. According to my memory, the actual location of this secret realm seems to be right in the Magic City. And in this secret realm, there are many treasures that have not yet been discovered. Secret treasures are special items distributed in secret realms, containing powerful attribute energy. As long as they are used by elves with corresponding attributes, their strength level can be greatly improved. High-level secret treasures can even directly improve the elves' qualifications. Although Yun Xiao has a modifier that allows him to change his qualifications at will, that requires times and conditions. If you can find some high-level secret treasures in the secret realm, you can improve yourself directly. Moreover, the secret treasure is very valuable, so selling it for money is also a very good choice. The more Yun Xiao thought about it, the more excited he became. But in the end, he still resisted the urge to enter this simulated secret realm and take a look. A 3-star secret realm is considered a very dangerous level for professional trainers. With my current strength, if I go in, I will probably be teleported back by the system immediately. Thinking of this, Yun Xiao closed the prompt in front of him. The best way is to improve your own strength as soon as possible. At this moment, a new task also appears on the system panel. Ding! All novice tasks have been completed. The main mission is officially launched. Main quest: break through the professional level. A level. Task requirements. Within half a month, at least 2 elves must reach professional level. Current progress 0/2. Task reward. Intermediate modification opportunity X1. 1 S-level clue. Task description. Why are you looking at me? Do you have a lot of time? Why don't you go level up? Chapter 13, Returning Home. The elf egg hatched. Yun Xiao was suddenly choked by the task description and was speechless. He discovered that although his system was very generous in giving out rewards, it would always make some sarcastic remarks every time it issued a task. Never mind, after all, he gave too much. Yun Xiao shook his head. The requirements of this main quest are not simple. It requires that both elves reach the professional level within 2 weeks. However, even with the 4 times experience bonus, he would feel embarrassed if he couldn't complete the task within 2 weeks. Having said that, Yun Xiao opened the locked cabinet and took out the egg and the jar together. After a whole day, this egg will hatch in a few hours. He couldn't help but feel a little bit of anticipation in his heart. After staring at the elf egg for a while, Yun Xiao carefully placed it on the bedside and began to analyze his current situation. When he first crossed over, he had no time to think about his current situation because the Elves College entrance examination was approaching. At this moment, I finally have some free time. Yun Xiao fell into deep thought. Now that I have come to the Pokemon world and awakened the system, I must become the most powerful trainer in the world. Not only that, I must also find a way to come into contact with those legendary beasts. After all, taming the divine beast is a man's romance. Well, the green empty seat given at the beginning doesn't count. This one came too easily. After setting the goal, Yun Xiao continued to think. In this world, the most powerful trainers currently are the champions from every country. Unlike the original game, there will be at least 4 champions in a country, and there are dozens of superstars below the champion. In fact, after so many years of development, many powerful trainers have emerged. But if you only have one king-level elf, you cannot call yourself the king. If you want to become a king recognized by the Alliance, you must win all the levels in the annual King Challenge and beat all the kings to achieve such a status. The requirements are extremely high. The same goes for champions. For Yun Xiao now, his current goal must be to win the championship. Become a champion of Dragon Country first, then keep moving up. To do that, he'll have to build a championship caliber team. Having only 6 elves in this team is not enough. I think this is the era of big data, and when you play a game with others, your team's background will be immediately known to them. There will always be someone who can find a way to restrain your team. Therefore, he must cultivate a few more elves so that he can match different team configurations at any time. Of course, this is a long-term thing. At present, Yun Xiao has no other elves except the lazy old man and the caterpillar that is about to hatch, including the quasi-god elf eggs that you will receive when you enter school 1 month later. There are only 3 of them. But even so, Yun Xiao still had a headache. Cultivating elves requires a lot of money. Right now, including the rewards from the system, he only had more than 6,000 elf coins left. The caterpillar is about to hatch. We can't let a newborn elf eat the lowest level elf food at this critical moment of its growth, right? Moreover, now that the college entrance examination is over, the school will be closed. As a graduate, I can no longer live in the dormitory. There is still more than a month before school starts, and I can only stay in the school dormitory for 5 days at most. During this period, I must find a place to live. With such a small amount of money, I have to feed 2 elves and rent a house. No, I have to find a way to make some money. Yun Xiao frowned and made a decision. He immediately remembered that after he defeated Zhao Fulong today and completed his daily task, he was given an opportunity for primary modification. This is a chance to modify the elf coin. System. Consume 1 primary modification opportunity to extract. Receive that. The familiar turntable appeared in front of Yun Xiao again and began to spin. But this time, Yun Xiao's luck didn't seem so good, and the pointer finally stopped at the props column. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the B-level item, Moo Moo Milk X5. It's okay. I didn't get any money out, but it has relieved some of the financial pressure. Yun Xiao looked at the 5 bottles of milk that suddenly appeared on the table and sighed. Moo Moo Milk is high-quality milk from a large milk tank, especially suitable for replenishing energy for newborn elves. Just these 5 bottles would cost at least 2,000 yuan on the market, which is very expensive. At this moment, Yun Xiao still has 250 shock points. He thought about it and directly spent 200 points to make 2 modifications. However, he seemed to be cursed and drew the props twice in a row. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the B-level item, Super Ball X5. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a B-level item, Vanilla Mimic X1 consumable. When the opponent gains an ability upgrade, consume this item to increase the level of the carried Pokemon by the same amount. Yun Xiao held 5 Super Balls in his left hand and a piece of green vanilla in his right hand, and immediately looked helpless. Is this probability really okay? Yun Xiao didn't win any money in the lottery, so he could only put the 2 props into his backpack, holding his chin and thinking for a while. Unfortunately, in the end he couldn't figure out where he could make money at this stage. He sighed deeply. It seems that I can only look forward to tomorrow's daily tasks. At this moment, it is past noon. Yun Xiao found a bag of bread, released the lazy old man, and handed him a box of elf food. Lazy man, you did well today. Keep it up. Machi. The lazy old man nodded and said happily. After his characteristics were modified, although he still looked lazy on the surface, his actual movement speed had increased significantly. The lazy old man opened the food and began to eat it in big mouthfuls. Yun Xiao was also chewing on the bread, looking quietly at the elf egg. Suddenly, the elf egg shook slightly. Then, a crack appeared on the eggshell. Yun Xiao suddenly stopped caring about the bread. He widened his eyes and stared at the egg. Is this hatched prematurely? Chapter 14, The World's Strongest Caterpillar is Born. Yun Xiao was stunned for a moment before he reacted. The 24 hours given by the system was only an estimate. Now it seemed that the hatching time of this elf egg was very likely to be advanced. Crack! Just as Yun Xiao was thinking, the elf egg in the jar cracked into a bigger pattern. Yun Xiao quickly took the elf egg out of the jar, carefully placed it on the bed, and stared at it closely. This was the first time he saw an elf egg hatch with his own eyes, so he was naturally a little excited. As time passed, the frequency of the elf egg shaking began to increase. The cracks on the eggshell also became denser. Finally, the upper half of the egg is completely separated from the lower half. A figure, with its head supported by an eggshell, popped out. Mao Mao. This is actually a green caterpillar. But what is different from other caterpillars is that the color of this caterpillar is not the normal dark green, nor is it white in a flashing state, but a light red color, like a burning flame. The tentacles on his head were scarlet red, and the gradient color combination actually made him look quite handsome. Not only that, even though this caterpillar had just been born from an elf egg, its body was a whole lot bigger than other caterpillars. A series of data appeared in front of Yun Xiao's eyes at this moment. Elf. Green caterpillar, flashing color, special. Feature. Insect premonition. When physical strength is less than 1/3, the power of insect attribute skills increases significantly. Strength rating. LV1 freshman. Qualification. Divine beast level. Individual stats. Attack 31/special attack 31/defense 31/special defense 31/physical strength 31/speed 31, rare in the world. Mastered skills. Impact spinning. Special note. When this Pokemon reaches level 20, it will evolve into Rayquaza. Special note. The race value of this elf has been modified. The current total race value is 540/90 for each item. Divine beast level qualifications. Full individual values and racial values have been modified. The system really retained all of Yun Xiao's modifications to the caterpillar. To be honest, at this moment Yun Xiao felt a little regretful, wondering why he didn't do something more excessive that night. For example, change caterpillar skills to Cliff Sword, Root Wave, and add a finishing touch. But for now, this seems to be enough. Yun Xiao can be sure that this is definitely the strongest caterpillar in the entire world, no doubt about it. Just as his thoughts were racing, the green caterpillar with the eggshell on its head opened its eyes and saw Yun Xiao in front of it. Mao Mao! He let out a childish cry, squeezed out of the eggshell with some difficulty, and jumped directly into Yun Xiao's arms. I don't know if it saw Yun Xiao as soon as it came out of the eggshell and thought the latter was its parent, or if Yun Xiao's elf affinity came into play. This green caterpillar was very friendly towards Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao held the caterpillar carefully, with an irrepressible smile on his face, and spoke softly. Green caterpillar, welcome to this world. I'm Yun Xiao, and I'll be your trainer from now on. Please give me more advice. Here! I don't know if the caterpillar understood or not, but it just raised its head and called out excitedly. Here, drink this. Yun Xiao held the caterpillar and placed it on the table. He then took a bottle of Moo Moo milk and poured it into a bowl and placed it in front of the caterpillar. Here? The caterpillar took a tentative sip. His eyes immediately lit up, and he buried his head in the bowl and began to drink in big gulps. Yun Xiao watched the milk in the bowl disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye and couldn't help but laugh. Drink slowly. No one is competing with you for it. Don't choke. At the same time, the lazy old man nearby finished his meal and immediately discovered the new elf. Sloth, this is our new friend, the green caterpillar. Yun Xiao introduced. Machi. The lazy old man nodded and looked at the somewhat different green caterpillar curiously. However, he also greeted and welcomed the new member of the team. One person and two elves, the atmosphere is very harmonious. After drinking the milk, the caterpillar did not fall asleep like other newly born elves. Instead, he was very excited and started playing with the lazy old man. Looking at the two elves chasing and playing in the room, Yun Xiao fell into deep thought. This green caterpillar, just hatched, is a little too energetic. Well, that seems normal. After all, this guy is going to become a bug of Rayquaza in the future. How can he be compared with those ordinary bugs? That's right. Yun Xiao remembered something else. Since the caterpillar's panel attributes are so exaggerated, what about the strength of this little guy? As he thought about it, he directly called up the system panel and entered the virtual secret realm of Evergreen Forest with the two elves. It didn't take him much effort to find a suitable opponent for the caterpillar, a level 3 fellow. Green caterpillar, now I want to see how strong you are. Come on, try using the impact on that guy over there. Yun Xiao encouraged the caterpillar. In fact, he had no idea what to do. After all, the caterpillar had only been hatched for less than an hour, and it was very likely to perform poorly. However, the caterpillar raised its head and nodded. Mau mau, he just shouted, lowered his head, and rushed towards the wild green caterpillar not far away. A scene that stunned Yun Xiao appeared. The green caterpillar hasn't reacted yet. It was knocked out head first, drew an arc in the air, and flew far away. So strong? Yun Xiao was stunned. The system prompt also sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your elf won the battle, and the reward experience value is 15 times 2 is equal to 30 points. Congratulations, elf. Caterpillar has been upgraded to level 2. Sure, it seems like it won't take long for the caterpillar to evolve. Yun Xiao was delighted and made a decision immediately. Come on, caterpillar, let's find your next opponent. Chapter 15. Ending of Evergreen Forest, New Discoveries. Time flies, and a week goes by in a flash. Simulating a secret realm. Green caterpillar, spin silk. Restrict his movements. Sloth, jump up and use grab. A silk thread flew out from below and directly entangled the wings of a giant hornet in the air, causing it to almost lose its balance in the air. At the same time, a gray figure jumped up from the bottom and knocked down the bee drill with one blow. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your elf won the battle. Lazy Man gains 260 times 2, is equal to 529 experience points, and is currently at level 23. The caterpillar gains 200 times 4, is equal to 800 experience points, and is currently at level 17. Well done, both of you. Yun Xiao smiled and praised. During the week, Yun Xiao spent most of the time leveling up with Caterpillar and Lazy Man in the simulated secret realm. Relying on the bonus of 4 times the experience, the levels of the two elves increased rapidly. Sloth has reached level 23 and successfully entered the official level. As for the caterpillar, since it was hatched not long ago, its basic level is low, so it has only reached level 17 at present. But this speed is actually very fast. Yun Xiao took a look at the giant hornet lying on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. This giant hornet should be the most powerful Pokemon in this secret realm. The first time he encountered this bee drill in the simulated secret realm with his 2 Pokemon, he was stunned by it. Its high level of 26, coupled with its air superiority, made it impossible for the lazy old man and the caterpillar to deal with this guy at the time. After several days of leveling up, the 2 Pokemon finally cooperated and successfully defeated the giant Beedrill today. At this moment, the exploration progress of the entire Evergreen Forest secret realm has finally reached 100%. According to the system's prompts, when the exploration degree reaches 100%, he will receive additional rewards. Yun Xiao couldn't help but feel a little excited. You must have money. What I lack most now is money. 5 days passed, and not only had the lazy old man bought a new batch of food, but the caterpillar had also finished drinking the moo moo milk. In addition, Yun Xiao could no longer live in the school dormitory, so his wallet was in dire straits. Under his expectant gaze, a system prompt popped up. Congratulations to the host. You have received the reward item. Beautiful Scales, Grade A. Beautiful scales. Beautiful scales covered with complex patterns. After using on a spirit, it will greatly increase the beauty value of the spirit. It's actually this thing. Yun Xiao was stunned when he saw this. The biggest function of this item is to increase the beauty value of the clownfish and then evolve it into Milotic. Moreover, in this world, the evolution method of the clownfish is still a mystery, and the concept of beauty has not yet been proposed. Milotic has become an extremely rare Pokemon, even far rarer than the big three. And now, Yun Xiao can completely rely on this beautiful scale to cultivate a mermaid and let it evolve into a Milotic. No way. Yun Xiao held the scale in his hand and was speechless for a moment. In the long run, if I could breed a Milotic with this scale and make the process public, it would definitely shock the world and gain a lot of shock points. Can be placed in front of. I now have 2 elves that I can barely keep alive. People in this world have no concept of beauty at all, so he can't even sell this scale. What should I do? Yun Xiao put away the scales and frowned. As a trainer, the fastest way to make money is to go to secret realms to look for rare Pokemon or secret treasures, resources, etc. But those secret treasures and resources are not so easy to find. Yun Xiao went through the entire simulated secret realm and didn't see anything valuable. It was probably taken away by the trainers who entered it long ago. Moreover, he is not even a trainer now, so he cannot enter the secret realm at all. Yun Xiao sighed and was about to exit this simulated secret realm, but he caught sight of something out of the corner of his eye. It was a dark gray crystal that fell next to the bee drill that had lost its ability to fight, emitting a faint light blue light. When he saw this thing, his eyes widened instantly. Ding! The host has discovered a rare item. Insect Attribute Secret Treasure. Insect Crystal, low quality. I actually encountered a secret treasure. Even the lowest level of Attribute Secret Treasure can be sold for around 300,000. Just this one piece is enough to solve his urgent problem now. But Yun Xiao reacted immediately. No, this is a simulated secret realm, and he cannot take away anything inside. The current situation is that there should be a giant hornet carrying this secret treasure in the secret realm of Evergreen Forest. As long as you can enter the secret realm of the Evergreen Forest in the real world and defeat this giant hornet, you can get this secret treasure. But after going around in circles, the problem comes back again. I am not a professional trainer, and I am not qualified to enter the secret realm. What should I do about this? Chapter 16 Temporary Pass. Yun Xiao doesn't know the situation in the Evergreen Forest secret realm now, but he can be sure that as a 1-star secret realm, there must be quite a few trainers entering it every day. If someone discovers and defeats this giant hornet, then he will miss out on this insect-attributed secret treasure. Therefore, we must seize the time and enter the secret realm quickly. But how to obtain access to the secret realm is what worries Yun Xiao the most right now. Peking University had mentioned before that if Yun Xiao joined Peking University, it would be possible for him to be issued a temporary professional qualification certificate so that he would be able to enter this secret realm. But even if Yun Xiao joined Peking University, by the time the qualification certificate was obtained at the beginning of the school year, the secret treasure would probably have been discovered by others. What's more, Yun Xiao has now chosen Demon University. Yun Xiao frowned, but finally decided to call the admissions director of the Magic University, Zhao Qingsong. The call was quickly connected, and Zhao Qingsong's enthusiastic voice came through. Xiao Yun? Haha, what's the matter? What do you want from me? He was very enthusiastic about Yun Xiao because as the admissions director, he would receive a very generous reward for getting such a top student into the school. It's nothing, Brother Zhao. I just want to ask you, do you have a way for me to enter the secret realm? Yun Xiao immediately told his story. Zhao Qingsong said generously, Are you curious about the secret realm? Haha, don't worry. When school starts in a month, our Magic City University will take the freshmen directly to the secret realm for military training. After school starts, there will be various experiences from time to time, and they will also need to be completed in the secret realm. You can rest assured. Obviously, he misunderstood Yun Xiao's meaning and thought that he was just a newcomer who was curious about the secret realm. Yun Xiao frowned and said, Brother Zhao, I'm talking about now. I need to enter a secret realm. The sooner the better. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Qingsong paused, seeming a little embarrassed. Xiaoyan, the secret realms are all under the strict control of the Alliance. If you want to enter the secret realm now, then... Before he finished speaking, Yun Zhao's voice continued to sound. But didn't Jingda say that if I join them, they can give me a temporary qualification certificate, and then I can enter the secret realm? After these words were spoken, Zhao Qingsong suddenly froze. He realized that although this top student had chosen their school, but the formalities have not been completed yet. If Yun Xiao goes to Peking University because this matter is not handled properly, it will be terrible. No. Zhao Qingsong gritted his teeth. His mind worked quickly, and he immediately said, "It's very difficult to get their qualification certificate, so what I told you at the time was just to try my best. So, I'll go ask the principal. He should be able to find a way." After saying that, the phone was hung up, and Zhao Qingsong seemed to be contacting the principal. Yin Xiao was not in a hurry either. He leaned against a tree beside him and waited quietly. On the other side, Zhao Qingsong hurriedly contacted the president of Demon University and told him about Yun Zhao's situation. A somewhat deep male voice sounded from the other end of the phone. "You mean the new top scholar who just joined us wants to enter the secret realm? Doesn't he know how dangerous the secret realm is?" Zhao Qingsong wiped the sweat off his head and said, "How would I know what that kid is thinking? But if we don't satisfy him, this kid will probably run off to find Kyoto University." The strong male voice was silent for a moment. "That's right. Such a genius must enter our Demon University no matter what. How about this? I'll get him a lower-level secret realm admission certificate. This is my limit." Zhao Qingsong's face lit up with joy when he heard this, and he nodded immediately. "Good." But soon, he became worried again. "But principal, if you really give this child a qualification certificate and let him enter the secret realm, what if something happens?" A strong voice sounded. "It doesn't matter. This qualification certificate can only allow him to enter the 2-star secret realm at most. Besides, do you think the student is so stupid that he doesn't even know how dangerous the secret realm is? Lao Zhao, he is the first student in all these years to get a perfect score on the theory test. Okay, I'm going to deal with the documents. You can send him the electronic version later." The phone was hung up. Zhao Qingsong still seemed a little worried, but since things had come to this point, he couldn't say anything more. What he didn't know was that thousands of kilometers away, in the president's office of Magic City University, a middle-aged man picked up the communicator in his hand. "King Gu, I have something to trouble you with." A cool and pleasant female voice suddenly sounded. Speaking, the man said, "We have a new kid in our school. He got full marks in theory and S in practical assessment. He is extremely talented. Now, he is about to use the qualification certificate I gave him to enter the secret realm. I hope you can go and protect him in secret." "Okay, no problem," the female voice said simply. "Man, thank you very much. This child is in a special situation. We must ensure his safety." Female voice, "It's okay. Demon Master has been kind to me. I will definitely do as you say." "Man, in that case, I will inform you immediately when he enters the secret realm." The communication ends here. The middle-aged man stood up from his chair, walked to the window, looked at the sky in the distance with deep eyes, and muttered to himself, "What an interesting news student." Chapter 17, The Secret Realm of Evergreen Forest. 10 minutes later. "Xiao Yun, the electronic qualification certificate has been issued to you. As long as you show this to the staff at the checkpoint, you can enter the secret realm. But this can only enter the 2-star secret realm at most. It's not possible to go higher than that. Also, be sure to pay attention to safety." On the other end of the phone, Zhao Qingsong hung up after he finished speaking. Yun Xiao also breathed a sigh of relief when he looked at the electronic qualification certificate he received. In this way, I can set off immediately to get the secret treasure. As for safety issues, he was not worried at all. First, with the current levels of Sloth and Caterpillar, they would be completely at risk even if they really encountered a group of wild Pokemon. Second, thanks to the secret realm simulation function, I already know the terrain, routes, and distribution of elves in the entire Evergreen Forest very well. Do I still need to worry about these things? Not to mention that he also possesses the 2 skills of Wave Power and Elf Affinity. After 5 days of training, Yun Xiao can already use the former to explore the area within 50 meters around him and use wave guides to launch attacks. According to his estimation, its attack power is at least at the level of an elite elf. The latter can directly avoid many unnecessary battles. With multiple insurances, Yin Xiao naturally had no worries about his own safety. "Green Caterpillar, lazy old man, we have work to do." As soon as the words fell, the figures of the man and 2 elves immediately disappeared in this simulated secret realm. Each secret realm is a unique space that breaks the original laws of physics. The secret realm does not have an actual area in the real world, only an entrance. The secret realm itself is more like a different space, and one needs to go through an entrance to enter it. Correspondingly, if you want to leave the secret realm, you can only return from this entrance. This undoubtedly increases the danger of exploring the secret realm. After hundreds of years of development, the Elf Alliance has established secret bases at the entrances of most secret realms. Trainers who come to explore the secret realm can rest, exchange information, or sell things they get from the secret realm in the base. The most famous secret place in Yunlan City is the Evergreen Forest. Because the Evergreen Forest is a one-star secret realm, it is relatively easy to explore, and its area is not large, so there is no risk in exploring it. It is precisely for this reason that countless trainers have entered it, and there are basically no valuable resources left in the secret realm. Even so, there will still be many professional trainers who will enter this secret realm. Their purpose is to use this low-level secret realm to familiarize themselves with the ways of moving in other secret realms and increase their exploration experience. After all, in this line of work, if you're not careful, you could lose your life. The more experience you have, the less danger you have. The secret base in the Evergreen Forest is bustling with people coming and going. Trainers of all kinds gathered together to discuss intelligence. Old Lee, how are you doing recently? I heard that you found a tree of fireweed fruit some time ago and made a lot of money. Lucky, just lucky. Ha, old Qian, you are so shameless. Didn't you also subdue a shelter that is qualified to be a gym owner a few days ago? In the corner, a few big men sat together, laughing and sharing their recent gains with each other. Suddenly, someone seemed to have seen something and said with eyes wide open, "Look, how come there's a kid sneaking in over there?" Everyone looked in the direction he pointed and saw a black-haired young man queuing in front of the counter. The young man looked young, probably just an adult. It's not like he sneaked in, don't you know? Some universities allow students to apply for temporary secret realm admission certificates. Some wealthy families can also do this. Among the big men, there was a man wearing black-framed glasses. But usually people like this are brought by powerful people to experience the secret realm. This kid came alone. Isn't it a bit too dangerous? Several people started talking at once. He is still too naive. Even a secret place like the Evergreen Forest is not a place he should come alone. I also think that this kid is really not afraid of danger. I hope he's okay. The counter was at least 20 meters away from this group of people. Under normal circumstances, Yun Xiao would definitely not be able to hear what these people were saying. But he was bored while waiting in line, so he just activated the power of wave guidance and planned to train a little, and as a result, he accidentally obtained the content of the conversation of these people. He murmured thoughtfully, "It actually has this wonderful use. I should keep the wave power on from now on. Anyway, with my wave power level, this consumption is nothing, and it can also improve my proficiency all the time. If I'm lucky, I might even hear some news." Yun Xiao didn't care much about the content of the group's conversation. After all, if it were an ordinary person of my age doing the same thing as me, it would be a bit arrogant. But he is different. He has 100% confidence. While Yun Xiao was thinking, the team moved forward rapidly, and it was his turn to go through the registration procedures. The female staff behind the counter was a pretty young lady. When she saw Yun Xiao, she was obviously stunned for a moment. "This is my temporary admission certificate." Yun Xiao opened his cell phone, pulled out his qualification certificate, and handed it to the other party. The young lady finally reacted, took the phone and checked it, helped Yun Xiao complete the formalities for entering the secret realm, and handed the phone and a contract back, saying politely, "Registration has been completed. Before you enter the secret realm, you must sign a waiver contract. If a trainer encounters any problems in the secret realm, the League and the insurance company will not be responsible for it." Yun Xiao glanced at the contents of the contract, and after confirming that it was correct, he signed his name. "Okay, walk to the end on the left, and you will find the entrance to the secret realm. Good luck to you." The female staff member handed a card to Yun Xiao and bowed. Yun Xiao nodded, took the card, turned around, and left the registration hall. What he didn't know was that just a few minutes after he left, the hall was in chaos. Because a person who should never be here showed up. She was a tall woman with a slim figure wearing a black cheongsam and a silver-white mask. This iconic outfit instantly made her recognizable to everyone nearby. China's youngest superstar, a genius trainer who shocked the world, a legendary figure known throughout the country. Gu Qingyun. King Gu. Why is she here? Ah, it's actually a real person. I saw the real thing. I have no regrets in death. Kingu, you are my fan? No, I am your fan. Amid the exclamations of the crowd, the woman slowly walked to the registration counter. Please help me with the formalities. A cold voice sounded, and the female staff behind the counter came back to her senses from her daze and said hurriedly, okay, no problem. I'll do it right away. She hesitated for a moment and whispered, well, I'm also your fan. Can you give me an autograph? Chapter 18, Secret Treasure. It looks like he's coming in. Yun Xiao took a deep breath of fresh air and looked around. At this moment, he has passed through the entrance to the secret realm and entered the secret realm Evergreen Forest. The total area of this secret realm is about 50 square kilometers, which is not particularly large and can even be said to be a bit small. Yun Xiao's target, the giant hornet, was lurking in the depths of the secret realm. If it were an ordinary person, he would have to be careful and cautious when moving in the secret realm. Because the terrain and routes in the secret realm are very complicated, there is a risk of getting lost and all kinds of wild elves roam around. If you encounter them without being prepared, problems can easily arise. But for Yun Xiao, these are not problems. He directly called up the system panel and opened the map of the simulated secret realm. The distribution and routes of the elves in the entire Evergreen Forest were clearly displayed in front of him. It should be this side. We need to move faster. Yun Xiao glanced at the map, confirmed the direction, and started on his journey. With the guidance of the route map, there was no question of him getting lost. As for those wild elves, Yun Xiao relied on the markings on the map and tried his best to avoid their living areas. In addition, his wave power can now accurately detect movements within a radius of 60 meters, so no wild elves can hide from him. Actually, it's not that he can't beat it, but Yun Xiao feels that he needs to hurry up and find the giant bee drill carrying the secret treasure. Otherwise, if it was taken away by someone else, he would have no place to cry. Just like that, several hours later, Yun Xiao finally found the giant bee drill at the end of the secret realm. Buzz, buzz, buzz! There is no scene of meeting familiar people. The giant bee drill in the simulated secret realm is just an illusion created by the system. As soon as this giant bee drill saw Yun Xiao, it waved its two needles aggressively and swooped down. Faced with such a situation, Yun Xiao did not panic at all. He took a big step back and threw the two pokeballs in his hand. A white light flashed, and the figures of the caterpillar and the lazy man appeared in front of Yun Xiao. We are still old friends, please. Mao Mao. Machi. The two elves blocked Yun Xiao's way, and were ready to fight. When these two Pokemon appeared, Beedrill's diving movement obviously hesitated. But after seeing the appearance of these two Pokemons clearly, Beedrill's speed actually increased. A green caterpillar and an elf I've never seen before. But they looked so weak and were no match for him at all. First get rid of these two people blocking the way, and then deal with the human who dared to trespass into his territory. Beedrill has already made a decision in his mind. However, something unexpected happened. Facing his attack, the two elves seemed to have anticipated it, and dodged it just right, one on the left and one on the right. A thick silk thread spewed out from the caterpillar's mouth and entangled one of his wings. Everything happened so fast that Beedrill didn't even have time to react. Yun Xiao watched this scene from the side and yawned out of boredom. In the simulated secret realm, in order to deal with this giant Beedrill, Caterpillar and Sloth challenged this guy at least 10 times together. They were already very familiar with Beedrill's attack methods, battle strategies, and how to deal with them. In less than 5 minutes, this battle will be over. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your elf, Lazy Man, won the battle, and was awarded 240 times 2, is equal to 480 experience points, and the level was raised to level 24. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your elf, Green Caterpillar, won the battle, and was awarded 200 times 2, is equal to 400 experience points, and the level was raised to level 18. 2 lines of prompts appeared in front of Yun Xiao. Just as he thought, 3 minutes later, the arrogant giant hornet had fallen to the ground and lost its ability to fight. His body was covered with scratches and entangled with silk threads. He looked in a disheveled state, as if he had just been through a fierce battle. But in fact, the battle just now was just a one-sided crushing. No matter what kind of attack the Beedrill made, it would be predicted in advance and avoided directly. Yun Xiao smiled. Well done, you two. He bent down and looked around the Beedrill, and his eyes lit up. Found it! The insect-chirping crystal was indeed lying next to the Beedrill, as if it had fallen from it. Yun Xiao grabbed it in his hand and hid it in his pocket. This is something that can solve his urgent problem right now. Let's go back. Now that the goal has been achieved, there is no need to stay here for long. He took the lazy old man and the caterpillar away from here. Not long after he left, a slender figure suddenly emerged from the bushes not far away. She was wearing a black cheongsam and a white mask, giving off an aura that kept strangers away. Next to this woman was a Gardevoir floating in the air. Is this the first time I come to the secret realm, and I have gained so much? The female voice murmured. A blue light suddenly appeared on the body of Gardevoir standing beside him. The woman seemed stunned. What? You said that kid had some kind of power, and if you hadn't suppressed it with all your strength, he would have almost discovered us? Interesting. Her voice continued. He can even deal with the strongest elf in this secret realm. There should be no danger. Let's go. The next moment, the woman and Gardevoir disappeared into thin air. In the secret base, Yun Xiao knocked on the glass gently before returning to the counter. Hello. I need to sell some things I got in the secret realm. The female staff behind the counter looked up and was stunned. You are not the same as before? In her eyes, at Yun Xiao's age, it was a blessing for him to be able to travel to the secret realm alone and come back with all his limbs intact. Who would have thought that the other party would actually come back with a harvest? Moreover, it only took about 5 hours. The more she thought about it, the more incredible it seemed to her. She said, if you really have gained something in the secret realm, then choose to sell it in our alliance. The price may not be the highest, but it will definitely be the most convenient, fastest, and most fair. But before that, I need to remind you that not everything is worth selling. She stopped abruptly in the middle of her words, because at this moment, the young man in front of her took out a crystal and placed it in front of her. Okay, take a look at this secret treasure. How much can it be sold for? The female staff member felt like she was struck by lightning. Secret treasure. This young man entered the secret realm for 5 hours and only brought out a secret treasure? Moreover, it was in a secret place like the Chongqing City Forest, where resources had been almost fully developed and the probability of finding a bargain was extremely low. She stretched out her hand tremblingly, took the crystal, looked at it carefully, and stammered. Well, I need to submit this secret treasure to the back end for review. Please wait a moment. The young man crossed his arms and looked calm. Sure, no problem. I'll wait for you. Your account balance, 245,300 yuan. Yun Xiao looked at the numbers on the screen of his mobile phone, finally breathed a sigh of relief, and lay back on the soft bed behind him. I don't have to worry about money for the time being. After appraisal, the secret base purchased the insect-chirping crystal for 250,000 yuan. Although this number was slightly lower than Yun Xiao expected, selling it there directly would save a lot of trouble, and he could get the money immediately, so Yun Xiao accepted it. At this moment, he was in a hotel. The balance of more than 200,000 yuan just now was the balance after he paid 10 days' rent. Originally, Yun Xiao planned to rent a house, but the houses around him seemed to require a minimum rental period of 3 months, and he had to leave for the Magic City in a month. So he had no choice but to choose a hotel. In short, he at least solved the biggest problem at the moment, lack of money and place to go. No wonder it costs 500 elf coins a night. At least this room is pretty good. At this moment, Yun Xiao looked at the luxurious decoration in the room and sighed. He shook his head and released both elves. Machi Machi, Mao Mao. The 2 elves were curious about this new environment and began to explore the room. Yun Xiao looked at it for a while, then calmed down and began to analyze the current situation. The sale of this secret treasure greatly alleviated his financial pressure. In fact, he had considered at that time whether he should use this secret treasure on the caterpillar instead of selling it. But after thinking about it, Yun Xiao still didn't do it. It's not because of lack of money. However, right now Caterpillar is only 2 levels away from evolving into the dragon-type Rayquaza. However, this secret treasure provides insect attribute energy, which is not suitable. Speaking of evolution, Yun Xiao suddenly thought of a huge problem. His eyes fell on the lazy old man. That's not right. Under normal circumstances, the lazy man will evolve into a hyperactive ape at level 18. But now, this guy is already level 24. Why hasn't he evolved yet? Yun Xiao frowned and thought about this question for a long time. In the end, he came up with 2 possibilities. The first type is an elf like Sloth. After evolving into a hyperactive ape, it will change its original laziness and become impatient and active, which will last for a period of time. Only when it evolves into the Queen of Leave will it return to its original laziness. But after his modification, Yun Xiao's characteristics as the lazy old man were no longer lazy but strong man. Perhaps it is because of this that lazy man skipped the stage of becoming a hyperactive ape and directly evolved into the king of leave in the future. If that's the case, then that's easy to say. After all, to evolve into the king of leave, one only needs to reach level 36, and with the blessing of double experience, it won't take much time. But if it is the other case, it would be a bit troublesome. The lazy old man may have reached a bottleneck because he upgraded too quickly during this period. In this case, you must use the secret treasure on him to help him complete his evolution. But given my current financial situation, the purchase price of the secret base is lower than the market price. The price of general-type secret treasures is higher than that of insect-type secret treasures. As it turns out, if Yun Xiao wants to buy a secret treasure for Lazy Man Wang, he will have to pay tens of thousands of dollars. What should I do? Just as Yun Xiao was frowning and thinking, the system prompt suddenly appeared. Ding! Daily tasks have been refreshed. Daily task. Pass 5 levels and kill 6 generals, S level. Task requirements. Defeat 10 trainers in a row within half an hour. Mission rewards. S level common treasure clue X1. 2 stars simulated secret realm. Blue Lake. Chapter 19 clues. S level daily tasks. Yun Xiao looked at the content of the task carefully and was suddenly speechless. The reward content of this task. Is it really not intentional by the system? But no matter what, this task definitely solved his urgent problem. At least the $250,000 he just earned wouldn't disappear immediately. But it is indeed a bit difficult to complete this task. Yun Xiao looked at the task panel and the half-hour countdown that kept ticking away and couldn't help but frown slightly. If you want to defeat 10 trainers in a row in such a short time, there is only one option. We have to go out, let's go. He simply put Sloth and Caterpillar into the Pokeball and left the hotel. 5 minutes later, Yun Xiao was already standing in front of a square. The square was filled with standard battle arenas and trainers with their Pokemons around. This is a public facility built by the Alliance, the Battle Square. Every day, a large number of trainers come here to look for opponents to compete with, so as to improve the Pokemon's combat experience and their own command ability. This is the smallest of the 3 battle squares in Yunlan City, but it is completely sufficient for Yun Xiao's trip. After all, the smaller the battle square, the lower the strength level of the trainers that appear there. He looked around casually and found that the trainers here generally had strengths ranging from entry-level to formal level, and there were no professional-level people. In other words, even the lazy old man can beat them. Time was running out, so he went straight to a venue and waved to the trainer who occupied the venue. "Hello, would you like to spar with me?" As he said that, he took out the Pokeball and released his Sloth. The trainer on the field was a young man in his early 20s, accompanied by a Poliwag. When he saw the lazy old man with a lazy look and dull eyes, his expression changed instantly. Is there really someone who can tame this kind of elf? He hesitated. Fighting against this kind of elf, even if you win, it will not benefit you in any way. After all, the combat power of the lazy man is many times weaker than that of a green caterpillar. It can neither improve his command experience nor help his elves grow much. It is a pure waste of time. However, Yun Xiao simply raised 5 fingers. "I can place a bet of 2,000 elf coins per round. Do you want to fight?" This time the young man didn't hesitate at all. His eyes lit up and he nodded heavily. "Beat!" According to the rules of the battle arena, trainers on both sides can make small bets before the battle. Both parties pay the same amount first. If either party wins, they can get the money they and their opponent bet on at the same time. In other words, the young man now feels that the person opposite him is simply giving him money. He took out a card, swiped it on the machine at the side of the venue, and entered the number 2,000. 2,000 elf coins was not a small amount of money for him. But he was not worried at all that he would lose. After all, the opponent's elf was just a lazy elf. If I can't even beat Slobber, then I might as well give up on the path to becoming a trainer and go home to grow blue tangerines. Seeing that the other party agreed, Yun Xiao took out a card and performed the same operation on the machine, then stood on the battlefield. "Then please give me more advice." "Good." The young man nodded, the corners of his mouth rising uncontrollably. 2,000 elf coins are enough resources for cultivating mosquito-repellent frogs for a month. I never thought that I would encounter such a good thing as having money delivered to my door. As the two took their positions, an electronic voice rang out in the venue. This is an electronic referee developed by the league and is installed on every field. It is detected that both parties are ready. The battle is about to begin. The additional bet for this battle is 2,000 elf coins. Randomly draw the result. The red side attacks first. The battle begins. As the voice pronounced, the young man waved his hand and said, "Mosquito frog, use bubble ray." His expression was very relaxed. After all, an elf like Lazy Man was extremely lazy by nature and probably couldn't even dodge any moves. The mosquito-repellent frog stretched out its fists to its sides, and countless fast-flying oval bubbles flew out of its mouth, attacking the lazy old man opposite directly. These bubbles are not fragile entities that will shatter at the slightest touch, but rather they contain a fierce attack of water-attributed energy. Just as the young man expected, facing the attack of the mosquito-repellent frog, the lazy old man did not have any intention of dodging, but just stood there with a dazed look on his face. However, the next moment, Yun Zhao's calm voice rang out. "Headbutt, lazy old man." As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light suddenly flashed in the lazy man's originally dilated pupils. He suddenly stood up and looked up with a white light flashing on his head and rushed straight towards the bubbles. All the foam that came into contact with the lazy man's head was shattered and dissipated into the air without any suspense. But the lazy old man continued to move forward, and at an astonishing speed, he slammed heavily into the chest of the fast-swimming frog. A huge impact sound was heard, and the fast-swimming frog flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, falling outside the venue, stirring up a cloud of dust. When the smoke cleared, his eyes were already swirling, and he had lost his ability to fight. All this happened in just 5 seconds. At this moment, the young man on the stage stood there in a daze, watching the scene in front of him. His head exploded with a buzzing sound. My own fast-swimming frog was killed instantly by this lazy frog. He felt as if his entire understanding of the world had collapsed. Is this really a lazy guy? Not Snorlax? However, what he didn't know was that at the moment the battle ended, Yin Xiao had already put Sloth back into the Pokeball and left the battlefield. After all, time is tight and the task is heavy, and there is still 9 to go. 20 minutes later, as the 10th trainer was defeated with a dazed look on his face, Yun Xiao also breathed a sigh of relief. With the temptation of 2,000 elf coins, it is really easy to take Lazy Man to find an opponent in this battlefield. If Yun Xiao had another elf with him, others might have considered whether to make the bet of these 2,000 elf coins. But after seeing the lazy old man, no one hesitated. Of course, Yun Xiao did not hesitate when he commanded the lazy old man to kill them instantly. After all, you have to accept the consequences if you lose the gamble. Having said that, now is the time to reap the rewards. In addition to the extra 20,000 elf coins in the account, a series of system prompts were constantly refreshing in front of Yun Zhao's eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have completed the daily task. Pass 5 levels and kill 6 generals. The host has received the mission reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have unlocked the 2-star secret realm, the Blue Lake. Along with the system's prompt sound, a blue lake pattern suddenly appeared in the simulated secret realm column. Blue Lake, 2 stars. Introduction. A special secret realm centered on a vast lake, inhabited by a large number of water-attributed elves. The terrain is relatively flat, and it is a small-scale secret realm. Precious resources. Rare water elves, high-quality water elves, water stones, water attribute secret treasures, moist incense-making materials, rare water plants. Recommended level. Level 1530. Note: elves that meet the recommended level will receive double experience points when fighting in the simulated secret realm. Secret realm unlocking degree. 0%. When the unlocking degree reaches a certain standard, you'll get extra rewards. Yun Xiao looked at the system prompt, took out his mobile phone, and searched for information about this secret realm, and his brows suddenly raised. Coincidentally, this secret place is right near the Magic City University where he was going. In other words, after he has explored most of the resources in this secret realm in the simulation, he can enter it as soon as school starts and cash in all his gains. Moreover, the double experience value range of the secret realm from level 15 to 30 is just right for Sloth and Caterpillar to upgrade their levels. I just don't know what kind of rare water elves will appear in this 2-star secret realm. It can't be the big 3, right? Yun Xiao thought about this, shook his head, and quickly focused his attention on another prompt. Compared to this simulated secret realm, another reward is the highlight. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a clue. S-level ordinary secret treasure. Along with the system's prompt, a picture suddenly appeared in front of Yun Xiao. It was a building that looked like a department store, towering into the clouds and shaped like a triangular pyramid. And he immediately recognized the identity of the building. Isn't this the most famous shopping mall in Yunlan City? Lingyun Department Store? The secret treasure I'm looking for. Where is it? Yun Xiao's expression suddenly became a little complicated. They originally sold all kinds of elf props and rare resources, including secret treasures, of course. This hint can't be telling me to go there to buy the secret treasure. Wouldn't that be a meaningless hint? While Yun Xiao was thinking, he glanced at the clue screen again and suddenly discovered something. Etc. What's this? In the picture at the entrance of the department store, there are more than 10 huge shelves neatly arranged there. On the shelves are huge black stones. A row of eye-catching red banners was hung nearby. Lingyun Department Store's 10th anniversary. Anyone who spends 50,000 elf coins in this store and pays an additional 30,000 elf coins will have a chance to gamble on stones. A large number of precious treasures, ores, and rare items are waiting for you to open and obtain. And this banner continued to flash on the system screen, as if reminding someone of something. Seeing this, Yun Xiao suddenly understood. I see. He walked out of the battlefield and waved to stop a taxi. Master, let's go to Lingyun Department Store. Please drive faster, and I'll give you double the money. The middle-aged man who was driving smiled when he heard this. Okay, Chapter 20, Raw Stone Blind Box. 20 minutes later, Yun Xiao hurriedly walked out of the department store carrying a bunch of bottles and cans. After arriving here, he rushed into the department store immediately, bought 50,000 yuan worth of high-level energy cubes, then checked out and returned to the door. I just hope that thing hasn't been picked up yet. His eyes swept across the rows of black stones on the shelves, and the power of the wave was quietly activated. Invisible blue ripples began to spread out from Yun Xiao, covering everything. Yun Xiao also began to see what was contained inside these black stones. There was nothing in the first stone, and in the second stone, there lay quietly a mineral crystal emitting a light red glow. A series of information appeared in front of Yun Xiao. B-level or fire source crystal or quality general. Estimated value 70,000 elf coins. In the secret realm of this world, many rare minerals with different functions are produced, and the fire source crystal ore is one of them. Seeing this piece of ore, Yun Xiao couldn't help but be a little surprised. This Lingyun department store is really generous. There are actually good goods in these blind box raw stones. However, time was running out, so he didn't think too much about it, but continued to explore the inclusions in each piece of raw stone. Looking at them all, there are low-quality evolution stones, various ores, and even 2 heart fragments. The probability of shipping these raw stones is about 30%, and their values fluctuate between 10,000 and 70,000 or 80,000. The remaining 70% are all empty, or contain only some worthless junk ore. But Yun Xiao looked through all the raw ores and didn't find the ordinary secret treasure he was looking for. He couldn't help but frown slightly. According to the system's clues, this should be the right place. Did I misunderstand what the system meant? Or, the piece of raw stone containing the secret treasure has been picked up by someone else? While Yun Xiao was thinking, his eyes suddenly caught sight of a piece of raw stone in the corner. From the appearance, this piece of raw stone is smaller than the others and has an ugly, earthy gray color. It doesn't look like it contains any good stuff at all. This is indeed the case. Yun Xiao discovered through the power of waveguide that there was only a small piece of worthless miscellaneous, or in this piece of raw stone, which could be sold for at most 1 or 200 yuan. But the next moment, he was suddenly stunned. This stone seems to be a little bit wrong. If he wasn't a careful person, he would never have discovered that the inside of the raw stone seemed to be separated by something, and even his wave power could not penetrate and detect what was inside. You know, the wave power that Yun Xiao possesses now is already the maximum strength that humans can achieve. Even some special isolation materials cannot stop his exploration. But now, this piece of raw stone has done it. Yun Xiao made a decision instantly. Don't miss it if you pass by. You only need to spend 50,000 elf coins to pick a piece of raw stone and open it. High-level ores and secret treasures are waiting for you to take away. On the high platform, the host was still shouting along with the exciting music. There were many spectators gathered in the audience, discussing the department store's event with different expressions. Lingyun is really going backwards. In order to boost sales, he is willing to resort to such deceptive activities. Yeah, it costs 50,000 to choose once. This is not a small amount of money. Does anyone really think there's something valuable in this kind of rough stone? Or even a secret treasure? Who would believe that? I will make fun of anyone who attends this event, ha ha ha. While the audience was discussing, a black-haired young man came to the host with a receipt. Without saying a word, he took out his mobile phone, scanned the payment code on the side, and transferred 30,000 yuan. I want to choose the rough stone. There was silence for a moment on and off the stage, and the audience who had been talking just now were stunned. Is there really anyone who comes to participate in this kind of event? The host on the stage was also smiling and nodded quickly. Okay, take your pick. Do you want me to recommend two? Since the start of this event today, only 7 or 8 people have participated, which is far below the company's expectations. You know, the number of participants in this event is linked to his performance. The more people come, the more bonus he can get. Naturally, he is very anxious. Now that another person has finally come, he immediately plans to open a back door for Yin Xiao and offer good things in front of everyone to attract the next guests. The host pointed to a piece of raw stone on the first row of shelves and said to Yin Xiao, "Based on my many years of experience, there must be something good in this rough stone." The piece of raw stone he was pointing to was exactly the second piece that Yin Xiao had seen, a fire source crystal or worth 70,000 elf coins. However, in response to his recommendation, Yin Xiao shook his head and walked straight to a piece of earth-gray raw stone in the corner. "I want this one." The host was stunned for a moment. He naturally knew that there were worthless, miscellaneous minerals in it. If this kid opened a miscellaneous mine in front of so many people, no one would come later. Thinking of this, the host immediately persuaded. "This rough stone is of very poor quality. I suggest you choose another one. To be honest, we were planning to throw this one away, but later we found out that this was the 100th one, so we brought it up to make it an even number." However, Yin Xiao shook his head. "No, I just want this one. Just pack it up for me. I'll take it home and open it myself." When the host heard the second half of his sentence, his frown immediately relaxed. "That's fine. Let this kid take it back and open it himself. It's better than him opening up the mine in front of everyone." He snapped his fingers, and immediately 2 staff members came forward, packed up the earth-gray raw stone, and handed it to Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao took the raw stone and left without looking back. The whole process takes no more than a minute. It was not until he left that the audience's discussions began. "I thought it was a fake guy, but it turned out to be a fool. I can't get anything good out of it if I take him home. Haha." Looking at his attire, he doesn't look like a rich young man. If he finds out that his house is just a pile of waste mines, he will regret it. $80,000 to buy a lesson. This is called the first lesson of society. Half an hour later, Yun Xiao closed the door of the room and carefully placed the raw on the table. He stared at the raw, or that even his waveguide power could not completely penetrate, and seemed to be thinking about something. To be honest, he had some gambling intentions this time. After all, even he didn't know what was inside this thing, and whether it would be that ordinary secret treasure. If he opens it and finds nothing inside, and the treasure has actually been bought by someone else, he will suffer a great loss. Thinking of this, Yin Xiao took a deep breath, took out the Pokeball, and released the Sloth. Shum. After the lazy old man came out, he stretched lazily first, then looked at the ugly stone on the table with a puzzled look. Since the laziness characteristic was modified, although Sloth has become sharp-eyed and quick-moving in battle, he still looks lazy in his daily life. According to him, it might be because he was used to being lazy and he couldn't change in a short time. "There's something in this stone. I need you to use your claws to help me cut it open." Yun Xiao spoke briefly and directly told Lazy Man the current situation. He added, "Cut it off little by little. Don't damage the things inside." Hearing this, the lazy old man nodded and stretched out 2 claws, on which a sharp white light instantly lit up. Since his strength has reached the official level, it is not difficult for him to carve this stone. 5 minutes later, under Yun Zhao's command, the outer circle of the ochre-colored raw stone had been completely peeled off. What appeared in front of Yin Xiao were several extremely dim crystals. A line of prompts also appeared before his eyes. "El valore rock cristal." Introduction. Worthless stuff can be found everywhere. Worthless. Estimated selling price. 130 elf coins. But Yun Zhao's attention at the moment was not on these pieces of ores at all. He was looking at the yellowish outer shell of the original ore being cut open, revealing a pure black, basketball-sized spherical ore. Under the sunlight outside the window, the surface of the sphere did not reflect any light at all, as if it had swallowed up all the light falling on it. It was this black, or that blocked Yun Zhao's wave power, making him unable to see what was deep inside the raw stone. At this moment, as the black or was exposed in front of Yun Xiao, another line of prompts popped up. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have discovered S-level rare or material. Black Diamond Rock. Introduction. This is an extremely rare mineral found deep underground. It is said to take thousands of years of plate movement to form. It has a very strong isolation ability and is a rare material that is hard to come by. Estimated value. 5 million elf coins. Not recommended for sale. The quantity is extremely rare, and there is no black diamond rock in the current or market. The actual value cannot be discounted. Looking at this prompt, Yun Xiao was confused. To be honest, when he discovered that this piece of, or could isolate his wave power, he had some guesses and felt that the things inside must be extraordinary. But who could have imagined that this piece of raw, or actually contained an S-level, or worth 5 million elf coins? This is 5 million elf coins, enough to buy 20 low-grade ordinary secret treasures. He adjusted his breathing and quickly calmed down. Although this thing is worth 5 million elf coins, I definitely won't be able to exchange it for money in a short period of time. The system has already reminded him that this type of, or has not yet appeared on the market, and it is not certain that anyone will buy it if he sells it himself. Chapter 21. The Evolution of Lazy Man. Thinking of this, he took out his mobile phone and searched it, and found that there was indeed no information about this kind of, or on the internet. This is a bit regrettable, but then again, in this case, where would that ordinary secret treasure be? Yun Xiao thought about it, his eyes sweeping across the sphere made of black diamond rock in front of him, as if thinking about something. Is it inside? According to his guess, if the secret treasure had not been picked up by someone else, it could only be in here. And this is the most reasonable. After all, a secret treasure with a starting value of 300,000 is impossible to exist in this batch of raw stones. If it is said to be a blind box, the people at Lingyun Department Store must have checked them one by one. This can be seen directly from the rough stone that the host recommended to Yun Xiao. If I find a secret treasure, I will definitely keep it for myself. Then, it should be this layer of black rock diamond that hides the existence of the secret treasure. Thinking of this, Yun Xiao nodded towards the lazy old man. Cut a hole in this black stone and make it as complete as possible. Upon hearing this, the lazy old man stretched out his claws again and started cutting the stone. Although black rock diamond has extremely strong isolation ability, its hardness does not seem to be very high. It is even easier to cut than the outer layer of raw stone. Under Yun Zhao's nervous gaze, the lazy old man easily cut a small hole on the top of the sphere. In the next moment, a shining white light burst out from the hole. Yun Xiao leaned over to take a look and found that the middle of the black rock drill sphere was actually hollow. And in it, lying quietly, was a triangular pure white crystal about half the size of a palm, which was the source of the white light. A prompt also appeared in front of Yun Xiao. Ding! Congratulations to the host. A rare item has been discovered. A common attribute treasure, pure crystal, medium quality. His eyes suddenly lit up. A mid-level secret treasure. Although it looks like it is only one level lower than the lower quality ones, the difference is like heaven and earth. The price of a mid-grade secret treasure starts from millions. Secret treasures of this level would only appear in 4-star or even 5-star secret realms. As for the 4 and 5-star secret realms, the lowest entry level is also the museum owner level. This level of secret treasures, due to their rarity, are extremely rare in the market for ordinary trainers, and you may not be able to buy them even if you have money. He immediately took out the secret treasure, and a smile appeared on his face. This time, not only did I bet right, but I also made a lot of money. Machi. At the same time, Lazy Man seemed to have noticed something. He came straight to Yun Xiao and stared at the crystal in his hand that was emitting white light. His instinct told him that this thing would be of great benefit to him. Yun Xiao was not stingy and placed it directly on the lazy old man's head. Although mid-grade secret treasures are expensive, the energy contained within them is overwhelming compared to lower-grade ones. Since Lazy Man is your own elf, you must try your best to let him use the best. Buzz! Following Yun Zhao's movement, the crystal suddenly emitted a bright white light, transformed into a huge torrent, and began to sink into the body of the lazy old man. For a moment, The lazy old man's entire body was covered in white light, and his original appearance could not be seen. Machi. With a violent influx of energy, the lazy old man couldn't help but let out a comfortable cry. He felt as if his body was wrapped in a hot spring, warm and comfortable, and all his limbs were opened up. What followed was a sudden burst of colorful light. When Yun Xiao saw this light, his eyebrows raised immediately. This is the light of evolution. It seems that my guess was correct. The lazy man's strength suddenly increased too quickly during this period, causing him to encounter a bottleneck, and therefore failed to evolve. If there is no help from the secret treasure, lazy man will be stuck in this state for a long time, and even the improvement of his strength will be hindered. While Yun Xiao was thinking, the colorful evolutionary light had already surged to its peak, and with a buzzing sound, it dissipated into the air. But the lazy old man has completely changed into a different appearance. Pure white hair, upright body, and long, strong, and powerful claws. The red hair on the top of his head, coupled with the brown eye circles and chin, makes him look very energetic. This is the evolved form of the lazy man, the hyperactive ape. A series of prompts appeared in front of Yun Xiao. Elf, hyperactive ape. Qualification, champion level. Attribute, general. Strength rating, LV28, just starting the profession. Features, strongman, physical attack doubled, body stronger and more powerful. Skills, grab, scratch, chop, hold on. After reading the information about the evolution of the Sloth Montaigne, or should it be called the ape, Yun Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the characteristics that I modified for the lazy old man did not change due to evolution. Not only that, just as he expected, after lazy man's evolution this time, his strength directly broke through the professional level and even reached the mid-professional level. This degree was even beyond Yun Xiao's expectations. After all, generally speaking, the first goal of an ordinary trainer is to become a professional trainer. Many people may need to work hard with their elf for several years, or even 10 years to achieve this goal before they can break through this threshold. But Yun Xiao had only subdued the lazy man for less than a month, and he had already made him break through the professional level and even reach the mid-professional level. If this speed of improvement were to be told to others, everyone would find it unbelievable and incredible. But Yun Xiao thought about it for a moment and felt that this situation was very reasonable. First of all, lazy man himself possesses champion-level qualifications, 1 in a million. Secondly, after his own modifications, he possessed the Hercules trait, which was equivalent to almost doubling his normal strength. Finally, Yun Xiao also got the double experience bonus of simulating the secret realm, and let lazy man use a medium-grade secret treasure. The combination of these things made the lazy old man's strength soar like a rocket. After evolving into a hyperactive ape, he reached his current level. At the same time, the hyperactive ape, which had completed its evolution, was looking down at its new body, appearing very excited. Evolution is the most mysterious and charming characteristic of elves. Every evolution is a transformation that can enhance the strength of the elves in all aspects. Congratulations, hyperactive ape. Yun Xiao smiled and felt genuinely happy for the ape. Hey. The hyperactive ape waved its arms and jumped around Yun Xiao excitedly, looking very happy. There was also a hint of gratitude in his eyes when he looked at Yun Xiao. This human in front of me not only helped me change my lazy nature, but also made me improve my strength so quickly. Thinking back to the time he spent in that breeding house, where he was despised by everyone and the elves, the hyperactive ape's eyes showed a little more determination. I must follow Yun Xiao well and keep getting stronger until all the elves look up to me. At this moment, Yun Xiao reached out and took the secret treasure back. 4 low-grade secret treasures. The energy contained in them will generally be completely absorbed by the elves after being used once. As for the mid-level secret treasure, since it contains too much energy, the elves need to absorb it in multiple times. Generally, when using a mid-level secret treasure on elves below the elite level, it needs to be divided into 3 to 5 times, with at least half a month between each use. But Yun Xiao observed the state of the secret treasure at this moment. The light in the crystal had dimmed a lot, and it seemed that it could only be used once more. This is actually a good thing, as it shows that the ability of the hyperactive ape to absorb energy is far stronger than that of other ordinary elves, which indirectly proves his powerful talent. This time, the use of the secret treasure not only allowed the hyperactive ape to break through the bottleneck and complete its evolution, but also directly increased the level of the hyperactive ape by 4 levels. Not only that, the energy of the secret treasure will continue to nourish the body of the hyperactive ape for the next month, allowing it to achieve all-round physical improvement. Yun Xiao held the crystal and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. No wonder some people in this world say that secret treasures are the biggest cheat for elves. When I have enough money, I will fully charge every elf in the team. He put the crystal into the system backpack, stretched, and suddenly seemed to remember something. If I had known that the secret treasure would bring such a great improvement to the elves, I would not have sold the insect crystal and would have left it for the caterpillar. But he changed his mind and realized that the caterpillar was about to evolve. After the evolution, he would become a dragon-attributed elf, which had nothing to do with insect-attributed energy. It would be bad to use it. Furthermore, the improvement that a low-grade secret treasure would bring to the caterpillar would not be too exaggerated. So it would be better to buy a medium-grade dragon-type secret treasure for him to use in the future. Thinking of this, Yin Xiao took a deep breath and called up the system panel. System, I want to enter the 2-star simulated secret realm, the Blue Lake. As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Xiao turned into a ray of light and disappeared in the room. Naturally, the hyperactive ape beside him also disappeared along with it. Chapter 22 Caterpillar Evolves, Points Received. The Blue Lake is a small secret place located in the north of China, near the Magic City. According to the information Yun Xiao had read, this secret realm only appeared in recent years. And because it is a small or medium-sized secret realm, the degree of development and exploration is not very high. This also means that there will be more resources in this secret realm, waiting for Yin Xiao to pick up the bargains. After entering the simulated secret realm, the first thing that caught Yin Xiao's eyes was a huge blue lake that stretched as far as the eye could see. The lake occupies almost half of the area of the secret realm, which is why it got its name. Yin Xiao squatted down and took a look at the lake. Although the water was extremely clear, it was obviously still quite deep. He could even see a few goldfish and carp swimming leisurely in the water. Yun Xiao thought for a moment, walked a few steps along the lake, and released the caterpillar and the hyperactive monkey on an open space. Hey, Mao Mao! The caterpillar was the first to notice something was wrong. Why did the lazy old man disappear? What's going on with this elf? He blinked and looked at the hyperactive ape beside him. His mind was a little confused for a moment. Yun Xiao smiled, patted the hyperactive ape's shoulder with understanding, and explained. Green caterpillar Sloth has just evolved. He is now a hyperactive ape. Just. The hyperactive ape nodded as well. Hair. The caterpillar looked at the elf's strong and powerful body in front of him, and a hint of envy suddenly appeared in his eyes. He could naturally feel that the hyperactive ape's strength increased dramatically after its evolution. Yun Xiao naturally noticed the caterpillar's emotions and immediately said, "Don't worry, caterpillar. It will be your turn soon." When he said this, there was a gleam of excitement in his eyes. According to your own modifications, Caterpillar can directly evolve into Rayquaza at level 20. And now, the Caterpillar has reached level 19 and is only one level away from evolution. Hair? Hearing this, the Caterpillar blinked, seeming a little confused. As an elf who was only 1 week old, he was naturally ignorant about things like evolution. But looking at my trainer, maybe I will become very powerful after I evolve? As a 2-star secret realm, the Blue Lake naturally contains a large number of wild elves. Yun Xiao easily found an opponent for the caterpillar, a level 23, formerly intermediate level Wubo. Boo! At this moment, Wu Bo raised his head and slammed into the caterpillar. The caterpillar's level is much lower than that of Wubo, but in the past week or so, he has already demonstrated extremely strong fighting talent. Hair! Without even needing Yun Xiao's command, the caterpillar dodged Wu Bo's attack and then raised its tail and pulled hard, causing Wu Bo to retreat several steps. This is not over yet. A large amount of white silk thread sprayed out of the caterpillar's mouth, trapping Wu Bo in it, and then it rushed forward suddenly. Before Wu Bo could come to his senses, he was knocked back and fell to the ground. Yun Xiao looked at this scene and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. As expected, the caterpillar is about to evolve into Rayquaza. I have only been with him for a week, but he can already fight independently without my command. The outcome of this battle naturally left no suspense. As whirlpools appeared in Wu Bo's eyes, the system prompt also popped up. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your elf caterpillar has won the battle. Gained 300 times 4 is equal to 1,200 experience points. Ding! Your elf caterpillar's level has been upgraded to LV20. Please note he is about to evolve. Host, please exit the simulated secret realm immediately and return to the real world to complete the evolution. Need to exit the simulation? Yun Xiao suddenly had a bad premonition, and with a thought, he took the initiative to exit the simulated secret realm. When he stood in the room again, a brilliant golden light suddenly burst out from the caterpillar's body. Buzz! Countless golden spots of light began to appear in the air around it and began to flow into the caterpillar's body. Yun Xiao was even blinded by the light. Along with the appearance of the light, there was also a violent whirlwind that blew everything in the room to and fro. Books and pens were circling in the air as if a typhoon was coming. The next moment, the hotel building began to shake violently. Immediately, screams were heard outside the window. There's an earthquake. Run! Yun Xiao did not expect that the evolution of the caterpillar would cause such a big noise. He struggled to steady his body, his eyes fixed on the golden light. What he didn't know was that at this moment, the originally clear sky of the entire Yunqing was now covered with dark clouds and thunder. At the same time, thousands of miles away, in a secret underground building, red warning lights, accompanied by roaring sirens, erupted throughout the building. Alarm! Abnormal energy fluctuations detected. Crisis assessment level. Highest level. Alert! Abnormal energy fluctuations are detected and are increasing. Please deal with it immediately. A monitoring room filled with large screens was in chaos. Hurry up and upload the energy fluctuation coordinates to the Alliance. Have you found out the exact location? It seems to be in a small city in the south. Damn it. Why was there no sign at all? In the tense and urgent atmosphere, a middle-aged man with a crew cut and wearing a researcher's robe was staring at the golden light on the screen in front of him. His face was extremely solemn, his brows were furrowed, and he muttered to himself in a low voice. This is a divine, beast-level energy fluctuation. Why did it suddenly appear in the city? According to historical records, the last time this level of energy fluctuation occurred was 500 years ago. In 831 AD, the ocean current god Lugia awakened in the southern part of the White Sakura Kingdom and unexpectedly became furious, causing nearly 500,000 casualties in one day. In the face of the power of divine beasts, humans seem extremely fragile. Now that energy fluctuations of this level have appeared again, and the location is in China, everyone's heart is naturally in their throat. However, in the next moment, the dazzling golden light on the screen suddenly began to fade away at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a few seconds, the light spot completely disappeared, without even leaving a trace. The research institute, which had been in an uproar, suddenly became dead silent. These machines that detect and scan energy fluctuations cost billions of dollars to build. They can detect all abnormal energy fluctuations in the world. Can all be detected. The energy fluctuations of a divine beast level should leave some residual energy even after a day. But at this moment, the screen is clean. In other words, during the entire process of only tens of seconds, the divine beast level energy suddenly appeared and then suddenly disappeared completely. There is not even a little bit left. At the same time, Yunqing, the gloomy sky has cleared up again, as if nothing had happened. Naturally, many people noticed the sudden change in the weather, but they didn't take it seriously. Inside the hotel, Yun Xiao was looking at the green object in front of him with a complicated expression. After hearing the system say that it would exit the simulated secret realm to complete the evolution, he had a bad feeling. Now it seems that this premonition was correct. This evolution is really a bit too big, but fortunately now the evolution is over. He couldn't help but smile. In front of him, the red figure of the green caterpillar no longer existed, and instead, there was a dark green little flying dragon. This is none other than Rayquaza, the god of the sky in the Fengyuan region's legend. However, it seems to be in juvenile form, with a body length of only about 1 meter and a diameter of less than 3 meters. However, Yin Xiao was very satisfied. Although it is not large in size, the green light constantly flashing on the scales and the faint sense of oppression are enough to prove that it is the real thing. Congratulations, caterpillar. Or rather, it's time to call you Rayquaza now. Yun Xiao clapped his hands. Roar? A somewhat confused dragon roar sounded. and Rayquaza felt his brand new body and the amazing power constantly emerging from his body, and was stunned for a moment. Although he has evolved into a legendary beast, at heart he is still that green caterpillar that was hatched less than 6 days ago. At the same time, the hyperactive ape who witnessed the whole process was a little dumbfounded. What is going on? Why is it that everyone is evolving, but yours is so much cooler than mine? What's more, he actually felt an extremely terrifying sense of oppression from the evolved caterpillar. This isn't right? Hyperactive ape, doubting ape life.jpg. At the same time, a series of data popped up in front of Yun Xiao. Elf, Rayquaza - god of the sky. Gender, attributes dragon flying. Feature, airlock. Pokemon with this feature can invalidate any weather effects. Qualification, level 1 god. Strength rating, LV21, new to the profession. Mastered skills, Dragon's Fury, Dragon's Dance, Dragon's Breath, Primal Power, Tornado. After reading the information about Rayquaza, Yun Xiao was suddenly filled with emotion. A divine beast is a divine beast. It has reached the professional level at level 21 and has even learned several good dragon skills in one go. But it is definitely a good thing that my elf is like this. As the evolution of Rayquaza was completed, a line of prompts popped up in front of Yun Xiao. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the main mission. Breakthrough to the professional level. Hey! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the task reward. 1 intermediate modification opportunity, 1 S-level clue. Now that the strength of hyperactive ape and Rayquaza has reached the professional level, this task will be completed naturally. Yun Xiao thought about it for a moment and decided to keep the opportunity for this intermediate modification. After all, the qualifications and individual values of the two elves were already top-notch, and there was no way to change them even if he wanted to. As for this S-level clue, Yun Xiao's mind moved, and a picture immediately appeared in his mind. In a storage room filled with countless props and minerals, there is a stone lying at the bottom of the cabinet, flashing a conspicuous colorful light. Yun Xiao raised his eyebrows immediately. This was one of the necessary items for the elf to mega evolve, the Keystone. But from this picture, Yun Xiao couldn't tell the exact location of the Keystone. This gave him a headache. This kind of clue. What's the difference between giving it to myself and not giving it to me? He looked at the picture carefully and soon found a small detail on the wall. It was a special emblem, also shining brightly in the picture. The upper part of the emblem is a golden semicircle, and the lower part is an ordinary red and white ball. Unfortunately, Yun Xiao had never seen this logo. He memorized the appearance of the emblem silently in his mind, and the image faded away in front of Yun Xiao. I can only pay attention to this symbol in the future. After all, the Keystone is quite important. Just as he was thinking, a system prompt suddenly popped up in front of him. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have received 2,540 points of shock from candidates, teachers, and the public from all over the country. Yun Xiao was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted. It seems that the news that I got full marks in the theory test of the college entrance examination has almost spread, so the system has calculated shock points for me. 4540 points, to be honest, is a little more than Yun Xiao expected. This is not bad. This way, I can finally do that thing. System. I need to spend 2,000 points to unlock advanced modifications. Chapter 23, Advanced Modification Unlocked. Live broadcast started. Along with Yun Xiao's voice, the system panel with several modification options popped up again. But this time, the words after Advanced Modification have changed. Advanced Modification. After using modification, you can select one of the following options. 1. Get random advanced abilities and items. 2. Get clues to legendary abilities, items, and elves. 3. Strengthen existing capabilities. 4. Change the elves' qualifications and individual values to the highest level, divine beast level, full qualifications, and free themselves from the shackles of their origin. It costs 5,000 points to make an advanced modification. Yun Xiao glanced at the advanced modified content and nodded slightly. Except that the points required for each use are a bit high, everything else is not bad. However, there were a few words in the fourth option that attracted Yun Xiao's attention. System, what are the origin shackles? Replying to the host, the origin shackles are a common limitation in ordinary elves, which will restrict the upper limit of the elves' strength. The system responded immediately, but the answer was somewhat ambiguous. Yun Xiao nodded after hearing this, but did not pursue the matter further. The problem now is that after I unlock this option, I only have less than 3,000 points left. Using an advanced modification once requires a full 5,000 points. Where can I get the difference of 2,000 points? Yun Xiao frowned and fell into deep thought. But after a while, his brows relaxed and he turned and walked towards his bedroom. He thought of a solution. After returning to the hotel, Yun Xiao sat at the table and started his laptop. Although the entertainment in this world is far inferior to that of his previous world, whether it is songs, novels, or movies, they are all at a point of primitive development. However, the internet is quite developed in terms of all aspects of Elves. In the case of everyone being a trainer, a video analyzing a battle tutorial, or recommending a guide on how to raise Pokemon can easily get tens of millions of views. At this moment, Yun Xiao directly opened the live broadcast platform with the highest traffic in Yin Country, Psyduck, and registered an account. That's right. If there's a way to let the most people see you at no cost, it's live streaming. As for the content of the live broadcast, Yin Xiao has already thought about it. He simply changed the title of the live broadcast room to the world's #1 Pokemon battle teaching live broadcast room, casually posted a picture of Pikachu, and then started the live broadcast. 5 minutes later, a few people finally entered the live broadcast room. Chun Hui, #1 in the world? The anchor is so arrogant. Is he a fake? Love to eat Magikarp. Humor host, can you come up with such a title? I have explained the traffic code to you. Obviously, everyone was attracted by Yun Xiao's exaggerated title of the live broadcast room. But they didn't take it seriously, they just came there to have fun. Yun Xiao adjusted the microphone, opened an app to register an account, and then started speaking. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I will bring you a set of underworld tactics. No matter who the opponent is, it can absolutely crush them. What he registered was a platform for simulating elf battles, which was built with huge investment from the Elf Alliance and officials from various countries. It allows two players to simulate real-life battles online and even use a microphone to give real-time commands. It is very popular all over the world. In the live broadcast room, a series of barges suddenly floated out. Love to eat Magikarp. Absolutely crushing. I thought you were a humor host. Are you serious? Chen Hui, brother, you don't really believe it, do you? The host's voice sounds only about 16 or 17 years old, and he just registered his account on the battle simulation platform. If he can really teach us some tactics, I'll just give him a fucking rocket. A box of strange canned goods gives Flowers X1. At the same time, several more people were attracted by the title of the live broadcast room. Pika Pika Pika. Just arrived, brothers. What's going on in this live broadcast room? QWE. Upstairs 1. I'm also very curious. At this time, Yun Xiao had already entered the battle platform and began to configure the team. He first dragged a large build gull and a flower healing ring into the formation, and then a thorn dragon king. As he operated, the barrage began to light up again. Blackheart brother, the anchor is really just a clickbait. Forget about the thorn dragon king, but he also uses garbage elves like the big mouth gull. Let's go, it's boring. Pika Pika Pika. Host, what's the use of the flower therapy ring? Although I know it's good as a nurse, its physical strength racial value is too low, it can't bear it at all, and it has no connection with the other two Pokemons? Not only that, the next moment, Yun Zhao's operation caused the live broadcast room to explode again. He simply added the 3 Rattatas to the team and clicked Start Matching. The most popular fighting method on this battle simulation platform is to form a team of 6 elves and fight in a 2v2 round-robin battle. Yun Zhao's behavior of putting in 3 Rattatas is no different from giving up 3 Pokemons to the opponent. If Yun Xiao had the strength to use 3 elves to fight against the 6 on the opposite side, that would be fine. The problem is, these 3 elves don't look like they can do it. Psyduck. If you don't choose Charizard, Garchomp, or Dragonite, and you want to fight 3 against 6, the host must be crazy. I have concluded. Dust. I knew it. If this lineup can win, I will just use 2 rockets. A box of strange canned goods. I feel a little regretful now. Can the anchor return my free gift to me? Facing the doubts from the comments, Yun Xiao smiled quietly in his heart. Sure enough, it was just as he expected. Even the top trainers in this world haven't figured out such a simple tactic as the weather team, let alone these ordinary audiences. Not to mention, with the bonus of his incredible comprehension, his understanding of elf battles has reached the top of the entire world. It's not difficult to surprise these people. While the matching time was going on, he began to configure the items and characteristics of the first 3 elves in the team, and at the same time he spoke. Not only are there synergies between these 3 elves, but they are also inseparable. Even if any one of them is missing, it will not work. You will know in a moment. As he spoke, another barrage of comments floated by. But everyone obviously didn't believe Yun Zhao's words and were just waiting to see the fun. At the same time, in another live broadcast room on the Pikachu platform, a young man wearing a scarlet sportswear and a red and white hat with a pokeball pattern on his head was sitting in front of a computer, waving to the audience in the live broadcast room. Good afternoon, everyone. As soon as these words were spoken, countless comments instantly flooded the screen. Qibao, you are finally on air. Mommy missed you so much. Qibao, you don't know how hard it was for me to endure the 12 hours and 5 minutes without you on the air. What is Chige broadcasting today? Is it still a simulated battle? This live broadcast room is extremely lively. Within a few minutes of the broadcast, hundreds of thousands of viewers have flocked in, and the number is still increasing. The reason is simple. This is the live broadcast room of Qiong, the champion from the Whitebird country. Faced with the overwhelming barrage of comments, Qihong seemed to have long been accustomed to it. He nodded gently at the camera and said in not very fluent Chinese, "Yes, today is also a battle simulation. If there are any other games you want to watch, I can try them too." No, Brother Qi. You can broadcast anything. Yes. Everyone comes here mainly for your looks. Brother Qi, we will watch you even if you sleep during the live broadcast. Faced with the teasing and the barrage, Qihong smiled, opened the battle simulation platform, skillfully logged into his account, and pressed the match button. Even for him, this battle simulation game is very well made, and it can even make him feel like he is really fighting against elves when fighting against other players. Moreover, the matching players of this game are completely random. Sometimes Qihong will be matched with opponents that surprise himself. He enjoys the feeling of fighting against others. Therefore, when he has free time, Qihong will open this simulation battle game and live broadcast for a while. Ding! Matching successful. At this moment, a line of prompts popped up in the game. Then appeared a player with a Pikachu avatar and the ID Pikachu 134479. Qihong seemed a little surprised. Are you traveling with me? The player I matched with seemed to be a host on the same live streaming platform as me. But soon, when Qihong saw the team configuration of this player, his eyebrows raised. A Thorny Dragon King, a Flower Therapy Ring, and a Large-Billed Gull. These are all elves that are not commonly seen in simulated battles. Even if they were put into reality, they would be the most unpopular among the unpopular. Moreover, behind these 3 elves, there are 3 Rattatas. What does this formation mean? Not only Qihong felt confused, the barrage in his live broadcast room also exploded at this moment. 3 little Rattatas? What's wrong with this guy? Does he look down on others? I guess it was some small streamer who deliberately chose an unpopular Pokemon, hoping to show off by commanding a 3v6 battle? Haha, he definitely didn't expect that he would run into Crimson. I guess that's the case too. Haha, Brother Qi, you have to teach him a lesson. As the barrage of comments floated across the sky, Qihong also figured something out. The person opposite him probably wanted to rely on his command ability and deliberately brought 3 Rattatas to crush his opponent in order to increase the viewing experience of the live broadcast and thereby attract viewers. He couldn't help but feel a little more expectant in his heart. I hope this guy really has that kind of ability so that I can have a great time in this game. He clicked the Accept Match button and entered the interface for selecting the starting elf. Qihong's team formation is based on his own habits in the real world. Pikachu, Charizard, Gengar, Lapras, Snorlax, and Chansey. Among these 6 Pokemon, for a popular Pokemon in simulated battles. In addition, Red himself has a strong command ability as a champion trainer. Until now, he has never lost a battle. 4,000 matches, 100% winning rate. At this moment, he thought about it and sent out Pikachu and Chansey as the starting lineup. Except for Rattata, 2 of the opponent's 3 Pokemon are restrained by electric type, so there is absolutely no problem in sending out Pikachu first. Chansey is responsible for ensuring Pikachu is in good condition and can also use help to increase Pikachu's damage. This makes it very difficult for the opponent to deal with it. Following Qihong's choice, the game interface switched again, and a battlefield slowly unfolded, followed by the appearance of 4 elves. On the left are the Red Chansey and Pikachu. On the right are the opponent's Flower Therapy Ring and Toucan. Seeing this, Qihong suddenly showed a hint of disappointment in his eyes and said softly to the audience in the live broadcast room. From this player's understanding of the battle, it seems that he is not at the level of being able to fight 3 against 6. For his team, the biggest threat on my side is Pikachu. If he sends out King Thor to try to swap with my Pikachu in the first round, maybe there will be some chances. But he actually sent out the Big Mouth in the first round, which is 4 times countered by the electric type. Even with the help of the Flower Therapy Ring, it would be difficult for him to hold on. Maybe his command ability will surprise us. Although he said so, Chi-Hong had already lost interest in this battle. In a sense, simulated battles are the same as real battles. A trainer who can't even arrange tactics, cannot make any achievements in command ability. Chucky helped Pikachu thunder. Chi-Hong shook her head and spoke softly. Chapter 24, I wonder how you will respond? On the screen, a soft, warm light suddenly appeared above the body of Chansey and then sank into the body of Pikachu next to it. This is help, which can greatly increase the damage of the next skill of the friendly elf. As Pikachu was strengthened, electricity surged on his cheeks, reaching the sky. The next moment, 2 thick lightning pillars flashing with electric light locked onto the toucan and Huayao Huanhuan respectively, ready to strike. At the same time, the toucan and the Flower Therapy Ring also took action. A white light suddenly lit up above Huayao Huanhuan's body, forming a protective shield. This is the protection skill, which protects the elf from the next attack. The toucan flapped its wings. The sky suddenly became gloomy and heavy rain began to fall from the sky. Pray for rain. Chi-Hong looked at this scene and reacted naturally. But he couldn't help feeling a little strange. In rainy weather, the combat effectiveness of water elves will be improved. But at the same time, the power of Pikachu's electric skills will not weaken, but will only increase. This is a bad thing for both the Thorn Dragon King and the Big-Billed Gull. Why did he do that? At this moment, 2 thunders in the sky have already struck down fiercely. With the help of the rainy weather, 2 pale lightning bolts carried fierce electric currents, as if they could destroy everything. The Flower Therapy Ring was hit first, but was safe and sound under the coverage of protection. The toucan that used the prayer for rain method did not fare so well. He was struck by lightning, and his physical strength was completely depleted, with less than 1/5 left. The first round of the fight between the two ended here, and Chi-Hong had obviously gained the upper hand. The barrage of comments in his live broadcast room was also refreshing rapidly. Is this guy crazy? Can't the big-billed gulls also use protection? How dare he use praying for rain in the thunder? Haha, you still need to pray for rain when facing an electric-type Pokemon. Are you afraid that Pikachu won't be able to hit you? It's useless to protect it. If it can't be used continuously, there's no point in dragging it on. This is the Reds' 4,153rd consecutive victory, so we took a photo in advance to commemorate it. Although most of them didn't know much about elf battles, they still understood the most basic things. The toucan's stamina has run out, and Huayao Huanhuan can no longer use Protect. The outcome of this battle is already decided. However, at this moment, a scene that surprised everyone occurred. The toucan, which was running out of energy, suddenly turned into a red light and disappeared. Instead, there is the figure of the Thorn Dragon King. On the surface, it seems that this is simply a matter of the opponents exchanging Pokemons. But you should know that in this simulated battle, it takes 10 seconds to actively swap Pokemon. In order to simulate the rule in real battles where when a trainer swaps Pokemon, he needs to let the opponent make the next attack first. But this time, there was no delay in the exchange. In Chi-Hong's live broadcast room, many people noticed this detail and started talking about it. What's going on? No delay in switching? What's going on with this guy? Is he cheating? Isn't this a game bug? Immediately afterwards, a scene that surprised everyone even more appeared. I saw a green light suddenly lit up on the body of the Flower Therapy Ring on the left and burst out with lightning speed. This is a sucking kiss. Red was not surprised by this. As a champion trainer, he naturally knew that the characteristic of Flower Healing Ring was preemptive healing. When using moves that can restore the Pokemon's physical strength, the speed of casting skills will be extremely fast. At similar levels, it is almost certain to take the initiative. However, Flower Therapy Ring's special attack racial value is not high. It can even be said to be extremely low. Such an attack poses no threat to either Pikachu or Chansey. However, the next moment, Lien Chi-Hong's eyes widened slightly, because that sucking kiss was not aimed at Pikachu or Chansey, but hit the teammate next to them at a high speed, the Thorny Dragon. Such an absurd scene caused the barrage in Chi-Hong's live broadcast room to explode again. Focusing on the electric type and casting Pray for Rain, restraining skills to absorb his own teammates. Is this host on the opposite side really just here for show effects? In a simulated battle, You can command your own people to fight? This guy really refreshed my worldview. However, what these viewers failed to notice was Chi-Hong, who had been expressionless, suddenly showed a serious look. And at this moment, a bright red light suddenly burst out from the body of the Thorn Dragon King. The momentum of the entire Pokemon King Drake suddenly rose, and with it came a terrifying wave that covered the sky and went straight to kill Chansey and Pikachu. This is a water-based group attack skill, Muddy Flow. Everything happened in a flash, but Chi-Hong still reacted, relying on his championship-level combat experience. Chucky, use Light Wall. Block it in front of Pikachu. In the rain, Jigglypuff immediately stood in front of Pikachu, and a white barrier lit up on its body. With this barrier, he can single-handedly help himself and Pikachu block the incoming attacks. But when the huge waves and turbid currents came, an astonishing scene appeared. The wall of light didn't last even a second before the huge waves and turned directly into powder. At the same time, in Yun Zhao's live broadcast room, his relaxed and comfortable voice was being heard. Pure attack configuration of the Dragon King, plus 1.5 times the water skill amplification in rainy weather, 1.5 times the power amplification of the main system, plus 2 levels of special attack and physical attack after the weakness insurance is triggered. The rainy weather is free and easy, and the speed is doubled. I wonder how you should respond? Chapter 25. Chi-Hong comes to the live broadcast room in person. After the turbid current of the Thorn Dragon shattered the light wall with one blow, it instantly swallowed up Pikachu and Chansey, directly clearing the stamina bars of the two Pokemons. After seeing this scene, the barrage of comments in Chi-Hong's live broadcast room exploded. Although the Chansey in this simulator does not have the true strength of the Chansey in the red team, it is still considered to be extremely strong among all the defensive Pokemon in the entire simulator. Those who often watch Chi-Hong's live broadcast even gave this Jigglypuff a nickname, called Pink Devil. The reason is simple. While Chansey has extremely high double defense and stamina, he is also good at skills that greatly improve his survivability, such as Light Wall, Reflection Wall, and Self-Recovery. Under Red's Super Command ability, he often turns into an undead tank, standing until the end of the battle and becoming the opponent's nightmare. However, today this is the Pink Demon, and even after using the Light Wall, he was killed instantly with full health. How can they accept this? A series of discussions immediately followed. No, even Jigglypuff's Light Wall can't stop it. This guy is really cheating. Yes, and there was no delay when he switched Elves. 1. Can you report the other party? I'll go to his live broadcast room and rush him. The barrage of comments passed by, but Chi-Hong did not read the words. Instead, he looked at the screen, at the Thorn Dragon King with red light flashing on his body, and seemed to be thinking about something. What happened next was almost a foregone conclusion. The remaining 4 elves in the red team went into battle one after another, but none of them could withstand the attack from the Thorn Dragon King. During the entire process, the flower healing ring beside the Thorn Dragon King didn't even make a move again. In other words, this Thorn Dragon King defeated the entire red team by himself. As the health of Red's last Pokemon, Gengar, was depleted, the red word failure appeared on his screen for the first time. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room was still flooding the screen, accusing the person on the other side of using cheats and exploiting a bug. A considerable number of people have already left the Chi-Hong live broadcast room and rushed to the host with the Pikachu avatar on the opposite side. However, at this moment, Chi-Hong, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly shook his head and spoke. Everyone, I didn't lose unfairly. The guy across from me, he's very capable and has a lot of ideas. When he said this, there was no trace of disappointment on his red face, but instead his eyes were shining with excitement. That expression was as if he had met an equally powerful and sympathetic opponent. I think the reason why the Thorn Dragon King was able to be quickly replaced is that the Big Mouth Gull was carrying the escape button prop, and the item this Thorn Dragon King carries is weakness insurance. While explaining to the audience, he opened the Psyduck website and entered the live broadcast room number in the name of his opponent. At the same time, in Yun Zhao's live broadcast room, the number of viewers has skyrocketed from just a few dozen at the beginning to thousands. Naturally, most of these extra people came from the Chi-Hong live broadcast room. When they first entered the live broadcast room, even dirty words accusing Yun Zhao of cheating and using bugs had already been typed into the chat box. However, after they saw the situation in the live broadcast room, they were all stunned. Because the barrage in the live broadcast room has a completely different style. Words of praise, along with various small gifts, are constantly popping up. Fuck, host, you are really a genius. I just thought you were just posting clickbait posts, but I didn't expect you were serious. You can even come up with this kind of tactics? You don't want to go to the worlds to win glory for your country, but stay here as a small anchor to mess around, right? Cloud God, I admit that I spoke a little too loudly just now. There are too many people here. Now I kneel down for you. Send me 2 planes. System prompt. User Dust sends the gift plane X2. Seeing this scene, the red fans who rushed in angrily were naturally dumbfounded. Tactics? Isn't this guy cheating by exploiting a bug? Someone immediately raised questions. Brothers above, I came from the opposite live broadcast room. What tactics did this anchor just use? Didn't he use a bug to quickly swap elves? The Thorn Dragon King instantly killed the Jigglypuff who opened the light wall. You tell me this is not cheating, but a tactic? The first viewer to enter Yun Zhao's live broadcast room also responded immediately. To be honest, before the host explained, we also thought it was all too absurd, but after the host explained, everything became reasonable. Yes, Cloud God, you should teach these newcomers. At this moment, Yun Zhao felt a little surprised as he looked at the new viewers pouring into the live broadcast room. It seems that the opponent I matched with in the last game was also a streamer. This is the best way, as it will instantly increase your popularity. So he cleared his throat and explained it again. I call this tactical team the Rainy Day Advanced Team. The core of the gameplay is to use the preemptive treatment feature of the Flower Therapy Ring to quickly use the Draining Kiss on the Thorn Dragon King, triggering the Thorn Dragon King's Weakness Insurance item, and cooperate with the Rainy Weather opened by the Big Mouth Gull to achieve the effect of the Thorn Dragon King pushing the team. After these words were spoken, most of the people who had just entered the live broadcast room were stunned. Preemptive treatment? Vulnerability insurance? What the hell is this? Why have I never heard of it? Yun Zhao continued. I know you may be confused, so please listen to me and let me explain in detail. The effect of this item is that if the Pokemon carrying it is attacked by an effective attack, its dual attack attributes will be directly increased by 2 levels. And the characteristic of the Flower Therapy Ring is preemptive healing. When using skills that can restore physical strength, the speed of attack will be greatly increased. In the case of similar strength, it will almost certainly take the initiative. In this way, the idea is very clear. In the first round, send the Toucan and the Flower Therapy Ring first. The Flower Therapy Ring uses Protect to survive, and the Toucan will just start the Rainy Day without any hesitation. Then, after King Thorn comes on the field, Hua Healing Huan uses her characteristics to quickly use Kiss of Absorption to trigger King Thorn's Weakness Insurance. In rainy weather, water-based skills will gain extra power bonus, and combined with the 2-level special attack and physical attack of Weakness Insurance, even if the opponent is a Snorlax, it will definitely not be able to withstand it. Moreover, rainy weather can also cooperate with the Thorn Dragon King's characteristic Easy Swimming. In rainy days, the speed attribute is directly doubled. In combination with the Flower Healing Ring, there are Flower Healing to help the Thorn Dragon King recover, help to increase the Thorn Dragon King's damage, and Angel Kiss and Parasitic Seed to interfere with the opponent. Once this strategy is established, the opponent will basically have no chance to play. Having said that, Yun Zhao shrugged. To be honest, when he first saw this way of playing, he couldn't help but exclaim, genius. This set of tactics was born out of the perfect combination of props, characteristics, and weather. At this moment, all the new viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned. Is there still such a way to play? No wonder, even Jigglypuff was killed instantly. No wonder the Flower Therapy Ring would attack its allies. No wonder the 2 elves' attack speeds are so fast. It turns out that all this has been arranged. But despite this, some people still raise questions. Then, can the host explain why there is no delay when you swap elves? Isn't this still a bug? Yun Zhao smiled immediately. Sorry, I forgot to mention this because in this routine, the gull only needs to open the rainy weather, and he has nothing to do with it. So, the item that the Toucan carries is the escape button. Once it is attacked, it will automatically return to the Pokeball and replace the Pokemon. This process is fast and without delay, so it can allow the Thorn Dragon to appear immediately. As soon as these words were spoken, all the viewers from Qihong's live broadcast room fell silent. There are no bugs or plugins. This guy relied on a series of incredible tactics to crush Red. After a few seconds, they began to speak one after another. I admire you. I really admire you. You can beat Chi Bao like this. I recognize you. I suddenly want to take off the sign on Chi Bao's side. What should I do if I want to board the ship here? Along with this, there are also a lot of gift suggestions. Yun Xiao couldn't help but smile again as he looked at the number of viewers in the live broadcast room, which had risen to nearly 10,000, and the numerous gifts. Sure enough, it was just as he expected. There are so many tactics and routines about fighting in my mind, and taking out any one of them would be a dimensionality reduction attack on the people in this world. Of course, the most important thing about this live broadcast is the system prompts that have never stopped since the beginning of the live broadcast. Yun Xiao looked at the hint floating in front of him again. Ding! Gained shock value from the live broadcast room audience, 25 people. Converted into 1 point. Ding! Gained shock value from the live broadcast room audience, 120 people, which has been converted into 2 points. Ding! The shock value from the opponent's live broadcast room audience, 120,000 people, has been converted into 1,700 points. Seeing this, Yun Xiao was stunned. 120,000 people? Wow! It seems like the person I'm matched with this time is a big anchor. 1,000 points were directly credited to your account. Just when Yun Xiao was excited, he saw another line of prompts. Ding! Gain shock value from the important character Red. Reward points. 300 points. Yun Xiao was stunned for a moment. Crimson? No way. Speaking of this, the opponent I just matched with was named Dur, or the other way around, Red. Red. Moreover, his 6 elves gave Yun Xiao a strong sense of familiarity at the time, but he just couldn't remember where he had seen them. Now, after seeing the system prompt, Yun Xiao finally realized something. Grass. It seems like I was matched with someone incredible the first time I did it. Red. In the anime, the monster who conquered Mewtwo with the force of Mega Charizard. In the game, he is the champion of the Quartz League, a legendary trainer, the true protagonist, the destroyer of Team Rocket. He has so many titles that it's almost impossible to count them all. Even Xiaoji is a character created based on Red. Yun Xiao didn't expect that in this world, there would actually be real Red. He didn't expect that he would actually wear this person in his first live performance of 3 through 6. He couldn't help but reach out and touch his nose. Well, it's just a simulation game. Red shouldn't mind, right? However, the next moment, an extremely eye-catching prompt with flames burning lit up in Yun Xiao's live broadcast room. The king has arrived. The number 1 anchor on the popularity list, Qiong, has entered this live broadcast room. Chapter 26, Brother Qi, this won't work. This really won't work. With the entry of Qihong, the barrage began to refresh frantically again. Qi Bao, you come and get hot. Let us welcome the victims into the live broadcast room. Ha ha ha. Brother Qi, this anchor's idea is really a bit too perverted. You don't deserve to lose. At the same time, those viewers who first entered Yun Xiao's live broadcast room were all awakened from their dreams. What kind of person is Qihong? A champion who is extremely well known all over the world. I was wondering why so many people came in all of a sudden. It turns out that the one we were facing just now is Red. Oh my god! Anchor, you're going to become famous this time. When you become famous, don't forget that I was the first person to give you a plane. Amidst the flying comments, suddenly a piece of red text floated above the screen and stayed next to the chat box. This is a super message that requires payment, with prices ranging from 30 yuan to 10,000 yuan depending on how long the message stays and where it appears. This message is of the highest level, worth 10,000 elf coins. Red, your tactical construction is very ingenious. I have to say, I am really surprised. Immediately afterwards, there was another super message of 10,000 elf coins. Red, but I have a question. If I send Dragonite to use Dragon Dance to strengthen itself in advance at the beginning of the battle, and let Jengar use Black Eyes to lock onto Owl, can I break your tactics? As soon as the 2 messages came out, the audience started speaking again. Our Qi Bao is worthy of being Qi Bao. He figured out a way to deal with his tactics so quickly. It seems to be true. As long as we restrict the exchange between the Big Build Gull and the Thorn Dragon King, everything will fall apart. Are you all focused on the battle? Am I the only one who thinks Chij is extremely rich? If I can say it in one super message, I should split it into 2. Can Chij support me? Facing Qihong's question, Yun Xiao just smiled, and his voice came out from the live broadcast room. Brother Qi, your idea is great, but the escape button has a higher priority than Black Vision. Even if Jengar locks onto the Owl, the exchange effect will still be triggered. It's also good to let Dragonite use Dragon Dance to strengthen, but my Flower Therapy Ring is equipped with the skill one more time. In the first round, I will observe the actions of your elves and then give orders. If you attack, Flower Therapy Ring will use protection. If you strengthen, Flower Therapy Ring will use one more time to... After these words were spoken, Chi-Hong, who was thousands of miles away, fell silent. I have to say, Yun Xiao is right. Black Eyes cannot interfere with the exchange of Thorn Dragon, and if Dragonite uses Dragon Dance, then he will be forced to use Dragon Dance 3 times in a row by one more time, turning into a sitting duck. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head. Yes, as a champion trainer, he naturally understood how stupid it was to use enhanced skills in front of his opponent during a battle. The most powerful point of the opponent's tactics is that when the Thorn Dragon King comes on the field, he can directly enjoy multiple bonuses and attack at double speed. However, Owlman and Flower Therapy Ring are thick-skinned and thick-limbed auxiliary Pokemon. Flower Therapy Ring also has a protection position, so it is impossible to kill it by force. As for the toucan, it's just a tool bird, and victory is achieved as long as it uses prayer for rain. Chi-Hong thought about it and sent out 2 more super messages. Red, then I think there's another way. Red, that means not attacking your big mouth, but letting the 2 elves focus on the Flower Healing Ring. Even if it is for protection, the Flower Healing Ring cannot resist 2 attacks at the same time. Seeing Chi-Hong leaving another message, Yun Xiao was naturally happy to answer. After all, this guy gets 10,000 elf coins for every message he posts, and the more he posts, the more he earns. Brother Chi, this is a good idea, but you didn't consider another problem. He whispered, even if you focus your fire directly to eliminate the Flower Therapy Ring, under rainy weather, the Storm skill will be enhanced and will definitely hit. Then, in the second round, you need to face both the Storm that the Big Mouth Gull must hit and the easy swimming characteristic of the Thorn Dragon King. He didn't continue speaking, but just smiled softly. Actually, it's very simple to crack this routine. You just need to take away the weather to solve the problem from the root. After all, everything about this lineup is built around rainy weather. As soon as he finished speaking, the red super message appeared again. Red, I see. This is a form of the rainy day team? No, it's just a prototype. Don't forget, there can be 6 elves in the team. Yun Xiao said, Red, thank you very much. With the appearance of the last super message, a series of firework effects exploded in Yun Xiao's live broadcast room. Red gave the anchor a colorful carnival. Red gave the anchor a colorful carnival. The same prompt appeared 5 times in a row. At this moment, the people in the live broadcast room have gone crazy. You know, the price of a colorful carnival is 200,000 elf coins. 1 million. Chi Good directly gave him a reward of 1 million. The boss is confused. What are you guys arguing about? It's only 1 million. It's just a small amount of money for Chigo. Also, I'm not jealous really. Correction everyone, including super comments, the number is 1.06 million. Faced with this sudden reward, Yun Xiao was also stunned for a moment, and then said, Thank you for the gift, Chij. Brother Chi, add me as a friend in private chat. Then he said something that made the entire live broadcast room explode. And dear audience friends, the host is busy now, so I'll leave first. I'll be back later. 88. The live broadcast room instantly turned into a black background, leaving only a bunch of barges in the room, madly posting capitalized question marks. The show started, played a round, and then went offline. Did the anchor run away after making the money? Did he think the money was too much? No one can understand Yun Xiao's behavior. With Chiang sending out a gift of 1 million elf coins, his live broadcast room will appear on the homepage of the live broadcast website and gain a lot of traffic. This can be said to be the best time to increase fans and make money. However, he went offline at this time. Why is this? At the same time, Yun Xiao stood up from the table, stretched his body, and stretched his muscles. Another series of prompts popped up in front of his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have received shock value from the live broadcast room audience, 100,000 people, which has been converted into 100 points. Sure enough, just as he expected, this sudden termination of the broadcast also attracted shock value. But Yun Xiao frowned and noticed a problem. System, why is there only 100,000 people this time, but only 100 points? The system prompt pops up quickly. Replying to the host, the shock value is not only determined by the number of targets. If you repeatedly shock the same person, the shock value you gain will be greatly reduced. And the host's action of going offline early was not as surprising to those people as defeating Red and explaining the tactics, so the points were very few. Yin Xiao nodded after hearing this. I see. So I have to try to surprise different people? That's right. Also, Qihong alone provided 400 points. Does this mean that the stronger a person is, the higher the shock value they can provide? Absolutely correct. In addition, starting from 1 minute ago, this system will no longer answer the host questions for free. There are 3 questions in total, and 30 points have been deducted from your account. Yunhao, I've already guessed it, huh? Why are you still charging me for this? Reply to the host, yes, in addition, a sincere gift of 10 points. Yun Xiao. He decided not to say another word to this profiteer system. Having said that, this live broadcast was indeed fruitful. One live broadcast directly provided him with more than 2,000 shocking points. In addition to the shocking moment, Yun Xiao also unexpectedly received a reward from Qihong this time. After the platform takes its cut, he can probably get 600,000 elf coins. This amount of money may not be much for a champion, but it is enough for an average family to live in the bustling center of Cloud City for more than 10 years. After counting the harvest, Yin Xiao opened the live broadcast background and saw a small red dot. A friend request from Qihong. After he clicked yes, he took the initiative to send a Pikachu smile emoticon. Thank you, Boss Qihong, for the tip. You are very generous. The next second, Red sent him a Psyduck tilted head emoticon. Next, there's a passage in Chinese. You are someone I recognize. This little money is the reward for answering my questions. You have taught me a lot of new things. Thank you, Boss Qihong, for your praise. Yin Xiao added a shy Pikachu expression pack. After all, Yin Xiao won this time in a simulation game. To be honest, in the real world, he is a top champion trainer. I have only traveled here for a week and only reached the professional level with cheats. Therefore, Yin Xiao still has some respect for Qihong. At this moment, Qihong continued to send another message. If there is a chance in the future, I would like to learn from you a few more times. Yin Xiao didn't even think about it and replied directly. No problem, Brother Qi. You are the top brother on the list. You can fight as many times as you want. There was silence for a few seconds on the other end before a message came in. I'm talking about real-life combat. Brother Qi, sorry, I'm afraid this won't work. Because I just got my first initial elf a week ago. Thousands of miles away. Qihong looked at these words and froze in front of the computer. Only then did I get the elf? Chapter 27 Advanced Modification started. Making a master. It took a while for Qihong, who was standing in front of the screen, to come back to his senses from these words. He certainly didn't believe what Yin Xiao said. The tactics of this rainy day team have only recently spread among the circle of champion trainers, and everything is still in the discussion stage. But this person has already established a complete tactical team. This kind of tactical construction requires not only a large amount of experience and knowledge reserves, but also a strong understanding of combat. It is impossible for someone who has just obtained the initial elf to come up with it. Therefore, Red has already concluded in his heart that the person on the other side of the screen must be at least a trainer at the king level or above. As for the name Yin Xiao, it is most likely just a pseudonym used for live broadcast. Thinking of this, Qihong pondered for a moment and typed out another message. I sincerely hope to have a sparring match with you, but if you have no such intention, I can only express my regret. The reply message from the other side came quickly. If there's a chance, there must be. If there's a chance, there must be. Yun Xiao didn't know that in Scarlet Eyes, he had already become a guaranteed king-level trainer. After he replied to the message, he stood up from his chair and stretched. I have to say that doing live streaming is really the right choice. In just less than an hour of live broadcast, he earned a large amount of shocking points and a considerable amount of elf coins. As for why Yun Xiao hurriedly left the show, because he already had enough shock points to use an advanced modification. Yun Xiao said directly in his heart, System, I want to use advanced modification. Ding! 5,000 shock points have been deducted. Current remaining points, 345 points. Host, please select the modification option. Yin Xiao thought about it for a moment. There are 4 options for advanced modification. Obtaining advanced abilities and items. Obtaining clues to legendary items and abilities. Strengthening the individual values and talents of the elves. And strengthening existing abilities and items. Currently, the individual values and talents of the 2 elves in his team are top-notch, so there is no need to strengthen them for the time being. If I have to say, the qualifications of the lazy old man are only at the champion level, and there is still a gap from the divine beast level, but it is enough for now, and there is still time to modify it later. And the wave power he possesses is completely sufficient at this stage. Clues to legendary items or abilities. Even if Yin Xiao got the clues, he might not be able to obtain them immediately. So, there is only one last option left. System. I choose to randomly obtain advanced items and abilities. Yin Xiao spoke. Ding! The modification has been initiated, and items and abilities are being randomly drawn for the host. Extraction completed. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the S-level ability, Block Making Master. Along with the system's prompt, a ball of light green light suddenly appeared out of nowhere and disappeared into Yun Xiao's forehead in a flash. Yun Xiao only felt a cool feeling coming from his mind, followed by a huge amount of information and memories pouring in. These memories are all about the knowledge of tree fruits, the formula and production techniques of energy blocks. After a few seconds, Yun Xiao let out a breath. He had completely accepted this knowledge. Now, in terms of attainments in the field of energy blocks, he is no different from a master energy block maker. There was also an extra line of information on his character panel. Energy Cube Master, S-level character skill. Effect. Your knowledge and skills in making berries and blocks have reached a level that ordinary people cannot even dream of. I can actually draw this kind of skill. Yun Xiao was speechless for a moment. Energy cubes, as the best nutrition and food for elves, are heavyweights in this world. 50 years ago, with the advent of the first energy cube, the whole world was shocked. Due to the difficulty of its production process, only professional block makers can master it. There is even an organization that has risen rapidly and become one of the major forces in the global field in just a few decades, the Energy Cube Production Association, referred to as the Cube Association. The association monopolized the production line of energy blocks and began to train professional producers. The professional block makers who come out of the association are naturally sought after by all parties, just like the alchemists in the world of immortal cultivation. The levels of block makers are divided into 4 levels from low to high: entry level, professional level, expert level, and master level. Among them, master producers represent the highest production standards. Even in the world, there are only more than 100 of them, and Yun Xiao's current production level is no different from theirs. Feeling the production formulas and techniques constantly emerging in his mind, Yun Xiao suddenly seemed to remember something. He took out the blocks he had bought during the day from the system space, took a look at them, and then sighed deeply. It costs less than 10,000 yuan to make a 50,000 yuan product. This is too much profit. If I had known I could acquire this skill, I would have bought something else when I went to Lingyun department store. What a huge loss. But from now on, I can make the highest level energy blocks for Zoanthropus and Rayquaza by myself. Unfortunately, it's not possible yet. The materials for making blocks are easy to deal with, but the machines for making blocks are almost monopolized by the Cube Association. You must first join the association and become a professional trainer. And a small place like Yunqing doesn't even have a branch of the Cube Association. But Yun Xiao was not in a hurry. He would be going to the Magic City in a few weeks anyway, so he could look for the association after arriving there. With his current level of block making, the test was truly not difficult at all, and he could pass it with his eyes closed. Thinking of this, an idea suddenly emerged in Yun Xiao's mind. Advanced modifications can strengthen the skills he currently has. After the power of waveguide is strengthened, it will definitely break through the upper limit of human beings' mastery of this power. What will happen if the skill of block maker is strengthened? Opening up a whole new area of energy block production? If this is true, wouldn't it be another world-shaking event? By then, you will definitely receive a huge amount of shocking points. It is a pity that ideals are full and reality is very skinny. After using this advanced enhancement, Yun Zhao's shock points returned to the level before liberation overnight, with only a few hundred points left. If I want to do it again, I don't know how much time I need to accumulate. Yun Xiao leaned back in his chair and shook his head. It seems that in the short term, I still have a long way to go in my live streaming career. According to the system mechanism, if you want to get more points, you must make the live broadcast room bigger and stronger, constantly attract new viewers and shock them. After sorting out the shocking things, Yun Xiao went straight back to the simulated secret realm. The Blue Lake released hyperactive Ape and Rayquaza and began to challenge the wild Pokemon in the secret realm one by one. Although accumulating shock points is a big thing, constantly making his elf stronger is the real main line, and he will not put the cart before the horse. Time flies, and when Yun Xiao came out of the secret realm, it was already evening. The corresponding levels of the simulated secret realm, Blue Lake, are from level 15 to level 30. The elves in this range can enjoy 4 times the additional experience bonus. Rayquaza and Hyperactive Ape both meet the requirements. Coupled with the fighting power of these two guys, they have vertically crushed all the elves in the simulated secret realm. Today's battle was almost smoothly pushed forward with amazing efficiency. Therefore, their upgrade speed is like riding a rocket. Hyperactive Ape reached level 30 overnight, while Rayquaza reached level 25. At this moment, Yun Xiao looked at the two elves in front of him and smiled slightly. You two have worked hard. He placed 2 cans of energy cubes in front of them. This is tonight's dinner. Eat it while it's hot. Roar! Hey! When the two elves saw the block in front of them, they were obviously stunned for a moment. Is this thing food? The hyperactive ape's nose was obviously more sensitive. He quickly smelled the rich aroma of the cubes, took out a piece tentatively, and took a small bite. The sweet aroma and rich taste instantly conquered the hyperactive ape's taste buds. His eyes lit up and he stuffed the cube directly into his mouth, then held the jar and started to eat it. Hey! To be honest, this was the first time in his life that he had eaten something so delicious. Seeing the ape eating so happily, little Rayquaza naturally became curious. After trying a bite, he quickly stuffed his head directly into the jar. Looking at the two elves busy eating in front of him, Yin Xiao couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, the attraction of energy cubes to elves is like that of fish to cats. Moreover, not only do they taste good, the rich energy contained in the energy cubes can also greatly promote the growth of elves. Even high-level energy cubes can provide additional effects for elves after long-term use. For example, the 2 bottles of advanced energy cubes that Yun Xiao bought at Lingyun Department Store today were named Solid Source Cubes and Dragon Scale Cubes, respectively. The former is the can in front of the Hyperactive Ape, which is suitable for normal-type Pokemon. Long-term use can greatly increase the Pokemon's physical fitness and its ability to control normal-type energy. The latter is naturally the jar in front of Sora Arum, which is suitable for Dragon-type Pokemons. The additional effects are similar to those of the Solidification Cube, except that it increases the Pokemon's control over Dragon energy and can also increase the hardness of the Dragon scales all over the body. These 2 cubes are very expensive, and just the 2 small jars for this meal will cost around 10,000 elf coins. But this is just the advanced energy block. Above the senior level there are experts, and above the experts there are masters. The master level energy cube has an exaggerated effect, but its price is also exaggerated. It can even be said that it is out of stock. That is a training resource that 99% of trainers don't even dare to think about. You can't buy it even if you have money. But for Yin Xiao, this was not a problem at all. After all, he can do it himself. Chapter 28. In order to defend the poison tactics, the live broadcast room exploded again. After feeding the 2 elves the cubes, Yin Xiao ordered some takeout for his dinner and then turned on his computer again. As the computer, which was in standby mode, started up, the first thing that caught Yin Xiao's eye was a few red messages. Anyway, I really hope to have a sparring match with you. Your tactical understanding is the strongest among all the trainers I have ever seen. My contact number is this. If you change your mind or have any questions, please feel free to contact me. Below the message, there was a red phone number. Yun Xiao looked at the message and felt a little emotional. Qi Hong is indeed the purest fighter. As long as he likes an opponent, he will want to fight with him no matter what. But at my current level, I really can't compete with you at all. Until next time, Yun Xiao silently memorized the Buddha's phone number and then opened the live broadcast room again. Although several hours have passed, the number of people in the live broadcast room has increased instead of decreased compared to when he first started broadcasting. There are more than 30,000 people still staying in the live broadcast room with a black screen, refreshing the barrage from time to time. Is this the live broadcast room of the anchor who broke the Reds' winning streak? Where is he? Don't worry, the anchor went off the air after broadcasting for an hour. Who knows when he will be back? I saw this from the screen recording. His team that stabbed the Dragon King was really too weird, right? Is this really a tactic that a human could come up with? The simulated battle between Qi Hong and Yun Xiao had been recorded and edited into a video and uploaded to the internet. In just a few hours, the video has become a viral hit, with the number of views soaring and exceeding 1 million. After all, Qi Hong is a world-famous champion, and everything related to him is naturally popular. Naturally, this video also attracted many people to Yun Xiao's live broadcast room. Amidst the barrage of comments, the black live broadcast room suddenly lit up, and Yun Zhao's computer desktop appeared. The barrage of comments also started to fill the screen. Oh my god! The anchor has started broadcasting. Cloud God, you're back? I missed you so much. Are you the anchor who beat Red? I want to see if you have any real stuff. Why doesn't the anchor turn on the camera? Countless comments were floating around, and many people were giving small gifts. Yun Zhao was a little overwhelmed for a moment. He could only smile and say, "Welcome everyone to my live broadcast room. No more nonsense tonight. Let's get straight to the point." As he spoke, he directly opened the battle simulation platform, cleared the original team combination, and then added the 5 Rattatas directly to the configuration team. The audience in the live broadcast room were originally surprised by his sudden start of the broadcast, but after seeing this scene, they put everything else behind their minds and all asked questions. What is the host doing? 5 little Rattatas? When he was fighting Red before, he seemed to have brought 3 Rattatas, meaning that he wanted to defeat the opponent with 3 Pokemons. Now he brought 5, meaning he wanted to defeat 6 with 1? If it were another anchor, I might laugh at him for being ungrateful, but now I just want to see what he wants to do. Those who said these words were either present when Yun Zhao and Chi Hong fought, or had watched the video and had a certain level of mental preparation. Some people who watched the live broadcast simply because of the popularity of the room and because they had heard about Yun Zhao's affairs were all stunned at this moment. Some people immediately expressed doubts. Apart from the fish fry, how can you win with 1 against 6? What's the point of playing like this? It's impossible for a Pokemon to have a tactical routine, right? Yeah, I thought I could see some useful information, but fried fish is boring. Yun Zhao did not reply to the comments, but silently dragged an elf with a huge flower bud on its back and on all 4s into the team, and quickly configured its skills and attributes. Then he directly clicked the Start Matching button. The next moment, a head image immediately appeared. Kawanros. After the avatar, there is a small piece of text. World Rankings number 56. This game has a ranking system. The reason why Chi Hong's ranking is not displayed is because he only plays matches and never plays ranked matches. Otherwise, with his level, he would most likely be number 1 in the world. As Yun Zhao was successfully matched, many people in the live broadcast room were immediately delighted. I know this Kawanros. He seems to be a streamer who only uses quasi-god elves, and he is quite famous. Excellent matching mechanism. In the first game, I was ranked Red, and in the second game, I was among the top 100 players. This game really respects us, Yun Shun. The anchor is about to fall from grace. I guess the other side was stunned when they saw these 5 little Rattatas. For a while, barges of comments were flying everywhere, and most people did not believe that Yun Zhao could once again create a miracle of defeating 6 opponents with just 1 Bulbasaur when the opponent was one of the top 100 players in the world. The previous defeat of Red was due to the exquisite cooperation between the 3 elves, not the dominance of the Thorn Dragon King alone. However, what no one knew was that behind the screen, Yun Zhao's mouth corners were slightly raised. The 50th ranked player in the world? Good thing you came. The stronger the opponent you match with, the more surprised the audience will be, and the more points you will get. At this moment, the battle has begun. After thinking for a few seconds, the opposing player sent out a Dragonite as the first mover. On Yun Zhao's side, it was naturally the Venusaur. After the 2 players input the commands, Dragonite was the first to flap its wings and rush forward, with a chilling aura emanating from its claws. Freezing Fist. Dragonite flew at an extremely fast speed and arrived in front of Venusaur in almost an instant. The cold air hit Venusaur with great force. Gah! Faced with this restrained, fierce attack, Bulbasaur immediately let out a painful howl. If it weren't for Venusaur's thick skin and high physical strength and double defense racial stats, any other grass-type Pokemon might not be able to withstand Dragonite's move. But even so, the stamina bar above Bulbasaur's head dropped by more than half in an instant. In the live broadcast room, lines of barrage are refreshing, let alone defeating 6 at once. I think it's even a question whether I can defeat this Dragonite. Yeah, I think Venusaur is the most useless of the 3 starter clans. Give GG to Yinshin in advance. However, at this moment, Venusaur suddenly twisted its body, and a large ball of purple venom burst out from the flower bud behind it and rushed towards Dragonite. Dragonite, which had just finished its attack, had no time to retreat and was hit by venom, with purple smoke all over its body. This is a state of severe poisoning, and the person will continue to lose physical strength over time, and the rate of loss is getting faster and faster. After the first encounter, Dragonite roared, and the cold white light flashed on its claws again, and it attacked directly towards Bulbasaur in front of it. Another extremely effective freezing punch. Judging from the state of its stamina bar, Venusaur can no longer withstand this attack. But at this moment, Yun Zhao's second order arrived. Protect! A pale white light immediately appeared in front of Venusaur, covering its entire body tightly and completely blocking Dragonite's freeze punch. When Dragonite finished punching, the purple mist on his body flashed, and he immediately looked painful. This was the poison's attack again, causing considerable damage. Roar! Dragonite roared, flapped its wings, and flew into the air. A colorful light burned on its body, and it transformed into a majestic dragon-shaped shadow, rushing straight towards Venusaur. Dragon God Dive, a powerful dragon skill. Obviously, the player on the opposite side didn't want to delay any longer, so he directly used his most powerful skill, trying to end Bulbasaur directly. He seemed to have realized something. However, the opposite happened. The moment the Dragon God swooped down and hit Venusaur, his huge body suddenly became illusory and shattered into pieces under the impact, turning into pieces of rock on the ground. After the fragments disappeared, Venusaur was still standing there unharmed. What followed was an extremely violent purple mist that appeared around Dragonite's entire body. The poison has attacked for the third time, and the damage it has caused is already horrific. The audience in the live broadcast room were not fools. After seeing this, they already understood Yun Zhao's intention. Fuck, this is too dirty, isn't it? Isn't this just relying on poison to kill the opponent? I was just thinking that protection can't be used continuously until he took out the substitute. If you keep protecting your stand-in like this, even gods would have to kneel down. But soon, someone raised another question. Using a stand also consumes energy. Even if you can kill Dragonite, how will you deal with the next Pokemon on the other side? These words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Yes, even if this tactic is dirty, it is at most 1-for-1. After using the stand continuously and getting hit by a freeze punch that was designed to restrain it at the beginning, Bulbasaur's stamina bar had run out, and it was impossible for it to defeat 6 enemies at once. Just when everyone was confused, Bulbasaur on the field moved. A huge ball of glowing seeds burst out from the flower bud behind him and landed on Dragonite's back. Countless vines immediately grew out and wrapped around Dragonite's body. Parasitic seeds. Countless spots of light began to emerge from the vines and sank into Venusaur's body, causing his stamina bar to continue to rise. At this moment, the poison in Dragonite's body has become increasingly severe. It is completely unable to get rid of the invasion of the parasitic seeds. It can only have its strength sucked away bit by bit and turn into a blood bag of Venusaur. Not only that, a bright white light suddenly lit up from Bulbasaur's body, causing his stamina bar to increase again, completely restoring it to a healthy level. At the same time, the tortured Dragonite could no longer hold on and fell to the ground with a bang. After being silent for dozens of seconds, the other player resolutely chose to surrender. The battle is over. Yun Zhao's live broadcast room exploded again. Chapter 29, 90% completion, The Secret in the Lake. The other side just ran away like that? Why? Do you think they're stupid? Wouldn't the next one who came up also be tortured by Venusaur? I give up. The white light just now must be leftovers. People actually bring this kind of prop? I always thought it was useless. I thought Venusaur was the most useless of the 3 starter Pokemons. Damn it. Who knew it could be played like this? When the barrage of comments refreshed, Yun Zhao, who had been silent, finally spoke. Everyone, this is the tactics I brought to you today. To put it simply, it is a tactic that relies on the 3 skills of poison, protection, and substitute to cycle and wear down the opponent to death. As long as the protection and the substitute are used in a cycle, the disadvantage of the protection not being able to be used continuously can be overcome. In theory, any Pokemon that can learn these 3 skills can use this tactic. The reason we chose Venusaur is because Venusaur has thick skin and is not easily killed by the opponent in one blow. In addition, once the cycle is successfully established, relying on the item leftovers that can continuously restore the physical strength of the Pokemon, plus Bulbasaur's parasitic seeds, super absorption, and other skills, it is easy to make up for the physical strength consumed by using the stand, and even keep Bulbasaur's physical strength at a healthy level. I call this tactic substitute poison to. Of course, this tactic can be extended in many ways. For example, By adding control techniques such as hypnotic powder and paralysis powder, or adding some endurance skills such as photosynthesis, the strength can be raised to a higher level. As Yun Xiao continued to explain, rows of comments flew across the live broadcast room. Strange underworld tactics have been added. If I were the person on the other side, I would add a streamer as my friend to ask how your family is doing recently. I've learned it. Where can I get Bulbasaur? Yun Xiao broadcast this evening's live broadcast for more than 2 hours before he ended it yawning. The number of his fans has increased from 0 at the beginning of today to an astonishing 100,000 and is still increasing. As for the number of viewers in the live broadcast room, it broke the 1 million mark very early on. After all, in this social environment where everyone is a trainer, the biggest giant in the live broadcast industry is the section related to Pokemon battles. At this moment, Yin Xiao turned off the live broadcast software, leaned back in the chair behind him, and stretched his body. It's a bit tiring to live broadcast for 2 hours straight, but it's totally worth it. The display of the substitute defense poison tactic, coupled with the influx of a large number of new viewers, provided him with a lot of shock points, more than 1,000 points. Adding in various gifts and rewards, this live broadcast earned him more than 100,000 elf coins. Just as Yin Xiao was calculating his gains, a phone call suddenly came in. He picked up the phone and answered it, and immediately a respectful and polite male voice came from the other end. "Excuse me, is this Yin Xiao? I'm an official from the Peppa Pig live streaming platform. I want to discuss something with you." Yin Xiao raised his eyebrows. This person came faster than he expected. "Yeah, I am. What's up?" On the other end of the phone, the man's voice continued. "It's like this. Since your first live broadcast today has become popular all over the internet, and coupled with your excellent live broadcast quality, we will make an exception and give you a chance to sign a high-level contract. Do you want it?" Yun Xiao shrugged when he heard that. First, he defeated Qi Hong in a simulated battle today, and then he used the poison-defending tactics in front of millions of viewers in the evening. It was impossible not to be popular. But the Padawan platform must have realized my value, so they immediately wanted to keep me. Sure enough, the man continued. After signing the advance contract, you will immediately enjoy the resources and traffic support of the top anchors. As long as you broadcast for a certain amount of time each month, you can get a basic salary of 200,000 elf coins. If the traffic exceeds the standard, you can also get additional bonuses. The platform's gift split has also changed from 50 to 50 to 60 to 40. You get 60 and we get 40. What do you think? Yin Xiao thought about it. How long does this certain period of time mean? The man immediately replied. Based on the 30 days in a natural month, a month would be at least 150 hours. 150 hours a month, that means at least 5 hours a day. Yin Xiao frowned. He started live streaming mainly for shock points. Money was secondary, and 5 hours a day was really too much of a restriction for him. He thought for a moment and said, "I don't want a basic salary, but I also don't want to be restricted in my live streaming time. I'll keep the rest." There was silence for a moment on the other end of the phone, and the person seemed a little embarrassed. Yun Xiao immediately said, "I live stream just for fun. The more people watch me, the happier I am. Money is secondary. I will start school soon. Where will I find the time to live stream for 5 hours a day?" The man's voice sounded quickly. "Okay, Mr. Yin, please wait a moment. I will report this to the higher-ups right away." Yun Xiao hung up the phone and glanced out the window at the city, which had already fallen into night. The purpose of signing this contract is just to bring more traffic to the live broadcast room and gain more shocking points. As for whether the K-Duck platform would agree to his request, he felt it was inevitable. After all, although Psyduck is a top live streaming platform, it also has several competitors. If I were poached by other platforms, it would be a huge loss. Sure enough, within a few minutes, another call came in. "Mr. Yun, your conditions have been agreed to. There is no limit on the live broadcast time each month. Everything else is provided according to the advance contract. In addition, you will be given an additional base salary of 100,000 elf coins. What do you think?" Yin Xiao was quite satisfied with this condition. He nodded. Okay, we will send the contract to your backstage tomorrow morning. If you have any needs or dissatisfaction, please feel free to contact me." The implication is that Yin Xiao must choose their platform. Yin Xiao responded and put down the phone. "Starting tomorrow, I will also be able to get a salary." At this moment, after a whole day of hard work, Yin Xiao was a little tired. He simply washed up and lay down on the bed, thinking silently. Next time, when he has accumulated 5,000 shock points, He plans to use advanced modifications to enhance the skill of Energy Cube Maker. Because if you can make more advanced blocks, it will not only shock the world, but also directly benefit the elves in your team, which is like killing two birds with one stone. As for the simulated secret realm of the Blue Lake, its area was a little larger than Yun Xiao had imagined. Today, he had only explored 12% of it with the hyperactive apes. I don't know what extra rewards I can get when the exploration degree of this simulated secret realm reaches 100%. While thinking, Yun Xiao fell asleep in a daze. Time is always spent quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days have passed. Simulating a secret realm. Rayquaza, Dragon's Fury, along with Yun Zhao's command. Xiao Lacan's body circled in the air, and a dazzling red light suddenly burst out of his mouth, and he turned into a dragon and rushed out. Yulong hit the Swamp King on the opposite side directly. There was an explosion, and smoke rose up. The Swamp King fell directly to the ground, his eyes rolling around, and he lost his ability to fight. And Yun Xiao also smiled. Beautiful. You are becoming more and more proficient in this move. Roar! Rayquaza wrapped its body around Yun Xiao's neck and seemed very happy. Hyperactive ape, you've been doing pretty well lately. Yun Xiao did not forget to praise the hyperactive ape beside him and reached out to touch the latter's head. Hey! During these 5 days, apart from live broadcast, Yun Xiao spent the rest of his time with the two Pokémons, challenging wild Pokémons and training their skills in the simulated secret realm. Both elves have become completely familiar with their evolved bodies, and both have reached a high level of professional strength. They are about to show signs of breaking through to the elite level. And with the defeat of the Swamp King in front of him, all the wild elves in the secret realm of the Blue Lake were challenged by Yun Xiao. However, when he called up the system panel, he found that his exploration of the secret realm had only reached 90%. Yun Xiao couldn't help but frown slightly. Logically speaking, I've already walked through the entire secret realm and challenged all the elves, so why is the exploration level not full yet? Even the elves in this lake, I've fished them out one by one in the past 5 days and challenged them all. I didn't stop until the system showed that there were no elves left to challenge in the lake. That's strange. Yun Xiao turned his head and glanced at the calm lake, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Could it be that there are places at the bottom of the lake that I haven't explored yet? Thinking of this, he closed his eyes, mobilized the wave power in his body, and probed into the lake. During these 5 days of free time, Yun Xiao naturally also trained the wave guide power in his body. The detection diameter has been increased from the previous 50 or 60 meters to nearly 100 meters. Logically speaking, no matter how deep the lake is, it should not be more than 100 meters, and Yun Xiao should be able to easily explore the situation in the lake. However, the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Just now, he actually sensed a terrifying force coming from the depths of the lake, which directly blocked the detection of his waveguide power, forcing him to interrupt the use of the waveguide power. At the same time, a vortex with a diameter of 3 meters suddenly formed on the originally calm lake surface, spinning fiercely. A pink figure quickly emerged from the vortex and floated quietly in the air. His whole body exuded a strong sense of oppression, and his aura was as solid as a substance, which made Yun Zhao's breathing pause for a moment. This is a pink and white elf with a golden crown on his head, a gemstone scepter in his hand. King Hippopotamus. In front of Yun Zhao's eyes, a line of information quickly emerged. Elf. King Hippopotamus. Gender. Male sign. Attribute. Superpower. Strength evaluation. LV 75, Heavenly King, Intermediate. Yun Zhao's eyes suddenly widened. Intermediate Heavenly King? How could an elf of this level appear in a 2-star secret realm? Chapter 30 School starts 5 days early. According to statistics from the League, there are only a few thousand trainers worldwide who can reach the king level. Trainers of this level will be watched and worshipped by passers-by, wherever they go, and all forces will try their best to please them. As for the king-level wild Pokemon, they have to be at least in the 4-star or 5-star secret realms to have a small chance of appearing. If an ordinary trainer saw a king-level Pokemon in a 2-star secret realm, he would probably collapse on the spot and not even want to run. Because in front of a king-level elf, running may not be useful. At this moment, facing the King Dai Dai who exuded amazing aura and power, Yun Xiao did not run away. On the one hand, even if something happened to him in the simulated secret realm, he would not suffer any substantial harm. On the other hand, Although the oppressive feeling of the Slow King is very strong, Yun Xiao, who possesses the power of waves, can feel that the power emitted is not intentional by the Slow King, but is naturally dissipated. In other words, this Slow King actually had no ill will or aggression towards him. This was not the first time Yun Xiao had seen this situation in the simulated secret realm. According to the system's explanation, the simulated secret realm would replicate the conditions of the elves in the real secret realm, including their personalities. For a creature like this Slow King that does not initiate attacks, it means that he is friendly to humans. However, Rayquaza and Hyperactive Ape obviously didn't know this. They both stood in front of Yun Xiao to protect him, looking at the powerful Slow King with vigilance. It was the first time for both of them to encounter such a powerful elf, and they were a little nervous at the moment. Yun Xiao smiled bitterly and waved his hand. "Relax, this guy won't do anything to us." The Slow King just stood there quietly like an NPC. Yun Xiao had no intention of communicating with this guy. After all, these elves in the simulated secret realm were just replicas with instincts, and it was completely impossible to communicate with them. Just at this moment, the system prompt popped up. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The exploration level of the 2-star simulated secret realm, Blue Lake, has reached 100%, and you have received an extra reward. A rare S-level tree fruit, clear water spirit fruit, has been placed in your backpack. Yun Xiao nodded slightly. It seems that with the discovery of King Slowpoke by himself, his exploration of the secret realm has reached 100%, and the clear water spirit fruit rewarded for this exploration, according to the knowledge in his mind, is an extremely rare special tree fruit that only grows in the center of clear freshwater lakes. It is an excellent supplement for water-attributed and psychic-type elves, and is also an essential raw material for many master-level energy blocks. Logically, Yun Xiao should be very satisfied with this harvest. But at this moment, his eyes were fixed on the Slow King, as if he was thinking about something. He would definitely visit the secret place of the Blue Lake after school starts. After all, he had discovered a lot of good things during his exploration in the past few days. So, should I get to know this king-level Slow King? Yun Xiao fell into deep thought. Although there are certain safety risks in facing a Pokemon of this level, considering that this Slow King has a kind personality and that he has the skill of Pokemon affinity, he decided to go and take a look. After all, more friends mean more paths. At worst, I can just bring some gifts when the time comes. Thinking of this, Yun Xiao's mind moved, and he exited the simulated secret realm and returned to the hotel room. It was already noon, and as usual, he placed 2 cans of energy cubes in front of Hyperactive Ape and Rayquaza, then sat in front of the computer, ready to start the live broadcast. However, at this moment his cell phone suddenly rang. Pika pika. This is the text message alert tone. Yun Xiao picked up the phone and immediately raised his eyebrows. Modi University. Dear freshman, hello. According to the arrangement of the Ministry of Education, the official start date of this semester will be advanced to August 1st. Please make preparations for the start of school in advance. I wish you a happy new semester. The summer vacation in this world is very short. Even high school graduates only have 1 month of vacation. But this time there is not even a 1-month vacation. School is about to start less than half a month after the college entrance examination. Yun Xiao didn't have any objection to this. To be honest, he was looking forward to school starting earlier so that he could start hatching the quasi-god elf egg earlier. August 1st? That's the day after tomorrow. Yun Xiao touched his chin and muttered to himself. In that case, why not just buy the plane ticket and leave today? In this way, I still have 1 day tomorrow to go to the block making association in Shanghai and pass the assessment for professional block makers. Having made up his mind, Yun Xiao directly bought a plane ticket for tonight and then opened the live broadcast room. During these 5 days, Yun Xiao would broadcast live for several hours every day to show new tactics to the audience. For example, the shrinking team the day before yesterday, the wrathful team yesterday. In his world, all Pokemon fans know a little about these tactics, but in the eyes of ordinary trainers in this world, they are not unusual at all, and can even be said to be a bit shocking. As soon as such a novel live broadcast room appeared, it naturally attracted a large number of viewers to watch. Coupled with the traffic support from the platform after the signing of the contract, the popularity of Yun Xiao's live broadcast room directly rushed to the top of the entire platform, with the highest number of viewers reaching tens of millions. The number of fans in his live broadcast room is about to break the 1 million mark. At this moment, Yun Xiao had just started the live broadcast for less than 5 minutes when a large group of people immediately rushed in. Fuck, Yinshin is on air. Brother Yin, what kind of underworld tricks are you going to use today? I can't wait. How come the anchor hasn't shown his face even though he signed the contract? Is it because he looks too fat and nerdy that he doesn't dare to show his face? Don't worry, the brothers won't look down on you. I was just worrying about the electronic pickled mustard tuber for lunch today. Yinshin, you came at the perfect time. The live broadcast room was filled with comments. Yun Xiao took a quick look, cleared his throat, and spoke. Good afternoon, everyone. The host is here to share tactics with you again. But I have some bad news for you all. This should be my last live broadcast in a short period of time. The barrage was silent for a moment, and then the screen was filled with question marks. Host, you've only been on the air for 5 days? Are you going to stop? Brother Yun, I tolerated you running away after a short while every day, and I tolerated my brothers not airing the show the day before yesterday, but you told me today that you won't air it anymore? Damn, I'm going to fight you. Aren't all anchors signed to become senior anchors on the platform? If they don't broadcast, there will be liquidated damages, right? Is there something serious going on? You're almost getting 1 million fans. You'd be a fool not to make money, Brother Yin. Yun Xiao scanned the comments and explained with a smile. I can't help it. Freshman year starts the day after tomorrow. I really don't have that much time, but if I have free time, I'll try to play it as much as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, the comments in the live broadcast room paused for a moment, and then more question marks appeared than before. Huh? The anchor is a college student? You said Chinese people don't cheat Chinese people? I don't believe it. Brother Yin, you must be kidding. Naturally, it was impossible for everyone to believe that this anchor, who brought countless amazing tactics and defeated Qihong in simulated battles, was actually a college student, and a freshman at that. Some people immediately made speculations. Do you think there is a possibility that Yun Xin is actually a university teacher and not a student? He said school had started, but he didn't say he was studying. Teacher Yun? Oh no, Professor Yun, which university are you from? I want my son to take the entrance exam to your school. Chapter 31 Crash into Sirena. At the same time, on the other side of the world, in the northern part of Grizzly Country, in a villa surrounded by forests, a slim woman with smooth blonde hair and wearing a black cheongsam pushed open the door of the villa. She stretched herself, hung her coat and cheongsam on the hanger beside her with a slightly tired look, lit the fire, and sank her whole body into the soft sofa in the living room. This mission is finally over, she muttered to herself. As if she remembered something, took out her cell phone, and sure enough, saw several unread messages. Read, Zyrona, I recently met a very interesting person in the simulation game. His understanding of the tactics of the rainy day team surprised me. Read, not only that, I stayed in his live studio for a few days and saw a lot of novel tactical ideas which were very ingenious. Read, it's a pity that he doesn't seem to be willing to spar with me. These messages were sent the day before yesterday. After reading the news, Sirena seemed a little surprised. To be honest, after knowing Qihong for so long, this was the first time he saw Qihong give such a high evaluation to others. Qihong's words also made her curious about the person mentioned by Qihong. Have a subtle understanding of the rainy day team? I have heard recently that many champion trainers are discussing the idea of the weather team. Although Red is not one of them, with his understanding of combat, he was still surprised, which shows that the idea proposed by this person is definitely unusual. After thinking for a moment, Sirona began typing and replied to Qihong. Shirenton, sorry Qihong, I just saw your message. I'm on a mission these 2 days. Shirenton, is the person you're talking about really that interesting? I'm a little curious after listening to him. Can you tell me his live broadcast room ID? Half a minute after the message was sent, it is still in the unread status. Sharona was not in a hurry either. After all, as a champion, he naturally knew that Qihong, like himself, also had a lot of things to deal with every day. She put down her phone and went to the bookshelf next to the sofa. She scanned the thick books on the bookshelf, hesitated for a moment, and finally sat down in front of the computer next to the bookshelf and pressed the power button. I've been so exhausted from the missions these past 2 days that I don't have much energy to study ancient books. I might as well play on the computer. The screen lit up and a wallpaper appeared. It was a sea of bright green flowers with countless white feathers floating in the air, so beautiful that it seemed like a fantasy. Sharona took out a bag of potato chips from the drawer of the computer desk, opened the battle simulation platform, and pressed the start matching button. As a champion trainer, battle simulation games are still one of her daily pastimes. Because through this simulation software, she can try out some new elves at no cost, thereby deepening her understanding of these elves. A fair fight under strength restrictions can also allow her to discard her true strength and improve her reaction and command capabilities. For her, it is more like a practice than a pastime. Looking at the heated discussion on the screen, Yun Xiao was not surprised by everyone's reaction. After all, any normal audience member would not believe that he is actually a freshman at the Elf University. He skipped the topic directly, opened the simulation battle platform, and started editing the team. A nine-tailed fox and a tropical dragon. Then there were 4 more Rattatas. As Yun Xiao quickly finished editing the team, the comments that were originally discussing whether he was a student or a professor instantly changed direction. It's Rattata again. I would like to call the host the Rattata Immortal. New viewers, please don't question it first. Let the old fans question it first. It's Ninetales. It's rare to see a normal popular Pokemon on this streamer. I'm done with it. But why is there even a tropical dragon here today? Do transportation elves have tactics? In addition to Rattata, the nine-tailed fox and tropical dragon in Yun Xiao's formation are not rare Pokemon. Ninetales is a very popular Pokemon because of its gorgeous appearance and powerful talents in fire and psychic. The tropical dragon is widely used to transport cargo around the world due to its huge body, good flying speed, and docile character, and is also very well known. But Pokemon like Tropical Dragon have basically nothing to do with the battle. Now that the Tropical Dragon appeared in Yun Xiao's live broadcast room, everyone couldn't help but look forward to it. As for doubts, after the baptism of the underworld tactics over the past few days, no one will doubt him in Yun Xiao's live broadcast room anymore. As Yun Xiao pressed the start matching button, he soon found an opponent. The other person's profile picture is a small green flower. Shirenton. World ranking 5. As this name emerged, the barrage of comments suddenly exploded. Damn, I have to say, this game's matching mechanism is really excellent, right? I was ranked red before, and today the 5th in the world is here. The above, actually, this Shirenton is the world's number 1, but he often disappears for a while, and then comes back to start rushing for points. I didn't expect that the anchor would actually meet him in the match. Yes, this guy is quite famous and mysterious in the simulation circle. No one knows his true identity, but he has reached the top dozens of times. World number 1? Even if a god comes today, the anchor will kill for everyone to see. As the barrage of comments surged wildly, Yun Xiao looked at his opponent's ID and was suddenly stunned. For some reason, he felt that this word was familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Shaking his head slightly, Yun Xiao accepted the match, entered the battle interface, and sent out Nine-Tailed Fox as the first player. This time he chose a one-on-one battle mode, and the opponent also sent out an Ice Ghost Guard. As the 2 elves appeared, the barrage began to refresh immediately. Attribute advantage, good luck. A fragile Pokemon like Ice Ghost will definitely not be able to withstand Nine-Tailed Fox's fire, so the opponent will probably have to change Pokemon. So what is the purpose of the Tropical Dragon? Is it to make up the numbers? While the discussion was going on in the barrage, the 2 elves on the field moved. The body of the Ice Ghost Guardian suddenly flashed and instantly turned into 5 identical Ice Ghost Guardians. Shadow Clone. It seems that the opposing player also knows that Ice Ghost Guard does not have an attribute advantage, so he decided to create space for pulling and fight slowly. Hyojin Kaibutsu used Shadow Clones to hide his real body, so it stands to reason that Kyubi would have to take time to deal with the real body. However, at this moment, the Nine-Tailed Fox also moved. He did not attack, but raised his head. A ball of red fire shot out of his mouth and shot straight into the sky. The sunlight suddenly became dazzling and covered the entire battlefield. It's a sunny day. The barrage of comments began to refresh one after another. Now the masters are fighting. Cloud God probably guessed that the opponent would not fight head-on and would either switch elves or create space for pulling. So he simply turned on the weather. Sunny day Nine-Tailed Fox. I can't even imagine how powerful its firepower is. TSK. If this ball of fire goes down, I'm afraid it will blow up the Ice Ghost Guard's true body along with its main body, right? However, just as everyone was expecting Nine-Tailed Fox to kill everyone on that sunny day, Yun Xiao suddenly said the name of a skill they had never heard of before. A parting gift. As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of black light shot up into the sky from the Nine-Tailed Fox's body and rushed towards the 5 Ice Ghost Guards on the opposite side and instantly disappeared into their bodies. 4 of the 5 Ice Ghost Guards disappeared in an instant, leaving only one floating in the air, but it was emitting a dim light and seemed a little weak. The Nine-Tailed Fox's eyes were filled with whirlpools and it fell to the ground. Everything happened so fast that the audience didn't even have time to react before the tropical dragon automatically replaced the nine-tailed fox. Huh? What kind of skill is this? What the hell? Injuring the enemy by 100, but losing 80,000 of your own money. I knew that the battle against Cloud God wouldn't be so easy. So what on earth is this for? Just as the barrage of comments was refreshing frantically, Yun Zhao's voice of explanation rang out in the live broadcast room. A parting gift, a dark transformation skill. Its effect is to consume all of the spirit's stamina and greatly reduce the opponent's dual attack attributes. Most of the Pokemon that can learn this skill are Ghost-type Pokemon, but Vulpix can also learn this skill through inheritance. There is such a skill? I've really learned something new. But isn't this a bit too much of a loss? Using up all your energy and leaving the field just to weaken one of the other party's Pokemon? Without even a moment of mourning for the fall of the nine-tailed fox, the legendary means of transportation, the tropical dragon, rushed to the battlefield immediately. Everyone in the barrage expressed their opinions, and it was obvious that they did not understand the significance of this skill. However, Yun Xiao smiled slightly as he looked at the tropical dragon that appeared. Who said that the protagonist today is the nine-tailed fox? Tropical dragon, use Dragon Dance. He gave the order directly. At the same time, Sharona sat in front of the computer with her beautiful eyebrows slightly wrinkled. The opponent I was matched with seemed to be a streamer judging by his name, but for some reason he released 4 Rattatas into the team. That's fine, but in the first round of the fight, she asked Bing Guihu to use Shadow Clone, but the opponent used Clear Sky. She thought the opponent was a person of some skill and could read her intention, so she felt at ease to turn on the weather. But the opponent's next move made Sirona a little confused. To be honest, as a champion, she has never seen the skill Parting Gift used even once in battle over all these years. Because this skill is really useless. At the cost of sacrificing the combat capability of an elf, it can only weaken part of the opponent's combat capability. Even just replacing the elves can eliminate this negative effect. And at this moment, she couldn't understand why her opponent asked Hubie to use the Parting Gift. With the bonus of a sunny day, the nine-tailed fox could have easily defeated the Ice Demon Guardian. But the opponent sacrificed the nine-tailed fox and replaced it with the tropical dragon, which was 4 times more powerful than the Ice Demon Guardian. Isn't this just beating around the bush? Sharona shook her head. This is how matching works. The opponents will not all be of high quality, like in ranked matches. In that case, let's end this battle as soon as possible. Ice Ghost Guard. Freezing Ray. She gave the order directly. Chapter 32 Skill Enhancement. New block making area. Bing Guihu cheered up, and a blue light with a chilling chill came out of his mouth and attacked the tropical dragon in the distance. However, facing the attack, the tropical dragon seemed to have no intention of dodging. Instead, it stopped where it was, flapped its leaf-like wings behind it, and circled in the air. This is an enhanced skill, Dragon Dance. Seeing this, Sirona looked a little strange. Weaken your opponent to gain the opportunity to strengthen your own Pokemon in exchange for the next one? But even though the double attack of Ice Demon Guard has been weakened by the Parting Gift, this 4-fold restrained ice skill can still take away half of the life of the tropical dragon in one go. At this moment, a primitive and wild aura rose from the body of the tropical dragon, indicating that the Dragon Dance had enhanced his speed and attack. And at this moment, the freezing ray also hit the tropical dragon solidly. Just as Sharona had guessed, this move directly dealt a heavy blow to the tropical dragon, causing the stamina bar above its head to drop by 3/4. This is already a very dangerous bloodline. You know, this was on a sunny day, and the power of ice attribute skills was weakened, so the tropical dragon almost couldn't withstand it. The nine-tailed fox was out of the game, and the tropical dragon was left with little health. At this moment, it seemed that the outcome was already decided. However, at this moment, something hanging on the tropical dragon's neck suddenly flashed. It was a fruit shaped like a star fruit. The fruit disappeared into thin air in a flash, and a blue light appeared on the body of the tropical dragon. During the game, a line of prompts also lights up. Defense. Sirona was stunned for a moment, then reacted immediately. This is the star peach fruit. For elves that have star peach fruit, when their physical strength falls below a certain threshold, the fruit will automatically merge into the elf's body and randomly enhance one of the elf's abilities. It sounds good, but its triggering conditions are rather harsh, and it is an expensive consumable that is gone after one use. It also takes up the elf's precious carrying space, so few people will use this thing. Just like now, The tropical dragon is already low on health. Even if it triggers the Star Peach fruit to increase its defense, what's the point? Freeze Ray. Thinking of this, Sirena gave another order. However, this time, the tropical dragon, whose speed was enhanced by the dragon dance, took action before the Ice Demon Guardian. The blue light covered his body, directly blocking the attack of the Ice Ghost Guard. Protect! Sharona raised her eyebrows slightly. She didn't quite understand why the other party was delaying time like this. However, the next moment, when a green light suddenly appeared on the tropical dragon's chest, Sharona was suddenly stunned. This is... At the same time, inside Yun Xiao's live broadcast room, Yun Xiao looked at the tropical dragon whose body was glowing red and whose attack power was greatly increased, smiled, and began to explain the principle of this tactic. To be honest, today's tactics are a bit like a variation of Taisho Do, except that Taisho Do is to wear down the opponent, while this one is to infinitely strengthen yourself. The core of strengthening lies in 2 points. The first is the Star Peach fruit. When the physical strength of the carried elf is below a certain threshold, one of its attributes will be randomly greatly strengthened. And the second is the characteristic of tropical dragons, Harvest. After consuming the fruit it carries, an elf with this trait has a 50% chance of replicating and using the fruit again every once in a while. If it is a sunny day, the probability will increase to 100%. So from now on, we will just use the stand to protect each other in turns until the tropical dragon is strengthened enough to be able to chain 6 together. By the time he had explained this, the audience in the live broadcast room had naturally understood everything. The stand-in is the host's father, the protector is the host's mother, and now the host's long-lost grandfather has been found. The old man's name is Xing Taohua. If I hadn't watched this live broadcast today, I would never have known what the characteristics of the tropical dragon were, and I wouldn't have known that it could be used like this. 1,000 words turned into 1 word. Awesome. I don't know what to say anymore. The attack power of the tropical dragon is still rising. It will soon reach 15,000 points. Amid the barrage of bullets and the refreshing of gifts, the tropical dragon used protection and substitute alternately again and again, enjoying the bonus of the Star Peach fruit again and again. In the end, when the tropical dragon's huge body flashing with colorful light left a shadow in the air and knocked the Ice Ghost Guard away dozens of meters, the opponent was silent for a moment and decisively chose to surrender. Naturally, countless comments flew through Yun Xiao's live broadcast room. 2 prompts popped up in front of him. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have received 800 points of shock from 3.02 million people. Yun Xiao's mouth corners suddenly rose. As the number of viewers in the live broadcast room increased, it became easier and easier to gain shocking points. It's a pity that most of these people are old fans who have already obtained the shock point, and the efficiency of obtaining it is not very high. When Yun Xiao looked at the next prompt, he froze in place. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have received 300 shock points from the special character Sharona. Sirena. It was as if a bright light flashed in Yun Xiao's eyes. No wonder he felt the name of the other side looked familiar. Chironaton. Isn't it the Nandina domestica, the origin of Sharona's other name, Julan? At the same time, Sirena looked at the word failure on the screen with a complicated expression. In this simulated battle, since he often uses elves that he is not familiar with, he occasionally loses a few games. But this situation is only a minority. After all, her combat experience as a champion trainer is still there. But it's the first time I've been beaten to surrender like today. The reason is very simple. She had never thought of the tactics used by the other party. Although she lost, Sirona did not seem disappointed, but rather excited. Use Nine-Tailed Fox to start the fight against Sunny Day, and use the Farewell Gift to replace Tropical Dragon. Use the Harvest attribute to continuously trigger the Star Peach fruit while alternating between stand and protection, and only take action when all attributes reach a terrifying level. This is so creative, Sirena couldn't help but murmur. To be honest, even she had never thought that this feature could be used in this way. Although it seems easy to counter this routine in hindsight, you only need to send out a Pokemon that has the skill to clear the enhanced status to break this routine. But the question is, who would know before the battle? The tactics of strengthening yourself are not common in the battle circle of top trainers, because everyone is a master and will never give you the opportunity to strengthen yourself. So the skills of strengthening yourself are not commonly used. If this routine appears in the championship final without revealing it, it might really make history. With this thought in mind, Sharona became more and more curious about the player opposite her. She immediately opened the side-up platform and entered the live broadcast room number above the other party's name. However, when she entered the live broadcast room, she was greeted by 5 big words. The host has ended the broadcast. At the same time, Yin Xiao had turned off the computer. After gaining those shock points just now, his shock points finally broke through the 5,000 mark again. In that case, there was no need to continue the live broadcast. He simply said goodbye to the audience and then ended the broadcast. At this moment, he waved his hand and called out the system directly. System, I want to use an advanced modification. Ding! Points have been deducted successfully. Please select the modification option. I want to strengthen my character's skill, Blockmaker. Along with Yun Xiao's voice, a ball of golden light appeared out of thin air in front of Yun Xiao and quickly sank into his mind. Along with it, the sound of the system also rang out. Ding! The skill has been upgraded successfully. SS level character skills. Artisan level energy block maker. Skill introduction. Your energy block production level and knowledge reserves have broken through the historical limits of mankind in this world. Countless new knowledge, insights, and skills suddenly emerged in Yun Zhao's mind. This time, it took him several minutes to digest this information. Currently, the highest level of block production in this world is the master level, and the realm above the master is called craftsman. The effect of craftsman level energy blocks is more than 100 times stronger than that of master level ones, with an astonishing range. But at the same time, the craftsman level energy blocks have much more material requirements and difficulty to make than the master level ones. Even in this world, the most advanced block making machines available cannot produce even the lowest level artisan blocks. After digesting this information, Yun Xiao couldn't help but smile slightly. It seems that his idea is correct. If he brings the field of craftsman level into everyone's vision, it will definitely cause a sensation. But this matter needs to be done slowly. After all, if you insist, he hasn't even taken the assessment for professional block maker yet. You have to eat one bite at a time and do things one step at a time. But then again, if I strengthen this skill once more, what kind of fields are above the craftsman level? He thought for a while, shook his head, turned around and started packing his luggage. It's time to prepare to set off for the Magic City. Chapter 33, Arriving in the Magic City, Career Assessment. Yunqing is located in the southernmost part of China, while Modu is located in the southeast of China. The distance between the two is not far, but it is not close either. 6 hours later, in a hotel in Magic City, Yun Xiao stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the bustling streets outside the window, the hustle and bustle of passers-by and tourists traveling with elves, and then glanced at the iconic conical tower of the Magic City in the distance, feeling a little emotional. There's a world of difference between this big city and a small place like Yunqing, as if they are two different worlds. From today on, we will establish ourselves here. Come on, you two, he said softly. Core Kazuka and Hyperactive Monkey looked at the prosperous scene outside the window with shining eyes and responded with great enthusiasm. Ah, hey! Since it was already evening when they arrived at the hotel and the journey was tiring, Yun Xiao went to bed early in the hotel room. The next morning, he got up early, left the hotel, and came to a huge building. A rectangular building stands on a square base, and the side walls are all coated with a layer of light gold. This is the Energy Cube Production Coordination Center. We will be at the headquarters in Magic City. Although it was still early, there were already quite a few people in the lobby on the first floor. Some were queuing in front of the counter, while others were sitting in the lounge area chatting. Almost all of them were over 30 years old. Yun Xiao seemed a little out of place here. He didn't care, but picked a counter with few people and started queuing. The team continued to move forward, and soon it was his turn. Sitting behind the counter was a middle-aged woman. Although she was dressed up carefully, one could still see some traces of time on her face. After seeing Yun Xiao, she was stunned at first, but soon she put on a professional smile and spoke softly. Hello, welcome to the Magic City Cube Association. What can I do for you? Although guests of this age were not common in the association, she did not find it strange. After all, there were occasionally some rich young men who would come here to buy pieces of gold. However, the next moment, the young man in front of him directly handed over his ID. I want to take the professional assessment. The middle-aged woman was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but look Yun Xiao up and down again. As the headquarters of the Magic City Cube Making Association, there are actually quite a few people who come here every day to sign up for professional assessments. But this is the first time she has seen someone sign up at this age. You know, it is not easy to pass the professional assessment and become a professional producer. You must have a large amount of production knowledge and a very high level of block production skills in order to pass the written test and production test and become a formal producer. In order to reach this standard, most people need to spend at least 7 or 8 years of continuous learning and training. Moreover, many people are almost 30 years old and have not yet passed the professional assessment. This not only tests one's efforts, but also one's talent. And this young man in front of me, who looked to be only about 17 or 18 years old, said he wanted to take the test? Isn't this nonsense? However, the association does not stipulate any age requirements for the assessment. She hesitated, then spoke. Are you sure you want to participate? There is a registration fee for the professional assessment, 50,000 elf coins per time, and you can only participate once a month. If you fail the assessment, the money will not be refunded. 50,000 elf coins, this is not a small amount. The reason why the association has such regulations is to prevent people who are not strong enough from trying their luck again and again. The middle-aged woman originally wanted to use these words to dissuade Yun Xiao, but what she didn't expect was that Yun Xiao directly took out his mobile phone, scanned the code, and paid 50,000 elf coins. The examination room is at the back of the 3rd floor. You can go there now. The woman had a complicated expression and sighed. After registering on the computer, she handed Yun Xiao's ID card back. Thank you very much. Yun Xiao nodded, then turned and left the counter. The middle-aged woman looked at his departing back and whispered to herself, "This kid can really afford it. Damn it." The counter was less than 4 meters away from the rest area. Several men sitting and chatting in the rest area noticed the entire process of Yun Xiao paying and leaving, and couldn't help but start talking about it. He's taking the professional assessment at this age? What is he thinking? Does he really think he can pass this test just by paying the money? Oh, from the looks of it, he must be some rich young man out to experience life. 50,000 elf coins were just thrown away like that. It makes me sad just to see it. Let's not talk about him anymore. Anyway, Lao Zhang, you failed the assessment last month again. This is the 8th time already. A man with a buzz cut patted the shoulder of a bearded man next to him with a sympathetic look on his face. The bearded man sighed, took a sip of the beer in his hand, and shook his head. I'm ready to give up. It seems that this path is not suitable for me. People around immediately gathered around. No, you've persisted for so long. The exam alone cost you 400,000 yuan. Wouldn't it be a pity to give up now? Yeah, Brother Zhang, aren't we all people who have failed? At worst, why don't we try a few more times together? Faced with everyone's persuasion, the bearded man raised his head, took a sip of wine, and shook his head. I made up my mind. Today is my last day with my brothers. Tomorrow I will not stay in Shanghai anymore. I will go back to my hometown to open a factory. Seeing that he had made up his mind, everyone stopped trying to persuade him. Sora was silent for a while, and the man with the buzz cut seemed to want to ease the atmosphere and spoke again. Then let's not talk about this. Tell me, how many minutes will it take for that guy to be caught? I'll bet it's so on fruit that within 3 minutes, judging by his condition, he won't even be able to pass the first question of the theoretical test. 3 minutes is too long. I bet within a minute, he will hear the examiner asking other people questions and realize that he has no chance of passing. Haha. Suddenly another person took over the conversation. The atmosphere immediately relaxed a lot, and everyone chatted while keeping their eyes on the direction of the elevator. However, 3 minutes passed, and there was still no sign of the young man. 5 minutes passed, and he still didn't show up. After more than 10 minutes, someone finally couldn't hold it anymore. That shouldn't be the case. There are so many people queuing up for the exam this morning. Hasn't it been that kid's turn yet? While he was speaking, the elevator door suddenly opened, and a familiar figure walked out. It was Yun Xiao, and on his chest, there was a medal shaped like a star, shining brightly, which was extremely conspicuous. At this moment, the rest area was dead silent. This medal is the proof of identity that can only be obtained after passing the professional assessment. It is also what they have been working hard for years and dreaming of. Naturally, everyone in the rest area widened their eyes at this moment, as if they were wondering if there was something wrong with their vision. No, impossible. Did he pass? Did he really pass? However, under their gaze, Yun Xiao returned to the counter, placed the badge on the counter, and spoke to the middle-aged woman whose eyes were almost bulging out of their sockets. I'm here to register as a professional producer. By the way, the fee for the expert producer assessment is 100,000 elf coins, right? The middle-aged woman's mind was already in a mess when she saw him walking towards her with the badge on, and she felt like there were question marks all over her head. Being able to pass the professional level assessment at this age, doesn't that mean he has taken some incredible backdoor? After hearing Yun Zhao's last sentence, she felt like her brain suddenly crashed. Ah, professional level is not enough. You also want to take the expert level exam? Watching Yun Xiao pay the money again, leave the counter, and take the elevator upstairs for the test, the people in the rest area all had strange expressions and no one spoke. Finally, it was the sound of the crew-haired man mumbling to himself that broke the silence. Is it really? All of them have worked hard for this goal for so many years, and now they're almost 30 years old, but they still haven't succeeded. Could it be that the boy just now is extremely talented, the legendary child prodigy? The other person calmed himself down, his brows full of tension. You think it's impossible for him to pass all the expert-level tests? The man with the crew cut took a deep breath and shook his head firmly. Impossible? Absolutely impossible. You all know that expert producers are usually in their 40s or 50s. The youngest I know is 35 years old. Even if you are a genius, it takes at least 15 years of experience to go from professional level to expert level. Unless this kid has been learning how to make blocks since he was in his mother's womb, there is no way he can survive no matter what you say. When he said this, his tone was extremely firm. However, 10 minutes later, when Yun Xiao walked out of the elevator again with a moon badge on his head, the expression of the man with the crew cut instantly distorted. That badge is, of course, a symbol of expert level. He really passed. How is it possible? How is that possible? For a moment, not only him, but everyone present felt that there were countless Kintaro running wildly in their hearts, causing the earth to shake. It's like watching the sun rise from the west, then turn into two moons in the sky and start singing to each other on the outskirts of Moscow at night, making people wonder if they are actually dreaming, and a nightmare at that. Only the bearded man stood up suddenly after a long silence, his eyes gleaming with light, and said firmly, "Brothers, I've changed my mind. Even a fucking 18-year-old can pass the expert exam. So why can't I even pass the professional level? I'm going home to read." After saying this, he turned around and ran out of the hall. Only his brothers were left, sitting there, looking disheveled in the wind. Chapter 34. Goods first, payment later. The assessment fee has been refunded to your account. From today on, you are an expert producer. The middle-aged woman said this, and handed a booklet to Yun Xiao in a daze. This records all the rights and interests of expert producers. If you still have any questions, please feel free to come back and ask me. Yun Xiao took the booklet, looked at it, and nodded slightly. What was written in the booklet was similar to what he knew. After becoming an expert producer, he could enjoy many benefits from the association every month. For example, you can receive a financial subsidy of 100,000 elf coins every month, obtain a selection of materials from the association, and be eligible to query the association's master level and below recipes for free. Among these privileges, just the first one is enough to drive many people crazy. 100,000 elf coins a month. Even if you do nothing in a year, your income will exceed 1 million. However, in reality, for an expert block maker, 1 million elf coins are nothing. The profit from making blocks and selling them is much more than this subsidy. After reading the manual, Yun Xiao went directly to an area on the 4th floor of the association. Resource Procurement Area. This place is like a huge supermarket, except that all that is sold here are various fruits, plants, and other materials needed to make blocks. The reason why Yun Xiao took part in the expert-level assessment immediately after passing the professional assessment was not because he coveted the 100,000 elf coins a month, but so that he could buy various materials here. Although the materials used to make energy blocks are not monopolized by the association like machines, if you want to buy high-quality and cost-effective materials, the association's resource procurement area is the best choice. There are even many materials here that cannot be bought outside. The resource procurement area has many benefits, but professional-level block makers are limited in the quantity and types of items they can purchase, and many high-level materials cannot be purchased. Only after becoming an expert producer will this area be fully open to Yun Xiao. When he walked into the gate of the resource procurement area, he immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. This doesn't seem like a place for a teenager. The security guard at the door also frowned and walked forward to chase him away, but when he came in front of Yun Xiao, he saw the shining moon badge on his chest and the brand new expert maker's manual in his hand, and suddenly stopped. The original words of rebuke suddenly stopped and turned into, "Hello, what can I do for you?" Yun Xiao glanced at him and smiled politely. "I'll just walk around, you just do your thing." After saying that, he plunged into the resource area amid the astonished and unbelievable gazes of everyone around him. Half an hour later, in a spacious room on the 5th floor of the Energy Cube Association, there are several machines of various shapes and a set of complex tools placed on the ground. This is the private production room of the Cube Association, and only expert producers are qualified to use it. Professional trainers can only go to the public production area downstairs and share the space with other producers. The conditions are much worse than here, and the machines are naturally not as good as here. At this moment, Yun Xiao was standing in front of the machine, looking at the mountains of fruit materials beside him, feeling a little emotional. This pile of stuff cost him a full 500,000 elf coins. If it weren't for the money that Boss Chiong gave him as a reward during the live broadcast, he really couldn't afford it. Just now, when he pushed the cart of things to the counter to pay, everyone around him looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. Everyone wanted to know what he was going to do by buying so many expensive materials this time. But these 500,000 must be spent. After all, the materials needed to make a master-level energy cube are not cheap. Yun Xiao took a deep breath, selected a few types of materials from a truck, sat next to the processing tools, and started making them. Although this was his first time making energy cubes, for Yun Xiao, the production process had already been engraved in his mind like instinct, and he didn't even need to think too much about it. Time passes by every second. An hour passed quickly. It's finally over. As the last energy cube came out of the oven, Yun Xiao stood up from in front of the machine and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Behind him, there was a row of jars neatly arranged, each of which contained 2 types of energy cubes that sparkled with bright light and were free of impurities. These are all mid-level master energy blocks, and the quality has reached an extremely high level. If the machines in this production room weren't a bit outdated, Yun Xiao estimated that he could have improved the quality even more. He stretched and picked out 2 cans of cubes. Then he took out the Pokeball, called out Hyperactive Ape and Rayquaza, and said with a smile, "It's time to eat, you two." Roar! Hey! Considering that the energy blocks that Yun Xiao bought for the first time at Lingyan Department Store had been eaten up 2 days ago, Hyperactive Ape and Rayquaza, who had barely eaten the elf food for 2 days, naturally missed this food very much and started eating it without saying a word. As they ate, both of them were dazzled. This block, it seems to be much more delicious than the previous one. Delicate taste, rich aroma. Yun Xiao looked at the 2 elves who were concentrating on their meal and smiled slightly. The master-level energy cube is not only delicious, but also has exaggerated effects. Like the block that he prepared for Rayquaza, called the Dragon's Breath block, after a dragon-type elf uses it, the growth rate will be greatly increased. After long-term consumption, the power of all dragon attribute skills will be enhanced, and it can also increase his resistance to ice attributes. The jar in front of the hyperactive ape is naturally not bad either. It is called the Stabilization Cube, and is an excellent supplement for normal Pokemons. It can consolidate the normal energy in their bodies and greatly improve the physical fitness, strength, and dual defense of the consumer. These 2 intermediate-level master blocks were naturally carefully selected by Yun Xiao for the 2 elves. In other words, this meal might consume raw materials worth 50 to 60,000 elf coins. If it were converted to the normal price of a master-level energy cube, it would be hundreds of thousands. This also made Yun Xiao sigh in his heart again. Being a trainer is really a money-burning profession. Fortunately, he now has a way to make money. As long as Yun Xiao makes some master-level energy blocks for sale, the money will naturally come in. Generally speaking, as long as the block maker makes the block, he can choose to sell it to the association, which will then resell it to various shopping malls. But the master-level cube is different. Ordinary trainers can't afford it at all. Generally, only people at the level of the King Champion can buy it. The Cube Association will naturally not purchase master-level cubes. So, he had to find a buyer himself. Who should I look for? Yun Xiao frowned and thought for a few seconds, and a name immediately appeared in his mind. He immediately turned on his phone and sent a message. "Yun, Boss Chiong, I have a master-level energy cube. Are you interested?" As soon as the message was sent, there was an immediate reply from the other side. Read, "Yun, 20% off the market price. Excellent quality. Support customization of all block varieties. Order and ship on the same day. Payment after delivery." Red. Are you serious? Yun, why would I lie to you? You are my boss. Besides, the goods come first and the payment comes later. Are you still not at ease? There was silence on the other end for a long time before another message came. Red. Okay, in that case, I want a shadow cube. Along with it, there's also a delivery address. Yun Xiao smiled. He knew that a champion trainer like Red Boss would definitely need a master-level energy cube. After all, in the entire Yin country, there are only a few master-level block makers who can be counted on one hand, even fewer than the kings. In this case, even Red, as the champion, cannot guarantee a continuous and stable supply of energy cubes to every Pokemon. The Nether Cube seems to be an advanced master cube, but it is also one of the simpler ones among the advanced ones. At this moment, Yun Xiao turned his head and glanced at the materials behind him, seeming to be thinking about something. There's not enough material. We have to go again. Just in time, let's make that block as well. 2 hours later, thousands of kilometers away. Whitebird Country. That's all for today's live broadcast. See you tomorrow, everyone. Qihong closed the live broadcast room, leaned back in his computer chair, and took out his cell phone. He looked at the messages on the screen, his expression complicated beneath his red and white baseball cap. He thought that the other party contacted him suddenly because he was finally ready to fight him. But I didn't expect the other party to come and say that he could sell me a master-level energy cube. Although he was a little disappointed, it just so happened that the master-level producer who had been supplying him with goods had recently gone into seclusion for training, causing the stock of a master-level energy block that Jengar eats to run out. Yun Xiao happened to come and talk about this at this critical moment, so Qihong simply agreed. But, to be honest, he actually didn't have much confidence in this matter. Because the Nether Cube is a high-level master-level item, it is extremely difficult to make, and only the best among masters can make it. Take the example of the master craftsman named Hideo Kawashima, who supplies himself. As the 10th-ranked master maker in the world, sometimes the Nether Cubes he makes have some flaws. Unless Yun Zhao's source of goods is a master craftsman who is even better than Kawashima Hideo, it would be impossible to produce extremely high-quality Netherworld cubes. Not to mention, as far as I know, those masters who are more powerful than Kawashima Hideo have long regarded money as external things, never accepting customization from anyone, and are obsessed with studying their own production skills. Thinking of this, Qihong couldn't help but frown slightly. He is a straightforward person and doesn't like this kind of nonsense. However, thinking of Yun Zhao's sincerity of goods first, payment later, he finally shook his head and decided not to pursue the matter further. However, at this moment, a series of knocking sounds, neither hurried nor slow, rang out in the room. Qihong looked in the direction of the voice and found a Dragonite wearing a postman's hat, quietly standing in front of his window. Something of mine? He was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Could it be that energy cube? The flying speed of Dragonite is extremely terrifying. Cross-border express delivery usually only takes a few hours. The one in front of us is obviously specially bred by the express delivery company. He opened the window, and the Dragonite handed him a package with a smile, then turned and left. The sender's name on the package was Yun Xiao, which further confirmed Qihong's guess. He took a deep breath, prepared for the worst, and opened the package. When he saw what was inside, Qihong was stunned. Chapter 35. First day of school, Magic City University. Because what appeared in front of him at this moment was a large jar of crystal-clear energy cube, emitting light purple mist and light. Although Qihong is not a maker, as a champion who has dealt with cubes for so many years, he can naturally tell the quality of this kin of cubes at a glance. There is no impurities, the size is impeccable, and it even emits a subtle fragrance. The light and mist were countless times more obvious than the Netherworld cube he had seen before. This is definitely top quality. Qihong thought for a moment, then took out a dark blue Pokeball and released the Pokemon inside. A white light flashed, and a ball of deep black mist emerged in the air, quickly condensing into a figure. Scarlet eyes, white teeth, and a weird and evil playful smile. This is a Jengar that exudes a terrifying aura, and is also one of the main Pokemon in the Red team. Choking. Seeing that Red suddenly let him out, Jengar tilted his head in confusion. However, soon, as if he suddenly sensed something, he turned his head sharply and looked at the large jar of energy cubes. As a champion-level Pokemon, Jengar is very sensitive to any ghost-type energy. The energy contained in this jar of cubes was so tempting that every cell in his body seemed to be excited at this moment. I prepared it for you, eat it. Qihong also nodded at this moment. Jengar suddenly let out an excited and strange laugh, rushed to Red, licked his trainer's face with his tongue, then waved his hand to open the jar in the air. The next moment, several blocks flew directly into Jengar's mouth, and he swallowed them impatiently. This feeling, it's more than 10 times more delicious than before. Jengar didn't hesitate at all, and directly put all the blocks into his mouth, and ate them all in one breath. Buzz! As he swallowed the entire can of cubes, vast and pure ghost energy suddenly surged in his body. Dark black mist began to appear around Jengar, and the aura he emitted suddenly became stronger, even causing a wave of air in the room. Koya! Jengar turned his head excitedly and looked at Red. And Chi-Hong was naturally stunned again. My own Jengar is a mid-level champion Pokemon, and has been stuck at this stage for a long time. Starting 2 months ago, after a long period of accumulation, Jengar finally seemed to be showing signs of breaking through the bottleneck. However, 2 months have passed, and there is still no sign of movement in this bottleneck. He even bought a high-level master-level nether cube specifically for Jengar, hoping it would be of some help, but to little avail. But now, after Jengar finished eating this can of cubes, he broke through directly. Although Jengar's strength has already reached the standard, he only lacks an opportunity for a breakthrough. But it also indirectly proves that the quality of this jar of cubes has reached an astonishing level. Otherwise, it would not be able to help Jengar break through. After a brief surprise, Chi-Hong's expression suddenly became complicated. It seems that the person standing behind Yun Xiao is definitely a production master who is even stronger than Kawashima Hideo. This means that his initial guess was correct. How could Yun Xiao be a newcomer who just obtained the initial elf if he could have a connection with a master of this level? Even Magikarp didn't believe it. Thinking of this, Chi-Hong sighed softly and picked up the phone from the table beside him. At the same time, in the hotel, Yun Xiao, who had just finished dinner, was leaning on the sofa watching a variety show with 2 elves. School is starting tomorrow, and there will definitely be a lot of things to do then. It's a good opportunity to relax now and combine work and rest. At this moment, the cell phone next to him rang. Elf Treasure arrivet. 200,000 coins. Yun Xiao raised his eyebrows immediately. It seemed that Chi-Hong had already received the goods that he had asked the International Express Company to send a few hours ago. Sure enough, when he opened his phone, he saw the message from Chi-Hong. Red, the energy cube is pretty good. Red, I will contact you again if I need anything in the future. Yun Xiao casually sent an emoticon and replied with the word okay with a slight smile. It seems that Red is very satisfied with the quality of the blocks. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel fortunate that he had upgraded his skill level in block making. If it were his craftsmanship before the upgrade, he really wouldn't be able to make this netherworld block perfectly. Then you won't be able to make that money. Having said that, the actual material price of the netherworld cube that Yun Xiao sent over was only a few tens of thousands of elf coins. This also made Yun Xiao feel a little emotional. This money is too easy to make. I made a net profit of more than 100,000 yuan in one go. It's a pity that you don't have the opportunity to sell master cubes every day. After all, as far as he knew, even a champion like Red didn't dare to feed his elves with top-level energy cubes every day. One elf would cost at least 100,000 elf coins a day. With so many elves in his team, it would take tens of millions of elf coins just to buy energy blocks in a month. Although the champion did earn a lot of money, he certainly couldn't afford such consumption. They would only prepare expert-level energy blocks for the elves during their important growth period, and usually only use master-level ones. But for Yun Xiao, he didn't have this kind of trouble. He can make his own master cubes, and all he needs to pay is enough to cover the cost of the materials. After collecting the payment, Yun Xiao narrowed his eyes and leaned back on the sofa. Resting time passes faster than busy time, and the night goes by quickly. The next morning, Yun Xiao checked out of the hotel, took a taxi, and arrived at the gate of Magic City University. Shanghai University is one of the top universities in China, on par with Beijing University, and is the dream place for countless students. The Magic City University has a long history of over 100 years. Many superstars and even champions have graduated from the Magic City University. Today is the first day of school. When Yun Xiao jumped out of the taxi, he was surrounded by young men and women of similar age walking towards the school gate. This should be the Tsinghua University and Peking University of this world. It makes up for the regret that I was 30 points short of the mark back then. He smiled and muttered to himself, then walked towards the school gate. However, the next moment he suddenly stopped, because above the school gate, there was a sign that looked very familiar to him. A golden semicircle with an ordinary red and white ball below. Isn't this the mark on the wall of the room, where the keystone was located in the S-level clue scene he saw that day? What a coincidence. This is really effortless. Chapter 36, Zhao Qingsong's Reception, School Resource Tower. It seems that the keystone should be in the Magic City University. Just as Yun Xiao was thinking, a familiar voice sounded in his ears. Student Yun, you're here. The person who came was none other than the admissions teacher who had persuaded Yun Xiao to enroll in the college entrance examination, Zhao Qingsong. At this moment, he walked quickly to Yun Xiao with a bright smile. Did you have a smooth journey? Do you have any luggage that you want me to carry? Oh, I'm glad to see you. Looking at Yun Xiao in front of him, Zhao Qingsong couldn't help but feel that he liked her more and more. After all, after successfully recruiting Yun Xiao to enroll, his position was directly promoted 2 levels, from the original admissions director to the current resource manager. The speed of promotion was like riding a rocket. Mr. Zhao, you're too polite. I don't have any luggage with me. Facing Zhao Qingsong, who suddenly appeared and was extremely enthusiastic, Yun Xiao waved his hand. All his things were placed in the system space. He didn't even need to carry a bag on the way here, so naturally he had no luggage. So are you planning on buying the clothes when you get here? Great, great. Young people should live a carefree life. Zhao Qingsong smiled and said, Come on, I'll take you around the campus. As a top elf university, the campus of Magic University covers an area of more than 4,000 acres, and its various buildings and facilities are also very complete. From breeding houses, laboratories, battle halls to libraries, there are even swimming pools, cinemas, gyms, and other entertainment venues. Because the campus is so large, there are even shuttle buses on the road that are not specifically used by teachers and students. Zhao Qingsong led the way while introducing Yun Xiao to the situation of the devil. Student Yun, you are absolutely right to choose our University of Magic. Our facilities and teaching level are all top-notch. Look, there is a specialized research institute over there. Currently, the most powerful Pokeball technology in China is produced here. That one over there is the Battle Hall. Every month the school holds large-scale battle events. As long as you get the top ranking, you will get generous rewards. Yun Xiao listened and suddenly spoke. Teacher Zhao, does our Magic University have any resource library or something like that? You seem to have mentioned it before. Zhao Qingsong was stunned for a moment, then immediately nodded. Yes, do you want to go and see it now? Yun Xiao smiled. Of course, after all, I always get 20% off when I buy resources. Zhao Qingsong also laughed. You're quite a smart kid. Don't worry. You will be included in all the conditions I promised you before. The resource library is over there. Follow me. 5 minutes later, Zhao Qingsong brought Yun Xiao to a tall tower. The tower is all black, dozens of meters high, and reaches into the clouds. Let's go. All the resources of Beijing University and the most valuable things are in this tower. Zhao Qingsong pointed to the entrance on the first floor. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao looked around and couldn't help but look a little strange. Zhao Qingsong seemed to have guessed what he was thinking and said, Are you wondering why there isn't even a security guard in a place like this? He lowered his voice and said mysteriously, I'll tell you in secret, there is a champion-level psychic Pokemon on the top of the tower. Under his watch, no one dares to take anything from the tower. No wonder. Yun Xiao suddenly understood. You know, a champion-level psychic-type Pokemon is so powerful that it can cause a building to collapse with just a thought. If someone dares to steal things, there must be something fishy going on. After entering the resource library, Yun Xiao couldn't help but widen his eyes slightly. I have to say that the Magic University is indeed a top elf university. In each layer, there are all kinds of things piled up like mountains. Pokeballs, evolution stones, various items and berries. Skill cheats, training tips, energy blocks, and more are all available. The goods here are even more complete than those in Lingyun department store. There is even an entire floor filled with low-level secret treasures of various attributes. As the two walked, Zhao Qingsong continued to explain. Everything in this resource library is only available to teachers and students of Magic University. The price is much lower than the market price, and it can be purchased with points. If you complete your studies normally, perform well in various activities, or get high rankings in exams, you can get a lot of points. This is our policy of supporting students at Magic University. Yun Xiao listened and nodded repeatedly. No wonder it is said that if people from ordinary families want to go far on the path of becoming a trainer, they must find a way to get into a good Pokemon university. Even if your family has no money, You can still become a professional trainer with the subsidies from the school. He followed Zhao Qingsong to visit for a while and suddenly asked, Teacher Zhao, is there anything unusual in this resource library? Although he saw many resources along the way, he did not see the storage room in the picture. However, the emblem of the Demon Lord engraved on the walls on both sides made him certain that the Keystone was in this tower. Sure enough, facing Yun Zhao's question, Zhao Qingsong hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. In theory, only outstanding juniors and seniors are eligible to redeem these things, but I think with your talent, you will be able to meet the requirements soon. Come on, I'll take you to see it. After Zhao Qingsong finished speaking, he took Yin Xiao directly to the top of the resource tower. Not far away, there is a dark golden door that is 2 people tall. In front of the door, there stood quietly a tall black and white elf who looked like a maid. A series of information appeared in front of Yun Zhao's eyes. Elf Miss Goth female sign. Qualification, champion level. Strength rating, LV 65, mid-level champion. Attribute, superpower. Feature, competitive. When the opponent's attributes are lowered during battle, the special attack will be greatly increased for each level lowered. Mastered skills, telekinesis, illusion light, predicting the future, magic space, mental power, hypnosis, self-suggestion, hold, rock blockade, light wall, mental shock seal. Individual stats, excellent, attack, 25/special attack, 25/speed, 19/stamina, 19/defense, 25/special defense, 31. Miss Goth closed her eyes at this moment, standing quietly in front of the door, but her body continued to radiate a strong sense of oppression and aura. She's the reason there's no security here. Zhao Qingsong whispered, with a hint of reverence in his tone. He took out his teaching ID and walked up. Hello, Miss Gothic. I would like to take this student inside to have a look. Miss Goth opened her eyes and looked at Zhao Qingsong, then glanced at Yin Xiao behind him and quickly closed her eyes. But the door behind her suddenly opened. Seeing this, Zhao Qingsong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you very much. Xiaoyan, let's go in. Chapter 37 Zhao Qingsong. Why are you so interested in this broken stone? Only after entering the door did Zhao Qingsong continue speaking. According to the rules, you can't come here. Fortunately, Miss Goth has no objection. Don't go out and tell everyone about what you're going to see. Yun Xiao nodded, but at the same time, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Don't go out and talk nonsense? What can I say nonsense about? Having said that, after entering here, Yin Xiao quickly confirmed that this room was the one he saw in the picture in the clue. Compared with the floors below, the things in this room are several times higher quality. Most of the props and belongings on the lower floors are between A and B levels. At this moment, all those in front of Yin Xiao were above a level, and there were even quite a few S-level ones. Yun Zhao's eyes swept across a round stone, emitting a thick white mist, and a line of information immediately appeared. S-level carry-on item. Extremely cold pebbles. Introduction. In areas with long-term cold weather, specific minerals deep in the rock layer have a chance to mutate into this type of pebble, which contains powerful ice attribute energy. Effect. After carrying an ice attribute elf, the power of ice skills increases by 30%, and there is a 10% chance of freezing the opponent. Effective level. Heavenly King level and below. The carrying items in this world are different from those in the original work. Not only are their types and effects varied, but they also have corresponding levels of effectiveness. Once the level of the elf exceeds the limit of the carrying items, the effect will be greatly reduced or even disappear completely. S-level carrying items like this, which can be effective against king-level elves, are extremely popular and sought-after items on the market. Take this pebble, for example. Yun Xiao estimated that if someone was willing to sell it, it could be sold for at least 5 or 6 million elf coins. However, there was no price marked on the sign below the pebble, but instead it said 5,000 points. Zhao Qingsong's explanation also sounded at this moment. Many good things on this floor can only be exchanged for points. 5,000 points. It's quite difficult to redeem them, but if you work hard and save them for 3 or 4 years, it shouldn't be a problem. As he spoke, he smacked his lips. Yin Xiao looked away. Although this thing was good, there were no elves in his team that could use it. Besides, he didn't forget why he came here. After a brief search, Yun Xiao finally found the target of his trip on a shelf containing rare minerals. The keystone that lay quietly under the shelf, shining with colorful light. As Yun Xiao looked at it, a line of prompts popped up in front of him. Special SS level item. Keystone. Quality, excellent. Introduction. A stone containing special powers. After resonating with the Mega Evolution Stone, it can stimulate the special powers in the body of the Pokemon. In addition, after the elves carry this, they will be nourished by weak energy. Looking at this prompt, Yun Xiao's eyes fixed. Finally found it. This thing is one of the necessities for Mega Evolution. In this world where Mega Evolution has not yet appeared, this thing is a priceless treasure. He looked down and saw the sign below that read 100 points. Zhao Qingsong saw his gaze linger and said in surprise, "Why, are you interested in this thing? I remember this stone. It seems that a professor in our school bought it at an auction at a high price. After studying it, he found that this stone has no actual value except for the weak energy it contains. According to the professor, this thing has some benefits for elves below the Heavenly King level, but not much, so I threw it here. It's just that no one is willing to buy it. This is normal. 100 points are enough to buy a set of advanced skill learning secrets." Yun Xiao heard this and spoke. "What level of excellence do I have to achieve to redeem this thing?" Zhao Qingsong was stunned when he heard this. He originally brought Yun Xiao in to see these things because he wanted Yun Xiao to see these advanced resources and thus motivate Yun Xiao to work hard. As a result, Yun Xiao seemed not to be interested in those high-level resources, but was attracted to this piece of unknown, this is really... Never mind, at least he was already thinking about how to qualify for the fight. The result would be the same. Thinking of this, Zhao Qingsong patiently finished. To be eligible to exchange things here, you must rank in the top 10 in your grade in the annual school competition. Not only that, you must also perform well in internships during your junior and senior years. After meeting these two conditions, the school principal must review it, and only if it is approved can you obtain the qualification. The conditions are so strict because the things in this area are prepared for the top students. After hearing this, Yun Xiao frowned slightly. To be honest, these conditions were not difficult for him. But junior year, that's still 2 years away. Not to mention that Yun Xiao didn't want to wait that long. If someone else exchanged the Keystone for him in these 2 years, wouldn't he suffer a huge loss? Thinking of this, he frowned and said in a deep voice, "Is this the only way to exchange things here?" Zhao Qingsong's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Broken. Yun Zhao's tone reminded him of the time when the other party asked him on the phone if he could get a temporary qualification certificate. Kyoto University also has such a resource library, but due to the different resource bases of the two schools, Kyoto University's resource library has many more good things than that of Magic University. Moreover, although their resource library also has areas that require students to meet certain conditions to enter, the requirements are much simpler than those of Magic University. Thinking of this, Zhao Qingyun suddenly regretted bringing Yun Xiao here. Yesterday Zhang Tianming from Jingxing University sent me a message asking him to tell Yun Xiao that even after school started, Jingxing University would still open its doors to Yun Xiao. Zhao Qingsong's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he said quickly, "Not necessarily. After all, you are a talented freshman that our Demon University has never recruited in all these years. I will discuss this with the principal in person and see if I can make an exception for you." Yun Zhao's brows suddenly relaxed a little. "Thank you very much, Mr. Zhao." He thought about it and added, "If I can't exchange it with points, can you please ask the principal if he can sell it to me privately? Any amount is fine." Zhao Qingsong froze instantly. He thought Yun Xiao was dissatisfied because he was not eligible to exchange things here. But now it seems that Yun Xiao is really only interested in this broken stone. Chapter 38 New Features. This time it's a big deal. Zhao Qingsong didn't know what to say for a moment. He really couldn't understand why Yun Xiao chose this broken stone when there were so many good things here, but he certainly didn't dare to say this, so he just nodded. "Okay, I'll go ask the principal in person in a moment, don't worry." After getting Zhao Qingsong's reply, Yun Zhao's gaze left the keystone and began to pace slowly in the room, looking at every object in the room. Since the keystone appears here, maybe we can also get something else. Unfortunately, Yun Xiao walked around the entire room but couldn't see any similar good things. However, as he walked, he stopped in front of a magnificent exhibition stand. The 3 exhibition stands were arranged in a triangle and surrounded by an iron fence with warning signs. And on the exhibition stand, within the tempered glass, there were 3 things that looked extraordinary lying quietly. The first thing was a dark blue cone-shaped ice crystal, which continuously emitted bursts of cold air, causing a layer of frost to condense on the surrounding glass. The second item was a red feather with flames burning on its surface. The tempered glass around it seemed unable to withstand its high temperature, and its shape was distorted. As for the third item, it was a dark gray bead that looked ordinary in appearance. But if you look closely, you will see that from time to time a dazzling electric current will burst out from the pillar and be absorbed by the special material next to it. 3 prompts suddenly appeared in front of Yun Zhao's eyes. Ding! The host has discovered the SS-level legendary item, Regis Unmeltable Ice. Ding! The host has discovered the SS-level legendary item, the Feather of the Flame Bird. Ding! The host has discovered the SS-level legendary item, Thunder God's Lightning Orb. 3 prompts popped up in succession, and Yun Zhao couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise in his eyes. In this world where second-level gods only exist in legends and history, and 99.99% of trainers will never see a third-level god in their lifetime, Demon King actually has 3 legendary resources belonging to divine beasts. Zhao Qingyun looked at the 3 things on the booth at this moment and immediately smiled triumphantly. Xiao Yun, you may not know that any one of these 3 items can shock the world. They are all props of mythical beasts. We generally refer to them as legendary resources. Even the Elf Alliance currently only possesses 8 legendary resources. How about it? Are you surprised by the rich heritage of our Demon University? There is nothing like this at Beijing University. Yun Zhao heard this but didn't say anything. But at this moment, he was indeed a little surprised. A treasure of this level could actually appear in the resource library of an elf university. No wonder the school would directly arrange a champion-level goth girl to be the security guard here. Seeing that Yun Zhao didn't respond, Zhao Qingsong smiled awkwardly and began to explain. These 3 things were brought back by the previous president of our Demon University. He is a legend among the historical principals of our Demon University. It is said that his strength is enough to compete with the strongest people in the world, the champions. The former principal? Did he retire? Yun Zhao became interested and asked curiously. Zhao Qingsong shook his head, with a hint of regret in his eyes. Not really. He suddenly disappeared 5 years ago and has never been seen again. I had just started working at Magic University back then, and I didn't even have the chance to meet him once. Zhao Qingsong put away his regretful expression and looked at Yun Zhao. Let's not talk about this. Due to their special nature, these 3 legendary resources are not open to teachers and students for exchange. However, as long as the principal agrees, they can be borrowed. Can I borrow this? Yun Zhao was a little confused. Zhao Qingsong nodded. This is a legendary resource. Ordinary elves can benefit from it even if they just look at it. If you absorb the energy it emits at close range, the effect will be many times better than the highest quality secret treasures. But if you want to borrow this thing, I'm not sure about the conditions. You need to talk to the principal about this. After listening to Zhao Qingsong's explanation, Yun Zhao nodded. If he was just borrowing them, he wasn't very interested in these 3 things for the time being. After all, even legendary resources require elves with corresponding attributes to use them. Hyperactive Ape is a normal type, Rayquaza is a dragon-flying type, and the attributes of these 3 things do not match at all. But just as Yun Zhao was thinking, a line of system prompts suddenly appeared in front of him. Ding! It has been detected that the host has discovered legendary resources, and the new function, Divine Beast Encyclopedia, has been activated. Along with the system prompt, a brand new interface appeared, along with a piece of explanatory information. When the host comes into contact with Divine Beast-related props, the system can absorb a small part of the energy, thereby lighting up the corresponding Divine Beast illustration sequence. After lighting up the sequence, the host can view detailed information belonging to this mythical beast. In addition to basic information such as level and skills, it also includes preferences, favorability, personality, and things that dislike, and can locate the location of the mythical beast in real time. When the favorability with a mythical beast reaches a certain threshold, the host can get a mysterious reward, and when the number of lit mythical beasts reaches a certain level, a generous reward will also be obtained. Host, please work hard and light up the entire illustrated book as soon as possible. After taking in all this information in one breath, Yun Zhao had fully understood the effect of this new function. His eyes couldn't help but light up. Now that he had come to this world and embarked on the path of a trainer, dealing with those legendary beasts and even taming them was naturally what he was looking forward to. The appearance of this illustrated guide to mythical beasts will be able to give him a lot of support. Moreover, there are additional rewards to be obtained. Yun Zhao's intuition told him that since it was a function related to the mythical beast, the system would definitely not be stingy with the rewards. Thinking of this, he said to the system silently in his heart, "System, can you directly extract the energy of these three things and click on the quantity illustration?" Anyway, according to the system, the extraction is only a small part, and it will not have any substantial impact on these legendary resources. In response to Yun Zhao's question, the system gave a positive answer. Ding! The system will immediately start extracting energy. Yun Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up. If it really works, I will make a lot of money. However, the next moment, something strange happened. As a ray of light flashed by, the three legendary resources in the booth all disappeared. They all entered Yun Zhao's system space. The next moment, Zhao Qingsong, who had accidentally glanced at the booth, froze in his tracks as if struck by lightning, and said tremblingly, "Where's the things?" As soon as he finished speaking, a black and white figure appeared above the booth. It's the goth lady from before. However, at this moment, a terrifying aura burst out from her whole body, with a strong, murderous intent. Her eyes were glowing blue as she stared at Yun Zhao and Zhao Qingsong. Yun Zhao's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Oh no, this is a big deal. Chapter 39, light up the sequence and collect rewards. The atmosphere in the resource library has dropped to freezing point. Yun Zhao and Zhao Qingsong can even feel that an invisible powerful force has locked onto them and can crush them at any time. Zhao Qingsong quickly raised his hands. It's unfair. We really didn't do anything. He had a sad face and felt like his head was about to explode. Miss Goth, who exuded a terrifying murderous aura, glanced at Zhao Qingsong and then set her sights on Yun Zhao, who was standing beside her. And at this moment, the three legendary resources that had just disappeared suddenly reappeared on the display cabinet. When Zhao Qingsong saw this scene, his eyes widened. What the hell is going on? Is it haunted? Miss Gothic seemed to have noticed this scene as well. The terrifying aura all over her body suddenly stagnated. She stared at the three legendary resources for a while, then turned to look at Yun Zhao, and then disappeared into the air. She left here. As soon as Miss Goth left, the suffocating feeling of oppression in the air disappeared. Zhao Qingsong felt relieved and took a deep breath. He first glanced at the three legendary resources, then muttered to himself with a complicated expression. This is really a ghost. What on earth is going on? Yun Zhao was also adjusting his breathing at this moment, and his expression seemed a little confused. But what confused him was definitely not why the three legendary resources suddenly disappeared and reappeared, but... System, do you really have to collect these three things before you can extract energy? Even if that's the case, at least notify me in advance. He roared in his heart. If it was a few seconds later, he doubted that the goth lady would have acted in time. The system's cold and emotionless voice sounded immediately. Replying to the host, absorbing energy is a very delicate process, and it must be stored in the system space. Kanda, I answered your two questions. Qinghui's shock points are 60 points. Yun Zhao. Forget it. He didn't want to say anything more to this system. After this brief interlude, Zhao Qingsong took Yun Zhao away from the resource tower. He said helplessly, "Honestly, I don't know what happened, but you should have seen that those things really disappeared and reappeared out of thin air. It's not our fault. I'll go to the principal first and raise your request with him. I'll get back to you shortly. Why don't you go back to the dormitory and take a look at the environment? Feel free to contact me if you have any questions." After saying that, Zhao Qingsong turned and left. Yun Zhao thought about it, turned around, and walked quickly towards the residential area. The system prompted that it would take another 3 minutes to activate the energy conversion, so there was no need for him to wait here. 5 minutes later, Yun Zhao opened the door of his dormitory. As the top elf university in the country, the dormitories at the Magic University are naturally different from those in ordinary schools and are single rooms. This saved Yun Zhao a lot of trouble. After all, he didn't want to expose the existence of Rayquaza for the time being. When he practiced the power of waves, it made quite a lot of noise. And since it was a dormitory, not a single room, he would most likely find a hotel near the Demon University to stay in. The room was not small, with an area of about 70 to 80 square meters. It even had a living room, a kitchen, and a storage room. It was many times better than the shabby house that Yun Zhao had originally rented. And every student admitted to the Magic University can have such a dormitory. Yun Xiao sighed in his heart at the generosity of the Demon King and sat on the sofa in the living room. The system prompt sound also sounded at this moment. Ding! Energy has been extracted and converted, and 3 new sequences have been lit up. Following this voice, 3 lifelike figures emitting powerful and majestic aura suddenly appeared on the interface of the Divine Beast Encyclopedia. The first one was a huge elf whose entire body was made of ice crystals, like an iceberg. Under his feet, frost continued to spread along the earth, covering the world. The second one is a giant bird bathed in the scorching sun, and the air around it is distorted due to the high temperature. The third one was a lion-like elf shining with golden light under the dark clouds and lightning. Yun Xiao naturally knew that these 3 were the Ice God Regis Ace, Moltres, and Thunder God. In terms of classification, the 3 elves are all 3rd-level gods, the lowest level among the divine beasts, but in this world, they are powerful beings far beyond human imagination. Yun Xiao first set his sights on the Ice God pillar, and pieces of information immediately appeared. Sequence 009, Regiace, Ice Pillar. Introduction. One of the 3 pillars, its body is made of huge glaciers, dozens of times stronger than diamond. Hobbies. Extremely cold places, frozen food, sparkling gems. Things I hate. Any fire, heat, or loud noises. Personality. Honest and simple. Current favorability. 0. Never met before. When the favorability reaches 80 or above, you will receive a mysterious reward. In addition to this information, a zoomable world map is also included below. On the map, a red dot is constantly flashing in the north of Baiyin country. Obviously, this is the current location of the Ice God Pillar. The information and location of Moltres and Raikou were naturally listed as well. Yun Xiao couldn't help but smile slightly. Although it was a bit dangerous as I almost got attacked by that gothic lady just now, it now seems that the risk is worth it. He possessed the power of wave guidance, which allowed him to communicate with these mythical beasts easily. With the blessing of the elves' affinity, and knowing the preferences and personalities of these mythical beasts, it was not difficult for him to contact them. Just as Yun Xiao was thinking, a treasure chest icon popped up on the interface. The host has currently unlocked 3 sequences, and the collection reward has been triggered. The treasure chest exploded with a buzzing sound and turned into 2 balls of light. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the treasure chest reward. Advanced modification times X1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the treasure chest reward. SSS level special item. Story World Shuttle Scroll X1. Chapter 40 Chin Shuchi. The opportunity for advanced modification is equivalent to 5,000 shocking points, which is definitely a good gain. But at this moment, Yun Zhao's gaze fell on a ball of light behind him. What is this? As he watched, a line of prompts appeared in front of Yun Xiao. SSS level special props. Plot Shuttle Scroll. Introduction. Who said parallel worlds don't exist? Effective prop. After using, you will have a chance to travel to a random theater world and replace the original protagonist group. After traveling, you'll get a plot mission, and you can get rich rewards after completing the mission. Note, this item takes 1 month to charge each time it is used. It can only be used after a spirit in the team reaches the level of a gym owner. If you die in the plot world, it will be considered a mission failure, and the host will be safely teleported back to the real world. After reading this information, Yun Xiao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Is there such a thing? The theatrical version, that is, the big Pokemon movies, the protagonist of each movie is a powerful mythical beast or a mythical elf. As a loyal fan of Pokemon, Yun Xiao is naturally familiar with the plots of these movies. If he replaces the protagonist and enters the movies, it should not be difficult for him to complete the various tasks. It can even change some of the regrets in the plots. Thinking of this, Yun Zhao's eyes flashed, and he put this thing directly into the system space. After all, this thing can only be used by those who have reached the level of a gym owner. After putting away the shuttle scroll, a new line of prompts popped up. The collection reward has been successfully received. The next reward node is 3-6. Please keep up the good work. Yun Xiao nodded slightly. This reward is really good. It seems that I will have to find more props related to mythical beasts when I have the chance in the future. As for communicating with these mythical beasts and improving their favorability, we'll talk about it later. Not to mention that meeting a mythical beast inherently involves certain risks. According to the markings on these maps, The locations of the divine beasts are either in high-star secret realms or in remote wilderness areas where few people go. There are a large number of high-level elves in these places. If you go there without some strength, you are courting death. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Yun Xiao was thinking, there was a knock on the door. He was stunned for a moment. It seemed that Zhao Qingsong had brought the news. However, when he opened the door, standing at the door was a middle-aged man wearing a top hat and a suit. The middle-aged man stretched out his hand, and a deep voice sounded. "Hello, Yun, welcome to Demon University. I am the principal of Demon University, Qin Shuqi." Yun Xiao reacted and stretched out his hand to shake hands with the other party. "Why did you come here in person? Please come in." The two entered the dormitory, and the door closed. At this moment, a large number of Magic University students had gathered in the dormitory corridor, looking at this side with curiosity and surprise. Everyone knows that Qin Shuqi, the president of Demon University, is a legendary figure. During the years that he took over the University of Magic, he reformed many unreasonable rules and policies, promoted a large number of capable and qualified teachers, and also significantly increased the amount of subsidies for students. This has directly caused the number of excellent trainers produced by the Magic University in recent years to increase several times compared to the original. In addition, Qin Shuqi has another identity. He is a king-level trainer. Such a principal is naturally famous, and even the new students who have just enrolled know him. However, on the first day of school, the principal personally visited a student. Everyone couldn't help but become curious. What kind of freshman is worthy of such respect from the principal? At the same time, in Yun Zhao's dormitory, Qin Shuqi was already sitting on the sofa in the living room. "I just arrived today, and there's nothing to drink. Sorry." Yun Xiao placed a glass of boiled water on the coffee table while sizing up the president of the Demon University. The other person looked to be in his early 50s and even had some white hair on top of his head. But his eyes were unusually bright, and his straight body and broad chest did not look like what a middle-aged man should look like at all. "That's fine. Mr. Yin should have already taken a brief tour of our Magic University. What do you think?" Qin Shuqi picked up the teacup and took a sip. "The facilities are very complete, and the financial resources are very strong." Yun Xiao honestly expressed his opinion. Qin Shuqi seemed very satisfied with this answer. He put down the cup and took out a box from his arms. "I heard from Teacher Zhao that you seem to be very interested in this thing. In that case, let this be your greeting gift from the principal." Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao took the box and opened it. Surprisingly, the Keystone was lying quietly in the box. He never thought that Qin Shuqi would actually give this thing to him directly. "Thank you, Principal." "You're welcome. You're the freshman I'm most optimistic about this year, and the only student who has scored full marks in the theoretical exam in all the years of the Chinese Elf College entrance examination." Qin Shuqi smiled slightly, stood up from the sofa, and straightened his tie. "I hope that Mr. Yin will have a good time in Magic University. I am looking forward to your next performance." As he spoke, he placed a business card on the coffee table. "My contact information is here. Today is the first day of school, and I have a lot of things to deal with. If you have anything, feel free to contact me. See you later, Yun-san." After saying that, he turned and left Yun Zhao's dormitory. Yun Xiao took a look at the business card and keystone on the table and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This principal is really capable. Not only was he humble, he also came to visit me in person and gave me the keystone as a gift. This kind of sincerity is really sufficient. He took a deep breath and gently picked up the keystone. Now all we need is a Mega Evolution Stone, and the components for Mega Evolution will be complete. But where can I get the Mega Evolution Stone? Yun Xiao thought for a moment and suddenly remembered the advanced modification opportunity he had just obtained today. Advanced modification could directly obtain random advanced props. In that case, why not give it a try? He thought for a few seconds and shook his head again. The range of advanced items is so huge that trying to draw a Mega Evolution Stone is like looking for a needle in a haystack. I also don't know if the God-level modification that requires 10,000 shock points to unlock can obtain designated props in a targeted manner. Just as Yun Xiao was thinking, his cell phone rang. Yun Xiao answered the phone, and Zhao Qingsong's voice soon came. "Xiao Yun, the principal said that he has resolved your issue. Is that true?" "Yes, I'm fine now," Yun Xiao affirmed. Zhao Qingsong seemed to be relieved and said, That's good. That's good. Oh, there's one more thing. You can go to the breeding park now and pick out the quasi-god elf eggs. I'll wait for you there." Chapter 41, The Demon Breeding House, and the quasi-god elf eggs. The breeding house of Demon University is located at the southernmost end of the campus. When Yin Xiao took some time to get there by shuttle bus, Zhao Qingsong had been waiting here for a long time. We just happened to receive a batch of divine spirit eggs today. Since they were purchased from the Alliance, the lowest qualification is at the Heavenly King level. The quality is very high. You can pick whatever you want when you go in. He patted Yin Xiao on the shoulder and took Yin Xiao into the breeding house. Rather than calling it a breeding house, it is more accurate to say that this is a miniature breeding park. The various areas inside simulate various environments in the wild. It is much more advanced than the place where Yin Xiao obtained the lazy man. As the two walked forward in the park, Zhao Qingsong's explanation also sounded. Don't be fooled by the small size of the place. There are all kinds of elves here. Some are open to students for purchase or as rewards, while others are cultivated to assist the Research Institute in its experiments. Yun Xiao nodded, his eyes sweeping over each elf. Magnemite, Dragonite, Kintaro, Meowth, Bulbasaur, from common Pokemon to the rare starter Pokemon, there is really everything. Not only that, the individual values of these elves are generally very good, and their qualifications are no lower than the elite level. They are obviously carefully selected. Soon, the two entered a house at the deepest part of the breeding house. A pretty young woman in an apron immediately came up to greet them. Teacher Zhao, is this the student you mentioned who will come to pick the divine elf egg today? Yes. Zhao Qingsong nodded and said with a smile. Have you settled all the elf eggs? Thank you for your hard work. The woman looked at Yun Xiao. Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhang Yulin, the person in charge of the breeding house. If you want to capture new elves in the future, you are welcome to come find me. The elves here are all carefully cultivated by me, she said, also smiling slightly. I'll tell you something. Even the elves in the far breeding area over there in the Alliance can't compare to the quality here. Zhao Qingsong also responded. Sister Yulin is a 3-star cultivator and can be considered a great Buddha. The principal took great pains to invite her into the temple. Yun Xiao understood immediately after hearing this. No wonder he had just walked along the way and saw that the hair of these elves was very moist and in exceptionally good condition. It turns out that this woman is a professional breeder. Moreover, the 3-star cultivators are competing against gym master-level trainers. Okay, enough small talk. You must be looking forward to choosing a quasi-god elf egg. Let's get started now. Zhang Yulin said this, walked to a huge cabinet on the side, and pressed a button. The cabinet opened immediately, revealing glass jars. In each glass jar, wrapped in warm light and straw feathers, there is a basketball-sized elf egg. Do you need me to introduce it to you? Or do you want to look at the labels on these cabinets yourself? Zhang Yulin pointed to the stickers on the cabinet. Thank you, I could do it myself. Yun Xiao shook his head, walked to the cabinet, and began to check the information of the first elf egg. Elfek Dratini. Estimated qualification. Heavenly King level. Estimated individual value. Excellent. Estimated hatching time. 12 days and 3 hours. Inherited skills, none. The first Pokemon egg is for Dratini. Dragonite is the evolved form of Dratini. As the only dragon-attributed Pokemon of the first generation, it is very popular due to its handsome yet cute appearance and powerful strength. He can learn multi-attribute skills such as 100,000 volts, jet flames, and freezing fist, and his attack range is extremely wide. In addition, Dragonite's flying speed is amazing, and it is recognized as the world's best means of transportation. But Yin Xiao was not in a hurry and continued reading. A few minutes later, Yin Xiao looked at the information of each egg. Just as Zhao Qingsong said, the quality of these quasi-god elf eggs is extremely high, and the lowest qualification is the king level. There are a total of 6 Pokemon eggs, including Dratini, Iron Dumbbell, Baby Dragon, Single-Headed Dragon, Yukira, and Sticky Pokemon. The final evolutionary forms of these elves are quasi-gods, that is, powerful elves whose racial values far exceed those of ordinary elves and have amazing potential. At this moment, Yun Zhao's sight has locked onto the last elf egg, and he said with certainty, I want this one. Zhang Yulin was a little surprised when she heard this. Good taste. In terms of appearance, this one is the best among the 6. It should have the highest qualifications after it hatches. But she changed the subject. But I don't recommend you choose this one. You'd better think carefully about it. Zhao Qingsong, who was standing by, was a little surprised when he heard this. Isn't this one the best? Why don't you choose it? Zhang Yulin looked up at him with a complicated expression. Because it's from Kira's fairy egg. Sky. Zhao Qingsong suddenly realized what was going on, took a breath, and his expression became a little strange. He looked at Yun Xiao and began to explain on behalf of Zhang Yulin. Xiao Yun, cultivating a quasi-god spirit requires a lot of resources. You should already know this. But if we were to say which quasi-god has the greatest demand for resources, it would be Bangilas. This guy is called Super Snorlax. In nature, Bangiras can eat an entire mine in one day. Although we will provide you with training resources for the first 3 months, you need to think carefully about what will happen after that. Zhao Qingsong and Zhang Yulin naturally had good intentions. Even for the big families, it was rare to breed elves like Bangilas because it was too expensive. However, Yin Xiao shook his head when he heard this. I've made up my mind. I want this one. Money? With the block-making technology in hand, the next thing he lacks the most is probably money. What's more, he chose this Yukira for a reason. At this moment, a piece of information was hovering in front of Yun Xiao. Effect, Yukira. Estimated qualification. Champion level. Estimated individual value. Flawless. Estimated hatching time. 6 days and 3 hours. Inherited skill. Reverse scale. This Yukira is the only one among the 6 elves with championship qualifications. Chapter 42 Zhao Qingsong. Are you cheating? Of course, in addition to this, there are 2 other reasons why Yun Xiao chose this elf egg. First, except for Iron Dumbbell, the other 4 Pokemon have dragon attributes, which overlap with Rayquaza's attributes. If possible, Yun Xiao hopes to cultivate elves with different attributes to improve his team. The qualifications of the Iron Dumbbell elf egg were far inferior to those of Yukira, so naturally, there was no choice. Second, there is another important reason. Below the information about Yukira's elf egg, there's a line of small words. Note, this elf egg has a high probability of being a flashing individual. The shiny elves in the game are no different in appearance and are a little rarer. But this is not the case with the shining elves in the real world. According to the records Yun Xiao read in the book, shiny elves often have unique features. For example, they can learn skills that were originally impossible to learn, or their attributes in all aspects are far superior to those of their peers. Moreover, the shining Bangiras is golden in color and is quite beautiful. Being strong is a temporary thing, but being handsome is a lifelong thing. In short, Yun Xiao firmly chose this elf egg. In the eyes of Zhao Qingsong and Zhang Yulin, Yun Xiao's behavior made them feel a little incomprehensible. Isn't this kid a little too stubborn? Although Banguilas is a quasi-god, if Yun Xiao does not have the money to buy a large amount of or to feed him, Banguilas, who cannot get enough nutrition and energy, may not even be as good as the ordinary 3 major creatures, and his upgrade speed will be very slow. But seeing Yun Xiao's determined look, the 2 of them stopped trying to persuade him. Zhao Qingsong lit a cigarette, stood up, and said, "In that case, this elf egg is yours from today on. Congratulations. But there is one more thing I must remind you of. You cannot take him away now." Yun Xiao was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Why? Zhao Qingsong blew out a smoke ring and scratched his head. Because you already have an elf. Have you forgotten? Before becoming a professional trainer, college students can only capture 1 Pokemon. This is the rule of the league. Even if the principal comes, he can't give you a backdoor. After all, it is illegal for students to possess 2 elves at the same time. Yun Xiao suddenly understood. How could I have forgotten about this? The reason why only he knows about the existence of Korakuza until now is because of this. On the surface, the hyperactive ape has occupied his only qualification to conquer. Zhao Qingsong continued. Until you become a professional trainer, this one will have to be kept in the breeding house after being hatched by Kira. Zhang Yulin also said, although the school will be responsible for feeding him for the first half of the year, don't forget to come and see him often. After all, he is your elf. When you become a professional trainer soon and gain the right to capture a second Pokemon, come and bring him home. Ordinary students may have to pass the professional assessment in their senior year. I heard that you are very talented, so I think you should be able to pass it in your sophomore or junior year. However, after hearing these words, Yin Xiao thought for a moment and then said something that made the 2 of them a little confused. I'll be back in an hour. After saying that, he turned and left the breeding house. Zhao Qingsong and Zhang Yulin were both confused. They looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. What on earth is this kid doing? Zhao Qingsong muttered. Zhang Yulin shrugged. I don't know, but I think he is different from other students at first glance. He is quite special. As she spoke, she took out 2 bottles of smoking ice-cold beer from a foam box nearby. and handed one to Zhao Qingsong. Mr. Zhao, school starts today. As an admissions teacher, you probably have nothing to do. Why don't you chat with me for a while? Zhao Qingsong thought about it, took the beer, and nodded. My task today is to receive this kid. In this case, let's wait for him to come back. He unscrewed the bottle cap, gulped down a mouthful of wine, and said as if he remembered something. Oh yeah, didn't I just take this kid to visit the resource tower? When the two of us were in the resource room on the top floor, those 3 items suddenly disappeared right next to us. Zhang Yulin naturally knew what he was referring to, and her eyes widened immediately. Disappeared. Zhao Qingsong nodded, looking scared, and said, Really? And before I could react, Miss Goth came and killed me. I swear to Arceus. I really thought she was going to do it any second, but luckily those things suddenly appeared again. Zhang Yulin was obviously a little skeptical and raised her head to take a sip of wine. Is there such a thing? Isn't it ridiculous? But if those 3 things disappeared and you were crushed on the spot by Miss Goth, I think it would be reasonable. After all, that was something left by the old principal. To her, it was the only relic of her trainer. Now it was Zhao Qingsong's turn to widen his eyes, with an expression of disbelief and sudden realization. Is she the old principal's spirit? Zhang Yulin shrugged and put her index finger to her lips and made a hush sound. Few people know about this, so don't go out and talk about it. Zhao Qingsong nodded and murmured. No wonder she is so strong, but she is willing to stay in the warehouse 24 hours a day, every day for 5 years. Speaking of this, hey, I wonder if the old principal is still alive. An hour later, Yun Xiao reappeared in front of the two of them on time. In his hand, he held a brand new certificate. 5 big words are written on it. Professional trainer. At this moment, Zhao Qingsong and Zhang Yulin both stood there in a daze, dumbfounded. So during this hour, Yun Xiao wanted to take the professional trainer qualification exam? This is indeed the case. The Alliance's headquarters in China is right next to Shanghai University of Magic, and Yun Xiao just wanted to take the professional assessment. The hyperkinetic ape strength has reached the high level of the profession, and he can easily pass the battle assessment. But the 2 people in front of Yun Xiao didn't know this. They were all dumbfounded at the moment. Pass the professional assessment as a freshman? Fortunately for Zhang Yulin, he knew that there were many geniuses in the history of Magic City, and they were already at the professional level when they were freshmen. But Zhao Qingsong looked at Yun Xiao's expression at this moment, as if he had seen a ghost. He really remembered that 15 days ago, Yun Xiao, that lazy guy, obviously only had the strength of the formal mid-level and above. How come it's only been less than 2 weeks, and it's already a fucking professional level? Is this kid cheating? Chapter 43, Military Training for New Students. Such a coincidence? After confirming the authenticity of Yun Xiao's identity as a professional trainer, Yun Xiao took away Kira's Pokemon egg in front of Zhao Qingsong's surprised look. He carried the jar of eggs back to the dormitory and carefully placed it on the table, feeling a little excited. The hint from the soul eye shows that this egg has a very high probability of being Shining Yukira. I don't know if I can hatch Shining. I hope so. After placing the elf egg, Yun Xiao sat on the sofa and stretched. Before he knew it, he had become a professional trainer. You know, for ordinary people, becoming a trainer of this level is a goal that most people can only achieve with great difficulty in their entire lives. After all, not everyone has the conditions to raise elves at home, and not everyone can get into a good elf university. But for Yun Xiao, this is just a start. Above the professions, there are elites, and above the elites, there are museum owners. And his ultimate goal is not to become the champion, but to become the most powerful trainer in the world. Just as Yun Xiao was thinking, a line of information appeared in front of him. It has been detected that the host has become a professional trainer, and the main quest has been updated. Host has obtained the S-level main quest. Elite? I am fighting the elite. Task requirements. Within 1 month, at least 3 Pokemon in the team must reach elite level and pass the assessment to become elite trainers. Task reward. Advanced modification opportunities X2. Random SS level character skill X1. Yun Xiao glanced at the content of the task and nodded slightly. Elite level. As a class above the professional level, to reach this level of strength, the requirements for the elves are naturally higher. If you can become an elite trainer, you will be welcomed almost everywhere you go. For him, it was not difficult to make Rayquaza and Hyperactive Ape reach elite level within a month. After all, both Pokemons are already at high-level professions. The real difficulty of this task is that I need to train Kira to the elite level within 1 month. The early growth rate of a quasi-god young like this one is much slower than that of an ordinary elf. But Yun Xiao is still very confident. With the master-level energy blocks filled up, and with the one-stop service of 3 simulated secret realms with 4 times the experience, it should not be difficult for Kira to reach elite level from 0 in more than 20 days. I must take these 2 opportunities for advanced modifications and the SS level character skills. While Yin Xiao was thinking, the screen of the mobile phone on the table suddenly lit up. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Zhao Qingsong. Zhao Qingsong, Xiaoyan, after Kira hatches, remember to contact me. I will ask the finance department to send you the weekly resources. Don't worry, I guarantee you will have enough. Zhao Qingsong. Also, this is the QR code of your class group. Remember to add it. The counselor should be notifying you of the details of the military training at the beginning of the semester soon. After reading the second paragraph, Yun Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. Military training at the start of school? The elf university in this world also does this kind of thing? Unexpectedly, he saved the QR code and scanned it to join a group chat. The name of the group was Magic University 2041-5 class, and there were more than 40 people in total, including Yin Xiao. At this moment, the students in the group seemed to be discussing the military training before the start of school. Pika Pika, have you heard that starting from this year, freshmen will have to go to the secret realm for military training at the beginning of the semester? Braised green onion duck without green onions. Is this true? Entering a secret realm? Damn, it's a bit exciting just thinking about it. Who stole my gem starfish? This news is absolutely true. My uncle is a teacher at the Magic University. It seems that they were planning this last year. Yun Xiao was thoughtful when he saw this. Go to the secret place for military training? This is understandable. After all, a school like Demon University cultivates top trainers. As long as you are a trainer, there is no way to avoid the word secret realm. To obtain resources and capture rare elves, you need to enter the secret realm. The best way to challenge yourself and increase the elves' combat experience and level is to enter the secret realm. A trainer who does not frequently enter and exit the secret realm cannot be called a qualified trainer. The purpose of the Demon University's actions is undoubtedly to cultivate students' familiarity with the secret realm as early as possible, in order to prepare them to become professional trainers after graduation. But there is a problem here. Even for the freshmen who are admitted to the Magic University, the strength of most students is only at the formal intermediate level. If these students were allowed to enter the secret realm, the degree of danger would naturally be self-evident. But Yun Xiao thought about it and felt that since Demon Master dared to make such an arrangement, he must have the confidence to do so. If students are really allowed to go, they will most likely go to a low-level, highly developed, and non-dangerous secret place. In other words, in an ordinary secret place, a strictly monitored area is set aside for students to experience. After all, if something happens to a student, the parents will definitely be the first to do anything. However, no matter which secret realm he goes to, it is not a problem for Yin Xiao now. During this period of time, training in the use of wave power has become his daily routine. Now his detection range has risen to about 100 meters. If he releases the power of waves to attack, its power is estimated to be not much different from that of an ordinary professional level elf. In addition, the strength of Rayquaza and hyperactive ape is there, so Yin Xiao will not be afraid even if he encounters an elite level elf. At this moment, most of the students in the group expressed their anticipation and excitement about entering the secret realm. Only a small number of people are concerned about safety issues. This is normal. After all, they are all students who were able to be admitted to the Magic University. They are already the top students in the whole of China, so it is natural for them to be in high spirits. When there was a heated discussion in the group, a person with the title of group owner came out to speak. Zhang Tianming. Hello, students. I am Zhang Tianming, the counselor in charge of this class. I would like to inform you of an important matter. Zhang Tianming. Starting tomorrow morning, all freshmen will enter the secret realm for a 6-day military training. Zhang Tianming. In this military training, you are not allowed to bring anything other than the clothes on your body and the pokeballs. Zhang Tianming. This military training is voluntary, but students who participate can earn a lot of credits based on their performance. Zhang Tianming. I will post the specific rules and military training locations in the document below. Zhang Tianming. Military training. Doc. Yun Xiao clicked on the document to check the contents and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This military training requires students to be divided into groups and enter a secret place to set up camp and live there for a period of time. This is not an easy task. Without carrying any tools or food, it is almost the same as surviving in the wild. However, this is probably the effect that the school wants. Using the power of elves to survive in secret realms is one of the basic skills of professional trainers. What's more, if there are many elves in a group and they cooperate well, they can accomplish a lot. As Yun Xiao read on, his sight suddenly stopped on a line of words. Location of this military training: 2-star secret realm, Blue Lake. Oh, what a coincidence. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. According to his original plan, he was going to find time to visit this secret place. After all, there are still many resources he discovered in the simulated secret realm waiting for him. Moreover, he also planned to meet that Slow King. Now that the military training location is here, it kills two birds with one stone, saving him the time and effort to make another trip. By the way, if you perform well in this military training, you can get credits. There are still a lot of good things in the resource library of Magic University, so the more you can exchange, the better. After learning about the military training, Yun Xiao closed the group chat. The military training will start tomorrow morning, and today is the first day of school. There are no classes, so students can arrange their time freely. Yun Xiao directly called up the system panel and entered the 3-star simulated secret realm, Lava Canyon, with the two elves. Looking at the huge crack in front of him and the small pits with roiling magma around him, Yun Xiaozi muttered to himself. No secret treasure was found in the Blue Lake. I wonder if there will be any in this secret realm. He took a step forward and walked towards the depths of the secret realm. When Yun Xiao left the simulated secret realm, it was already evening. During these few hours, he had explored this simulated secret realm to 20%. Although no secret treasure was found, a piece of firestone of extremely good quality was discovered, with an estimated market price of around 200,000 elf coins. The levels of hyperactive ape and Rayquaza have both increased by 2 levels, and they're increasingly looking like they will break through to the elite level. As for the elves that appeared in the secret realm, although most of them were high-level professionals, and there were even a few elite ones, they were no match for hyperactive ape and Rayquaza. Yun Xiao estimated that although these two guys were still at the top professional level in terms of strength, if they really fought, they would be comparable to ordinary elves at the mid-elite level. After all, both elves have full qualifications, individuals, and resources. One is a divine beast, and the other has supernatural characteristics. They cannot be viewed with ordinary eyes. Thinking of this, Yun Xiao suddenly remembered another thing. Wang Yang, who has good performance in both theory and practice, has been successfully admitted to his ideal university, Zhejiang University. Since everyone started school early, he should have arrived at school as well. I just don't know if Zhejiang University has military training for freshmen in secret places. Chapter 44, arriving at the Blue Lake, Chengqing and by Ningxuang. As he had to get up early for gathering the next day. After leaving the simulated secret realm, Yun Xiao simply washed up and went to bed early. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, when Yun Xiao arrived at the gathering place, the school playground, many students had already gathered there waiting. He quickly found his class and quietly joined the team. Although it was only the first day of school, some students in the class had already become familiar with each other and were chattering about the content of the military training. I checked last night, and it seems that the Blue Lake is a 2-star secret realm. The school is really brave to let us in. At first, I thought it was the kind of military training where we would wear camouflage uniforms and march in front of our leaders, but I didn't expect it to be this kind of wow, so exciting. While they were discussing, Yun Zhao's eyes were scanning the entire playground, observing something. In his original world, Peking University enrolled approximately 3,000 to 5,000 students each year. And the total number of freshmen at the Demon University this year is less than 1,000. It seems that the rumors about the high admission requirements of the Magic University are not false. A few minutes later, a well-proportioned middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses came to the front of the team. He is the counselor of Yun Zhao's class, Zhang Tianming. Behind Zhang Tianming, there was a sturdy man with a muscular body and dark skin. The burly man was wearing a camouflage uniform and a black pendant around his neck. His aura was obviously different from that of ordinary people, and he was obviously an unusual person. The sturdy man glanced at the students who were gradually quieting down and spoke in a rough voice. Boys, I'm your instructor for this military training, Li Guanlan. From now on, I hope you can control your usual laxity in school and pay attention to the upcoming military training. Because you are about to experience the first journey to a secret realm in your life. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the students in the class changed. Even if they were admitted to the Magic University, they were just students after all. Some people seemed to be very expectant and excited about the familiar, yet unfamiliar word secret realm. Some people, on the other hand, seemed very nervous. Yun Zhao's heart did not show any fluctuations at all and seemed very calm. The reason is simple. This is not his first time at all. He spent most of the day in a 3-star simulated secret realm yesterday. After a brief mobilization, students from 17 freshman classes boarded the bus and headed for their destination, the 2-star secret realm Blue Lake. This secret realm was only 50 kilometers away from Kyoto University. An hour later, they arrived at the secret realm base. The secret base of the Azure Lake was not much different from the evergreen forest that Yun Xiao had visited before, except that there was not a single trainer in the hall today. The sturdy instructor named Li Guanlan came to Yun Zhao's class and began to explain the rules and content of this military training again. I know you guys are very curious about the content of this military training. Listen carefully, I will only tell you this once. In the next 6 days, you need to enter this secret realm, form groups of 4, and work together to survive in the secret realm. Before entering the secret realm, you cannot bring anything other than clothes and pokeballs. And every minute and every second of these 6 days must be spent in the secret realm. At the end of the 6 days, someone will decide how many credits you can earn based on your performance in the secret realm. As Li Guanlan spoke, he glanced at the students and suddenly revealed a somewhat strange smile. Of course, rather than earning credits, the first thing you need to do is to ensure that you can survive in the secret realm. After these words were spoken, many of the timid students became nervous. They have been living a greenhouse-like life in school. They have only heard that the secret realm is very dangerous. Now that they really have to face such a thing, some people will naturally be afraid. Li Guanlan clapped his hands, and his expression became serious. In my opinion, military training is a lesson. This lesson is to teach you that the road to becoming a trainer is not so easy. If you can't even live in a team in this secret place for a week, I advise you to go back to your hometown and farm. Now, I'm only asking once. Is there anyone who wants to give up credits and choose to withdraw? A few seconds passed, and no one said anything. Li Guanlan smilat. That's more like it. Now it's time to go in. 10 minutes later, the last few students arrived at the entrance to the secret realm and disappeared. There were only 2 people left in front of the entrance. On the left is the instructor named Li Guanlan, and the person on the right is none other than the president of Demon University, Qin Shuqi. After a moment of silence, Qin Shuqi slowly spoke. Coach Li, I have a question for you. Li Guanlan looked towards Qin Shuqi, appearing very respectful, without any trace of the fierce look he had just had. Naturally, he had respect for the principal of the Demon University and the top trainer. Principal Qin, please feel free to ask me any questions you have. I can answer them for you. Qin Shuqi glanced at the entrance to the secret realm that was emitting purple light and said, Are you sure the situation in the secret realm is safe? Li Guanlan nodded immediately. Are you worried about those students? Don't worry. Since the establishment of this plan half a year ago, the Education Bureau has sent people into the secret realm every week to check if there are any new threatening wild elves. What I said was just to cheer them up for the military training. Also, during the entire military training process, there are instructors everywhere in the student activity area to prevent accidents. According to our estimation, at most a few students will get slightly injured in the secret realm, but nothing will happen at all. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuqi looked as if he wanted to say something, but hesitated. When Li Guanlan saw this, he said, Does Principal Qin have any students he's particularly concerned about? Do you need me to ask someone to look after them? Qin Shuqi said, There's a guy named Yun Xiao, a student in Class 5. Don't let him get into trouble. After he finished speaking, he added, Of course, I don't want anything to happen to my other students either. Okay, don't worry. Li Guanlan smiled and walked towards the portal. Then I'll go in first. Principal Qin, take care. We'll contact you if anything happens. Thanks for your hard work. Li Guanlan shook his head repeatedly when he heard this. It's not hard, compared to what you've done for Demon University. What we've done is nothing. After he finished speaking, his figure disappeared into the purple space crack. Only Qin Shuqi was left standing in front of the entrance, deep in thought. Yesterday afternoon, Zhao Qingsong suddenly told him that Yun Xiao had broken through to the professional level in 2 weeks. From formal level to professional level in just 2 weeks. Even Qin Shuqi couldn't believe it. However, after he used the student records to check Yun Zhao's personal information, he had to accept this fact. At the same time, this also made him realize one thing. I really was not wrong about him. This student named Yun Xiao might really be a genius that only appears once in a century. At this moment, Qin Shuqi was looking quietly at the entrance to the secret realm in front of him, his eyes flickering and muttering. Yun Xiao, I hope you can bring me more surprises. At the same time, in the secret realm, is this the secret place? Why does it feel no different from the wild? The air is so fresh. I feel like I haven't smelled such fresh air in 800 years. It's really suffocating in the city. The sky is so blue, it looks like it was dyed with laundry detergent. When I saw this sky, I knew we were already here. I still feel a little dizzy. How about you guys? In the secret realm, on an open space, the students who entered the secret realm were chattering. When entering the secret realm for the first time, everyone can't help but seem a little excited. Yun Xiao, on the other hand, took a look around, quickly walked to a tree, and pushed aside a bush. Under the hidden branches and leaves, a triangular brown mushroom was lying there quietly, constantly emitting white spores in all directions. Seeing this mushroom, Yun Xiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no one has discovered it yet. A line of information also appeared in front of Yun Xiao. S-level material, triangular brown mushroom. Introduction, a rare mushroom that grows in humid areas. It has a lifespan of up to 1 month. Eating it directly will cause poisoning and hallucinations, but it is extremely nutritious after being processed. He picked up the mushroom directly and put it into the system space. He discovered this mushroom by accident when he was exploring the simulated secret realm. It can be said to be the most valuable material in the entire secret realm. Even among all S-level materials, this mushroom is an extremely rare species. Yun Xiao did not see it last time in the purchasing area of the Cube Association. And this mushroom is included in the recipe for a Master Energy Cube he plans to make for the hyperactive ape. After picking the mushrooms, Yun Xiao returned to the team without leaving a trace. A new instructor also reappeared in front of their class. You already have a general idea of the rules of military training. Now, let me explain them in detail. Next, students from all classes will be randomly divided into teams of 4, and each will be given their own area as the camp for this military training. During the entire military training process, you are not allowed to leave the secret realm or visit other camps. If you do any of the above, you will be directly judged as giving up your credits. After 6 days, we will give you a final score based on the situation in the camp and your individual performance during the military training. Do you understand? At the same time, an instructor not far away picked up a loudspeaker and started shouting at the student team. Starting from the first group, by Ning Shuang, Cheng Qing, Luo Chun, and Li Yong. As soon as he finished speaking, the students were all in an uproar. Fuck, by Ning Shuang and Cheng Qing are in the same group. I don't believe that this grouping was not intentional. Amidst the discussions, a boy next to Yun Xiao seemed a little confused. Are these two people famous? As soon as these words were spoken, someone came over immediately. They're not local, are they? Brother, you don't know these two? Cheng Qing, the recognized school beauty of the #1 high school in Magic City, and the top scorer in this year's Magic University Elf College entrance examination. It is said that she has been a professional trainer for a year. Bai Ningshuang has an even more impressive background. She is the daughter of the former president of our Demon University. Chapter 45 military training begins, and the camp is established. The boy who asked the question was stunned and couldn't help muttering. So important? Otherwise, this is the Demon King. The man who gave him the answer shrugged and turned his head to look forward. The 4 people whose names had just been called had now come under everyone's attention. The most outstanding ones among them are naturally the 2 girls. The one on the left is tall and has long, smooth black hair. She was obviously not dressed up and was only wearing simple clothes, but she was so beautiful that people could remember her appearance at first sight. Her eyes were cold and without any emotion, and her whole body gave off an aura of keep away from strangers, like a glacier. The other girl looked very different in comparison. Although she also had a pretty face, she was wearing a tight sportswear that showed off her figure to the fullest. Beneath her golden, wavy short hair, her eyes are filled with confidence and pride, exuding an unruly aura. The appearance of the 2 women caused another commotion among the students below the stage. One is the top scholar in the Magic City, and the other is the daughter of the president of the Magic University. I simply cannot imagine this combination. I'm so envious of those two men. Seeing them team up with these two is more painful than killing me. At the same time, the instructor's voice came from the loudspeaker. The second group, Yun Xiao, Lu Jiao, Chu Mu, and Gu Qing. Suddenly, someone in the audience seemed to remember something and let out an exclamation. Yun Xiao? Is he the first person in history to get full marks in the theory college entrance examination? Holy shit, is he really coming to our Magic University? Although Yun Xiao's full score in the theoretical college entrance examination was not very well known, many news and TV stations reported on it. So naturally some people had heard of his name. Full score in theory? I didn't expect there would be such an awesome person in our class. Is it a duplicate name? Are you sure it's the same Yun Xiao? Someone asked doubtfully. At this moment, the four people in the second group were already standing in front of everyone. Although they had heard of a person named Yun Xiao, they didn't know what he looked like. They could only look back and forth at the four people and make guesses. At the same time, in the first group, the blonde girl, Cheng Qing, heard the discussion of the crowd, frowned slightly, and cast her eyes on the four people in the second group. Full marks in the theory test? There is such a person? The black-haired girl next to her, Bai Ningxuang, just glanced in the direction of the second group and then looked away. The grouping was carried out in an orderly manner, and in less than 10 minutes, all the groups had been brought to their own camping areas. In the next 6 days, they must set up camp in their own area, find food and water, and survive. The four people in Yun Zhao's group were now standing in a clearing in the forest. After the instructor brought them here, he turned and left. A slightly fat, short boy with 2 pockmarks on his face spoke first, speaking with a southern accent, breaking the silence among the four people. Since we've been assigned to the same group, it must be fate. Why don't we all introduce ourselves so we can get to know each other better? I'll go first. My name is Chu Mu. I'm from Jiangcheng. My spirit is Scyther. As he said that, he took out a pokeball and released a Scyther. A white light flashed, and the information of Scyther appeared in front of Yun Xiao. Elf Scyther. Attribute: Insect. Qualification: Hall Master Level. Strength rating: LV21. Formal entry level. Feature: Insect Premonition. When physical strength is less than 1/3, the power of insect attribute skills increases by 50%. Mastered skills: Insect Chirping, Sword Dancing, Lightning Flash, Energy Gathering, Slashing, Sneak Attack on vital points. After reading the message, Yun Xiao couldn't help but nodded slightly. Whether in terms of data or appearance, this one is obviously much better than the one he saw in the breeding house in high school. Sure enough, none of the students who can be admitted to the Demon University are ordinary people. With Chu Mu taking the lead, the other two also introduced themselves naturally. The cute girl with twin ponytails smiled and said, "My name is Lu Jiao. I'm from Shanghai, and the elf is her." As she spoke, the pokeball in her hand opened, and a red figure appeared before everyone's eyes. A Vulpix. The other person was a short girl who looked a little shy. She whispered softly, I'm Gu Qingshan, and I'm also from the Magic City. I hope I can get along well with everyone. My elf is a flower therapy ring." Yun Xiao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this, feeling a little surprised. I had used the same elf in my live broadcast, but I didn't expect to encounter it at this time. At this moment, 3 of the 4 people in the team introduced their identities, and everyone's eyes naturally turned to Yun Xiao. Chu Mu pointed at Yun Xiao and spoke first. "Fuck, brother. You're the Yun Xiao who got full marks in the theory exam? Awesome. You can get full marks even though the questions are so difficult this year. I respect you as a god of study." As he said this, he cupped his hands. Although the other 2 girls did not speak, they looked at Yun Xiao with curiosity and surprise. "Thank you for the compliment. In that case, I don't need to introduce myself." Yun Xiao shrugged, feeling somewhat puzzled. It seems that quite a few people have heard about his full score in the college entrance examination, but he didn't get many shock points from this incident. Is it because the shock of the full score in the college entrance examination incident is not shocking enough? Yun Xiao thought about it for a moment and felt that it seemed to be true. In the previous world, if I heard that a certain city had produced a top scorer in the college entrance examination with full marks, I would at most be surprised. Back to the topic. After the 4 people introduced themselves, Chu Mu spoke again. Just before the instructor left, he mentioned that we need to select a team leader to lead our operations. He raised a hand without hesitation. "I vote for Brother Yin." Upon hearing this, The two girls turned their gaze towards Yun Xiao. The top scorer in the college entrance examination, who gets full marks, must have a very smart brain and be most suitable for this kind of thing. Yun Xiao had no objection to this position that was suddenly bestowed upon him. A team must have a leader. In this case, there was naturally no objection, and Yun Xiao naturally became the captain of this team. He stood up and observed the surroundings, then looked at the three people and spoke. In that case, the three of you will just follow my instructions from now on. Is that okay? The three of them nodded repeatedly. Then, under the gaze of the three people, he slowly said, "After learning about the mission of this military training, I have been thinking about what abilities of ours will be mainly tested this time. It seems that our ability to survive in the secret realm is limited. We need to take good control of the areas that everyone in the team is good at in order to better build the camp." He held up 4 fingers and analyzed. The 4 most important points are camp establishment, food and water sources, safety issues, and quality of life. We are in the initial stage now, and the first thing we need to do is to set up a good camp. After all, this is where we will live next. As he spoke, he looked towards Chu Mu. "Chu Mu, I'll give you my elf. You and him go cut some trees nearby. You need wood that's about 1/2 meter in diameter." He directly released the hyperactive ape. The 3 were stunned when they saw his spirit. It's actually a hyperactive ape? For them, this kind of elf is rarer than the 3 great families and even the quasi-gods. The reason is simple. No one would cultivate an elf like the lazy man. After all, the difficulty of evolving a sloth into a hyperactive ape can be said to be even higher than the difficulty of cultivating a quasi-god elf to its complete form. According to the Alliance's regulations, a student's first Pokemon must be cultivated from its initial form. This is for the fairness of the battle exam, but it also means that Yun Xiao has no chance of directly taming a hyperactive ape. So, what did he make the lazy man evolve? While the 3 were brainstorming, Chu Mu looked at the hyperactive ape and seemed to remember something, and said quickly, "Then, Brother Yun, you gave the elf to me. What will you do?" This is a secret place where wild Pokemon may emerge at any time. When everyone has only one Pokemon, giving your Pokemon to others is equivalent to putting yourself in danger. However, Yun Xiao shook his head. He knew every elf in this secret realm. With the current strength of Yun Xiao's wave force, except for that slow king, no elf could be his opponent. What's more, he has another elf with him. Don't worry about me. Go ahead and remember to pick some old trees so that the wood you cut down will be strong. Hyperactive ape, thank you for your hard work. After hearing Yun Xiao say this, Chu Mu hesitated for a moment, but still turned around and left with the hyperactive ape and Scyther. After Yun Xiao finished speaking, he looked at Gu Qingshan, who was standing beside him. Take your Pokemon with you to collect some clean grass leaves and vines. Try to collect as many as possible. Be careful when you go, and don't go too far from here. If you encounter a wild Pokemon, call for help immediately. Okay, Brother Yun. After listening to this, Lu Jiao nodded, turned around, and walked into the jungle next to her. Now, only Gu Qingshan and Yun Xiao were left on the open space. Gu Qingshan looked up at Chu Mu and suddenly spoke. What do I need to do?" Yun Xiao shook his head. "Not yet. Although your elves are not suitable for fighting, they can heal the injuries of elves, which may come in handy. You and I can just wait here for them to come back." After saying that, Yun Xiao picked up a branch and began to draw a line on the open space. Gu Qingshan heard what Yun Xiao said and thought it was indeed what he said, so he stood aside and watched him busying himself curiously. Yun Xiao simply drew a few lines on the open space and thought in his mind. On the surface, this military training only requires surviving in the secret realm for 7 days, but it is actually very difficult. Students cannot bring anything with them when they come in, so they need to find ways to solve their accommodation, food, and living needs using things found in the wild. For people, rest is the most important thing. If you don't get enough rest and have no energy, you won't be able to do anything well. So he planned to build the prototype of the camp today. Yun Xiao was drawing the line when Gu Qingshan beside him spoke curiously, breaking the silence in the camp. "You are so skilled. Have you ever lived in the wild before?" Yun Xiao shrugged. "No. It's just that I signed up for a summer camp when I was a kid, and the teacher there just happened to teach these things. This is true, but it is something that happened in another world." After that summer camp, Yun Xiao became very interested in knowledge about wilderness survival and would watch related documentaries and read relevant materials from time to time. I didn't expect that this knowledge would be used in this way in another world. As luck would have it, an hour later, The two of them returned to the open space at the same time. Brother Yin, I brought back the ape. And the wood you asked for. Chu Mu appeared in front of Chu Mu, and a voice of emotion sounded. Well, to be honest, I always thought my Scyther was pretty strong, but when I saw your hyperactive ape chopping down trees, I realized your hyperactive ape's strength is a little more frightening. Behind him followed Scyther and hyperactive ape, and behind each of the two elves were dragging dozens of chopped wood. Brother Yun, I'm back too. Lu Jiao also brought back several bunches of grass leaves and vines as Yun Xiao requested and placed them on the open space in front of Yun Xiao. Thank you for your hard work. Yun Xiao looked at the wood for a few seconds, then walked to the ball of grass, squatted down, touched it with his hand, and showed a look of satisfaction. He turned to Chu Mu and said, Come and lend a hand. Let's build the prototype of the camp. Okay, Brother Yin. What do you want me to do? Chu Mu stood up quickly. Just listen to me. I'll need your help later. There's no rush. Yun Xiao said, kicking a log aside and turning to look at the hyperactive ape beside him. Hyperactive ape, please use the alloy claws to cut it in the middle. This is the latest skill that the hyperactive ape learned when he upgraded in the simulated secret realm yesterday. Then divided into 2 equal parts from the left. In the next half hour, Yun Xiao directed the hyperactive ape to process all the wood and turn it into pieces of wood. Then he used the wood to build 4 simple wooden beds on the area that had just been divided. The bed was about half a meter off the ground and was covered with soft grass leaves and even a pillow made of vines. Of course, to build it like this, the help of hyperactive ape, Chu Mu, and Scyther would have been indispensable. After doing all this, Yun Xiao stood beside the bed and clapped his hands. Done! The other people were stunned. It's been less than 2 hours, and Yun Xiao has already arranged accommodation for everyone? And it doesn't look bad, does it? A thought suddenly emerged in the minds of the 3 people. Everyone is here for military training. Why does it feel like Yun Xiao is here to live? Chapter 46, Brother Yun, why don't you open a grilled fish restaurant? After a while, Lu Jiao uttered a few words leisurely. I was prepared to sleep on the floor for 7 days, but I didn't expect to have a bed on the first night. Gu Qingshan also nodded, indicating that he thought the same. But Yun Xiao shook his head and said, This is just a prototype. As a place to sleep, it needs walls to block out the light and a roof to keep out the rain. I will think of ways to improve it at night. After listening to this, Chu Mu was silent for a moment, then silently gave Yun Xiao a thumbs up. Then his stomach growled. Sorry, I haven't had lunch yet. I'm hungry. Chu Mu scratched the back of his head and said with a smile. The other 2 women then realized that they seemed to be a little hungry as well. After all, they entered the secret realm before noon, and now almost 2 hours have passed, and it is already past lunchtime. And eating is also a huge problem for them now. After all, they couldn't bring anything into the secret realm this time, including food. Then next, as Yun Xiao just said, you have to figure out how to eat by yourself. At this moment, Chu Mu suddenly took out 7 or 8 round red berries from his pocket, which looked to be the size of eggs. I found this when I just went out. I just don't know if it's edible. Lu Jiao took a berry, took a look at it, and frowned. Isn't it poisonous? It looks so red. If you get poisoned after eating this, it will be troublesome. The flower healing ring can only heal wounds, but not detoxify. There are no other elves in our team that can treat toxins, and we don't have any medicine either. Chu Mu shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, It seems so. We have to think of another way. Yun Xiao suddenly spoke at this moment. I know this fruit. It's called mahogany fruit. It's not poisonous and can be used to replenish water and barely satisfy hunger. But it tastes a bit bad. It's very sour. It can be said that as long as it is a tree fruit, there is no variety that Yun Xiao does not recognize. Real? Lu Jiao seemed a little skeptical, but Chu Mu simply picked up a fruit and took a bite. His expression suddenly became a little complicated. It's so sour. My teeth are going to fall out. Gu Qingshan also picked up a fruit, took a small bite, and frowned slightly. Seeing that the other 2 had eaten, Lu Jiao no longer hesitated and reached out to pick up a fruit. She was really hungry. Even if the food didn't taste good, the situation was special after all, so there was no need to be picky. But Yun Xiao suddenly stood up and walked towards the forest with the hyperactive ape. Don't you want to eat, Brother Yin? Chu Mu was chewing fruit, making unclear sounds. Yun Xiao's voice came from far away. You guys eat first. This little bit of fruit is definitely not enough. I'm going to find something else to eat. I'll be right back. With that, he disappeared into the woods. Lu Jiao and Chu Mu looked at each other. Gu Qingshan, tell me, What did Brother Yin go to find to eat? Lu Jiao shook her head, her eyes sparkling, and turned to look at the bed next to her. I don't know, but I feel now that we are really lucky to have such a captain. After all, when it comes to surviving in secret places, he is a real professional. 20 minutes later, the three men had eaten all the fruits that Chu Mu brought back, leaving only a few for Yun Xiao. But they still felt empty in their stomachs. There was no way. The number of fruits Chu Mu brought back was not many, and they had to be shared by 4 people, so it was naturally not enough. Fortunately, Yun Xiao appeared at this time. I'm back. Everyone looked up and was stunned because of the hyperactive ape behind him and the dozen fish in his arms. A large number of animals in this world have become extinct due to the appearance of elves, as their living space has been squeezed. But common, non-carnivorous animals such as fish, birds, pigs, and cattle are still distributed throughout the world. In the secret realm, you can usually only see fish and insects. Fuck, Brother Yin. Where did you find it? Chumu looked at these fish, and his eyes widened immediately. Yun Xiao pointed in the direction behind him. The lake is right behind us, just a few steps away. As he said that, he walked straight to the group, picked up some wood and stones, and started building something. Chumu watched and gradually came to his senses. Brother Yin, are you going to grill fish? Yun Xiao nodded. That's right. Under his hands, a simple grill has been built. Vulpix, lend me a light. Meow. Vulpix on the side obediently spit out a breath of flame, and the fire immediately ignited. Yun Xiao picked up a small sharp stone and began to skillfully decale the fish and remove the internal organs. Chu Mu was stunned when he saw it. Brother Yin, do you still have this skill? Yun Xiao didn't explain this time, he just nodded. Just a little bit. In fact, he doesn't just know a little bit. When he was in high school in another world, he worked at a barbecue stall every summer vacation to earn tuition. The barbecue stall is small, but has a lot of customers. The reason is that their grilled fish is especially delicious. Yun Xiao spent 2 summer vacations before he secretly learned the skill of grilling fish. The purpose of his going there to work was to learn how to grill fish. Now in the secret realm, if you want to eat something delicious, the easiest way is naturally to grill fish. Smoke floated and flames flickered. 10 minutes later, an enticing aroma began to spread over the open space. Smelling this fragrance, the other 3 people's saliva was flowing. The one who couldn't hold back the most was Chumu. As a foodie, his eyes were shining as he looked at the golden fish on the grill. Brother Yunyu? Yun Xiao slowly sprinkled a handful of light red stuff on it, causing the grilled fish to make a sizzling sound. Don't panic, it will take a while to cook. Oh! Chumu could only shrink back in disappointment. A few more minutes passed, and Yun Xiao suddenly put out the fire. Okay, eat. The other 3 people came over, and each picked up a fish that was pierced by a wooden stick. Chumu couldn't help but take a bite first, and then he was stunned where he stood. Then he started eating with big mouthfuls, as if he was afraid someone would snatch the food from him. After Lu Jiao took a bite, her expression changed drastically, and she began to eat the meat rapidly, without saying a word. Seeing them like this, Gu Qingshan also gently bit a piece of fish. The next moment, she understood why the 2 of them reacted like that. The crispy, yet moist fish skin exudes a crispy aroma. The tender fish meat with just the right amount of saltiness exudes an extremely tempting aroma. When you take a bite, the juice overflows, the aroma of meat mixed with the fragrance, and there is a slight spicy feeling, which makes people's taste buds jump wildly. As locals of Shanghai, both girls grew up in wealthy families and have eaten dishes from many high-end restaurants. But in front of this grilled fish, those things are simply not comparable. They no longer cared about their modesty as girls, could no longer control their appetite, and started to eat with relish. Yun Xiao looked at the 3 people wolfing down their food and felt relieved. Fortunately, it seems that after so many years, my skills have not deteriorated at all. He took a fish for himself and gave another to the ape. It's a little hot. Eat slowly. Chumu had already eaten the entire fish until only the bones were left. He looked at Yun Xiao with a look of unsatisfied satisfaction. Brother Yin, why don't you just open a shop and sell grilled fish? You're selling it for 100 elf coins each, and people are rushing to buy it. Chapter 47. Time to let the dogs out. Confused instructor. Yun Xiao roasted all the fish he brought back in one go, but under the mouths of 4 people and 4 elves, so many fish could not even last 5 minutes. The reason is simple. What he baked was just too delicious. Scyther, Flower Therapy Huan Huan, and Vulpix each got a fish. The three elves looked at Yun Xiao with kindness and flattery in their eyes. Even the hyperactive ape, who was used to eating the elf delicacies such as energy cubes, was very satisfied with the meal and shook his arms happily. At this moment, Lu Jiao, with a greasy face, was the first to show an incredible expression and looked at Yun Xiao. Brother Yun, how did you manage to make the grilled fish so delicious? This is a secret place, and we didn't bring any spices, so why can I taste the saltiness, spiciness, and fragrance? Yun Xiao shrugged. I did not bring any seasoning, but there is some in the secret realm. Lantern grass has a spicy taste, and green fennel has a flavor similar to spices. These plants and fruits used for seasoning were all found in the forest based on his understanding of block-making materials. After all, if elves can eat it, so can humans. The taste of the fish roasted with these things also surprised him. This is much better than ordinary seasonings. Brother Yin, take me with you next time you go fishing. Let alone these 10. I can catch 20 by myself. Chumu wiped his mouth and couldn't help but say again. After all, it was Brother Yun who grilled the fish. Next time, we can catch the fish and collect the ingredients. Why would we need Chef Yin to help? Lu Jiao also laughed happily. Yeah, next time I'll help catch fish too. Gu Qingshan said excitedly with a gleam in his eyes. In just a few hours, the few people had gradually become familiar with each other, and Gu Qingshan also seemed to be more relaxed. Yun Xiao naturally thought that this was a good thing for such a team situation. After all, we will be together in this secret place for the next 6 days, so the sooner we get along, the better. He thought about it, suddenly stood up and walked to a big rock next to him. The eyes of the remaining 3 people immediately fell on him. There was no way. Less than half a day after entering the secret realm, every time Yun Xiao stood up, it was a big move. They all wanted to know what Yun Xiao was planning to do. However, after a while, they were a little confused. Yun Xiao began to command the hyperactive ape to use its alloy claws to chop the huge stone. What is this for? As time went by, this stone was actually trimmed into the shape of a water tank. The people present were all smart, and they immediately realized what Yun Xiao was trying to do. Having solved the problems of food and accommodation, Yun Xiao now plans to solve the problem of water. But Lu Jiao was the first to express her doubts. Brother Yin, where can we get water? Even though there's a lake next to us, the water doesn't seem clean enough for us, does it? Chu Mu suddenly seemed to understand something and clapped his hands. I see. Brother Yin wants to use this water tank to boil the water in the wild. Yin Xiao nodded after hearing this. The water in the wild is indeed not clean. There are many impurities. If you want to drink it, it is not enough to just let Vulpix boil it. You must filter it. His eyes fell on the water tank in front of him that was half a person's height, and he continued. That's not difficult. I'll make a water tank later, find some stones, gravel, and grass leaves to layer, and filter the water. Okay, Brother Yin, I'll go find these things for you. Chu Mu stood up quickly and ran out of the camp. As for the other 2 women, their eyes changed when they looked at Yun Xiao. Have you really survived in a secret realm? How can you know everything? Time passed quickly, and it was evening. During this period of time, Yin Xiao had been directing the other 3 people and their elves to further improve the construction of the camp. After such a long time, the camp finally became what he had imagined. On the basis of the original bed, each bed has 4 walls made of compact wood, blocking most of the surrounding light and leaving a small window for ventilation. The top of the bed is a ceiling made of multiple layers of wood, and Yin Xiao specially covered it with a layer of rock to achieve the effect of rain protection. The exit of the bed continues to use vines as the roller curtain, which not only facilitates entry and exit, but also provides a certain degree of ventilation. After completing the 4 beds, Yin Xiao nodded with satisfaction. That's about it. It's a pity that the conditions in the secret realm are average. Otherwise, it should be possible to do better. After hearing what he said, the other 3 people were speechless. Forget it. If it were Yun Xiao, it would be normal for him to be dissatisfied with the result. After setting up the beds, everyone went to the river and caught more than 20 fish, which Yun Xiao roasted for everyone's dinner. After they had a delicious meal, the sun had already set, the moon had risen, and night had fallen. Everyone gathered around a burning bonfire and started chatting casually. Originally, when I heard that the military training would involve living in a secret wilderness for 6 days, I was mentally prepared to give up halfway. Lu Jiao spoke. After all, living in the wild without anything is hard enough for me. But now, with Brother Yin here, things seem to have suddenly become simpler. I have such a nice bed to sleep in, food to eat, and even water. To be honest, I feel a little embarrassed. She looked around at the water tanks, beds, and fish grills and said with a complicated expression, "You're not the only one who thinks so. I can only say that Brother Yun is amazing." Gu Qingshan smiled and picked up the wooden bowl that the monkey had polished this afternoon. He filled the bowl with filtered water from the stone bucket next to it, took a sip comfortably, and sighed. After spending a day with everyone, she seemed to have completely let go, revealing her true nature. Chu Mu suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly said, "By the way, the instructor said that the number of credits we get for this military training will depend on how we perform during these 6 days. But how do they know how we perform in the secret realm?" "I don't know." Lu Jiao was stunned for a moment and shook her head. "Maybe there are cameras watching us nearby. I always feel that this is a little unrealistic." She put forward her own idea, but quickly rejected it. Only Yun Xiao, after hearing this topic, looked at the grass next to him without saying a word, as if thinking about something. At the same time, outside the secret realm, in a room in the base, several instructors were sitting at the table with melon seeds, tea, and a small plate of snacks in front of them. In front of them was a huge screen, which was divided into many small areas. You don't need to look closely to find that each of these small areas corresponds to the situation in a group camp. Lu Jiao's guess was actually correct. Every student group that entered the secret realm had real-time monitoring in the camp area. On the one hand, it was to prevent accidents among the students, and on the other hand, it was to monitor the student situations and give them scores based on their performance. The Alliance spent a lot of money and effort to finally establish a surveillance connection with the secret realm. At this moment, several instructors were eating melon seeds with relish, watching the scenes in various camps. A thin instructor spoke up. "How many students in this class can make it to the last day?" Someone beside him immediately answered, "I don't know, but I feel like if I can get 1/3, that would be good." According to the above estimates, only less than a quarter of the people can persist. This is actually a very normal situation. Living in a secret place for 7 days without carrying anything is an extreme test of students' abilities in all aspects. During these 7 days, food, water, accommodation, and hygiene were all big problems. Not only that, there is the most important point. At this moment, a well-proportioned, bearded instructor glanced at the clock on the wall. "It's 10 o'clock. Is it about time now?" The others all nodded. "Indeed, we can let the dogs out." A student camp in the secret blue lake. For students, 2 boys and 2 girls were sitting in front of the campfire, looking a little tired. A boy complained, "What the hell? What on earth was the school thinking, making us participate in this kind of military training activity? If they hadn't given me credits, I would never have come." The others didn't say anything, but judging from their tired expressions, they probably had the same idea. After their group entered the secret realm today, the issue of eating alone tormented the 4 of them for a long time. The only food that can be found in this secret place seems to be a kind of red berry, which is sour and in small quantities and can hardly fill the stomach. The 4 of them walked around in the forest, but didn't see anything useful. Now it was getting dark, and considering safety issues, they could only ask one person in the team to send out a fire elf, make a bonfire, and sit around it. At this moment, a girl suddenly covered her stomach and looked a little uncomfortable. "Ouch, my stomach hurts." Another girl next to her immediately worried. Xiao, you didn't really drink the water from that pool, did you? Now you have a stomachache?" The girl holding her belly looked like she wanted to cry, but had no tears. "But the water looks clean, and I'm really thirsty, ouch." "There's nothing we can do. We can only bear with it. We'll think of a solution for the water issue tomorrow." The last boy spoke, and he seemed to be the leader of the team, but he also felt helpless at this moment. The 4 of them struggled for a whole day, but apart from finding some fruits and using vines and grass to make a bed on the ground, it could be said that they gained nothing. Now all 4 of them were sleepy, thirsty, and tired, and could be said to be feeling extremely uncomfortable. "Everyone hold on a little longer. At least we haven't encountered any wild Pokemon yet. We are safe." He sighed in his heart and comforted everyone. But as soon as he finished speaking, his expression froze the next second. Because in the bushes not far away, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly emerged and looked at them. The boy immediately stood up, grabbed his Pokeball, and said loudly, "Danger! Release the elves!" The entire camp was suddenly in chaos. Back in the monitoring room of the secret base, on the big screen, a kind of wild elf appeared in almost every camp and attacked the students. They look like wolfhounds, with brown-black hair all over their bodies and extremely sharp claws and fangs. It was the evil-type Pokemon, Coyote. These guys came out in groups, causing chaos in every camp. However, faced with such a situation, the instructors in the monitoring room were not nervous at all, and even smiled. The reason is simple. The wild elves in this secret realm had almost been cleared out long ago. These coyotes were deliberately sent out by them to test the students. Although coyotes move in groups, their actual fighting capabilities are not very strong. Moreover, these coyotes that appear in the camp are all trained and will not threaten the safety and lives of the students. But even so, such an attack is obviously beyond the scope of most students. Students in some camps were able to send out their own elves and form a group to barely defend themselves. The lines of some camps had already collapsed. Students were crying and sitting on the ground among the coyotes and dogs. Some were wailing and running wildly to avoid being chased. The scene was extremely chaotic. An instructor looked at the scenes in the three camps, smiled, and shook his head. Camps 18, 12, and 23 have been completely wiped out. Go pick them up. Although these people are not in danger of their lives, their scores in this military training will definitely be very low. Similar attacks occurred every day over the next 6 days. These precious credits are not easy to earn. But suddenly an instructor noticed that the situation in a camp seemed a little abnormal. He immediately called several other instructors to come and take a look and enlarge the surveillance footage of the camp. In the picture, 2 men and 2 women are sitting by a campfire, talking and laughing. Next to them, there is a huge rock water tank and 4 small wooden houses suspended in the air. What's going on in this camp? An instructor immediately raised his eyebrows. Another person's voice also sounded. Hey, it seems that among these 4 people, there is someone who is familiar with how to survive in the wild. In this house, TSK, is this where we can live? Even they might not be able to set up the camp like this on the first day in the secret realm. As the instructors watched, they suddenly discovered something wrong. While other camps were attacked by coyotes, this camp remained surprisingly peaceful, without even a shadow of a coyote. The instructor who first discovered this camp couldn't help but wonder. Did you miss this camp when you released the dogs? Contact the people inside and ask them. Another instructor picked up the communicator beside him. Hello. Camp 40. It seems no dogs have gone there. What's going on? Well, let it go. After a few seconds, he put down the communicator and shrugged. They said they didn't miss this camp, but they don't know what the situation is. Someone is going to check it out now. Hearing this, the other people nodded. Their duties include not only observing the students' performance in the secret realm and preventing accidents from happening to them, but also ensuring that every student receives a fair test. After all, this is a project that the Education Bureau attaches great importance to and cannot be treated casually. A minute later, the communicator rang. After the instructor picked up the communicator, his expression quickly became a little strange. After a while, he put down the communicator. They said there were 15 or 16 coyotes around the camp. But when I went over to take a look just now, I found that these coyotes and dogs seemed to be frightened by something. They lay on the ground, looking desperate and afraid to go over. And they just lay there, and no matter how much we called them, they wouldn't move. Upon hearing this, the other instructors looked at each other and saw the word strange in each other's eyes. Don't dare to go over? Is there something in this camp? There is only one possible reason why this could happen to an extremely active and aggressive spirit like a coyote. Near this camp, there is a being with an aura much more powerful than theirs. But to achieve this effect, one must have the aura of a high-level professional. It is impossible for an elf of this level to appear in this secret realm that has been cleared out. Several people looked at the picture on the screen, puzzled. However, what they didn't know was that just outside the camera's recording range, above the open space, a green figure was quietly floating in the air. There was a sense of majesty emanating from him, something ancient and a bit desolate. This is the aura of a dragon-type mythical beast. This was naturally Yun Zhao's deliberate arrangement. As long as Rayquaza stood here, the aura it exuded would be able to dissuade most of the weaker wild Pokemon. And the fact was just as he thought. Sensing the aura emitted by Rayquaza, a group of coyote dogs were now lying obediently dozens of meters away, not daring to move at all. There is no way. This breath is too scary. Chapter 48, Visiting King Sloth, the mystery at the bottom of the lake? As for whether doing so would expose the existence of Rayquaza, Yin Xiao was not worried. As soon as he arrived at the camp, he directly activated the power of wave guidance and scanned the situation around the camp. Just as he expected, there were at least 3 or 4 hidden cameras around, monitoring their situation. He has already mastered the coverage range of these cameras, so he will naturally not let Rayquaza be exposed to the cameras. At this moment, Yin Xiao was sitting in front of the crackling campfire, looking thoughtful. In his mind, there appeared a picture of a group of coyotes lying on the ground shivering 40 or 50 meters away. It seems that I guessed this, right? The instructors will definitely release the elves to attack the camp to test the students. He shrugged slightly and leaned comfortably against the wood behind him. With the protection of Rayquaza's aura. Even though the instructor tried again and again, in the end the coyotes and dogs did not dare to approach Yun Zhao's camp. They had no choice but to return home. Back at the camp, the 4 people had been in the secret realm for the entire day and were now feeling a little tired. They sat in front of the campfire and chatted for a while, then went back to their own cabins to sleep. Yun Xiao stood up from in front of the campfire and came to the tree where Rayquaza was located. He took out 2 cans of energy cubes from the system space and called out the hyperactive ape. You 2 have worked hard today. Come and have something to eat. In order to make the energy cube have the best effect, the elf must eat it every day for a period of time. So even if he entered the secret realm, Yun Xiao did not intend to neglect this matter. The 2 elves were excited when they saw the familiar food. Roar! Over-roar! Yun Zhao's gaze fell on the hyperactive ape. Hyperactive ape, I may have to trouble you with something today. When I go to sleep, please pay attention to the situation around the camp. If there is any danger, wake me up immediately. Since evolution, due to the nature of the race, the hyperactive ape is very energetic every day and does not even need to sleep at night. It is just right to give this task to him. Over-roar! The hyperactive ape nodded, stretched out a paw, and patted his chest, indicating that it was his responsibility. After taking care of the night safety issue and feeding the 2 elves, Yin Xiao returned to the camp and laid down in the wooden house. Just at this moment, a loud thunder suddenly sounded in the sky. After the thunder, heavy rain followed. Inside the wooden house, Yin Xiao opened his eyes and sighed softly. It rained on the first night. I was lying in a comfortable wooden house to shelter from the rain, but the same might not be true for other students. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, when Yun Xiao woke up, the other 3 were still sleeping soundly in the wooden house. He could even hear Chu Mu's snoring like thunder coming from across the wooden house. The rain stopped in the middle of the night. There was some water in the potholes on the ground, and the air was very clear. Yun Xiao took out a green fruit from his pocket, took a few bites, and left the camp with the hyperactive ape. Although he spent the whole day tidying up the camp yesterday, Yin Xiao did not forget another thing he had to do. Go meet the Slow King in the lake. If it were any other student, there would be a high probability that he would get lost in this forest. But Yin Xiao already knew the situation in this secret realm very well. He used the power of waves to avoid the surveillance cameras along the way and soon arrived at the lake. He took a deep breath, retracted the wave force that was dissipating around him, gathered it together, and probed into the lake. Along the way, he didn't even see the shadow of a wild elf. Considering that the Education Bureau dared to let a group of students like them enter the secret realm, Yin Xiao speculated that the wild elves in this secret realm might have been cleared out and transferred to other secret realms long ago. The situation was the same in the lake. The lake was empty, without a single elf. Yin Xiao couldn't help but frown slightly. If that's the case, I wonder if the Slow King is still in the lake? However, just as he was thinking, a familiar feeling suddenly appeared. The detection of the wave force seemed to be blocked by something and could not go down any further. The originally calm lake surface was also experiencing violent waves. The next moment, a pink figure appeared directly above the lake, floating quietly in front of Yun Xiao. It's exactly the king-level Slow King. Compared to when he was in the simulated secret realm, the sense of oppression and aura emanating from his body were much stronger. In this situation, Yun Zhao's heart couldn't help but beat faster. It's impossible not to be nervous when encountering a wild king-level Pokemon at such a close distance. Fortunately, after seeing Yun Xiao, the aura around King Daidai immediately restrained a little. He looked at Yun Xiao with deep and bright eyes for a while, and a steady and heavy voice suddenly sounded in Yun Zhao's heart. Human, what are you doing here? Yun Xiao naturally knew that this was one of the abilities of the psychic elves, telepathy. Elves with this ability can establish direct mental communication with other elves or humans and directly express their thoughts and words. But only some powerful and talented psychic elves can possess this power. However, the next moment, it was King Dai's turn to be stunned, because Yun Xiaoqin's voice also rang directly in his heart. Hello, no offense, I was just passing by and was curious to see what was at the bottom of the lake. This is naturally the effect of wave force, using the power of waves to establish a connection with the elves. In addition to being able to communicate directly through the minds, you can also convey your true thoughts and emotions. The next moment, the oppressive feeling around King Slowpoke suddenly subsided, and his aura completely disappeared. He already felt that the human in front of him had no ill will towards him. The bottom of the lake is my home. The voice of the soft king was heard again. Hearing this, Yin Xiao suddenly understood. No wonder this slow king came straight up when I used the power of waves to sweep the bottom of the lake in the simulated secret realm. From the perspective of the Dai king, he was lying at home peacefully when suddenly a prying force surged towards his home. If you don't come up to see what's going on, there must be something fishy going on. After realizing this, Yin Xiao felt a little embarrassed. It turns out that I was the one who disturbed others. I'm sorry, I didn't know you lived here. He said this apologetically, took out a can of sky blue energy cubes from the system space, and placed it in front of the Slow King. As an apology gift, I give this to you. As Slow King's eyes swept over the jar of cubes, the jar immediately floated in the air and floated in front of Slow King. His somewhat strange voice sounded in Yun Zhao's heart. What's this? Energy cubes are a special food for elves. They are delicious and have great benefits. Yun Xiao explained truthfully. Of course, this block was made specially for the Slow King when he was making the batch of red blocks before. This block is called Pure Heart and is also a high-level master block. It is very effective for Pokemon with water and psychic attributes, and is very suitable for Slowking. What's more coincidental is that one of the necessary materials for this kind of block is the reward for reaching 100% exploration of the Blue Lake Simulation Secret Realm, the S-level rare tree fruit Clear Water Spirit Fruit. It is worth mentioning that it is not available in the sales area of the Qingshui Lingua Association, and no one sells it on the market. Yun Xiao didn't believe that the system didn't give him this reward intentionally. Upon hearing this, King Dai looked at the energy block again. A blue light lit up in his eyes, as if he was confirming something. A moment later, the jar was opened out of thin air, and an energy cube flew out and fell directly into the mouth of Slow King. 1 second passed, 2 seconds passed, 3 seconds passed. Energy cubes flew out of the bottle one after another, and were all eaten by King Slow. Until only half of the blocks were left in the jar, a violent air wave suddenly spread out in all directions with Slow King as the center. At the same time, the blue light in King Dai's eyes suddenly became brighter. The strange phenomenon lasted for less than a few seconds, and then everything returned to normal. However, Yun Xiao seemed to sense something. You broke through? He could clearly feel that the aura emitted by Slow King in the past few seconds was much stronger than before. Yes, Da. The voice of the Soft King was heard, but compared to the beginning, it was more friendly and kind. He also didn't expect that the bottleneck that had troubled him for a long time would be solved because of the appearance of a human. Right after eating that kind of cube, he felt that all the superpowers in his body were mobilized, and he was extremely excited. Not only that, a huge amount of water energy as big as the sea also poured into his body and combined with his superpowers. With this two-pronged approach, the bottleneck in his strength was actually broken. Moreover, the taste of this cube is just amazing. After thinking for a moment, King Dai nodded directly at Yun Xiao. Thank you, human. Your gift is valuable, and I intend to repay you. Please follow me. As the Dai King spoke, he stretched out a claw towards Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao subconsciously grasped it and felt a flash of white light before his eyes, and the scene around him changed completely. Humid air and rock walls covered with moss and aquatic plants. This seems to be a cave. However, above Yun Xiao's head, there was a sound of splashing water. He looked up subconsciously and was suddenly stunned. Above his head was the flowing clear lake water, with bubbles and water plants swaying. The faint sunlight passed through the ripples and fell on Yun Xiao. And less than 5 meters above him, all the lake water seemed to be blocked by a transparent barrier, placing the entire cave below the lake's surface. The voice of King Dai sounded in Yun Zhao's mind. Welcome to my home, human. In addition to this, at the same moment, an electronic voice sounded in Yun Zhao's heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering the SSS level secret site, the Ancient Altar. Chapter 49, SSS level ruins. The Gate of the Sacred Stone. Yun Xiao originally wanted to get to know this king level Dai Dai King, but he didn't expect that Dai Dai King would take him directly to the bottom of the lake without saying a word. He never expected that there seemed to be an incredible place hidden at the bottom of the lake. Of course, a special space like a secret realm did not appear out of thin air. Since the secret realm appeared 100 years ago, humans have discovered a lot of evidence of the existence of another civilization in it. For example, relics, classics, architectural ruins, etc. These things seem to come from another unknown civilization. Discussions and speculations about this civilization have never stopped in the scientific community. And where Yun Xiao is now seems to be a relic of this civilization. According to common sense, the ruins should contain either valuable information from previous civilizations or priceless treasures. Since the system says that this place is an SSS-level relic, I should be able to gain something soon. He thought about it and looked at King Slow, who was holding a cube jar. But then again, although this place is called a ruin, it is actually also the home of this Slow King. Even if there is a treasure inside, it was King Slow who got there first. As he thought about this, he looked up at the dreamlike scene above his head and said, "Did you grow up here, King?" The Slow King quickly shook his head. "No, I used to live in a swamp, and one day I opened my eyes and suddenly found myself here about 2 or 3 years ago." Yun Xiao was shocked when he heard this. There is no swamp area in this secret place called the Blue Lake, and this secret realm appeared exactly 2 or 3 years ago. So where did King Slowpoke live before this? But now is obviously not the time to think about this question. Yun Xiao thought for a moment and continued to ask. "So, you've lived here for 2 or 3 years. Have you noticed anything unusual?" Upon hearing this, King Dai Dai shook his head. "No, there is nothing here except moss." What he said was sincere, and it didn't sound like a lie. Now it was Yun Xiao's turn to be a little confused. "Nothing special? So what kind of SSS ruins are these?" Just as Yun Xiao was thinking, the voice of King Dai Dai rang out again. "But I found something in the lake one day, and you might be interested in it." As he spoke, he took out a spherical ball of light that was shining with blue light from somewhere. A series of information also appeared in front of Yun Xiao's eyes. Middle grade secret treasure. Light of the clear stream. Introduction. A water-attributed secret treasure that only appears at the bottom of a lake with pure water at a very low probability. It is a rare treasure for water-type elves. Seeing this information, Yun Xiao's eyes couldn't help but widen slightly. Another mid-grade secret treasure. No wonder I didn't find any secret treasure in the simulated secret realm. It turns out that this thing is on King Dai. The things you sent helped me a lot. In return, this thing is given to you, human. The voice of the Dai Dai King sounded again, and the secret treasure also floated in front of Yun Xiao and flew directly into his pocket, leaving Yun Xiao no room to refuse. This thing contains very powerful water attribute energy, but it is no longer useful to me. You can just take it. Then you're welcome. Thank you. Yun Xiao couldn't help but feel a little emotional. This King Dai Dai is really good to get along with. He will really give good things to you. Although considering the strength of the Slow King, if this secret treasure is given to him, the improvement will be reduced. But this thing is undoubtedly a treasure for Yun Xiao now. Thinking of this, Yun Xiao directly took out another kin of cubes from the system space and placed it in front of King Dai Dai. As a return gift for the gift, this is my last kin of those cubes, but if I have time in the future, I will come and bring you cubes to eat more often. When Dai Dai Wang heard this, there was a hint of joy in his eyes, and he looked at Yun Xiao with a closer gaze. After coming to this place, he saw many humans hanging around the lake. But only this human in front of him gave him a very different feeling. Oh yeah, the Slow King suddenly seemed to remember something, and his telepathy sent out another message. Oh yeah, there seems to be something special here. Yun Xiao immediately perked up. What? King Dai Dai pointed in a direction not far away. Come with me. This relic looked like a huge cave, but just as King Slow had said, there was nothing to be seen at a glance except rock walls and moss. King Dai Dai led Yun Xiao all the way to the depths of the cave and also told Yun Xiao some things. For example, the isolation of the lakes was not caused by his superpowers. It was already like this when he came here. For example, he can no longer remember clearly where he lived before, only some vague memories. While they were talking, the man and the elf had arrived at the end of the cave. The Dai King pointed ahead, and his voice rang in Yun Zhao's heart. This is it. I don't know what this is, but my power can't pass through this. Yun Zhao looked in the direction that King Dai pointed and couldn't help but be stunned. That's a door. A door made of silver metal. The gate was covered with dirt and dust, with some moss and mushrooms growing on it, and it was obvious that it had gone through a long time. But for some reason, when Yun Zhao reached out and brushed away some of the dirt and dust, he found that the door underneath was completely rust-free and intact, just like a brand new one. And at this moment, a line of information suddenly popped up in front of Yun Zhao. SSS level special or sacred stone. Introduction. A special or that has not yet been created in the current world. It has the property of absorbing all energy. It cannot be destroyed, moved, or transformed. Its origin is unknown. What the hell? This world has not yet been born. Could it be from another world? Yun Zhao was stunned again. Judging from this hint, this gate should be made of this kind of ore. So, what is behind this door? Is it possible that the SSS level relic altar is actually behind this door? Thinking of this, he took a deep breath, stretched out his hand, and pushed hard towards the door. Chapter 50 military training is over, and the results are announced. Of course, the door didn't move. This was within Yun Zhao's expectations. If it was so easy to open, King Dai wouldn't have been confused for so long. He thought about it and tried to use the power of waveguide to see if he could penetrate the door. Anyway, you won't lose anything by trying. Sure enough, after the wave force fell on the door, it seemed to be blocked by something and could no longer go deeper inside. However, the next moment, a wonderful scene appeared. I saw that the power of the wave began to merge into this door. The entire door began to tremble, bursting out with brilliant blue light and making a buzzing sound. Seeing this, Yun Zhao subconsciously took a step back. What is going on? Crash. The light continued to shine, and the dust and dirt on the door began to fall off and disappear, revealing the original appearance of the door. In the center of the gate, there is a peculiarly shaped triangular depression that looks like a magic circle. Countless wonderful and vivid symbols surround the depression. And in the center of the triangle, there is a deep black mark. After seeing the appearance of the engraving clearly, Yun Zhao was shocked again. The yellow and white body, the sheep-like body, the sacred temperament, and the two roulette-shaped metal components behind it seem to be shining. It is the legendary god of creation, Arceus. This relic is actually related to Arceus? Unexpectedly, he noticed another thing. This triangular magic circle with the Arceus emblem at its center has had its top corner lit up by Yun Zhao's wave power. The light blue light is continuously flowing towards the emblem in the center, coating it with a layer of ocean-like mist. The symbol for this angle is 3 wavy lines side by side. On the other 2 corners, there is a leaf and an eye. Yun Zhao felt the wave power in his body that echoed with the magic circle, and soon had a guess in his mind. It seems that in order to open this door, 3 different forces must be injected into this magic circle. Each corner of the triangle represents a kind of power. In addition to the wave power that has been injected, the other 2 powers should be superpowers and the power of Viridian. In order to verify his guess, Yun Zhao looked at the king on the side and pointed to the eye in the lower left corner. Slow King, can you do me a favor? Try injecting superpowers into this magic circle. King Dai looked at the sudden change in the gate and seemed a little surprised. In response to Yun Zhao's suggestion, he waved his hand, and a bright, deep blue light flew directly to the lower left corner. Buzz! When the light arrived, the entire door shook again, and the symbols and patterns in the lower right corner were successfully lit up, turning into a stream of light that sank into the Arceus emblem in the center. The black emblem suddenly had color, and even seemed to have soul and life. A pair of deep and steady eyes seemed to be able to look directly into Yun Zhao's soul. Looks like I guessed it right. Yun Zhao couldn't help but feel happy when he saw this. But he soon frowned again. To fully activate this magic circle, one last kind of power is needed. The power represented by the leaf. Based on his understanding of all the special powers in the elven world, there is a high probability that this is the power of Evergreen. In the original work, the power of Viridian comes from the Viridian Forest in the Kanto region. It is a sacred healing power that can directly heal the injuries of elves. Only the destined person chosen by the Evergreen Forest has the possibility of obtaining this power. But for Yun Zhao, it was much easier for him to obtain this power. Use a modifier. But the same old problem still exists. Even if Yuan Shao activates the advanced modification and chooses to randomly obtain an ability, among so many abilities, he may not be able to draw the power of Changpan. Thinking of this, Yuan Shao couldn't help but frown. With 10,000 shock points, you can unlock God-level modification. If it's a God-level modification, it should be able to specify the acquisition of Evergreen's power, right? In any case, this door cannot be opened for the time being. While Yuan Shao was thinking, the triangular magic circle above the gate began to dim gradually, and the Arceus emblem in the center also faded and returned to its original state. A power is still missing? King Daidai looked at the gate and then glanced at Yuan Shao. With his extremely high IQ, he naturally understood something. Yes. Yuan Shao looked at the door in front of him with a little regret and nodded. This relic is not only of high level, but also related to Arceus. His intuition tells him that there must be unusual good things inside. After checking the situation at the gate, Yuan Shao chatted with King Daidai for a few more words. Yuan Shao said that he would visit Queen Daidai often when he was free and asked him to send him out of the bottom of the lake. Yuan Shao returned to the shore, looked down at the calm lake, and seemed to be thinking about something. I didn't expect that my action of getting to know Slowking would lead me to accidentally stumble upon a site related to Arceus. He immediately identified his next goal. Collect 10,000 shock points, unlock God-level modifications, and then find a way to get the power of Evergreen. If you want to get so many shocking points, live streaming is definitely too slow. Yin Xiao thought about it. In a short period of time, the most direct way is to participate in various competitions and then win the battle with overwhelming strength in front of all the audience. But he really didn't know where such an opportunity could be found. Let's finish the military training these days first. Yuan Shao shook his head slightly, turned around, and walked towards the camp. The military training at the Blue Lake lasted for a total of 6 days. During these 6 days, the instructors would release elves into the students' camp at irregular times every day to launch attacks. From a group of coyotes at the beginning to a bear cub later, the pressure on the students became greater and greater. Just as the instructors had expected, by the 3rd day, half of the students had given up and had either actively or passively withdrawn from the military training. The remaining students were also relying on their own perseverance to barely hold on. However, all this has nothing to do with Yuan Zhao's camp. There is food, drink, and a place to stay. There was no sign of other elves on the 1st and 2nd days. On the 3rd day, a bear rushed into the camp. When everyone was getting nervous, the hyperactive ape rushed up and slapped the bear away. It was a real slap, and Circle Bear covered his face and ran away with a wronged look on his face. This scene stunned Chu Mu and the other two. What they didn't know was that the instructors in the monitoring room were also stunned. The coyotes didn't dare to go over there the day before yesterday, and the herd of Lotta dogs didn't dare to go over there yesterday either. So that's all that matters. What the hell is going on today? Haven't our circle bears been inspected, and each one is professional grade? Just got slapped away by this kid's hyperactive ape? The instructors in the monitoring room were discussing something, while Li Guanlan was leaning aside, leisurely eating melon seeds. He suddenly understood why the principal had specifically reminded him not to let anything happen to Yuan Shao. If I were the principal, I would want to keep an eye on a student of this ability 24 hours a day. But then again, judging from the strength shown by this hyperactive ape, he felt that the principal's worry was completely unnecessary. Even if this secret realm has not been cleaned up, none of the elves inside can defeat this hyperactive ape. During the remaining 5 days, Yuan Shao grilled fish and picked fruits during the day, and sat by the campfire and chatted with the other 3 people at night. His life could even be described as comfortable. Of course, he did not forget to take the time to pick up all the valuable things in the secret realm of the Blue Lake. Just like that, the 6 days of military training passed in a flash. When the 4 people, led by the instructor, returned to the exit of the secret realm, Lu Jiao was the first to sigh. I thought it would be like a year, but before I knew it, 6 days had already passed. Chu Mu shrugged. The main thing is that we have Brother Yun as our big brother. Oh no, ever since the ape slapped the bear away, I decided to call him Cloud God. Gu Qingshan seemed quite sad. It's over. I won't be able to eat grilled fish anymore. In less than a week, she gained almost a lot of weight. After these words were spoken, not only Wang Yang and Lu Jiao on the side, but even Scyther and Vulpix were stunned. There's no way. Yin Zhao's craftsmanship is just too good. If I leave this place, where can I find such delicious grilled fish in the future? 6 days passed, and Yin Xiao had become somewhat familiar with the three. He shrugged and said with a smile, "We are in the same class anyway. There will be opportunities in the future. Just come find me if you want to. Come on, we should go out." He took the first step and disappeared into the crack. Seeing this, the other three also followed. What the four of them didn't know was that the instructor beside them was watching them leave the secret realm with a complicated expression on his face. He just arrived today and was only responsible for picking up the students leaving the secret realm. When we just picked up students from other camps, none of their clothes were intact, their hair was disheveled, and they were crying for their parents, as if they had escaped from a sea of suffering. He could understand this. After all, it was not easy for these students to survive in the secret realm for 6 days. But why do the four people in this camp look so radiant, energetic, and even a little reluctant? This style of painting is completely different from the students in other camps. Today is the day when military training ends. Whether those who have just left the secret realm or those who left early are now standing on the school playground again. The sound of discussion was also heard everywhere. This military training is too abnormal. On the third day, my group couldn't stand it and applied for withdrawal. Sigh. You're lucky if you lasted 3 days. I heard that one group had a fever the next day because they were caught in the rain all night. 4 of them had to be carried out. Oh my God, on the third day of our camp, a bear rushed out and scared me so much that I almost fainted. Obviously, most students underestimated the difficulty of this military training, and they are still frightened when they recall it now. As for credits and such, they no longer care about them at all. It's still a good feeling to be back in the city. As everyone was discussing, a horn sounded from a platform not far away. Now, please invite the president of Demon University to announce the scores of each team in this military training. All the students on the playground suddenly fell silent. Their eyes turned towards the stage. Chin Shuchi was already standing there, holding the microphone, and began to speak. This military training is the first time in the history of Demon University that we have tried this. As for the results, I am not satisfied, he said in a somewhat stern tone. Half of the students dropped out of the training before the third day. This shows that you are not ready to become a trainer yet. It's true that being a trainer is a profession that everyone aspires to, but it's also the profession with the highest risk and mortality rate among all professions. After these words were spoken, all the students in the audience fell silent. Through this military training, many of them truly realized what it means to be a real trainer. Although they should not enter the secret realm with their current strength, if they really become trainers one day in the future, they will inevitably face situations that are several times more dangerous than this time. Being a trainer is never a joking profession. After a moment's silence, Chin Shuchi's voice rang out again. He changed the subject and said, "But all the freshmen did not retreat when faced with the secret realm. Even if you only persist for a period of time, this courage is worthy of praise. More than that, some extremely outstanding students successfully persevered to the end, which made me see the courage and wisdom of this class of freshmen. Next, I will announce the performance scores of each group in this military training from low to high." On the big screen behind Chin Shuchi, strings of fonts began to appear. His voice also rang out. Group 13, Group 16, Group 34. Score, 10 points, 5 credits reward. Group 17, Group 6, Group 13. Score, 15 points, 10 credits reward. As the fonts on the screen continued to be announced and the principal's voice was heard, some of the students in the audience showed joy on their faces, while others looked a little disappointed. The higher the performance score, the higher the credit reward. Although they have just joined the Magic University, they all know the value of credits. And 3 minutes later, most of the groups had been read out, and some people began to discuss. Which group do you think will get the highest score this time? Is there any need to ask? It must be by Ning Shuang and Cheng Qing's group. I heard that their group persisted to the end. Just as everyone was discussing, the screen behind the principal suddenly lit up. His voice also sounded. During this military training, 3 groups performed very well. Not only did they persevere to the end, but their performance in many aspects exceeded my expectations. They will be awarded extra credits as an encouragement. On the big screen, the number 3 flashed, followed by a series of pictures. In the camp, there are 4 beds carefully built with grass leaves, vines, and other materials. At noon, everyone gathered together to share the various fruits they picked. When the circle bear attacks, the 4 of them work together to calmly and nervously fight the enemy. These are the performances of a group in the secret realm, recorded by the camp cameras during these 6 days. Seeing this scene, there were exclamations from the audience. How come they made their own beds? I'm so envious. When I was there, I just slept on the ground with just a layer of grass, and I couldn't even sleep well. These people are so calm. They were not afraid when they saw the bear. Instead, they gathered together immediately. No wonder I was able to hold on to the end. I am ashamed of myself. I am ashamed of myself. Amidst the discussions, the principal's announcement was heard. The leader of the 10th group is Ling Feng from Class 7. The team members are Li Yong, Zhao Kai, and Gu Tingting. Their final performance score was 92 points. Everyone among them will receive a reward of 200 credits. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was in an uproar again. 200 credits, which is enough to exchange for one of the 3 major elves in the Magic University. Although they are able to enter the Demon University because of their generally good family background, this is something that the 3 imperial families obtained entirely on their own, and the meaning is completely different. Before everyone could envy, the word 2 appeared on the big screen, and then another picture flashed. These pictures are similar to the previous ones, but the difference is that the conditions in this camp are better than the previous ones. They had sleeping bags woven from vines, a large stone pot for cooking fish. At this moment, the students in the audience have become agitated. The reason is very simple. In the picture, there are 2 figures by Ning Shuang and Cheng Qing. Some of the boys were already getting excited. As expected of Ning Shuang, she used the snow boy to drive away the circle bear all by herself. Tisk, those sleeping bags are all made of our Cheng Qing's Bulbasaur, and there are leaves on them to keep out the rain. Without Sister Qing, would they be able to sleep so well? In the picture, the performance of the 2 people is indeed eye-catching. But soon, someone realized the problem. Wait, Cheng Qing and Bai Ningxuang's team is the 2nd place. What about the 1st place? Yeah, they performed so well in the past 6 days. Is there anyone better than them? There's something fishy going on, right? My sister Ningxuang chased after Circle Bear and beat him up by herself. And she's not number 1? Below the stage, Bai Ningxuang, who was surrounded by the crowd, raised her head slightly and looked towards the big screen, a hint of barely perceptible surprise flashing in her eyes. Cheng Qing, who was also surrounded by a group of students beside her, frowned and looked at the big screen. Someone's score is actually higher than mine? How is that possible? At this moment, the principal has already read out the members of Bai Ningxuang and Cheng Qing's group, and the final score, 97 points. Each student in this group will receive 300 credits as a reward. Under normal circumstances, the students in the audience would definitely be envious of so many credits. But now, everyone is staring at the screen. They wanted to know which group could perform better than Bai Ningxuang and Cheng Qing combined. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a golden one flashed on the big screen. The principal also spoke. Although everyone in this group performed well, the team leader is the key. It was he who led the other 3 people to build such a good camp. As the principal finished speaking, pictures began to appear behind him. The first picture shows 4 neat, spacious, and sturdy wooden houses in the camp, which can shelter from wind and rain and are warm and comfortable inside. The second picture shows 4 people and 4 elves sitting around a fire, eating steaming, golden, crispy grilled fish with happy faces. The third picture shows a hyperactive monkey chopping 2 stones into the shape of a water tank, boiling the water with the help of Vulpix, and filtering it into pure water. The fourth picture shows 4 people sitting in the camp under the full moon, roasting fire, eating colorful fruits, and chatting happily. As the pictures flashed by, the entire playground fell silent. Although the performance of the first 2 groups was very good, in comparison, it was simply the difference between primitive people and modern society. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a dimensionality reduction attack. The students in the audience compared the conditions of the camp in the picture with those of their own camp. It's like a paradise and a hell. Faced with such a huge gap in their abilities, everyone couldn't hold back any longer and began to wail. A boy slapped his thigh, not sure whether he was angry or envious. What the hell? Are these 4 people here for a spring outing? They have everything they need to eat, drink, and sleep. And at night they're eating fruit and singing by the campfire, having a bedtime tea party. Someone sighed. Are we really entering the same secret realm? Are there houses from the beginner gift pack? A girl said with envy. Why do they have so many wooden racks? They can even let Vulpix dry clothes. My clothes were all smelly when I came back. I understand why they're number 1. This is awesome. As everyone was discussing, a huge question emerged in everyone's mind. Since the principal said that all this was achieved by the team leader, Without this team leader, the team would not have been able to do so well. So, who is the leader of this group? The next moment, the principal's voice finally sounded and announced the answer. Congratulations to Group 2 for winning first place. They received 100 points for performance and 500 points for academic credit. Team members, Gu Qingshan, Lu Jiao, Chu Mu. As the principal spoke, he suddenly looked down at the platform and raised a finger. Team leader, Yun Xiao. At this moment, all eyes turned to where the principal was pointing. A handsome young man wearing a black windbreaker was playing with his mobile phone with his head down. After a while, he seemed to sense something and slowly raised his head. When he saw the countless people around him looking at him, he was obviously stunned for a moment. There was a somewhat puzzled expression on his handsome face. Everyone, is this something you want to talk to me about? Chapter 51. The commotion in the school forum, the elf egg hatches. When leaving the secret base, the 4 people in the group added each other as friends on the chat software. So when Yun Xiao returned to the dormitory, the first thing he received was a series of messages from Chu Mu. Chu Mu, damn, Yun Xin, you are so good at pretending. The principal is pointing at you, everyone is looking at you, and you are pretending to be playing with your phone? Chu Mu, from today on, I will call you by Xin. Yun Xiao looked at this text and felt helpless for a moment. He really didn't mean to play with his phone at that time. It's just that the whole process of announcing the scores was really boring, and he almost fell asleep. As luck would have it, the caring voice on the phone rang again. It was a message from Boss Qihong. Qihong said that he needed twice the amount of energy blocks from last time, and also needed several other master-level, high-level energy blocks. Not only that, he also contacted several other kings and champions who had demand for energy cubes and asked Yun Xiao if he could provide more goods. Faced with such a money-making matter, Yun Xiao naturally did not dare to neglect it. He instantly woke up and began typing a reply to Qihong. If this order is completed, I can earn more than 3 million elf coins. When he came back to his senses from his excitement, he found that everyone was looking at him. So, that scene happened. However, Yun Xiao was too lazy to explain anything. He just sent Chu Mu an emoticon in return. Come to me for grilled fish when you have time. After saying that, he turned off his phone. To be honest, he didn't expect that the principal would point him out to all the freshmen. But this is also good. Yun Xiao raised his head and looked at the text hovering in front of him. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have received shock points from all freshmen, dozens of instructors and teachers, a total of 600 points. In addition to these shocking points, Yun Xiao also gained a lot from this military training. During these 6 days, he found the resources that he had discovered in the simulated secret realm one after another and put them into his backpack. Yun Xiao now roughly estimated that the various materials in his backpack, excluding the S-level mushroom, were worth 2 or 300,000 in total. Although it's not much, a mosquito leg is still meat no matter how small it is. In addition, this time he not only successfully got to know the Slow King, but also received a mid-level secret treasure as a gift. Secondly, a mysterious relic related to Arceus was discovered. All we need to do now is find a way to obtain the power of Evergreen so that we can enter and explore. Not only that, he also received a reward of 500 credits. This is enough to exchange for 2 of the 3 great creatures in the Demon Master's breeding house, and a lot of resources. All in all, Yun Xiao was very satisfied with what he had gained from entering the secret realm for 6 days. He came to the bed and took a look at the Yukira elf egg placed on the bed. There are still 3 hours left of hatching time. In that case, the timing is perfect. Yun Xiao stretched and walked out of the dormitory door. He first came to the resource tower, intending to exchange for some skill-learning secrets. After all, if you want the elves to be strong enough, it is definitely not enough to rely solely on the skills learned by the elves through natural upgrades. However, when Yun Xiao stood in front of the tower, he couldn't help but hesitate. I don't know if what happened last time will make Miss Goth guarding the tower have a grudge against me. Fortunately, the facts seemed to prove that he was overthinking. Yun Xiao entered the tower smoothly and used 150 credits to exchange for several learning manuals of advanced skills. During the entire process, Miss Gerda never appeared. Yun Xiao breathed a sigh of relief only when he walked out of the resource tower again. After leaving the resource tower, Yun Xiao walked directly out of the Magic University, hailed a car, and headed straight for the Cube-Making Association. At the same time, in a girls' dormitory at Demon University, a girl with freckles on her face was leaning against the head of the bed, browsing her cell phone. She was Lu Jiao, who was in the same team as Yun Xiao. Anyway, The bed in the dormitory is more comfortable. Lu Jiao stretched and immediately opened a web page. As a top-notch university, the University of Magic naturally has its own community forum. At this moment, there are naturally countless posts in the forum, all discussing the military training that had just ended. Lu Jiao soon discovered that a post titled "About the Fairness of the Military Training Ranking" was gaining popularity. Out of curiosity, she clicked on it and took a look, but her expression quickly changed. The reason is simple. The content of this post is not very friendly. Qingfeng Shirley, you all should know that the first group in the military training rankings this time, the leader is Yun Xiao. I have to say that the conditions in their camp are indeed much better than other camps, but I also noticed a problem. Qingfeng Shirley, when the principal announced the rankings, everyone believed that they had seen the scenes in this camp, but I found that there seemed to be all kinds of scenes, except for the battles between them and wild Pokemon. Qingfeng Shirley, why not? Either there is none, or they were not released. However, the second and third ranked camps all had scenes of fighting with the instructor's elves, so why didn't they have any? The poster's remarks end here, but considering the title of this post, anyone can understand what he means. He suspected that Yun Zhao's team had received special care and had been safe from beginning to end, with no wild Pokemon attacks at all. As soon as these paragraphs were thrown out, a large number of people immediately began to reply. Greedy Snorlax, now that I think about it, it seems to be true. Why didn't they show the scenes of them fighting against those Pokemons when there were so many scenes? I love turkey noodles. I think it's just that they didn't put it there. No need to guess so much, right? Their campsite is well built, right? JKL? The person above, do you want to check what you're talking about? Since someone has already provided them with protection, I see that those beds and water tanks were not built by them. And even the pictures are fake. Goddess Ningxuang, I love you. Although Yin Xiao has some background, the remaining 3 people in the group have no background at all. Can they compare with Shuang and Cheng Qing? They are both professional level geniuses, professional level. Less than an hour after the post was published, there were already more than 300 comments. Only a small number of people were thinking calmly, while the rest almost all raised various questions. Especially some people who support by Ningxuang and Cheng Qing. They are even certain that Yun Zhao's team has used connections. The instructor did not arrange the elves to attack them. Even the water tanks, grilled fish, and wooden houses in the camp were arranged for them. Lu Jiao couldn't help but frown when she saw these comments. Although in the first 2 days after entering the secret realm, they did not encounter attacks from wild elves like other camps. But in the following 4 days, the number of elves visiting the camp every day was no less. But each of them was easily driven away by Yun Zhao's hyperactive ape. And everything in the camp was built step by step by Yun Xiao as the 3 of them watched with their own eyes. These people can say that the 3 of them did not contribute much, but they absolutely cannot deny Yun Zhao's achievements. Thinking of this, she who had always been straightforward could no longer hold back, took a deep breath, and started replying. I am a member of the second group, Lu Jiao. You guys are just jealous. There have been many elves that attacked our camp, but they were all driven away by Yun Xiao. However, just a few minutes after this message was posted, there were a lot of comments below. Hey, the real boss is here? You dare to speak out? They were all driven away by Yun Xiao alone? Even the turtle on the 3rd day was professional level. You're not going to tell us that Yun Xiao is a professional trainer, right? In the last few days, even by Ningxuang and Cheng Qing had to work together to deal with those elves. But Yun Xiao can do it alone? Does he think we are fools? You're right. Then why didn't you release the video or process of the battle? Did you not fight at all? Looking at the constantly refreshing comments, Lu Jiao couldn't help but frown. This is clearly the fact, but no one among these people is willing to believe it. Being honest by nature, she began to reply and refute one by one, but how could one person be a match for so many people? 3 hours later, Yun Xiao opened the door of the dormitory again. After more than 2 hours of intense and efficient production, Yun Xiao had completed the production of the cubes ordered by Qi Hong and the champion kings he knew, and had contacted an international express company to send them out. The 3 million fee was also transferred by Qi Hong at this moment. Yun Xiao took a look at his ever-growing balance and couldn't help but sigh. Making energy blocks can make money really quickly, but it is really tiring. Doing it once a week is okay, but if he does it every day, he will definitely not be able to bear it. Putting down the phone, Yun Zhao's gaze fell on the elf egg on the bed again. A line of information also appeared. The remaining hatching time of this elf egg, 1 minute and 30 seconds. It seems that my timing is just right. He took a deep breath carefully took the elf egg out of the jar and held it in the palm of his hand. Under Yun Zhao's gaze, the countdown kept ticking away. 1 minute and 20 seconds. 1 minute. 30 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is reset to 0. At this moment, a slight crack sound was heard from the eggshell. Then a crack appeared. Then a bright white light appeared. The elf egg finally hatched. Chapter 52. The Best Yukira. At this moment, Yun Xiao was holding his breath and staring at the light. Beside him, Rayquaza and Hyperactive Monkey had the same expressions as him. Yun Xiao had already told them that their next partner was in this egg, so they naturally took this matter very seriously. Among them, Rayquaza looked the most curious. After all, he had only been hatched from the Pokemon egg for less than a month, and he had the opportunity to see other Pokemon hatch with his own eyes. This feeling is honestly a bit strange. After a moment, the light covering the elf egg slowly disappeared. In the eggshell that was only half left, there was an elf that looked like a small dinosaur, blinking and looking at Yun Xiao. This elf has rock-like dark green skin, a long blunt horn on its head, and a black shell covering its abdomen. At this moment, a series of data appeared in front of Yun Zhao's eyes. If, Yukira, Flesh. Attribute, Rock/Ground. Qualification, Champion level. Features, Sand hiding. In sandstorm weather, the speed is greatly increased and it is not easy to be detected. Strength rating, LV1 freshman level. Mastered skills, Reverse Scale, Impact Grab. Individual value, Flawless. All attributes are full. In fact, there is no need for the soul eye to provide data. After seeing the appearance of this Kira, Yun Zhao's mouth corners began to rise slightly. What a glitter by Kira! Moreover, it is Yukira who has inherited reverse scales, hidden characteristics, champion qualifications, and full individual values. But then again, the difference in appearance between shiny Yukira and normal Yukira isn't that big. The shiny one is just a little darker than the normal one. Only after they evolve do the differences in appearance begin to become apparent. Hello, little one. From today on, I will be your trainer. Yun Xiao touched Yukira's head. Yuki. The newborn Yukira didn't seem to understand Yun Zhao's words, but when he looked at Yun Xiao, his eyes were full of love and dependence. This is the instinct of newborn elves, which is somewhat similar to animals. They will regard the first living thing they see after breaking out of the shell as their parents. At this moment, Yun Xiao directly picked up Yukira and stuffed a brown stone into Yukira's arms. Yuki. Yukira blinked, picked up the stone with his short hands without hesitation, and began to chew it. The fist-sized stone disappeared from his mouth in just a few seconds. Upon seeing this, Yun Xiao immediately took out another piece from the system space and handed it to Yukira. At the same time, he felt somewhat relieved in his heart. Even a young Yukira's has an astonishingly large appetite, even larger than that of Snorlax. Fortunately, I did my homework in advance. On the way back from the block association, I went to a factory and bought a large amount of earth, or which I stored in the system space. In this way, there is no need to worry about the little guy having nothing to eat. At the same time, Rayquaza and Hyperactive Ape were a little confused as they watched Kira chewing on the stones at the speed of light. They thought that their eating speed and amount were unmatched in the world. I didn't expect there are elves who are even braver than them in this aspect. It seems that there is a new competitor in this team who is competing with them for food. Chapter 53. Principal's Conversation, Freshman Competition. After Kira stopped and repeated the eating action again and again, Yun Zhao's expression had shown some subtle changes. He realized that he had underestimated the little guy's appetite. In less than 10 minutes, less than half of the more than 30 kilograms of earth, or in his system backpack, was left. According to Yun Zhao's original estimate, these earth and ore should be enough for Kira to eat for a few days. Now it seems that it may be difficult to last even for a day. He now understood why Zhao Qingsong had such an expression when he firmly chose the Kira elf egg. If an ordinary student came instead, he would definitely not be able to support her. But fortunately, Yun Xiao is not short of money now. Besides, the little guy's resources for the first half of the year were reimbursed by the Demon University, so he doesn't have to worry about the future. As for what will happen half a year later, let's talk about it half a year later. At this moment, after Yukira finished her first meal, she patted her belly with satisfaction and fell asleep in Yun Zhao's arms. I don't know how he can eat that pile of, or that is several times bigger than his body. Yun Xiao looked at the sleeping Yukira, reached out and touched her smooth back, feeling emotional. The world of Pokemon has never been about science. Then, he raised his head and saw that both Hyperactive Ape and Rayquaza had pretty dangerous expressions on their faces, looking at Yukira in his arms. Yun Xiao smiled bitterly and said helplessly, "Why are you two looking like that? We are quite wealthy now. No matter how much he eats, he still needs your help. He won't come to steal your cubes to eat. What are you afraid of?" After hearing this, the two elves breathed a sigh of relief as if they had been pardoned. "There's nothing I can do. This little guy is such a big eater." The two of them had actually just been discussing quietly what to do if this guy came to steal their food. As a newly hatched elf, Kira has a newborn period of about a week. During this period, he will be like a human baby, eating and sleeping, and will be awake very rarely. So, Yun Xiao directly put Yukira into a pokeball that had been prepared long ago, and went to sleep alone. As for himself, he took out his cell phone and wanted to call Zhao Qingsong to inform him that Kira had been hatched, and to talk about the issue of cultivating resources. But just as he picked up the phone, coincidentally, Zhao Qingsong called first. "Xiao Yun, congratulations. I heard from the principal that your performance in this military training can be said to have crushed other freshmen. The principal said he has something he wants to talk to you about. He's waiting for you in the principal's office now. Would you like to go over if you're free?" Yun Xiao heard this and nodded. "No problem. I'll be there in a minute. Also, Mr. Zhao, the Yukira has already hatched." Zhao Qingsong's somewhat surprised voice came. "So soon? It's been less than a week, right? I'll contact the finance department right away and have Kira's resources for 1 week of freshman year delivered to you by this afternoon at the latest." Seeing that Zhao Qingsong understood what he meant, Yin Xiao thanked him, put down his phone, and left the dormitory. The principal's office was on the top floor of the teaching building, not far from the dormitory area. He didn't even need to use the shuttle bus, so he simply chose to walk. Along the way, many students seemed to recognize him and gave him strange looks, and discussions also broke out. After all, the post on the school forum is still fermenting, and now there are more and more voices questioning Yun Xiao. However, Yun Xiao was thinking about the next direction of cultivating Yukira along the way and did not notice these abnormalities. He walked all the way to the door of the principal's office, stretched out his hand, and knocked politely. "Come in." Qin Shuqi's voice soon sounded from behind the door. Yun Xiao pushed the door open and entered the office, and found that the principal was sitting behind his desk, looking down at a piece of dark brown metal on the table, observing it carefully. When Yun Xiao's eyes fell on the piece of metal, a line of data appeared. S-level special, or reddish-brown stone. Introduction. It has extremely strong magnetism and is a type of mineral that does not belong to the current world. It comes from ancient ruins and seems to have some ancient texts engraved on it. He couldn't help but be stunned. Is this another mineral that doesn't belong to this world? "Xiaoyan, you're here? Come and sit down." At this moment, when Qin Shuqi saw that the person coming was Yun Xiao, he immediately smiled and placed a cup of tea across the table. Yun Xiao didn't hesitate to sit down opposite the desk, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. "Principal, Teacher Zhao said you have something to talk to me about?" Qin Shuqi played with the stone in his hand and did not answer Yun Xiao directly. Instead, he asked a question. "That hyperactive ape of yours should have reached a high level of professionalism, right?" Yun Xiao was suddenly shocked. The principal is indeed a top-level trainer. He can judge the true strength of the Hyperidon with just one glance. Only experienced and powerful people can judge the approximate strength level of an elf by its appearance and aura. The principal has never seen his hyperactive ape in person. He only saw the fighting scene of the hyperactive ape through the camera in the camp. But then he thought again. At that time, the professional-level circle bear was slapped away by the hyperactive ape in front of the camera. It didn't seem difficult for the principal to judge the hyperactive ape's true strength. So he nodded frankly. "Yes, I just reached the advanced level of my profession before military training, and I'm currently trying to figure out how to break through to the elite level." After hearing Yun Zhao's words, Qin Shuqi laughed out loud, and there was a little more admiration in his eyes when he looked at Yun Xiao. "I really wasn't wrong about you, Xiaoren. I won't waste any more time on small talk. I came here to talk to you about something. Tomorrow, the school will hold a competition for freshmen. I hope you can participate." Yun Xiao seemed a little confused when he heard this. Since the principal knew that his hyperactive ape was a professional high-level elf, why did he still ask him to participate in this kind of freshman competition? The high-level profession is only the apparent strength of the hyperactive ape. If a real fight breaks out, even an elite low-level elf may not be the opponent of the hyperactive ape. Therefore, it is impossible for a freshman to beat Yun Xiao. Judging from the quality of these opponents, he might as well take Hyperactive Ape and the others to simulate a secret realm to level up for a day. As if seeing Yun Xiao's confusion, Qin Shuqi put down the ore in his hand and said, "The reward for the champion is 300 credits and the qualification to join the Magic University team as a substitute. In 1 month, the National College Tournament will begin." As soon as Qin Shuqi said this, Yun Xiao immediately understood what the principal meant. The competition is secondary. Even the credits are secondary. Qin Shuqi just hopes that he can obtain the qualification so as to join the school team and participate in the national college competition. The National University Tournament is one of the most popular events in China. Since a large number of young talents emerge in the competition every year, it attracts a lot of attention. And for Yun Xiao, such a stage is undoubtedly a good place to harvest shocking points. Thinking of this, Yun Xiao nodded directly. "I understand. I will compete." The principal looked up at Yun Xiao. "You don't have to participate. I will arrange you directly to the finals. In fact, I want to give you this place as a substitute for the school team directly, but if I do that, I'm sure many students will be dissatisfied. So, remember to behave well." Yun Xiao smiled when he heard that. "Clear. Okay, the game starts at 9 tomorrow morning. Remember to be there. Go back and prepare well." The principal waved his hand. Yun Xiao turned around and walked a few steps, then suddenly turned around and looked at the brown or in Qin Shuqi's hand. "Principal, do you have a hobby of archaeology?" Qin Shuqi was obviously stunned and seemed to want to say something. But after Yun Xiao said that, he walked out of the office. He could only watch the door close and swallow the words that were about to come out of his mouth. At the same time, in the principal's office, a young man in a suit who had been standing by the desk and had not spoken a word suddenly spoke. "Old Qin, this student has such strength at this age. He is indeed a rare genius. But isn't it a little too early to join the school team now?" There seemed to be some worry in his words. The school team is full of experienced seniors and elite students who are about to graduate. They have participated in countless internship missions, and their strength is all at the mid-elite level. Letting Yun Xiao join in a battle of this level is really too much. The difference in strength is the most devastating. Qin Shuqi heard this and smiled and shook his head. The substitute position is called a substitute, but in fact it is just an accompanying person and does not need to play. This kid is indeed a genius, but it would be good to let him see the world in advance. After all, the most common problem among young people is pride and complacency. Only when you see a mountain with your own eyes can you understand how insignificant you are. But I think he is not that kind of person. If this kid sees a higher mountain, he will definitely find a way to climb up instead of being discouraged and hesitating. The man was stunned. Coming from Qin Shuqi's mouth, this was already a very high evaluation. Is this child really that good? He couldn't help but say. Upon hearing this, the principal played with the brown ore in his hand, turned his head and glanced at the man indifferently. "I believe he has. Because of his appearance, it reminds me of when I was young." At this point, a flash of memories and nostalgia flashed across his eyes, but it quickly faded away, and he shook his head and said, "Let's not talk about him anymore. What's the situation of the ruins?" When talking about this topic, the man opposite suddenly looked serious. "Honestly speaking, I'm not very optimistic." Chapter 54. Everyone is questioning. The competition is about to begin. After leaving the principal's office, Yun Xiaojing returned to the dormitory. He subconsciously took out his cell phone and took a look, only to find that 3 people had sent him messages. Liu Ziao, Geu Qingshan, Humu. The content of the messages from the 3 people were almost identical, roughly meaning that something had happened and asking him to check the school forum immediately. What happened? Yun Xiao was stunned for a moment and opened the school forum. When the name of the first post caught his eye, he seemed to understand something. When he clicked on the post and saw the content and various comments, his brows gradually began to frown. These people have nothing to do? Countless people were questioning his achievements, wondering if his group had used a backdoor. After this post was published, its popularity skyrocketed, and even some sophomores and juniors came over to watch the fun. Not only that, Yun Xiao even saw a photo and a reply. On the first day of school, Qin Shuqi came to the door of his dormitory to visit him in person. There are many people's responses below the photo. Fuck, pictures show the truth. Could this Yun Xiao be a relative of the principal or something like that? This photo is real. I was on the same dormitory floor as him. I saw the principal enter his room with my own eyes that day. At that time, I was thinking that this person was making a big fuss. Now it seems that he is related to someone. No wonder. This kind of backdoor thing is reasonable. It's too bad. I didn't expect that a top university like Demon University would have such a dark thing. I strongly demand Yun Xiao himself and the school to come out and give an explanation. Yun Xiao browsed the forum for a while, thought about it, and simply closed the forum page. If he were younger, he would probably get really angry if he saw so many people slandering him online. But he is in another world, and he has even listed his company on the stock market. He has long since disdained to let such things affect his mood. Anyway, tomorrow is the freshman competition. Do you think my strength is not as good as by Ningxuang and Chengqing? Okay, then I will show you what kind of strength I rely on to get the first place in this secret military training. Time passed quickly, and the next morning, many students had gathered in the battle hall of Demon University. Because today is the day when the Magic University holds the freshman competition, as per tradition, every year. However, the rules of this year's freshman competition are somewhat different from previous years. Only students who have participated in this secret military training and ranked in the top 100 in their group are eligible to register. The audience was very lively at this moment, with noisy discussions everywhere. But what they were discussing was not the freshman competition, but the content of the post on the forum yesterday. Have you heard that Yun Xiao and the principal seem to be relatives? No wonder he was able to get in through the back door. Ah, really? I was wondering how they could live so well in the secret realm. So this is how it is. Do you think Yun Xiao dares to participate in today's competition? Of course he wouldn't dare. Is that even necessary? If he really had more power than by Ningxuang and Chengqing and won first place fairly, he would have posted a message to refute us a long time ago. Everyone on the forum scolded him all day yesterday, but he didn't say a word. Isn't it obvious that he is guilty? The news of Yun Xiao using connections spread throughout the Demon University overnight. Almost every student in the audience was discussing this. In a corner of the audience, a tall girl wearing a red tight sportswear and short, golden wavy hair was surrounded by several students who were talking about something. Chengqing, this B school is really too much. We are already helping you to denounce Yun Xiao. You should be the first in military training. Yeah, it's too disgusting for Yun Xiao to use connections like this. Sister Chung, I'm sorry you've been wronged, but don't worry, we will definitely help you get justice. Facing the comfort from everyone, Chengqing gave a helpless and embarrassed smile. It's okay, guys. I understand the reason. Military training is over. The most popular post yesterday was also posted by her. The photo of the Demon University president entering and leaving Yun Xiao's dormitory was also bought by her from a boy and posted using a second account. Seeing the current situation, she seemed very satisfied. After all, in her opinion, it was absolutely impossible for Yun Xiao to surpass her and get the first place. So what if I got full marks in the theory test? I was a genius who became a professional trainer a year ago. Wherever I went, I would attract attention. How could I be worse than a commoner who came from an unknown town and got into the Magic University based on his theoretical scores? If anyone dares to snatch my first place like this, I will never let her go easily. Just when she was feeling dissatisfied, a figure suddenly appeared beside her. The students around also cried out in surprise. When Chengqing saw the appearance of the person who came, he couldn't help but be stunned and frowned. Because the person who came was Bai Ningxuang. Few people know that 3 years ago, Bai Ningxuang was a student in the same class as her and entered Du High School. And for some reason, Bai Ningxuang's popularity in school was slightly higher than hers. This made her very dissatisfied for a while. But fortunately, this situation did not last long, and Bai Ningxuang suddenly dropped out of school. She once again became the only talented girl in the school, but after that, she always heard people say that if Bai Ningxuang had not dropped out of school, Chengqing might not have been the most beautiful girl in the school. Naturally, Chengqing was always secretly unhappy about these things and kept them in mind, but she didn't expect that 3 years later, she would meet Bai Ningxuang again in the Demon University. Moreover, they were assigned to the same group to participate in military training. At this moment, her frown had slightly relaxed. She looked at Bai Ningxuang and said with a familiar smile, "Sister Ningxuang, why are you here?" However, Bai Ningxuang just glanced at her and said expressionlessly, "Follow me." After saying that, Bai Ningxuang turned and left. Chengqing's expression turned cold instantly. "Are you ordering me around?" But after thinking about it, she got up and followed him. The two of them walked through the audience seats one after the other and all the way to the backstage lounge before Bai Ningxuan stopped. There was no one around, so Cheng Qing walked up to her. The friendly smile he had just had completely disappeared, leaving only a cold face. "What do you want to ask me? Just tell me if you have something to say." Bai Ningxuan didn't seem surprised that Cheng Qing in front of her was a completely different person from before, and just spoke softly. "Did you post that message in the forum?" Cheng Qing looked at Bai Ningxuan as if he was very dissatisfied. "You need to provide evidence when you speak. If you say I posted it, then it must be me who posted it. How can I have that much free time?" Bai Ningxuan looked up at her. "There is no relationship between Yun Xiao and Qin Shuqi. You'd better delete the post." Upon hearing this, Cheng Qing's expression suddenly became even colder. "Why are you protecting him? We were both runners-up because he got in through the back door, and you're still speaking up for him?" "That's right, I almost forgot. Your father is the former principal of Demon University. He is the principal's relative, and you are the old principal's daughter, so you two are relatives, no wonder." When Cheng Qing said this, there was a sarcastic smile on his face. When she heard the three words "old principal," Bai Ningxuan's expressionless face suddenly changed. She stared at Cheng Qing with her cold eyes, and the air in the entire lounge seemed to freeze at this moment. Cheng Qing almost thought that Bai Ningxuan was about to take action, but the next moment, Bai Ningxuan turned around and left without saying a word. Cheng Qing looked at the direction where she went away and snorted coldly. "Bai Lianhua, why are you pretending? I don't know how they think you can compare to me. In this freshman competition, I will definitely crush you and show everyone who the real genius is." After she finished speaking, she turned and walked out of the lounge. The time soon came to 9 o'clock. The annual freshman competition officially began with the host taking the stage. After the host came on stage, he first took out a roster and began to announce the names of all the students who were eligible and had registered for the competition as of 9 o'clock last night. Cheng Haolong, Ling Cheng, Luo Xinning, Wang Xing. All the students fell silent, listening to the host announce the list of contestants, as if waiting for something. Names were read out one after another, until the last name was announced, and Yun Zhao's name was not on the list. Everyone had an expression of as expected on their faces. Yun Xiao didn't come. He really doesn't dare. I was still on the sidelines about this matter before, but now it seems that there is no doubt that there is indeed something wrong with Yun Xiao. It's so funny. Let's see how the school will handle this. Amidst the discussions, Cheng Qing sat in his seat, looking towards Bai Ningxuan not far away, with a smile of a winner. "How is it? Do you think he dares to participate in the competition?" However, Bai Ningxuan didn't even look at her. She just sat there, quietly waiting for the game to begin. The smile on Cheng Qing's face suddenly disappeared. "It doesn't matter. That Yun Xiao doesn't dare to come. In this freshman competition, the final will definitely be between me and Bai Ningxuan." According to his observations in the secret realm this time, although the snow boy of Bai Ningxuan is also professional level, his strength is far inferior to that of his Bulbasaur. Even if she is restrained, she is definitely capable of defeating Bai Ningxuan. "Wait until I take the championship trophy from you, in front of everyone, and see how you can still pretend to be like this." Cheng Qing thought silently, and when she thought of that scene, a smile quietly returned to her face. Chapter 55. The strength of Bai Ningxuan and Cheng Qing advanced to the finals? Nearly 100 people signed up for this freshman competition. In order to finish the competition within one day, the school divided the competition hall into 4 areas in the first round and held the competition simultaneously to speed up the process. At this moment, the draw results for the first round of matches have appeared on the computer screen. Following the broadcast, the 4 groups of students in the first round have each stepped onto their respective battlefields. It stands to reason that if 4 rounds of competition were held at the same time, the students in the audience would not be able to keep up. But when a cold figure stood on one of the venues, everyone fixed their eyes on this venue without hesitation. Bai Ningxuan was actually arranged into the first round. There was a burst of discussion in the audience, and the boy who was chosen to be Bai Ningxuan's opponent on the battlefield felt a little numb all over. What's the point of fighting? Please both parties release the elves. At the side of the field, the flag in the referee's hand fell. Bai Ningxuan gently raised the red and white ball in her hand. A white light flashed, and an elf appeared in front of her. It has a triangular body, wrapped in a light yellow hat, a pair of deep blue eyes that are very round, and black spherical hands, which makes it look quite cute. This is a snow boy. In the audience, there was a burst of discussion. In a corner of the audience, several boys were talking. It's hard to imagine that such a cute guy has already reached professional level strength. It's terrifying. Have you forgotten that this snow boy was chasing and beating the circle bear in the secret realm? As the elf of Bai Ning Shuang, this snow boy naturally has some fame. Someone suddenly said, "What do you think? Is Bai Ning Shuang, the snow boy, more powerful or Chung Qing's Bulbasaur?" It's hard to say. I don't know, but it's definitely better than that hyperactive ape of a certain relative. After hearing this, several people were amused and laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. However, what they didn't know was that the person with connections they were talking about was actually sitting next to them wearing a pair of sunglasses. Although he estimated that none of the freshmen could beat him, he came anyway considering that the principal had specifically asked him to be there. Besides, since the competition was held today and school had not officially started, he had nothing to do. Secondly, he was quite concerned about the spot on the school team, so he wanted to see in advance if there were any of these people who were strong enough to defeat him, which was also a way to prepare for a rainy day. At this moment, Yun Xiao seemed not to hear the discussions of the people around him. He just looked quietly at the snow boy next to Bai Ningxuang on the stage. Lines of information kept appearing in front of him. Elf Snow Boy. Attribute Ice. Qualification. Heavenly King level. Strength rating. LV37. New to the profession suppressed. Carrying item. Evolution Stone S. If the elf carrying this item has a subsequent evolutionary form, the dual defense will be improved to a certain extent, but the strength will also be suppressed. No level limit. Features. Frozen body. When in hail weather, you will continuously recover your physical strength. Mastered skills. Fine snow, freezing wind, bite, frozen teeth, freezing ray, head but fright stare. After seeing the information from the snow boy, Yin Xiao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, seeming a little surprised. He knew that this snow boy was a professional level elf, but he didn't expect that the level of this snow boy was so high as level 37. And what's a little strange is, why did Bai Ningxuang give the snow boy such an accessory? Logically speaking, a level 37 elf should be at least mid-level in strength. But the snow boy, Bai Ningxuang, was only rated as a beginner due to his strength being suppressed by the evolution stone. It is definitely not worth it to improve both defenses at such a cost. If that's the case, why do we do this? Is he deliberately suppressing his strength to hone himself? While Luo Qin was thinking, the boy opposite Bai Ningxuang also released his elf. A Venusaur in its early 20s, with the qualifications of a gym owner and a strength rating of formerly intermediate. Honestly speaking, this level and qualifications are considered to be in the middle level even among all the freshmen of Magic University this year. But unfortunately, the opponent he met was Bai Ningxuang. Yun Xiao shook his head. The flag in the referee's hand fell again at this moment. Both sides' elves are in position. If either side's elves lose their ability to fight, they will be deemed defeated. Now the battle begins. Big Venus Flying Flower, Flying Leaf Sharp Knife. The boy opposite Bai Ningxuang gave the first order, seeming to want to try to struggle. Gah! Upon hearing this, the Venus flytrap twisted its body vigorously, and 5 or 6 extremely sharp leaves cut through the air and rushed straight towards the snow boy opposite. Facing such an attack, Bai Ningxuang's expression did not change at all, and she spoke softly. Freeze Ray. G. A deep blue light with a chill appeared on the hands of the snow boy, and turned into a ray of light, meeting the flying leaf knife of the Venus flying flower. The sharp leaves lost their kinetic energy before they even came into contact with the light, and were covered with a thick layer of frost before falling to the ground and shattering into pieces. The light drew an extremely fast trajectory in the air and hit the Venus flytrap on the opposite side directly. The crisp sound of icicles was heard, and thick ice crystals instantly froze the entire body of the Venus flytrap, turning it into a lifelike ice sculpture. Everything happened in just a few seconds, and the students in the audience were still a little slow to react. The flag in the referee's hand has fallen. The battle is over. Venusaur has lost its ability to fight, and the winner is Bai Ningxuang. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Ningxuang turned around and walked off the stage. G. The snow boy ran to the ice sculpture of the Venus flytrap, knocked on it, then turned around and caught up with the departing Bai Ningxuang. The frost on the Venus flytrap suddenly began to melt rapidly, turning into a pool of snow water. However, his eyes had already taken on a swirling shape. Even if he was not frozen in the ice, the power of the freezing light just now was enough to make him lose his combat ability. The boy could only look sad as he put the Venus flower back into the Pokeball and left the battlefield. Bai Ningxuang's performance naturally shocked the students in the audience. Is this the feeling of professional level oppression? It's horrible. Hey, this freezing ray is totally different from the one released by my duo Ice. Goddess Ningxuang is so strong. I like her even more. Amid the discussions of the students, Yin Xiao looked at by Ningxuang disappearing in the backstage area, appearing to be thinking about something. The freezing ray just now was indeed the power of an entry-level professional. He shook his head slightly. Forget it. Even if he picked up the evolution stone, Snow Boy's strength was only at the high professional level. With the current strength of the hyperactive ape, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with it. In that case, there is no need to think about it anymore. The strength of the freshmen at Demon University generally fluctuates between the formal beginner level and the advanced level, with most of them being at the intermediate level. For an elf of this strength, coupled with little practical training, every battle is almost straightforward and ends extremely quickly. Rounds of competition started and ended one after another. 3 hours later, the first round of competition was coming to an end, with only the last group left. Amid the anticipation of the students, Cheng Qing came on stage. Her opponent was a young man with round-framed glasses and a buzz cut. Please both players release the elves. As soon as the referee finished speaking, the young man with a crew cut and a nervous look on his face threw the Pokeball in his hand. It was a formal high-level Thunder Beast. It seemed to be well-bred and was a relatively rare kind of elf. However, the next moment, when Cheng Qing released her elf, the Thunder Beast suddenly looked dull in comparison. A plump flower bud, a green and extremely strong frog-like body, and several leaves sparkling with green light surrounding the flower bud. A series of information appeared in front of Yun Zhao's eyes. If, Bulbazal. Attribute, grass/poison. Qualification, champion level. Feature, lush. When physical strength is less than 1/3, the power of grass-type skills increases by 50%. Strength rating, LV34, mid-level professional. Mastered skills, Vine Whip, Leaf Knife, Photosynthesis, Hypnotic Powder, Paralysis Powder, Super Absorption. After reading the data of this Bulbasaur, Yin Xiao nodded slightly. Being able to evolve the 3 starter Pokémons at this stage is already a great achievement. After all, in this world, the evolution of the 3 great elves is somewhat similar to that of quasi-gods. To evolve, it is not enough to just reach the level, but the attribute energy in the body must be strong to a certain extent. Looking at the data of this Bulbasaur, it has champion qualifications level 34 and has learned so many skills, which is really good. But, let's be fair. If it's just this level, I'm still no match for the hyperactive monkey. The outcome of this battle was naturally no surprise given the huge gap in strength. Raiden didn't even have a chance to attack before it was blown away by Bulbasaur's Vine Whip and lost its ability to fight. Cheng Qing's clean and decisive victory sparked a new round of discussion among the students in the audience. Cheng Qing is really amazing. He's only a freshman, and he's already evolved all 3 Pokémons. I don't know when my Charmander will be able to evolve into Charmeleon. From the looks of it, the final of this freshman competition will most likely be between Cheng Qing and Bai Ningxuang. I don't know which of them is stronger. I think it's Cheng Qing. After all, although Bai Ningxuang Snow Boy is also strong, he is only in the first form after all, and is still far from evolving. I also think Cheng Qing is better. Amid the discussions, Cheng Qing had already returned from the battlefield to her seat in the audience. Listening to the discussions around her, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. She had naturally made a special observation of Bai Ningxuang's previous battle, and discovered that the Snow Boy's strength was indeed only at the beginner level of his profession. If Snow Boy is a mid-level professional, your Bulbasaur will be at a disadvantage in the fight. But if it's beginner level, then it's easy. While Cheng Qing was thinking, the matches on the 4 battlefields had already ended. The host's voice also rang out in the venue. After the fierce competition in the morning, there are only 43 players left out of the 86 players who signed up for this Freshman Cup. At 1 p.m., the second round of matches will begin immediately. We will now announce the match list in advance. Along with the host's voice, the groups for the second round of competition appeared on the big screen. When the students saw the first item in the first group, there was an uproar in the audience. Group 1, First Battle Area, by Ningxuang versus Cheng Qing. Due to the random drawing by the computer, these 2 people who were supposed to meet in the finals actually met in advance. With only half of the contestants left, the probability of this happening is extremely low, but it just so happens that this is the case. Amid the students' discussions, the host's voice also rang out. "Dear students, see you after lunch." All the students in the battlefield stood up and rushed towards the cafeteria. They didn't even bother to look at the remaining battle schedule. Bai Ningxuang and Chengqing are about to meet, which is equivalent to playing in the finals in advance. Why do they still care about other players? Let's go have lunch quickly and then come back to watch the battle of the century. At the same time, the students who won the first round couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Bai Ningxuang and Chengqing. These two are monsters that you might as well just give in when you meet them. Now the two of them will meet directly in the second round, and one of them will inevitably be eliminated in the end. So no matter whether the person left is Bai Ningxuang or Chengqing, at least their probability of meeting these two people has been reduced by half compared to before, and they are more likely to achieve a higher ranking. In the audience, Yun Xiao stretched, stood up, and left. He did not follow the students to the cafeteria to grab food, but walked towards the dormitory. During these 3 hours, he had already looked at all the students participating in the competition and confirmed one thing. No one can threaten me and get a place on the school team. Therefore, he had no plans to go to the fighting hall again until the final in the evening. It just so happens that I can take Dongyuan and Rayquaza into the simulated secret realm in the afternoon to learn some of the skill cheats he just bought. In the girls' dormitory, Bai Ningxuang pushed open the bedroom door and closed it. The snow boy followed her and jumped onto the bed, blinking his little blue eyes at Bai Ningxuang. Bai Ningxuang reached out and lifted up her messy hair. Her voice was very soft. "I wanted to let you hold on a little longer, but now it seems that it is time." "GG." The snow boy nodded repeatedly, indicating that he was ready. Bai Ningxuang took a deep breath, stretched out her left hand, and pulled off a pendant hanging around the snow boy's neck. And with her right hand, she placed an oval emerald green stone on the snow boy's head. Buzz! The next moment, the brilliant light of evolution spread throughout the room in an instant. Chapter 56. Fake Finals and Real Finals. When Yun Xiao returned to the dormitory, he found that Zhao Qingsong was directing several strong men to carry boxes of things towards the door of Yun Xiao's dormitory. When he saw Yun Xiao coming back, he immediately smiled. "Xiaoyun, Kira has arranged all the resources for you for the week. If they run out early, remember to notify me." Such a large scene naturally attracted the attention of other students in the corridor. They all looked at this side with contempt and disgust. Zhao Qingsong naturally noticed this as well. He looked around and lowered his voice and said, "Xiaoyun, I also saw the post on the forum. Are you really not going to stand up and say something? You obviously got first place based on your own strength. Why don't you participate in this freshman competition and make these guys shut up?" As someone who fell in love with Yun Xiao at first sight and clearly knew Yun Xiao's strength as a hyperactive ape, Zhao Qingsong naturally did not want Yun Xiao to be looked down upon by so many people. Yun Xiao shrugged his shoulders, looking indifferent. "The principal arranged me directly to the finals." Zhao Qingsong was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then he raised a thumbs up. "No wonder you're so calm. Okay, then I'm relieved." After Zhao Qingsong used his supernatural power to move all the boxes into Yun Xiao's room, he left. Yun Xiao closed the door, walked to one of the boxes, opened it and took a look. A whole box full of grade A earth, or of good quality. This box alone is estimated to be worth 100,000 elf coins. The other boxes contain nutrient solution, energy blocks, etc. for the newborn elves, and none of them were cheap. It seems that Emoda is really willing to spend money on himself. Yun Xiao couldn't help but feel a little emotional. He took out Kira's Pokeball and released it. Yuki. After a day, Yukira's body had become noticeably larger than before, and his growth rate was astonishing. "These are all yours. Help yourself to them. You're welcome." Yun Xiao pointed to a few boxes nearby. "Yuki." Yukira's eyes suddenly lit up, and he ran to the box with his short legs and buried his head directly in the pile of ore. Then he grabbed a bottle of nutrient solution, put it directly into his mouth without even opening the lid, and swallowed it with a crunch. Yun Xiao was stunned for a moment when he saw this, but he quickly gave up the idea of teaching Yukira how to open the nutrient solution bottle. After all, this little guy can eat and digest all kinds of metal ores, not to mention ordinary glass bottles. While thinking, he picked up his phone and took a look. As expected, Chu Mu, Gu Qingshan, and Lu Jiao sent a few more messages. "Chu Mu, Godyin, why didn't you sign up? We're still waiting for you to slap them in the face QAQ. Lu Jiao, Are you there, Brother Yin? You really don't intend to prove yourself? Gu Qingshan. Brother Yin, more and more people are saying bad things about you. Naturally, the three of them went to the freshman competition today, and they all found that Yun Zhao's name was not on the list of participants. They were all waiting for Yun Xiao to take part and prove himself by killing everyone with his powerful ape skills. Now that they saw that Yun Xiao did not participate in the competition, they were naturally worried about him. Yun Xiao glanced at the messages from the three people and thought for a moment. These three people really care about me. When the post was exposed, all the criticism was directed at Yun Xiao, and no one attacked the three of them. But these three people stood up at the first moment and spoke up for Yun Xiao under the post, causing some of the public's firepower to fall on them. Among them, Lu Jiao was the one who was scolded the most because of her straightforward personality. She would reply a few words no matter who left her a message, so she was scolded the most by everyone. Thinking of this, he began typing, replying to the three people one by one, informing them that he would directly participate in the finals. After replying to the message, Yun Xiao waited patiently for Kira to finish eating. Only when he was full and began to feel sleepy did Kira put him back into the Pokeball. Then he thought about it and took out several thick booklets from the system space. These are the skill secrets he exchanged from the Demon University's resource library. In the real world, there is no learning machine like in the game, where you can directly make the elf learn a certain skill just by using it on it. The so-called skill cheats are tutorials written by powerful trainers in the league on how to let Pokemon learn and master a certain skill. Whether an elf can learn moves through cheats depends on the elf's strength, talent, and compatibility with skills. However, skill secrets are still expensive and sought-after commodities in the market. The price of some advanced skill manuals can even reach hundreds of thousands. Moreover, those cheats available in the market are often written by ordinary gym masters and trainers. The skill secrets in the resource library of the Demon University were all written by kings, or even champions. These people were once students of the Demon University. When Yun Xiao went to the resource library to redeem this item, a warning message popped up on the redemption screen. Only the redeemer is allowed to use it. It is strictly forbidden to spread it to others. Violators will be directly prosecuted by the Demon University. This indirectly proves that the skill secrets in Yun Zhao's hands are of much higher quality than those on the market, and their value is immeasurable. Having said that, it is definitely not possible to let the elves learn new skills in the dormitory. We must find a suitable place. But for Yun Xiao, this is definitely not a problem. He opened the system panel and activated the simulated secret realm Blue Lake. The next moment, Yun Zhao's figure disappeared from the spot. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the second round of the Demon University freshman competition will soon begin. At this moment, the auditorium in the battle hall was already full. Even some sophomores and juniors who didn't have classes were present. The reason is simple. As everyone has discussed before, the first game of the second round is almost the final. The school seemed to be aware of this and directly suspended the games in the other three venues. Bai Ningxuang and Cheng Qing were already standing on the field. I have finally waited for this day. Cheng Qing looked at Bai Ningxuang with a smile and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear, his eyes flashing with excitement and impatience. Bai Ningxuang didn't say anything, just stood there quietly. But the look she gave Cheng Qing was many times colder than before, like a biting winter. The atmosphere on the field instantly became tense, and the referee's voice rang out at this moment. Please both parties release the elves. Cheng Qing threw the pokeball in his hand first, and the figure of Bulbasaur appeared in front of him. In the next moment, Bai Ningxuang also pressed the button on the pokeball in her hand. When the white light flashed, the students in the audience all widened their eyes. The reason is very simple, because the elf that appeared in front of Bai Ningxuang at this moment was not a snow boy at all. This elf has a snow-white body and looks like it is wearing a kimono, like a slender woman's silhouette in the snow. This is actually the evolved form of the snow boy, the snow demon girl. There was a sudden buzz of discussion in the audience. No one had expected that before such a crucial confrontation, Bai Ningxuang's snow boy had evolved silently. The person who naturally didn't expect this was Cheng Qing, who was sitting opposite Bai Ningxuang. As she looked at the snow demon girl, her face began to look a little ugly. How come the snow boy evolves at this time? She shook her head and quickly calmed herself down. No, that's not right. To be precise, Bai Ningxuang can make the snow boy evolve whenever she wants. After all, in order to evolve the snow boy into the snow fairy girl, no conditions are required. Only an awakening stone is needed. When Cheng Qing thought of this, his thoughts kept churning. You are so good. by Ningxuang, you even use this method. Generally speaking, an elf's evolution must reach a certain level in terms of level and strength before it can undergo a transformation. If the Awakening Stone is not used, Snow Boy's original evolved form is Ice Demon Guard, which is an elf with a very long cultivation period. She had learned before that the Snow Boy would naturally evolve into the Ice Demon Guardian only when his strength reached at least a high-level professional level. Correspondingly, only when the Snow Boy reaches the critical point of evolution at the high level of his profession and the Awakening Stone is used on him, can the potential of the Snow Fairy be developed to the maximum extent. If the Awakening Stone is used to evolve too early, it will greatly affect the Snow Fairy's future potential, and the speed of strength improvement will also be slowed down a lot. In order to win the battle, Bai Ningxuang even used the Awakening Stone to force the Snow Boy to evolve at this cost. Thinking of this, a hint of teasing flashed in Changqing's eyes. Even if she evolved, so what? The Snow Demon Girl who used props to evolve in advance was like a crop that was ripened prematurely. Even after evolving, her strength would not be greatly improved. At best, he's just a mid-level professional. Her Bulbasaur is already in the late intermediate stage of the profession and is about to reach the threshold of the advanced stage of the profession. Even if you evolve, you may not be able to defeat me. While Changqing was thinking, the referee had already waved the flag and announced the start of the game. She launched the attack without hesitation. Bulbasaur, Leaf Blade, Dana. Bulbasaur roared softly, and the flower bud behind it trembled. Dozens of extremely sharp leaves as big as a fist in diameter, flashing green light, floated in the air, ready to go. This power is in stark contrast to that used by the previous Venus flying flower. The difference is like heaven and earth. The next moment, leaves flew out one after another, crisscrossing in the air, and fiercely attacked the Snow Demon Girl opposite. At the same time, Bai Ningxuang spoke softly. Finizna. Then, the Snow Fairy's ethereal cry sounded like a girl's whisper, and she waved her claws like long sleeves, and a gust of biting cold wind swept across the entire venue in an instant. Countless tiny white dots of light appeared and surged in the wind. If you look closely, you will find that they are all tiny snowflakes. Bulbasaur's leaf blade also froze in the air, turned into ice crystals, and was then shattered by the light spots, leaving it with no power to resist. Fine Snow was originally just an ordinary ice skill with extremely low power, but at this moment it exploded with astonishing power. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this is a blizzard. At the same time, feeling the breath coming from the Snow Demon Girl, Changqing's face changed drastically. How can this be considered a mid-level professional? This is a high-level professional. No. I have seen high-level professional elves before, and they definitely don't have such a strong aura. This is elite level. After Bai Ningxuang's Snow Demon Girl evolved, she actually broke through to the elite level. How is this possible? However, the current situation did not allow Changqing any time to think too much. The sky was filled with white spots of light, carrying the biting cold wind and flying towards Bulbasaur. Get out of the way, Bulbasaur! Changqing shouted subconsciously. Dana! Bulbasaur reacted very promptly, leaping several steps to the left and narrowly avoiding Shueishue's attack. The icy wind with white spots of light bombarded the place where Bulbasaur had just stood, and it actually froze the ground directly. Changqing's mind was working rapidly, thinking about what to do next. However, the battle was over at this moment. The graceful and mysterious figure of the Snow Fairy appeared behind Bulbasaur at some point. With a flash of cold light, Bulbasaur fell directly to the ground, losing its ability to fight. At this moment, the entire venue was silent. All the audience were stunned. When we saw Bai Ningxuang and Changqing kill their opponents with one move and end the battle quickly, everyone thought it was reasonable. After all, the gap in strength is too big, so it is normal that the opponent can't hold on. But aren't the two people on the stage both professional trainers? Why is this happening? Moreover, before the fight, everyone generally believed that Changqing was stronger than Bai Ningxuang. What kind of strength does the Snow Demon Girl have now to be so terrifying? At the same time, several junior students in the audience felt that their whole bodies were numb. Originally, they heard that there was a freshman match today, so they came to join in the fun, wanting to watch these young freshmen fight each other, relax, and have some fun. But at this moment, they all knew very well that the aura emanating from the Snow Demon Girl on the stage was that of an elite elf. What is the concept of elite level? They are considered to be among the better students among the third-year students, but they are still stuck at the advanced level of their profession and unable to break through. And this freshman, named by Ningxuang, is already an elite level after just entering school? Is this still a way to survive? After the battle between Chengqing and Bai Ningxuang ended, the second round of freshman competition continued. However, for the students watching the game, this freshman competition had actually ended after Bai Ningxuang defeated Chengqing with overwhelming strength. After all, it is a question whether the remaining people together can defeat the Snow Demon Girl by Ningxuang. Even the hot post on the forum discussing Yunxiao was squeezed out by a post discussing Bai Ningxuang's amazing strength. Time passed quickly, and it was evening. In the center of the huge battle arena, Bai Ningxuang and another girl were already standing on the battlefield. After a series of number theory competitions, they became the final two contestants, which also meant that this was the final in terms of common sense. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the girl opposite Bai Ningxuang raised her hand directly to the referee. "I surrender." In fact, this scene was repeated several times in the previous rounds. All the players who were matched with Bai Ningxuang chose to surrender without exception. The reason is very simple. Even Chengqing was killed in seconds, so if I go up there myself, wouldn't that be humiliating myself? Surrendering in front of Bai Ningxuang, it's not shameful to tell others about this. After the girl finished speaking, she hurried downstairs. Bai Ningxuang was the only one left on the competition field. In the silence, someone in the audience started shouting, "Bi Ningxuang." What followed was one voice of agreement after another. "Bi Ningxuang. Bi Ningxuang." Cheers and applause rang out as the students celebrated Bai Ningxuang's victory in the freshman competition. However, at this critical moment, a figure that was very familiar to everyone slowly stepped onto the battlefield and came to the opposite side of Bai Ningxuang. This person is Yunxiao. The audience was silent for a moment, and then immediately broke out into a buzz of discussion. "Yunxiao? Is he crazy? The game is over. Why is he running onto the stage? I thought he didn't dare to show up, but I didn't expect him to dare to show up in a place like this. Is this guy going to use his connections to win the championship and let Bai Ningxuang be the runner-up?" The negative figures at the center of public opinion appeared here, and naturally attracted waves of ridicule and abuse. However, the referee's voice sounded at this moment. According to the rules, the leader of the team that ranks first in the military training will have the right to directly participate in the finals. So, now is the final battle of this competition, Yunxiao versus Bai Ningxuang. Under normal circumstances, the students in the audience would have erupted in dissatisfaction after the referee announced these words. After all, from their perspective, Yunxiao was just waiting for the game to be over and then running out to fight against the players who had fought all the way to the end. At this time, the opponent's L status must have been consumed, which was no different from picking up leaks. But at this moment, after a brief silence, no one raised any objection. There was even a gleam of excitement in the students' eyes, and they looked towards the battlefield with anticipation. The reason is simple. Firstly, Bai Ningxuang had exhausted all her energy on the journey. She would admit defeat as soon as someone met her. The Snow Demon Girl's strength had long been restored to its peak. The second and most important point is that with the strength that Bai Ningxuang has shown now, even Chengqing, who is at the professional level, cannot last more than a minute. Yunxiao dares to come here. Isn't he asking for humiliation? Everyone is expecting Bai Ningxuang to crush this relative in front of everyone. Such a battle would undoubtedly be a slap in the face of the school and Yunxiao. So what if he got first place in the military training with his connections? Wouldn't he still be far inferior to Bai Ningxuang? For a moment, cheers broke out in the audience. "Come on, Sister Ningxuang, teach him a lesson. Down with the people with connections. Bai Ningxuang, don't be soft-hearted. We are all counting on you to vent our anger for us." At the same time, on the field, Bai Ningxuang looked at Yunxiao, who suddenly appeared in front of her, and a hint of imperceptible surprise flashed in her cold eyes. Yunxiao happened to meet her gaze and smiled politely. "Sorry for the wait." Yunxiao had a pretty good impression of the daughter of the former president of Demon University. According to the information Yunxiao had found out, Bai Ningxuang was different from Chengqing. She had been able to get to where she is today through her own efforts, not her family background. According to Zhao Qingsong, before the old principal left, he left nothing for Bai Ningxuang except the Snow Boy. The school also offered to sponsor Bai Ningxuang, but she directly refused. The Magic University offered to directly admit Bai Ningxuang, but Bai Ningxuang refused. With her own efforts, she was admitted to the #1 high school in Magic City and was admitted to the Magic University with the top score. Yun Xiao even had a little respect for such people. She has a background, but she doesn't rely on it. She uses her own efforts and talent to move forward. It's really amazing. At this moment, Bai Ningxuang looked at Yun Xiao, nodded slightly, and said nothing. The flag in the referee's hand also fell at this moment. The battle is about to begin. Both sides please release the elves. Please, hyperactive ape. Yun Xiao threw the pokeball in his hand. A white light flashed, and the extremely strong body of the hyperactive ape appeared on the field. After Yun Xiao's careful training, the hyperactive ape's hair is now shining, and its muscles are extremely prominent, full of power. And his body is at least 50% larger than that of an average hyperactive ape. After seeing the monkey's appearance, many students in the audience immediately spoke up. I didn't pay attention when I saw those pictures before, but now I see. This hyperactive ape seems to be okay. Yeah, my uncle runs a breeding house. Yes, there is a hyperactive ape in the breeding house. It looks much worse than this one. But soon someone said, so, what if they look different? Can they be more powerful than the Snow Boy and Chongqing's Bulbasaur before by Ningxuang? That's right. Besides, if this hyperactive ape is really that powerful, why didn't he dare to come out and clarify when he was discussed on the forum? At this moment, most people are waiting to see Yun Zhao's good show. On the battlefield, Bai Ningxuang also pressed the button on the pokeball in her hand. A white light flashed, and the graceful figure of the Snow Fairy, wrapped in a gust of cold wind, reappeared in front of everyone. When Yun Xiao saw the Snow Demon Girl, he couldn't help but be stunned. Evolve? When did it happen? Lines of data from the Snow Demon Girl followed closely and appeared in front of Yun Xiao. When he saw the words new to the elite in the strength evaluation column, he couldn't help but be stunned again. The last time I saw Snow Boy, he was clearly still at the beginner level of his profession. How come after this evolution, he jumped a whole level of strength? That's right. Yun Xiao suddenly came back to his senses, as if he suddenly understood something. No wonder she wanted to give the Snow Boy the evolution stone. Snow Boy's strength must have reached a high professional level long ago. Bai Ningxuang used the evolution stone to suppress the power of the Snow Boy in order to prevent it from naturally evolving into the Ice Ghost Guardian prematurely. Doing so can not only avoid premature evolution, but also maximize the potential of the Snow Boy in its primary form. When the time is right, take away the evolution stone, and then use the awakening stone to evolve the Snow Boy. The power that has been suppressed in his body for a long time will also burst out with the opportunity of evolution. After realizing this, Yun Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly. I should have guessed this a long time ago. At the same time, the flag in the referee's hand had already fallen. The battle begins. Bai Ningxuang spoke first. Snow Demon Girl, Freezing Ray. There seemed to be seriousness in her eyes, and she didn't seem to mean to look down on Yun Xiao. Then, the Snow Demon Woman raised one of her long sleeves, and an extremely piercing blue light instantly stuck to the ground and attacked the hyperactive ape. Wherever the light passed, the air temperature around it dropped suddenly, and the ground was covered with patches of frost. The freezing ray released by the Snow Demon Girl at this moment is many times stronger than the one released when she was still a Snow Boy. In the audience, everyone stared at the freezing light, expecting the hyperactive ape to be frozen into an ice sculpture in the next moment. In the venue, Yun Xiao spoke calmly. Chop it open. Along with Yun Zhao's command, a majestic and powerful aura instantly burst out from the body of the hyperactive ape. A flaming red light burned on his left claw, and it headed straight for the freezing ray. However, the next moment, a scene appeared that shocked all the audience. The freezing ray was actually cut in half from the center by the hyperactive ape and rushed backwards along his body. At this moment, the terrifying light seemed like just a stream of water, and the hyperactive ape's claws were like a partition, which could change its course with just a single block. The students in the audience watched this scene with their eyes wide open in disbelief, and a rare expression of surprise appeared on Bai Ningxuang's face. How is this possible? Chapter 57: The Champion is Born. What Bai Ningxuang and the students in the audience found unbelievable was naturally the same thing. Faced with the all-out attack from the elite Snow Demon Girl, not only was he not killed instantly, he seemed to be able to handle it with ease. This shows that Yun Zhao's hyperactive ape is not weaker than the Snow Demon Girl in strength. In fact, it looks like it is even stronger. But the truth is still like this, it's quite a coincidence. The hyperactive ape, which had already shown signs of a breakthrough, also entered the elite level in the simulated secret realm this afternoon. Yun Xiao was thinking about finishing this final, finding a suitable elite opponent, and observing the strength of the moving ape. I didn't expect Bai Ningxuang to come to my door wearing the snow demon girl. At this moment, Bai Ningxuang had already reacted and the command sounded again. Ice claws! Whoa! A shrill cry was heard, and the snow demon girl's body rushed forward rapidly, close to the ground. In a flash, she crossed a long distance and appeared directly in front of the hyperactive ape. Her claws emerged from under her long sleeves, shining with a cold light, and she swung out fiercely. The snow demon girl was so fast that the hyperactive ape had not yet reacted before being hit on the arm by the ice claw. White ice crystals instantly spread to his wrist. However, the next moment, roar! The hyperactive ape roared, and all the ice crystals on his wrist shattered. He punched out directly. It was just such a random punch, without using any skills, that landed on the snow demon girl and actually blasted the ladder out 7 or 8 meters before she rolled to the ground. Whoa! It took the snow demon girl several seconds to climb up with difficulty. She let out some painful cries, and her body floating in the air was trembling a little. It was obvious that she had suffered considerable injuries. At this moment, Bai Ningxuang's expression had become solemn. She realized that she seemed to have underestimated the strength of Yun Xiao, the hyperactive ape. How can a casual punch have such power? What kind of strange power is this? At this moment, Yun Xiao raised his eyebrows as he looked at the snow demon girl who had gotten up again. Now, with the support of Hercules, hyperactive ape is probably comparable to some elite top-level fighting Pokemon in terms of strength alone. The snow demon girl is not a thick-skinned race. She took a solid punch from the ape, but she was still able to stand up. It seems that the cultivation of Bai Ningxuang is indeed very good. Regardless, the battle must continue. Hyperactive ape, charge forward and use the alloy claws. Yun Xiao gave the order loudly. The snow fairy is a ghost-type elf, immune to normal skills. The steel attribute skill alloy claw can also restrain the ice attribute, which is the most suitable skill at the moment. Roar! The hyperactive ape roared excitedly, exerted force with its hind legs, and shot out at a speed even faster than the snow demon girl just now. White light flashed on his claws, and he attacked the middle of the snow demon girl's body. Shadow clone! Bai Ningxuang's command came almost at the moment the hyperactive ape moved. The power of this hyperactive ape is too amazing. Not to mention taking on this alloy claw. If the snow demon girl takes another ordinary punch from it, she will immediately lose her ability to fight. There must be no head-on confrontation again. When Bai Ningxuang's thoughts were surging in her mind, the snow demon woman on the field also responded to her command. With a flash of her body, she turned into 4 identical snow demon women and appeared in the air. The skill of Shadow Clone can create several false clones that are exactly the same as the original body. Although they cannot launch real and effective attacks, they can confuse the opponent and hide the location of the real body. Seeing this, Bai Ningxuang breathed a sigh of relief. On her way to where she is now, she has experienced quite a few battles and has also encountered opponents of equal strength. But the feeling of oppression that Yun Xiao, the hyperactive ape, brought to her was something she had never experienced in her life. However, just when Bai Ningxuang relaxed a little, Yun Xiao's voice suddenly rang out. Hyperactive ape, the one on the far left. When Bai Ningxuang heard this, her heart was suddenly shocked. Even she herself couldn't tell which one was the real snow demon girl. Can Yun Xiao see it? Or did he just guess randomly? Before she could think more, the hyperactive ape had already jumped high and grabbed the snow demon girl on the far left with its claws. Whoa! Only to hear the painful howl, the other 3. The snow demon girl's figure trembled and disappeared into the air. This also means that the one Yun Xiao chose is the true body of the snow demon girl. A cold light flashed. The snow demon girl fell directly to the ground. Her eyes became swirling, and she lost her ability to fight. The flag in the referee's hand was also raised. The game is over. The snow demon girl has lost her ability to fight, and the winner is Yun Xiao. The final ended and the champion was decided. Normally, the students in the audience should welcome the champion with warm applause and cheers. However, at this moment, the entire battlefield was in dead silence. The reason is simple. Everything that has happened since Yun Xiao appeared on the scene has exceeded everyone's imagination. The snow demon girl by Ning Shuang couldn't even last a minute in front of the hyperactive ape and fell to the ground. Those students who came to watch the fun were all stunned. Isn't this right? Isn't it said that Yun Xiao is a relative of someone who actually has no real ability? Why does he seem to be stronger than Bai Ning Shuang? Bai Ning Shuang's snow demon girl has the strength of a beginner elite. So what is the strength of Yun Xiao, the hyperactive ape? The third-year students who had been attacked by Bai Ning Shuang before were now all leaning back in their chairs, looking at the ceiling of the battle hall with dejected looks, looking absent-minded. Someone kept muttering softly. His expression almost collapsed. Freshman, elite high level, freshman. At the same time, those who had previously clamored for Yun Xiao to come out and give an explanation, and mocked Yun Xiao for being a relative and a coward, now had complicated expressions and were unable to utter a word. They wanted to see Bai Ning Shuang defeat Yun Xiao easily and slap Yun Xiao and the school in the face with facts. But now, they only felt that their faces were burning with pain. Based on the ability Yun Xiao showed today, does he need connections to get first place in military training? He simply released the hyperactive ape and showed everyone how he could use a skill, then announced that he was the predetermined number one. No one dared to object. Even Bai Ning Shuang can't beat you. Who dares to object? Chapter 58. End of the game. Sorry for being sick today. The venue was silent for an unknown amount of time before a solitary round of applause broke out. Soon after, more and more people applauded, and the entire battlefield was filled with applause and cheers. Yun Xiao. Awesome. I told you this guy must be good, but you guys didn't believe me. Ha ha ha. Yun Xiao proved everything with his strength. After everyone found out that everything was a misunderstanding, they naturally changed their attitudes. On the battlefield, Bai Ning Shuang took back the snow demon girl and looked at Yun Xiao with a complicated look. She seemed to have a lot of questions to ask, but in the end she only said one sentence. You guessed. Yun Xiao didn't expect her to suddenly ask such a question. He reacted for a moment, then smiled slightly, shook his head, and did not answer the question. In fact, if one had to say something, the battle went much more smoothly than he had originally expected. The most powerful thing about hyperactive apes is their strength and strong physique. But when facing the snow demon girl by Ning Shuang, he was actually at a disadvantage. First of all, the ordinary skills that the hyperactive ape is good at cannot cause any damage to the ghost-type snow demon girl. Secondly, although the ape just burst out at such a fast speed, it was actually only because the force of his kicking was too great, providing a large amount of kinetic energy. This speed is a very clumsy and hard speed. Once you encounter an agile and flexible opponent, it will be troublesome to fight. No matter how strong you are, it's useless if you can't touch the person. Coincidentally, the Snow Fairy is this type of elf. Bai Ning Shuang had actually reacted at that time and asked the Snow Demon Girl to use her Shadow Clone in order to create space for pulling and use the Snow Demon Girl's speed advantage to win the battle. It's a pity that her idea was good, but in front of Yun Xiao, the Snow Demon Girl used her Shadow Clone. You know, Yun Xiao possesses two detection abilities, the Soul Eye and the Wave Power. He can tell which one is the real body and which one is the fake one at a glance. However, Yun Xiao did not intend to explain these things to Bai Ning Shuang. Seeing Yun Xiao shaking his head, Bai Ning Shuang was silent for a moment. You are very powerful. We will fight again. After she finished speaking, she walked directly down to the battlefield. Only Yun Xiao was left standing on the field, enjoying the cheers and applause from the audience. At least at this moment, he is the champion, and all these naturally belong to him. In a corner of Demon University, Cheng Qing was sitting on a bench with a pale face. Losing to Bai Ning Shuang was already a huge blow to her. After the final match between Yun Xiao and Bai Ning Shuang, she felt as if the whole world had collapsed. It turns out that Yun Xiao is really much stronger than me. His strength has already crushed me. She leaned back on the bench, took a deep breath, and managed to cheer herself up a little. Now it seems that what I posted on the forum was just like a clown. Fortunately, no one knows who I am on the internet. Cheng Qing breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment, he suddenly froze. Is it true that no one knows who he is? When registering an account on the forum of Magic University, you need your real student ID number. Thinking of this, she took out her mobile phone in panic and wanted to delete the post on the forum. However, at this moment, a broadcast sounded on the campus of Demon University. Students, now I would like to announce an important notice. Cheng Qing, a student from Class 3, grade 2025, posted inappropriate comments on the forum using the account Qingfeng Shirley, took the lead in spreading rumors and questioning the fairness of the school. The circumstances are serious, and he is now given a demerit. The school will severely criticize and educate her, and deduct all the credits she earned from the 2 activities at the beginning of the semester. I hope all students will take this as a warning. With a click, Chengqing's cell phone fell to the ground. The students passing by all looked at her in unison, and their gazes seemed to burn through her skin, making her face burn with pain. A series of sharp discussions rang out and reached her ears. That post was actually posted by a Chengqing? Damn, no wonder the poster was so excited. Isn't this simply a false accusation against Yun Xiao? You are just making irresponsible remarks without any evidence. This is too much. She usually pretends to be kind, generous, and approachable, but it turns out she was just acting. Chengqing couldn't bear it any longer. His face turned pale. He suddenly stood up from the bench, turned around, and ran away. But all the students in Demon University now know the truth. From now on, she can only face this history and live in the devil's world amid the discussions of others. After the game, Yun Xiao returned to his dormitory with the championship's commemorative prize, a small solid gold trophy. After playing this game, he had already become famous among the freshmen at the University of Magic. There were even many people following him along the way. There were girls dressed up in fancy clothes who came to strike up a conversation, and there were boys who came to ask for autographs. It took a lot of effort for him to squeeze out of the crowd and sneak back to the dormitory. At this moment, after closing the door, Yun Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Once this person becomes famous, troubles will increase. He leaned back on the sofa and relaxed. This time he won the championship of the University of Magic freshman competition, which can be said to have gained a lot. First, there is a 300 credit reward for the champion. Yun Xiao had only used less than half of the 500 points he had earned through military training, and now he had earned another 300 points. These days are becoming more and more hopeful. Second, Yun Xiao won the championship in such a manner in front of all the freshmen and some seniors of Demon University, which naturally earned him a lot of shocking points. Moreover, the number of points far exceeded Yun Xiao's expectations. At this moment, a line of information appeared in front of Yun Xiao. Ding! Congratulations to the host for shocking 890 new and old students of the Demon University by showing his strength, and reward 1,000 shock points. Extra bonus for the competition. The points gained through the competition will actually have a bonus. This efficiency is obviously much higher than live broadcast. The final reward was also what Yun Xiao valued the most: the qualification to be a substitute on the school team 1 month later. He actually knew that Qin Shuqi wanted to give him a chance to see the world and grow, and he didn't really want him to participate in the national college competition. But Yun Xiao doesn't think so, since even a freshman competition in the Demon University can provide so many shocking points. Then, in a high-level, highly anticipated competition like the college competition, wouldn't it be possible to gain a huge amount of shocking points by crushing your opponents? By then, unlocking God-level modifications won't be a difficult task. Chapter 59, Can He Give You Commission? By the way, after the principal talked to Yun Xiao, he went online to learn about this national college competition. Since the Alliance will allocate the educational funds that each university can receive in the next 4 years based on its ranking in the competition in this competition can be said to be very fierce. Those who can stand on this stage are all the top junior and senior students from major universities. They are all top-notch geniuses among their peers in their own schools. Their strength is basically no lower than the elite mid-level. But for Yun Xiao, these are not problems. Because 1 month later, when the national college competition begins, the strength of Hyperactive Ape and Rayquaza will definitely be more than just elite level. By then, the stronger the overdynamic ape becomes, the more ferocious its momentum in crushing its opponents will be, and naturally the more shocking points it will be able to gain. Oh right, speaking of shocking points, Yun Xiao suddenly remembered something and looked up at the system panel. Previously, by unlocking the mythical Beast Encyclopedia, he gained an additional opportunity for advanced modification, but he did not use it immediately. Now that the game was over, he inadvertently remembered this. After thinking for a moment, Yun Xiao directly called up the system panel. System, I want to use advanced modification to enhance the skill Artisan Blockmaker. This skill has brought Yun Xiao a huge profit. Not to mention the large amount of spirit coins he earned from making energy blocks, The strength of Rayquaza and Hyperactive Ape can be improved at a lightning speed, which is absolutely indispensable for the master-level energy blocks. As credit, Yun Xiao thought about it and decided to go all out and directly strengthen this skill to a higher level. He couldn't help but feel a little bit of anticipation in his heart. Artisan-level energy blocks are a level that the block makers in this world have never reached. So, what kind of fields are above the craftsman level? However, just as Yun Xiao was expecting it, a system prompt popped up, ruthlessly shattering his imagination. Ding! Host, please note that to enhance the craftsman-level energy block maker to the next level, a modification condition must be met. Enhancement requirements. Make at least 3 different craftsman-level energy blocks by hand, 0/3. When Yun Xiao saw this prompt, he couldn't help but be stunned. This requirement interface only appeared once, when the lazy man's characteristics were modified. From then on, any modifications were done directly. If Yun Xiao hadn't seen the modification conditions again today, he would have almost forgotten about this situation. Back to the present, seeing this condition, Yun Xiao could only sigh and temporarily give up the idea of strengthening this skill. Although he has dozens of recipes and production methods for craftsman-level energy blocks in his mind, he has never made one yet. The reason is simple. The production conditions required for craftsman-level energy blocks are even much higher than the skills required to make such blocks. The block-making machines in this world, even the most advanced ones, cannot be used to make artisan-level blocks. Most of the materials used to make artisan-level blocks are extremely rare in the world and are considered treasures by master-level block makers in this world. And the remaining small amount of materials has never appeared in this world. And it is impossible to find it even if you want to. If the production conditions were not so high, Yun Xiao would have already made Rayquaza and Hyperactive Ape eat craftsman-level blocks. This modification condition could definitely not be achieved in a short period of time, so Yun Xiao could only choose to cancel the modification with some regret. After a brief thought, he decided to use this advanced modification opportunity for other purposes. System. Consume 1 modification opportunity to obtain clues to obtain legendary abilities, items, and elves. This is the second function of advanced modification, and it is also an option that Yun Xiao has never tried. The power of Chongpan that he needs now should be more advanced than the power of Wave, and it is a legendary ability. The legendary props should correspond to something of the same level as the divine beast resources in the Demonic University's resource library. Legendary elves, needless to say. Yun Xiao can accept any kind of clue he gets. Apparently, obtaining clues did not require any precondition modification. As soon as Yun Xiao finished speaking, a line of text appeared directly in front of him. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The clue to the SS-level legendary item Mega Evolution Stone has been found. Yun Xiao's brows suddenly raised. Mega Evolution Stone? Getting this thing randomly was undoubtedly like winning the grand prize for him, who already had the Keystone. I didn't expect it to be considered a legendary prop. Before he could think about it, a picture appeared directly before his eyes. In an exhibition hall, there is a round glass bead-like colorful crystal, lying quietly in a box covered with silk and feathers, flickering colorful light in the darkness. After seeing this crystal, Yun Xiao couldn't help but widen his eyes. Because of the hint from the soul's eye, it has already appeared before him. SS-level special item. Mega Evolution Stone Bangilas. This is truly the top prize among all the big prizes. There are dozens of Mega Evolution Stones, and each one corresponds to a Pokemon. Although Yun Xiao now has the Keystone, he will not be able to use it if he obtains the Mega Evolution Stone of other elves. You must specifically cultivate a Pokemon that corresponds to the Mega Evolution Stone for this purpose. As luck would have it, the clue discovered this time was actually Bangilas' Mega Stone. He just hatched Yukira yesterday. Yun Xiao calmed himself down and immediately looked at the clue screen carefully. Based on previous experience, there will definitely be some highlighted prompts in the clue screen to indicate the location of the item. Sure enough, Yun Xiao soon found a logo consisting of 3 feathers on the wall in the upper left corner of the exhibition hall. There are a few more words below the logo. Magic Feather Auction House. Yun Xiao immediately took out his cell phone and looked up the location of the auction house. Right in the city center of Shanghai. Without a second thought, he put on his windbreaker and left the dormitory. In this world, auction houses are also very common facilities. But what is different is that everything being bid on in these auction houses is related to elves. Props, resources, belongings, supplements, and even rare elves can all be auctioned. According to the information Yun Xiao had found, the MOU auction house was one of the largest auction houses in Magic City, and the value of the exhibits it sold each year could be calculated in billions. At this moment, he was already standing in front of the Moyu auction house building. A huge banner was hung at the door. The 14th high-end exhibits auction will start at 8:30 tonight. Please look forward to it. Next to the banner, there is a list of auction items, which includes pictures, introductions, and starting prices of each item. Yun Xiao quickly found the Mega Evolution Stone at the end of the list. Lot 38. Introduction. A week ago, the Alliance Scientific Expedition team discovered a strange or from an ancient secret ruin. Its purpose is unknown, but it is of great commemorative value. Starting price: 50,000 elf coins. Compared with the actual value of the Mega Evolution Stone, this starting price can be said to be a bit ridiculous. But it makes sense. After all, people in this world don't know what this is. After confirming that what he was looking for was here, Yin Xiao walked directly into the lobby on the first floor and came to the counter. Behind the counter was a beautiful young woman wearing a somewhat revealing cheongsam and smelling strongly of perfume. Seeing someone coming to the counter, she pressed the communication bell and showed a professional smile on her face. Welcome to the Moyu auction house. May I ask? However, when she was halfway through her words, her smile instantly faded after she saw Yun Zhao's appearance. As one of the largest auction houses in Shanghai, she receives a number of upper-class people every day. Now that a child had appeared from nowhere, she was naturally a little impatient. She curled her lips and pressed the communication bell again in an unfriendly tone. The voice came out from behind the thick glass. If you want to participate in the auction, you must apply for our membership. The initial recharge amount cannot be less than 200,000. If you want to participate in tonight's advanced auction, you need to have a recharge amount of at least 500,000 to become a mid-level member. If you want to become a premium member, you need to top up more than 2 million. Excuse me, do you want to top up now? Although the boy in front of me looks good, the windbreaker and pants he is wearing are not even branded, and it is obvious that he is not a child from a wealthy family. In her opinion, receiving such people was a waste of time. So, she directly threw out the auction house's membership recharge price. Unable to come up with so much money, the guy had no choice but to leave in shame. At this moment, another girl behind the counter hesitated for a moment, then came over and spoke. Sister Zhang? Didn't the boss specifically tell us that as long as they are guests, we should treat them with care? The girl who was speaking looked much younger. She only wore light makeup and was dressed very simply and honestly. The woman she called Sister Zhang turned her head and looked at her with disdain and said, "Do you know why your commission last month was so much lower than mine? It's because you don't have good judgment. This is a high-end place. Only rich people can afford it. A brat like this has no money at first glance. It's a waste of time to entertain him. What do you think? Treat him as a guest. Can he bring you commission? Don't be silly." The more she spoke, the more proud she became, with the look of an elder educating a newcomer, and she reached out and patted the girl on the shoulder. "Xiaoli, listen to me. Spend more energy thinking about how to please those rich people. When they are in a good mood, they will just top up 500,000 or 800,000 yuan. Wouldn't your commission go up immediately?" After hearing what Sister Zhang said, the girl seemed to want to say something, but in the end, she didn't say it. She raised her head and met Yun Zhao's gaze at the counter and gave a bitter and apologetic smile. The counter was equipped with soundproof glass, so the customers outside the counter should not be able to hear what the two of them just said. But Yin Xiao had already developed the habit of activating the wave power at any time, and the soundproof glass could not prevent him from hearing these words clearly. So, Yin Xiao thought about it and walked to the counter where the girl was. "Hello, help me get a premium membership." He took out a card, swiped it in front of the machine at the counter, and entered a few numbers. The machine's prompt sound rang out. Ding! Transaction successful. Transaction amount: 3 million elf coins. Behind the counter, the girl was frozen in place. When a new customer makes his or her first membership recharge, the commission she can get is 1/10. In other words, this order is 300,000 elf coins. 300,000. Her basic salary in 5 years of working here is not that much. The woman next to her had a smug smile on her face, which had now froze. This huge bonus should have been hers. Chapter 60. Moyu Auction House. The bidding begins. Well, sir, your membership has been processed. Here is your membership card. The girl had a dazed, dreamy expression on her face and respectfully handed over a black card. She is still a little overwhelmed from falling 300,000 miles from the sky. The woman next to her was also a little dazed. She now felt like she was regretting her decision to the point of death. Who knew this boy was really that rich? Senior members enjoy priority admission to the auction, their own seats, and a temporary overdraft of 3 million yuan during the auction. The girl introduced the rights and benefits of senior members and handed a booklet to Yun Xiao. This is the content of the high-end auction at the auction house tonight. You can learn about it in advance. I wish you good luck in bidding. Thank you very much. Yun Xiao took the card and booklet, turned around, and left the counter. For him now, 3 million elf coins are really nothing. Firstly, he had originally planned to save more money in the auction house this time. After all, many materials for making advanced energy blocks can only be bought here. Secondly, it would be a good thing to let that woman learn a lesson. Isn't this the meaning of making money? After collecting the membership card, Yun Xiao quickly found the hall where the auction would be held tonight. As a senior member of the auction house, he had his own private front row seat. But Yun Xiao didn't care about these and simply chose a seat closer to the back and sat down. Possessing the power of waves and the eye of the soul, he can clearly see the appearance of each item, even if he is sitting in the last row farthest from the booth. Sitting in this back row position can also allow you to be more low-key and avoid people from thinking of competing with you for the Mega Evolution Stone. However, Yun Xiao had just sat down when a young man who looked to be in his early 30s sat down next to him. The man glanced at Yun Xiao, then his eyes widened. He moved closer to him and looked around nervously. After he confirmed that there was no one else around, he gave Yun Xiao a thumbs up. You are really brave, boy. You sneaked in, didn't you? The security guards will start checking everyone's membership cards soon. Anyone who can't produce one will be kicked out. But don't worry, since you have met me today, I will protect you this time. Yun Xiao was a little confused after hearing this. Just when he was about to explain something, a man in security uniform and holding a baton came up to the row, glanced at the man and Yun Xiao, and stretched out his hand. The auction is about to begin. Please show your membership cards. Without saying a word, the man took out a silver card and patted Yun Xiao on the shoulder. This is my cousin. I'm bringing him out to see the world. Upon hearing this, the security guard looked at Yun Xiao with some suspicion, but after checking the man's ID, he nodded and left. As soon as he left, the man breathed a sigh of relief, and then he looked at Yun Xiao with a smile and said, Looking at you, you should still be a student, right? College or high school? Yun Xiao nodded. Freshman year's school just started. The man sighed when he heard this. Oh, it's great to be young. When I was your age, I was also the most popular boy in the class. Time is merciless. He continued to ramble on, then suddenly changed the subject. You don't have to thank me. You're young, so it's normal to be curious about what's in this kind of high-end auction. Today, I'll take you to see the world. But you better be careful next time. Don't sneak in alone. There are so many people watching. It would be embarrassing to be kicked out. When Yun Xiao heard this, he completely understood what the other party had misunderstood. However, considering that the other party had good intentions, Yun Xiao did not explain anything and just nodded. Thanks. Don't be polite. My name is Li Qingchuan. You can just call me Brother Chuan. If you have any questions, just ask me. The man chuckled again, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and handed it to Yu Yun. Then he seemed to remember something, cursed under his breath, and quickly put it back. Seeing Yun Xiao looking at him, he coughed and said, Don't learn from me. This is a bad habit. At your age, you should study hard and put your energy into the right path instead of doing these unnecessary things. As soon as the man finished speaking, the lights in the entire auction venue suddenly dimmed. A slim woman in a red cheongsam walked to the front booth under the bright spotlight. Her gentle and frivolous voice also echoed throughout the venue. Dear guests, welcome to the Moyu Auction House. Today is the 14th high-end auction held this year. As usual, we have carefully prepared many good things for you. Let's not waste any more time talking about small talk. Let's start with the first item. The woman clapped her hands, and a lady in a skirt came out from the darkness pushing a mobile booth and displayed the exhibits on the big screen at the back. This is a feather that is sparkling with purple starlight. It seems to contain some magical power and is quietly suspended in the air. The woman's introduction voice also sounded. This is today's first exhibit, a rare consumable item called Spirit Feather produced in a 4-star secret realm. If used on a Pokemon, it can greatly improve its special defense and special attack attributes within an hour. It is a very useful enhancement item. The starting price for this item is 50,000 elf coins, and the minimum bid increment is 10,000 elf coins. Now the auction begins. Following the woman's announcement, a series of numbers appeared on the big screen. The woman also continued to read in a high-pitched voice. Guest number 22 bids 70,000 elf coins. Guest number 24 bids 100,000 elf coins. Guest number 113 bids 150,000 elf coins. This first item is a very valuable item. 1 hour of bonus time may seem useless, but it is not. Most of the people present are professional trainers, and entering and exiting secret realms is a normal thing for them. In a critical moment when encountering a wild Pokemon, a feather like this can give the Pokemon a temporary boost that may be life-saving. Any trainer with a little money would be happy to spend money to add a little protection to his life. A minute later, amid fierce bidding, the price of this spirit feather had risen to a high price of 250,000 elf coins. 250,000 once, 250,000 twice, 250,000 3 times. Congratulations to customer number 17 for successfully bidding on this spiritual feather. You can choose to go backstage to claim the item now, or you can come back after the auction is over. The woman in Cheongsam knocked down the gavel in her hand, announcing the final ownership of the prop. The next item was soon delivered. It was a white rectangular talisman with deep red lines engraved in the center. The following is the second exhibit, a piece of purification symbol produced in the same secret realm as the spirit feather just now. This is also a rare consumable item. When the elf carrying it falls into an abnormal state, the talisman will immediately help the elf to get rid of the abnormal state, and it will disappear after taking effect 3 times. The starting price for this item is 50,000 elf coins, and the minimum bid is 10,000 elf coins. Bidding begins now. Following the woman's introduction and announcement, a new round of fierce bidding immediately began. 20 minutes later, one item after another has been presented and sold out amid fierce bidding. I have to say that the MOU auction house is worthy of being one of the top auction houses in Magic City. The quality of the items just auctioned was very high, and even Yun Xiao was tempted by some of them. Yun Xiao waited for a long time and finally arrived at the destination of his trip. The Mega Evolution Stone of Bangilas has now been sent to the exhibition stand. The voice of the female host's introduction also sounded. The following item is a little special. It comes from a mysterious relic discovered by the Alliance Scientific Expedition Team in Antarctica. Although it has no actual value, its commemorative significance is immeasurable. The starting price of this item is 10,000 elf coins, and the minimum bid increase is 5,000 elf coins. Bidding starts now. Chapter 61 Finale Item, Mysterious Gift. As the female host announced, a string of numbers lit up on the big screen. Current price, 10,000 elf coins. However, the entire auction hall was silent for a few seconds, and no one chose to bid. The reason is very simple. Everyone's money does not fall from the sky. Although 10,000 elf coins are not a lot, most people are not interested in buying a stone that is useless and only for viewing. After a full half-minute, someone finally made a bid. Guest número 23 bids 15,000 elf coins. This stone was mined from the secret land of Antarctica. Just considering its commemorative value, it's a huge win to take it for this little money. After the female host finished speaking, she looked towards the audience awkwardly, as if waiting for someone to offer a higher price. After all, although this thing is really useless, the auction house spent 100,000 elf coins to acquire it from the Scientific Research Institution. If it can only be sold at this price, it would be a huge loss. The hostess waited for a few seconds, and finally someone quoted a new price. Número 38 bids 20,000 elf coins. However, after this, there was silence for a few seconds, and no one raised the price again. The female host could only sigh and drop the auction hammer in her hand. 20,000 elf coins per time. 20,000 elf coins twice. 20,000 elf coins 3. Wait, there is a new bid. Guest number 137 bids 100,000 elf coins. Seeing the latest bid, the smile on her face suddenly brightened a little. At least the costs were recovered, and she would not have her bonus deducted. 100,000 elf coins once, 100,000 elf coins twice, 100,000 elf coins 3 times deal. Congratulations to customer number 137 for successfully purchasing this item. You can go to the backstage to pick it up now, or you can go after the auction is over. The auction gavel in the hostess's hand fell heavily, announcing the ownership of the item. Yun Xiao, the guest number 137, who was sitting at the back of the table, also felt relieved. He did not raise the price immediately, nor did he quote a very high price right away. 100,000 elf coins is affordable for those who participate in this auction, but there is no need to increase the amount. Yun Zhao's goal was not to attract other people's attention. As it turned out, he did it. As the next exhibit was brought onto the stage, everyone's attention was focused on the stage, and no one paid attention to who guest number 137 was. Even Li Qingchuan, who was sitting next to Yun Xiao and whose seat number was 136, didn't realize that Yun Xiao had bought something. Just like that, the Mega Evolution Stone of Bangila's was successfully obtained. But Yun Xiao was not in a hurry to take it. He was somewhat interested in many of the things sold at this auction, and there might be better ones next time. It won't be too late to get the Evolution Stone after watching this auction. 10 minutes later, several more lots were sold, and the next lot was brought up. The appearance of this item is a bit special. A plant with a peculiar shape is planted in a transparent glass box. 7 or 8 fist-sized blue balls that look like flower buds are hanging on the branches of the plant, but they look a little dull and withered. There is also a small machine in the box, which is constantly spraying ice crystals in all directions, causing white mist to appear on the walls of the entire box due to the low temperature. The female host's introduction also sounded. The next lot is also a bit special. It is also a special plant that the Alliance Scientific Expedition team obtained when they went to the secret land of Antarctica a week ago. Ice Cage Plant. Any trainer who has raised Ice-type Pokemon should have heard of this plant. It only grows in the extremely cold Antarctic and Arctic, and its number is very small, but many people still flock to it. The reason is very simple. The Ice Cage grass can provide a large amount of attribute energy to the Ice attribute Elves, improving their physical skills in all aspects, and increasing the power of this skill's Ice attribute moves for a long period of time. The effect is even better than 2 low-grade Ice treasures. And if a plant like this is put on the market and sold normally, it would cost at least 500,000 elf coins. Today, the starting price for this plant is only 100,000 elf coins. After this was said, naturally many trainers who had bred Ice attribute Pokemon were attracted to this Ice Cage plant. If you can get it for 100,000 elf coins, it will undoubtedly be a huge profit. Even if it is 200,000 or 300,000, it is better than buying it directly in the market for an unknown amount. However, the next moment, the female host's voice rang out again. But before that, I must remind you of one thing. Although they are all Ice Cage plants, their quality can vary. The truly valuable part of the Ice Cage plant is the white mist contained in its 7 or 8 flower buds. Once the flower bud is opened, the white mist will immediately spread into the air and disappear quickly. Only Ice attribute Elves can absorb them directly. The Ice Cage plant needs extremely low temperatures to survive, and we have tried our best to create an environment suitable for its survival. However, due to the special nature of the white fog, the auction house cannot guarantee the quality of this Ice Cage plant. If you mind, please do not buy it. After these words were spoken, the trainers who were a little excited just now suddenly calmed down. That's right. How can pie fall from the sky? Where can there be so many bargains to pick up? If you look closely, you can find that the several flower buds of this column of Ice Cage grass are all dark yellow and withered. This also means that the quality of this Ice Cage plant is likely to be very poor, and the white mist effect it can provide will be greatly reduced. If that's the case, it's fine to buy it for 100,000 elf coins, but if it's more expensive, you'll have to think twice. At the same time, behind the seats, Yun Xiao noticed that Li Qingchuan next to him seemed to be looking at the Ice Cage grass on the stage with a hesitant look on his face. "Why? Do you have any idea about this thing?" he asked. Li Qingchuan turned his head and glanced at Yun Xiao. Then his gaze returned to the Ice Cage grass. "This time, I came here to buy some goodies for my Blizzard King to help him break through the elite level bottleneck." He said this, looking a little depressed. "When I saw this Ice Cage plant, I was impressed, but now they say they can't guarantee the quality. This flower bud looks terrible." Li Qingchuan, like other guests, was obviously worried about the quality of this Ice Cage plant. Although the Ice Cage plants with withered buds are not 100% of bad quality, no one wants to spend money to gamble on this small probability. If I lose the bet, wouldn't I be the one being taken advantage of? However, after listening to Li Qingchuan's words, Yun Xiao suddenly spoke. "You can buy it with confidence. This Ice Cage plant just doesn't look very good, but its quality is actually very good, even higher than the ones commonly seen on the market." Li Qingchuan was stunned for a moment when he heard this, then looked at Yun Xiao with a smile and said jokingly, "Little brother, is this true? I can't tell that you can see through things like a psychic-type Pokemon. However, Yun Xiao leaned back in his chair and said calmly, Li Qingchuan mail, registered address. Number 11, second floor, Unit 3, Building 8, Sunshine Community, Xinbei District, Xiling Town, Hongguang County, Jiangqing District, birthday, March 7th, 1991. Li Qingchuan's smile suddenly froze on his face. He was sure that he had never seen this young man before. How did the other party know my identity information? Just as he was thinking quickly in his mind, Yin Xiao reached out and pointed at a pocket on his chest. Li Qingchuan subconsciously reached out and touched it, and quickly took out a card. That's his ID card. A thought suddenly popped up in Li Qingchuan's mind, and he immediately turned to look at Yun Xiao, putting one hand behind his back. What level am I competing in now? 2. Yun Xiao gave an immediate reply. Li Qingchuan's expression was shocked, and he quickly asked, And now? 5. And now? 8. Now Li Qingchuan couldn't hold it in any longer and stared at Yun Xiao with wide eyes. You're actually a person with superpowers. Yun Xiao shrugged. I guess so. Li Qingchuan's shocked expression did not disappear for a long time, and he stared at Yun Xiao. I thought he was just an ordinary student, but I didn't expect he was a person with superpowers. People with superpowers generally hold extremely high status in this society, because in addition to possessing powerful superpowers themselves, they can also use this power to assist Pokemon in battle, giving them an overwhelming advantage over trainers of the same level. A person with superpowers is welcomed wherever he goes. After a while, Li Qingchuan smiled heartily. Okay, in that case, I'll listen to you. Thanks for the reminder, little brother. As soon as the words fell, the voice of the female host also sounded. Lot number 56, bidding starts now. Faced with this mediocre-looking ice cage plant, most people naturally hesitated, and some people even gave up bidding directly. Under Yun Zhao's suggestion, Li Qingchuan continued to bid firmly in the competition, and finally successfully won the ice cage grass at the price of 250,000 elf coins. At this moment, Li Qingchuan had excitedly left his seat and ran backstage to get the ice cage plant. Yun Xiao leaned back in his seat, seeming to be lost in thought. Although this ice cage grass does not look very good, after using the power of waveguide to explore it, he found that its quality is actually very good, and the white mist inside is even fuller than that of ordinary ice cage grass. If the market value of an ordinary ice cage plant can reach 500,000 or 600,000 yuan, then this one can be sold for at least 700,000 or 800,000 yuan. As for why he knew something about this plant, the reason is very simple. Ice cage grass is also one of the advanced materials that can be used to make energy blocks. If Yin Xiao hadn't met Li Qingchuan this time, he would have definitely picked up this opportunity himself. But now, Yin Xiao still gave this opportunity to Li Qingchuan. Firstly, the energy blocks he planned to make next did not require the use of ice cage grass. Secondly, since Li Qingchuan had extended a helping hand to him, regardless of whether Yun Xiao actually used it or not, he planned to repay him. The difference of 500,000 elf coins is nothing to me now, but to Li Qingchuan, it is definitely not a small amount of money. A few minutes later, when Li Qingchuan returned to Yun Xiao, his face was full of excitement and his face was flushed. Just now, after he went to the backstage to receive the goods, he found that, just as Yun Xiao said, the quality of this ice cage grass was really extremely high. After absorbing the white mist, his Blizzard King directly broke through to the elite level that had been stuck for 3 months. Even the staff who helped him open the flower bud sighed and said that he was very lucky and had made a lot of money this time. Only Li Qingchuan himself knew that all this was not because of his good luck. If Yun Xiao hadn't reminded him, he would definitely not be willing to spend 250,000 to gamble on such a poor-looking ice cage plant. When he saw Yun Xiao again, he took out his cell phone without hesitation. Little brother, thank you so much this time. Please show me your payment code, and I will transfer 200,000 yuan to you as a reward for your guidance. Yun Xiao smiled. Brother Li, what are you talking about? You are being too polite. Didn't you say you would protect me during this auction? Consider it my return of a favor. Li Qingchuan seemed determined to transfer the 200,000 yuan to Yun Xiao, and asked Yun Xiao to take out the payment code. What he didn't know was that this actually strengthened Yun Xiao's determination not to take a penny from the other party. Such genuine good people are rare in this world. Since I have the conditions now, if I meet someone, I will treat him or well. The two argued for a long time, but in the end Yun Xiao refused to show the payment code, so Li Qingchuan had to give up. But he still thanked him solemnly. Thanks to you this time. If you have any problems in the future, you can contact me. Although I am not a big shot, I am an elite trainer from today on. Yun Xiao took his contact information with a smile, just nodded and said nothing. If he told others at this time that he was also an elite trainer, Li Qingchuan's expression would definitely be very interesting. At the same time, while the two were talking, the auction finally came to an end. The voice of the female host on the stage sounded. Dear guests, this auction is about to end, but the last item that will be presented to you is definitely the highlight of the night. This item can be said to be the most valuable item discovered by the Alliance Scientific Expedition Team in the secret realm of Antarctica this time. As the hostess spoke, Miss Skirt pushed a small cart covered with red cloth. All the lights on the stage went out at this moment, leaving only the last spotlight, which fell on the small car. I promise you, this is something that will make your eyes pop out. The female host smiled mysteriously, took a step forward, and lifted the red cloth. The dazzling, colorful light suddenly lit up in the darkness. The thing emitting the colorful light was actually a square, multifaceted crystal about the size of a basketball. It was obviously no ordinary object. The female host's introduction also sounded. As you can see, this is a top-grade secret treasure. Moreover, this is a secret treasure with all attributes. As soon as these words were spoken, the seats that had been quiet all this time suddenly became an uproar. A top-grade secret treasure with all attributes. The price of a mid-grade secret treasure can reach around 1 million. And the worst top-grade secret treasure is worth at least 5 million. Moreover, the rarity of top-grade secret treasures even surpasses that of quasi-god elves, and is extremely rare. Not to mention that this secret treasure is actually a secret treasure with all attributes. A full attribute secret treasure, as the name suggests, is an elf suitable for any attribute. Adding these 2 points together, this secret treasure is really, just as the woman said, it is definitely a good thing. The female host's voice continued to ring out. This secret treasure has been appraised and is of excellent quality. Moreover, since it is the finale of today's auction, any customer who successfully bids for it will also receive a gift, an ancient sword found in a secret ruin in southern China. At this moment, the trainers in the back row of the auction seats were already looking at the secret treasure with longing. They cannot afford items of this price. The wealthy guests in the front row were already eager to try and ready to go. Beside Yun Xiao, Li Qingshan was also staring at the secret treasure intently, seeming a little surprised. Oh my god, it's a top-grade secret treasure. This is the first time I've seen one in person in my entire life. I really learned a lot today. What he didn't notice was that at this moment, Yun Xiao was staring at the gift, lying quietly next to the secret treasure on the stage with a strange look. It was a somewhat worn iron sword. Not only was the blade covered in rust, but it also had no lines on it. If it weren't for the female host's introduction, others would probably just treat it as an ordinary piece of junk. However, in front of Yun Xiao's eyes, a line of information was quietly hovering. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have discovered a mythical item, Sword of Decay. SSS. Chapter 62. The auction is over. The Sword of Decay. Part 1. To be honest, Yun Xiao was dumbfounded when he saw this prompt. Sword of Decay. This thing is the exclusive item of the Galar region's top beast, Xiang. After carrying this corrupted sword, Xiang will directly evolve into the extremely powerful Sword King form, and his strength will be among the best among all the divine beasts. How could this thing actually appear here, and even become a gift of a top-grade secret treasure? Yun Xiao made a decision in a flash. The value of this thing is immeasurable. No matter how much money it costs, I must get it today. At the same time, the voice of the female host also sounded at this moment. Now, we will start the auction of the last item. The starting price is 2 million elf coins, and the minimum bid is 100,000 elf coins. Following her announcement, the numbers on the big screen began to refresh continuously. Guest number 31 bids 2.1 million elf coins. Guest number 56 bids 2.2 million elf coins. Guest number 8 bids 2.5 million elf coins. Compared with other previous auction items, this mid-quality secret treasure is obviously much more popular. After all, according to the market price, this thing would at least sell for around 7 or 8 million. And this secret treasure is a secret treasure for all attributes. Trainers of all attributes of Pokemon will need it. The bidding was fierce. In the blink of an eye, the price of this secret treasure soared from 2 million to 3 million. And people continued to bid, pushing the price up. Beside Yun Xiao, Li Qingshan looked at the numbers on the screen that kept rising and couldn't help but be slightly shocked. Wow, these people are really rich. If I were that rich, I would definitely try to get a medium-quality secret treasure for my Blizzard King. However, when he looked at Yun Xiao, he was stunned, because Yun Xiao directly pressed the bidding button on the chair. You wanna buy this? Li Qingshan was stunned. Even if he has superpowers, Yun Xiao is just a student. Where does he get so much money? The next moment, the number on the screen jumped directly from 3 million to 3.5 million. The female host's announcement also sounded. Wow! Customer number 137 raised the price by 500,000 in one go. What a big spender. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a light suddenly lit up on the big screen, and a line of colorful words appeared. VIP seat number 03, bid 5 million. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. There are actually VIP guests from the auction house at this auction. VIP guests need to spend at least 10 million elf coins at the auction house to have a VIP seat. The seats for senior members are under the suspended attics on both sides of the auction venue, while VIPs can sit at the top of the attic. At this moment, seeing that a VIP had made a bid, many of the people who had just made bids showed regret on their faces and no longer had the desire to raise the price. VIPs are all wealthy people with assets worth tens of millions. When a VIP makes a bid to buy something, the only ones who can compete with him are the VIPs. What's more, this distinguished guest directly raised the price of the secret treasure to 5 million, which is a huge sum of money that many people cannot afford, and they are unable to afford it even though they want to. Most people chose to give up, and only a small number of front-row guests who could barely afford the price were still hesitating whether to increase the price further. At the same time, in a private room on the top floor of the attic on both sides of the auction hall, a young girl with long light red hair and an orange dress was leaning on the sofa, holding a cup of milk tea in her arms, shaking her legs, and looking down with some boredom. In front of her was a huge glass screen, through which she could clearly see the situation in the entire auction hall. On the left was a display, on which detailed information of the current auction items would be displayed. Beside the girl, a middle-aged man who looked like a butler bowed respectfully and reminded her, "Miss, this is already the third cup of milk tea you've had this week. If you continue to consume more sugar than allowed, you might get out of shape." The girl didn't even look at the housekeeper and rolled her eyes. "It's fine if it's out of shape. If I can't drink these sweet things, my life will be meaningless, just like this auction." The girl's name is Xiazi Xuan. Her father is the boss of a listed technology company in Shanghai and is considered a well-known figure in the entire Shanghai. The assets of her father's company have already reached hundreds of billions, and the VIP membership of the MOU auction house naturally belongs to her father. However, her father hadn't been to the auction house for several years, so he simply gave the VIP status to Xiazi Xuan. When the latter had nothing to do, she would come here to watch the auction just for entertainment. But I didn't expect that when I took a look today, I actually saw something that interested me. That is the top-grade secret treasure that is being auctioned now. If my dad knew that I spent 5 million to buy myself a secret treasure like this, would he think I was very smart? Xiazi Xuan took a sip of milk tea and turned to look at the housekeeper beside her. The butler naturally nodded. "Miss, you are right. The market price of this secret treasure is at least 7 million. If we can get it for 5 million, it will be a profit." Upon hearing this, Xiazi Xuan rolled her eyes again. "What if? If I say I can buy it for 5 million, then I can definitely buy it. I want to check out the attic before the auction started, and the old VIPs who usually come here are not here today. As for the rest, who dares to bid against me?" Xiazi Xuan stood up and glanced at the rows of seats below. Looking at the people below from this high attic was like a giant looking down at the earth. Sure enough, just as she thought, a few seconds passed and no one added a new price. 5 million was the price she offered after careful consideration. For her, using this price to buy a mid-grade secret treasure was considered a small profit. As for the audience below, everyone knows that if the price continues to rise, they will definitely not be able to get this secret treasure. After all, the VIP's bid is not just a bid, it also expresses an attitude. I like this thing. As long as you still want to continue to survive in Shanghai, it's best not to mess with these rich people. However, at this moment, the numbers on the big screen suddenly jumped. When the female host saw the series of numbers, she was stunned for a moment, and then she spoke in a trembling voice. "Guess number 1. 137, bid 10 million elf coins." When these words were spoken, everyone in the auction venue was stunned. 10 million elf coins? Is this guy crazy? 10 million elf coins are enough to purchase 2 high-quality, single-attribute secret treasures on the market. Why would you spend so much money to buy a full-attribute secret treasure? Not only were the people in the audience stunned, but up in the attic, Xia Zixuan almost choked on the sip of milk tea she had just taken. Ahem. However, in fact, the most confused person in the entire auction venue is Li Qingchuan, who is beside Yin Xiao. Hearing the familiar number 138 and the unfamiliar quotation, Li Qingchuan's eyes towards Yin Xiao completely changed, as if he had encountered a ghost while walking on the street in broad daylight. He originally thought that Yin Xiao was an ordinary college student who sneaked into the auction house to see the world, but he didn't expect that he was a person with superpowers. He thought Yin Xiao was just an ordinary person with superpowers, but it turns out Yin Xiao is a multimillionaire. At the same time, in the attic, Xia Zixuan threw the cup of milk tea in her hand aside, looking unhappy, and shouted, "Doesn't number 138 know who I am? How dare he snatch something from me?" In all the auctions she attended in the past, as long as she made a bid, even the VIPs in the attic would give the item to her for her father's sake. This is the first time someone dares to compete with him for something like this. Moreover, the price she offered was doubled in one go. This was obviously not a normal bidding process, but an attempt to target her. After all, a price of 10 million has far exceeded the value of this secret treasure itself. As the daughter of a wealthy family, Xia Zixuan naturally couldn't stand this kind of humiliation and pressed the price increase button on the screen without hesitation. 10 million, right? Then I'll raise it to 15 million and see if you dare to increase it further. However, after the button was pressed, a line of words popped up on the screen. The amount is insufficient and the price cannot be increased. Xia Zixuan was stunned on the spot. Insufficient credit limit? How is that possible? Not to mention that her father is a VIP member here and has a temporary overdraft limit of 5 million. Moreover, her father deposited a lot of money in this VIP account. She has been using it for almost half a year, and there is no shortage of money. What's going on? Go call the people from the auction house. She looked at the housekeeper with dissatisfaction. However, at this moment, the housekeeper beside Xia Zixuan spoke softly. "Well, miss, I have to remind you that after you spent 5 million to buy an S-level item last time, the balance in your account is only 10 million. As for the temporary quota, according to the auction house's regulations, you need to top up a certain amount every year to activate this quota. This account of the master has not been recharged for a long time." When Xia Zixuan heard this, she was stunned where she was. Is there such a thing? She frowned and picked up the phone directly. "Then I'll call my dad and ask him to transfer another 5 million to me." Xia Zixuan's father loved her very much and would never let his daughter down when it came to money. However, the butler beside him sighed when he heard this. "Miss, have you forgotten again that it is time for the master's meeting now?" Xia Zixuan's movements suddenly stopped. It seems that this time is indeed the time for her father to have a meeting. Only during this hour every week, his phone is turned off and there is no way to contact him. Why did this happen at this time? Chapter 63. The auction is over. The Sword of Decay. Part 2. Once the price of 10 million was announced, naturally no one was willing to raise the price. Even the people in the audience were a little confused at this moment. What exactly was number 138 trying to do? Not only did he spend 10 million elf coins to get a secret treasure worth 7 million, but he also offended a VIP. Could this be a hire hired by the auction house? The female host's voice sounded with joy at this moment. Congratulations to our guest number 138 for successfully obtaining this secret treasure and this gift at the price of 10 million elf coins. Then this auction ends here. Thank you for your company. See you next time. Hearing this voice, Yin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and put down his phone. On the screen, the chat history between him and Chi Hong was still preserved. "Yun, Brother Chi, are you there? Red? Red, where have you been recently? Not live streaming either. Yun, I'm quite busy recently. I will broadcast it when I have time. Can I ask you for a favor? Red, you said. Yun, let me 5 million. Thank you. Red. Yes, after deciding to get the corrupt sword at all costs, the first thing Yin Xiao did was to ask Chi Hong to borrow money. All his belongings, plus the amount from the auction house, could just make up 10 million elf coins. 10 million elf coins is a completely worthless price for this secret treasure. And if someone still continues to raise the price, he is ready to fight that person to the end. At worst, I can just ask Boss Chi to borrow some more. Anyway, as Chi-Hong is the champion, more than 10 million is just a small amount of money. As for whether Chi-Hong is willing to lend it to me, Yun Xiao is still very confident about this matter. It's not that he has any personal charm, but after a few interactions, Chi-Hong and he have become quite familiar with each other. Besides, with Chi-Hong's personality as a fighting maniac, everything else except fighting is just a passing cloud. Money? Is money important in fighting? But now it seems that my worries were a bit unnecessary. Yun Xiao thought about it and returned the 5 million to Chi-Hong. But the next second, Chi-Hong transferred the money back. Also, there is a note. Take it first and deduct it from it when you buy the yuan. Also, when will you fight me? Even a simulation is fine. After the auction, Yun Xiao and Li Qingchuan exchanged contact information and went to the backstage of the venue alone. A middle-aged man in work uniform came up to him immediately after seeing him and seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. Hello, I am the manager of Moyu Auction House. The items you purchased in this auction are ready. Please follow me. After he finished speaking, he started walking in front to lead the way for Yun Xiao. Along the way, he observed Yun Xiao with a scrutinizing look, and his eyes involuntarily revealed an emotion of surprise. Because the young man in front of him clearly looked like just an ordinary student. In order to bid in an auction house, you need to have that much money in your account. And since this young man could come up with 10 million elf coins, his identity must be extraordinary. So he appeared here to receive us. The two walked along the backstage and soon came to a small room. All your stuff is in there. The manager extended his hand respectfully and opened the door for Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao nodded and walked slowly into the room. In the room, 3 things were neatly placed on a half-person high display stand. On the far left is the Mega Evolution Stone of Banjiras, which is now placed in a transparent glass box wrapped in silk. And in the middle is the top-grade secret treasure with all attributes that sparkles with colorful light. The one on the far right is, of course, the Sword of Decay. It's a bit funny to say that among these 3 things, the most expensive one is the secret treasure, while the most valuable things are the gifts and souvenirs. When Yun Zhao's eyes swept across the corrupted sword, a series of information prompts appeared in front of him. SSS level mythical item. Sword of Decay, damaged. Introduction. An ancient sword with mysterious power. It looks damaged and needs to be repaired before it can exert its true power. Effect. Unlocked after repair is completed. After reading this string of information, Yun Xiao couldn't help but frown. In the original work, the Sword of Decay is the exclusive item of Tsang Xiang. As long as Tsang Xiang carries it, it can directly evolve into the Sword King form. I didn't expect that in the real world, I would need to repair the sword before it could unleash its effects and power. So the question is, how do you fix it yourself? The modifier doesn't seem to have the function of directly repairing objects, so he probably has to figure out a way to do it himself. Just as Yun Xiao was thinking, a new line of prompts popped up again. Repair conditions. To repair this sword, you need to collect the following materials and forge the sword a second time. Below the prompt, there is a long list of ores and materials, as many as 40 or 50 items. Among these ores and materials, the lowest grade is S grade. The S grade or black rock diamond that Yun Xiao had collected before is among them. The last and most advanced material is the sacred stone. That is the material that makes up the relic gate in the secret realm of the Blue Lake. Seeing this, Yun Xiao felt that things were a bit troublesome. It is quite difficult to obtain this sacred stone to forge this sword. After all, even the superpowers of that slow king can't shake the door at all. How can I get those stones down by myself? It seems that repairing this sword requires long-term planning. Let's first slowly collect the lower-level materials mentioned above. But before repairing the sword, there is at least one thing he can do. Yun Xiao waved his hand and put the Sword of Decay into the system space, muttering to himself. System. Unlock the Encyclopedia of Divine Beasts. Since Decay corresponds to Tsang Xiang's item, it can naturally be used to activate the Mystical Beast Atlas. An item associated with a mythical beast has been detected. The system is extracting the power of the item. Along with the sound of the system, a figure slowly lit up on the interface of the Mythical Beast Encyclopedia. It was an elf with a kingly demeanor, covered with dark blue hair and 2 long brown braids fluttering in the wind. Even though it was just a phantom, Yun Xiao could feel a powerful aura coming towards him. Tsang Xiang, This was his favorite legendary beast to use when he played Pokemon Sword and Shield. In addition to his good looks, his skill Behemoth Slash, which can cause double damage to Gigantamax Pokemon, made him a must-have attacker in the rankings at that time. Ding! Energy extraction has been completed. Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new illustration. The following is detailed information about this mythical beast. Sequence 036, Blue Sound. Introduction. A legendary elf from the Galar region. It is said that he once saved the entire Galar region and is known as a legendary hero. Hobbies. Sweets, brave, and kind humans, and smoothing one's own hair. Dislikes. Any evil behavior. Character. Justice and friendliness. Current favorability. 0. Never met before. When the favorability reaches 80 or above, you will receive a mysterious reward. At the bottom of this information, as usual, is a map showing Song Xiang's current location. But when Yun Xiao looked at the map carefully, he couldn't help but be stunned. How come Song Xiang is currently at the North Pole? According to his understanding, the Arctic in this world is not just about low temperatures and harsh climate. Unlike the South Pole, the North Pole of this world has been designated by the Alliance as a trainer-restricted area, because there are a large number of high-level secret realms of Advent. The so-called descent into the secret realm is a special form of the secret realm. The descending secret realm is different from the secret realms Yun Xiao had visited before. It does not exist independently of the real world, but directly occupies a space in the real world and overlaps with it. The original terrain will be directly covered by the secret realm, and after the elves in the secret realm come to the earth, they will all fall into a state of madness, full of aggression and murderous intent, which is very dangerous. Every year, many secret realms suddenly become reality around the world. This phenomenon occurs without any warning and is very dangerous. If the secret realm descended into the wilderness, that would be easy to deal with. But if the secret realm descended directly into the city, it would undoubtedly be a disaster. According to historical records, China has experienced at least 20 or 30 similar incidents in the past 100 years. Even if the Alliance had responded in time, the number of casualties caused by the arrival of the secret realm had already exceeded 1 million. Then again, the Arctic is a strange place. For some reason, since the year the secret realm and the elves appeared, secret realms have continued to appear in the Arctic region every year. Some experts have speculated that this is related to the special magnetic field in the North Pole. But no matter why, the Arctic is now a very dangerous place, even for the champion. If Song Xiang stayed in the North Pole and didn't come out, it would be difficult for Yun Xiao to go in and find him. Thinking of this, Yun Xiao shook his head slightly. Forget it. Even the Sword of Decay has not been repaired yet, so let's put the matter of meeting Song Xiang aside for a while. He put the secret treasure and Mega Evolution Stone into the system space and walked out of the room. This secret treasure can just be used by Rayquaza, and the acquisition of the Mega Evolution Stone means that Yun Xiao can put the matter of showing Mega Evolution to the world and gaining a large number of shocking points on the agenda. At this point, the auction was a fruitful and successful end. However, things do not seem to be that simple. When Yun Xiao walked out of the auction house, a figure blocked his way. "Stop! You dare to steal my things? Do you know who I am?"